Gently, gently, stop it. It's not good if someone sees. I won't commit suicide anymore. You're attacking the wrong place. Oh my god, I surrender. Damn, I want to be a zombie, not an invincible East. Too brutal. Woo-woo. Chen Bufan lying on the bed frowned, and kept mumbling nonsense. Beneath his closed eyelids his eyeballs rolled wildly. Suddenly he opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, clamped his legs together tightly, and made involuntary pushing gestures with his hands. Sweat covered his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, mingling with tears from his eyes and mucus from his nose. In his wide-open eyes terror, helplessness, despair, and an expression of utter shamelessness. Pain. Too painful. The feeling of flesh being torn and ripped by zombies was unbearable. So humiliating. At 25 he only liked browsing gossip online, had never even touched a woman's hand, and his first contact was being attacked by a female zombie. The injured spot was unspeakable. A ray of sunlight filtered through the curtain gap into the dim room, golden light haloing, exposing shy dust particles that hurriedly fled into darkness. Raising his hand to shield his eyes, Chen Bufan squinted and looked around in surprise. Wasn't this his bedroom? He should have died in the corridor outside, right? The fierce expression on his face gradually faded. He wiped away sweat, tears, and snot, then put on a Subway Oldman question-mark face. What happened? Was the apocalypse a dream, or had he been reborn? No, it couldn't be a dream. Life after the apocalypse was too real. Chen Bufan felt he had been reborn. Why rebirth? Damn. He had just made up his mind to leave. Chen Bufan's family lived in a small city near Fengtian City in the northeast. When the apocalypse broke out, zombies filled everywhere, especially this location. Surrounded by residential communities, over 200 buildings and several complexes, plus a No. 2 senior high school next door. The outbreak happened at dusk when people were strolling about. Mass infection occurred before they could react. Thanks to the habit of hoarding food from 3 years of lockdown, Chen Bufan had plenty at home, so he hid for over a month. A whole month passed without any rescue team arriving. The virus' first wave spread through the air. The military, densely populated, had high infection rates. Soldiers not constantly armed turned into powerful, fast zombies in an instant when the virus mutated. With just one wave of attack, most people were killed. Even survivors who escaped without guns couldn't resist. Once they fired, the loud noise attracted more zombies. An endless vicious cycle. During this period, Chen Bufan witnessed countless tragic scenes, people jumping to their deaths, others torn apart by zombies, and humans killing each other over supplies. For women, life was worse than death. Sometimes the most terrifying thing was human hearts. Without legal constraints, people ran wild. In just 1 month, Chen Bufan's mentality underwent earth-shaking changes. Initially, he was terrified, lamenting his doomed fate. Later he pinned hopes on outside help, comforting himself to be patient. But in the end he came to terms his life wasn't valuable anyway. No children, no attachments. Why fear death? After all, what is more painful than living in poverty? No food, no woman, not even a close friend. His parents divorced early, formed new families with more children, and never cared for him again. After middle school, Chen Bufan worked odd jobs to support himself. Father runs, mother remarries, each looks after themselves. Chen Bufan's only social life was commenting on videos and arguing with trolls. Growing up in a lonely, love-deprived environment, he became emotionally indifferent but still retained a spark of kindness deep inside. However, if his own interests were harmed, he would never compromise easily. Therefore, Chen Bufan resolved to become someone with a mind beyond ordinary. The king of hell wants me dead by the 3rd watch. He'll report by the 2nd watch, just to confuse him. He wanted to pursue a carefree, unrestrained attitude toward life, no longer self-consuming, but enjoying happiness. Facing food shortage, Chen Bufan thought, since I'm going to die anyway, why not just go out and let a zombie bite me? Then I'd become a zombie myself. After all, with my useless physique, worse than an old man or a child, I couldn't outrun those ferocious zombies anyway. Embracing the idea of, if you can't beat them, join them, Chen Bufan stepped out of his home. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw a female zombie in sportswear with a backpack standing stiffly in the hallway. Bite marks were visible on her hand. She had a very feminine, alluring face, and even the loose sportswear couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Unfortunately, she now emitted a rotting smell. Chen Bufan told himself, after she bites me, we'll be family. But as he tried to push her away and run home to wait for transformation, a male zombie suddenly charged down the stairs. Already weak from hunger, he felt overwhelmed. After all, the enemy had 4 hands, and he had only 2 fists. He couldn't fight them off. Result, he was bitten to death and reborn. Carefully lifting his underwear to peek inside, then lifting and peeking again. "You still there? How could I live without you?" Chen Bufan patted his little buddy reassuringly and murmured, "From now on it's just you and me. If I have food, you have food. We share 1 mouthful each." Washing his face in the bathroom, Chen Bufan stared at himself in the mirror. He was 172 centimeters tall, neither skinny nor fat, but with a slight belly. His looks not handsome, not ugly. Ordinary, plain, a common man lost in the crowd. He didn't have the striking handsomeness of novel protagonists or readers. Others focused on handsomeness. He focused on being a man. Returning to the bedroom, he picked up his phone to scroll through videos for news clues. He checked the time, August 24th, 2034, 1129 a.m. He didn't know when the zombie outbreak would happen. Last time it was too sudden. Although he survived a month, he was too scared at first to remember the exact day. He only knew the first wave was airborne. He drank tap water daily, without mutation after the initial wave. Only bites or wound contamination would infect later. He scrolled through several videos, nothing relevant. Occasionally he saw posts about family members with fever in crowded hospitals. Woo, woo, woo. Chen Bufan rushed to pull open the curtain. He lived on the 12th floor and saw 2 ambulances racing down the street outside. 2 ambulances meant more than 1 patient. A sudden urgency surrounded Chen Bufan. He hurried to open the fridge. Vegetables and fruits filled the crisper frozen section, had about 10 gene of pork and some chicken legs. No beef. Too expensive. Not enough. In his previous life, he ran out of vegetables later. In the living room were 5 cases of Waha purified water. The 3 years of pandemic had trained Chen Bufan to hoard groceries. He checked his WeChat balance. Only about 6,000 yuan. Damn. All humans, but different fates. In novels, protagonists stockpile billions. I have so little. Forget it, let's buy some instant food and canned goods that last longer. His body trembled, adrenaline pumping. Was it from urgency or anger? Dressed, he grabbed his phone and keys and rushed out. Just as he reached the door to put on shoes, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. End of day's check-in system bound. Whoa. Ding. The end of day's check-in assist system has been bound. Wow. Chen Bufan's eyes sparkled, the corners of his mouth kept lifting in excitement. Great, I have a golden finger. I've been called Chen Bufan, meaning not ordinary, for so many years, always so ordinary. Now finally, I will be extraordinary. System, are you there? System. Chen Bufan quickly returned to the sofa, sat down, no longer in a hurry to go out. After calming down, he clasped his hands together, turning slightly white. This was about the treatment of his doomsday life. Tell me your dream. System. The end of day's check-in system. The host can click to check in every day to obtain end-of-day's survival auxiliary supplies. Check-in supplies are random, quantities are random, and the supplies obtained are automatically placed in the inventory for self-retrieval. The inventory is unlimited, use it freely. Inventory free to use. Then collecting supplies would be. System. Taskbar randomly updates survival tasks, not mandatory. The host chooses tasks to accept, completion yields rewards, failure no penalty. A blue glowing rectangular panel appeared before Chen Bufan, a delicate touchscreen, like a monitor. Listening to the system's introduction and looking at the panel, he quickly understood how to use it. The panel had only 4 touch buttons: check-in, inventory, tasks, points. When he opened tasks, there was nothing inside. The inventory was like an online game, rows upon rows of grids, countless grids. Chen Bufan tried reaching out to click check-in. Oh, amazingly, he could feel the touch. Check-in successful. Obtained 100 roast chickens. Holy crap, so many. Chen Bufan curiously clicked inventory. The interface turned into rows of grids. In the first grid was a whole roast chicken with enticing color, quantity displayed as 100. System. How do I take out the check-in items? System. Both manual and mental retrieval are possible. Chen Bufan tried putting his phone into the inventory. The phone automatically placed in the second grid. He could click to take it out or use thought control. After repeating twice, he stopped bothering. Having read many novels, he adapted quickly. After testing that the inventory could store his own items, Chen Bufan looked down at his hands and thought of taking out a chicken. Silently, a steaming roast chicken appeared in his hands. Sizzle. So hot. So fresh. It looked freshly roasted. He hurriedly placed it on the coffee table, the fragrance mixed with heat hitting his nose. Unable to resist, he tore off a drumstick. At the crisp break, juicy liquid flowed down, making him want to suck it up. Ignoring the burning sensation, he devoured it in big bites. So delicious. In his past life, the last few days, he had no vegetables, subsisting on cold rice balls with a bit of salt. After rebirth, his body wasn't hungry yet, and he was anxious to go buy supplies, never thinking about food. Now seeing the roast chicken, he craved it intensely. Soon he had cleaned everything, even chewing the thin bones. Wiping his hands clean, he patted his belly contentedly, leaning back on the sofa, looking at the roast chicken in the inventory. He wouldn't starve to death from now on. System. What are points for? System. Killing 1 zombie earns 1 point. Points can be used to purchase ammunition for firearms and fuel for vehicles. 100 points can draw 1 lottery prizes random. That simplifies things. No need to search for fuel everywhere. With firearms, no worry about insufficient ammunition. Indeed, an assist system. And a lottery. Sounds fun. He opened points, showing 0. Below were 2 options, ammo and fuel. Ammo 1 point for 10 rounds. Fuel 1 point for 1 barrel, 10L. So cheap and convenient. With a gun, killing a zombie with 10 shots would still not lose points. Chen Bufan was very surprised. What's the difference from giving away? So he asked. System. I'm afraid you'll die. In your past life, I had already bound to you just about to complete binding, but you ran downstairs and fed the neighbor fully. I had no guard you were so sudden. This time if you die again you'll really die, and he'll die too. Chen Bufan was utterly speechless. My reckless youth. Since that's the case, Chen will not be polite. System, I'm a newbie, don't I have a novice gift pack? System perspective. Finally asked. I've prepared bullets and fuel. This batch of hosts is hard to handle. Chen Bufan perspective, huh? None. Only check-in. Why isn't the system talking? Could it be mocking my reckless youth? System, novice gift pack sent to inventory. Sigh, system sighed. Chen Bufan thought he got a bargain, beaming. Thank you, system. Please open it. System, congratulations user for opening the novice gift pack and obtaining the following items. Body enhancement potion improves constitution with no side effects. Glock 17 lightweight low recoil accurate magazine capacity, 17 rounds includes 6 magazines with silencer. Mancano. 1-star Lord Off-Road RV System Enhanced Edition Bulletproof Explosion-Proof Solar Charging Iris Recognition Water Usage Recharged with Points. Points 100. Chen Bufan stared at the 4 items dumbfounded. How much does this system fear my death? This is everything at once. Body enhancement, a gun and RV. Water in the RV can be recharged with points, ammo, and fuel are cheap. From now on just kill zombies. Full sense of security. Click-clack. He took out the gun and racked the slide several times. The mechanical sound fascinated him. With a gun comes status. System, with the silencer does it make no sound? System, the silencer's function is to make it hard for enemies to pinpoint your location, but it does make the gunshot muffled, not deafening. The sound doesn't travel far. As a rookie, he would need to watch some videos to learn how to use the gun. He then took out the potion. A transparent glass bottle with spiral blue liquid inside. It looked disturbingly like the virus from Resident Evil. System, are you sure this is legitimate? How to use it? System, more legitimate than you. Press it against your arm with the front side, then press the button on the bottom. Rest assured it won't harm you. TCH. Chen Bufan obediently pressed it against his arm and pushed the button. With a hiss, a hidden needle pierced in and the potion automatically injected. Hiss. Chen Bufan grimaced as he watched the potion spiral into his body. After a few seconds, his body suddenly started heating up. He raised his arm and found his skin turning pink from the heat. His mind became drowsy, muscles gradually tensed, breathing rapid but smooth and comfortable. His whole body felt much lighter. After a full 30 minutes, all sensations faded. He slowly stood up, leaning on the sofa, and moved his limbs to get used to his body. He noticed his condition was even better than when he was 18, clearer vision, sharper hearing. He could even hear children playing downstairs. He touched his stomach. The belly fat was gone, replaced by 8 abdominal muscles. Though the lines were faint, they were indeed there. Even his breathing was much smoother, no longer feeling oppressed in the chest. He grabbed the sofa and lifted one side effortlessly, much stronger. Previously it was hard to lift. System, what is my physical condition after the injection? System, in the next week you need to exercise to help the potion develop your body. Eventually you will be able to lift 500 gene, 250 kilograms, with both hands. That's great. I can barely lift 50 gene now, a tenfold increase. Next, Chen Bufan looked at the RV's introduction. Bulletproof and explosion-proof, zombies definitely couldn't damage it. This turtle shell was perfect for him. However, he couldn't drive. So he never had a car before, so he never thought of getting a license. No need to learn now either. His current goal was to stock up on more things than exercise and practice shooting. Thinking about stockpiling, he certainly didn't have enough money. Now he wasn't as anxious as when he first woke up. With improved body and a gun, he gained confidence. Having resources gave him backbone. He took out his phone and scraped through all the visible lending apps. Anything he got was profit. No one would ask for repayment later. What he scraped was his, not scraping was a loss. He didn't care whether he spent it or not. He got about 300 yuan in total. He put the pistol back into the inventory. Glancing at the time, he had reawakened at around 11 a.m. Now, it was 1 p.m. With this money, it was time to go out and stock up on supplies. As Chen Bufan stepped out of the community gate, he took a deep breath, captivated by the bustling scene before him. The wide road was filled with a constant stream of vehicles, while the crowd bustled about, some hurrying along, others strolling leisurely. Not far away at the bus stop, a group of people gathered waiting for their bus. Some anxiously scanned for the arrival of their transport, while others chatted casually about daily life. Among them, a few middle-aged ladies spoke particularly loudly, excitedly discussing which supermarket was having a special sale on eggs, planning to rush over to snag the deal. On either side of the street, shops displayed a dazzling array of goods. Outside one fruit and vegetable supermarket, a few old tables were set up piled high, with shriveled, dehydrated fruits obviously left over from the previous day, or even earlier, looking far from fresh. Adjacent to this, a pet store housed several small, unpleasant-looking teddy dogs confined in transparent cages for public viewing. Some clung desperately to the bars of their enclosures, while others opened their mouths and stuck out their pink tongues, attempting to show off to passersby. Looking at all this, Chen Bufan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It's great that it's not the apocalypse. If only. Before his sigh could finish, he turned and dashed toward the vegetable market a mere 300 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination, his breath steady and his complexion normal. In the past, not to mention a mere 300 meters, even running just 30 meters would have left him panting much like those little teddy dogs in their cages gasping for air. Before him stood a self-service eatery offering meals for 12 yuan where customers could choose 3 types of meat and enjoy unlimited vegetables. He had frequented it before. The kitchen was open for all to see. The greens were washed clean, and the meat was fresh, having been brought directly from a nearby slaughterhouse. After haggling with the owner, he ordered 500 boxes of meals at the price of 10 yuan each for 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetables, which also included a bottle of iced mineral water. He arranged to pick them up at specified times, leaving the place amid the resentful gazes of the chefs who were wielding their ladles with an air of indignation. Chen Bufan intended to stock up on cooked food. In a post-apocalyptic world, there would be no time to cook. With the system at his disposal, he wasn't worried about having nothing to eat. He also approached 2 restaurants that typically hosted banquets, negotiating with the owners to prepare meals without needing the venue or service, just cooking. He ordered 100 tables worth of food daily to be picked up in the afternoon and paid a small deposit to each. Dishes such as braised pork, red braised carp, for happiness, meatballs, braised knuckles, stir-fried, meat chunks, traditional fried pork, chicken stew, with mushrooms, sweet and sour ribs, cola, chicken wings, spicy hot pot, fish-flavored shredded pork, sauerkraut, with pork, spicy tofu, and other homestyle dishes would rotate every 10 tables. He avoided seafood due to concerns about nuclear contamination. Each banquet table would consist of 10 hot dishes, 4 cold dishes, and 2 soups, totaling over 500 for one table. Over 2 days, he ordered 400 tables, and the rice would also be prepared in large quantities. The expenses quickly added up to over 2,000, but he felt satisfied. With so much food packed away, it wouldn't spoil, and he wondered how many years it would take to finish it. A single dish per meal would suffice, as he had never had 4 dishes at home, even during peacetime. After finishing the meal preparations, he breathed a sigh of relief. Next to the vegetable market, he found a phone number for a rental shop and rented a space for 100 yuan a day for 5 days. Running a physical store wasn't easy, but many storefronts were vacant. The owner could earn something rather than leaving it empty, while Chen Bufan would use it as a temporary warehouse, which was convenient. He called the meal provider to have the boxes delivered to the new location. The owner readily agreed, without hesitation. Once the meals arrived at the warehouse, he placed another order for the next day and closed the roll-up door, putting all the meal boxes into storage. He created a custom category for food, grouping everything together, making it very convenient. The 500 meal boxes occupied several compartments, with duplicate dishes automatically entering the same section. The 500 bottles of mineral water took up just one section, showing a quantity of 500. After securing the roll-up door, it was already 5 p.m. It was almost 6:30, and fearing unforeseen events, he hurried home. Passing by an outdoor supply store, he bought several powerful flashlights while observing the state of pedestrians. Aside from the many people coughing, there was nothing else unusual. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, he heard the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the concrete. He turned to see a beautiful woman running towards him, dressed in a modified traditional qipao dress. As she ran, her skirt fluttered, revealing her long, stunning legs in high-heeled sandals. "Please wait a moment," she called out, her voice sweet and gentle, neither coy nor overly seductive, but enticing, making listeners feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Chen Bufan stepped into the elevator, first pressed the button for his floor while holding the door open. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome," replied Li Wenin, who was carrying a bag of vegetables in her left hand and a bag of pork in her right, hurrying to the elevator door. Still catching her breath, she thanked Chen Bufan, her ample bosom rising and falling with her breaths. Chen Bufan gazed at the smiling woman. Suddenly his face stiffened. "Wait, she looks familiar." He recognized her. Instinctively, he stepped back 2 paces into the elevator, placing his left hand over his crotch as a shield, while reaching into his jacket for his gun, though he kept it hidden. Li Wenin observed this polite man, who maintained a distance, mentally giving him a good man card. She was aware of her charm. Flowers attract butterflies, and she often found herself troubled by it. Unbeknownst to her, if this man sensed anything unusual, he would eliminate her. Nodding at Chen Bufan, Li Wenin lightly turned around, pressed the elevator button, and sidled to the side, taking a gentle bite of the hot starch sausage she held, savoring its crispy outer layer and tender inner texture, her favorite treat. Chen Bufan's gaze was fixed on her. Li Wenin possessed stunning beauty. Her charm was rarely seen, even after years of watching live-streamed hosts. Unlike the currently popular internet celebrity faces, she had a petite, oval face, skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate, full of collagen. Beneath her elegantly arched eyebrows, her long, thick eyelashes resembled small brushes, tempting the heart. Her large, bright eyes shone with clarity, while her straight nose sat above her delicate, rosy lips that playfully nibbled at the starch sausage. But it was precisely this mouth that left a deep impression on Chen Bufan. He still harbored shadows and fears in his heart, which led him to instinctively take a defensive stance. Because she was none other than the downstairs female zombie who had personally sent him to his rebirth. After his anger surged within him, and he thought to himself, no wonder you look familiar. So it was you. I had good intentions wanting you to take a bite, and join me as allies to grow stronger together. I didn't expect you to choose to prey on the unfortunate, instead leaving no outlet for anger. How do I deal with this inner demon? Should I just beat her up? Should I give her a beating until her mouth is crooked and her teeth fall out? No, that would just land me in jail. I don't even know how she got bitten in my past life. If I were devoured by her, I couldn't blame her, as she had lost her consciousness by then, and I had actively approached her. However, I must vent my anger for my brother, otherwise my Dow heart would be ruined. Wait. He pulled out his phone and opened the balance screen, finding he still had over $200 left after paying the deposits for the banquets. Want to earn some money? Li Wenyin, happily munching on her sausage, loved to eat, and no matter how much she consumed, she never gained weight. Today a few new students signed up at her newly opened yoga studio, bringing her some earnings, so she planned to treat herself and her brother to something delicious. Her brother, preparing for his college entrance examination, needed the nutrition. As she entered the elevator and encountered a man, she noticed the elevator display indicated he was her upstairs neighbor. He seemed quite nice, unlike some men who intentionally got close to take advantage. Instead, he stepped back, giving her a sense of security. Although she felt his gaze on her, it didn't bother her. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. She too enjoyed admiring handsome men. She had a great figure, running and practicing yoga every day with excellent posture and grace, which was why so many students wanted to learn from her. But what did she hear? Want to make money. What the heck? I'm wearing a long dress in this hot weather, leaving only my arms and face exposed. I haven't even been with a man. What made you think I look like I could do that? I was just thinking you seemed like a good person. Li Wenyin frowned, her brows knitting, glaring at the man she thought was a gentleman, loudly scolding him. You're insane. Though her voice was loud, it sounded playful. Chen Bufan held his phone's balance in front of her. How about a slap for 5000? When Li Wenyin saw the balance of over 200, she scoffed. What did that mean? Who was he insulting? But how could someone be so boring? Li Wenyin was fuming. Her butt and chest were her absolute favorites, and she was infatuated with them. There was no way she would let some disgusting man touch her for money. That would drive me insane. Li Wenyin, with her hands behind her back, angrily scolded Chen Bufan. Outrageous request. Pervert. You filthy lecher. Chen Bufan rolled his eyes at the woman, thinking she was quite shallow. A slap is 10000. You earn 10000. It's reasonable. It's not illegal, it's hard-earned money. Aside from the payment for the banquets, Chen Bufan had no plans to stockpile anything else. Wasting would waste, it wasn't his money. He needed to vent the anger from his previous life. When the apocalypse arrived, there would be plenty of resources waiting for him to take. He wasn't in a hurry, better to not hoard a bunch of stuff and end up unable to finish it before dying with regrets. Li Wenyin heard this and wondered where to hit. On the face. Slowly she released her hand from behind, feeling frustrated. Even slapping the face wouldn't work. What was I thinking? My beautiful face. The elevator reached the 11th floor, and the door opened. Chen Bufan noticed she had stopped talking, assuming she disagreed. If she disagreed, so be it. There would be plenty of time to play when the apocalypse started, and it wouldn't just be a slap anymore. He watched her changing expressions, wanting to remind her when they arrived. A slender, fair hand, holding a payment code, appeared before him. Scan the payment first, then slap. Only a slap. Li Wenyin looked at Chen Bufan, steeling herself. Earning money isn't shameful, it's just a slap. This rogue can't twist my face right. I'm just as tall as him in high heels, not that much bigger. Humph. WeChat payment of 10000 yuan. Li Wenyin hurriedly checked her balance. It really arrived. This pervert spending so much money to vent anger on a stranger. Li Wenyin extended her face, her mouth still holding a piece of sausage she had bitten off earlier, clearly angry, forgetting to swallow it. At that moment her cheeks puffed up adorably. You better be gentle, I'm afraid it will hurt. I have to go to work tomorrow. After saying this, she tightly shut her eyes, her whole body tense. Chen Bufan looked at the woman, ready for the act, a smirk creeping onto his lips, seeking revenge. He raised his hand, prepared, aimed, and slapped that delicate face with a little force, leaving a handprint on her cheek. Haha, let that be a lesson for biting me. Oh. Li Wenyin covered her face and leaned to one side. Although Chen Bufan didn't use much force, a woman couldn't withstand the strength of a post-medication Chen Bufan, could she? Chen Bufan quickly grabbed Li Wenyin's hand, supporting her fragile waist, ensuring she didn't fall. Alright, thank you, beautiful. I feel much better now the money and goods are settled. Shall we collaborate again in the future? You're home now. Li Wenyin bent over and said nothing, her hands patting her chest and throat, unable to breathe, desperately looking at Chen Bufan, pointing at him, and then at her throat. Hiss. Huh. Roar, she said urgently. Chen Bufan was startled by the sound. What the hell? Did my slap trigger a mutation? Her face turned red, then pale, but upon closer inspection, she didn't look like a zombie. Seeing her pointing at her throat, struggling for breath. Is she choking? He rushed over, embracing her slender waist, using the Heimlich maneuver to perform first aid on her. The door opened. Sister. What the hell? You bastard. You have some guts. How dare you do such an inhumane act in broad daylight in an elevator? Li Wenyin heard her brother shout, and was so angry, she almost lost consciousness. That stupid brother blushing waved his hand at him, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. Sister is going to suffocate. Li Wenxiang was a senior high school student nearby, coming home from school to eat, and then returning for evening classes, living in a dormitory where 3 big boys could play games together. After starting the rice cooker to cook, he waited for his sister to come home and cook. Usually she was back by now, but today she was late. He thought about going out to meet her, but as soon as he opened the door he saw a lewd man hugging his sister from behind, and she couldn't even speak. Chen Bufan, impudent guy. In an instant Li Wenqiang's eyes turned red with anger. He wished he could kill that bastard. Their parents worked in the south, their father was from northeast China, and their mother was from Sichuan. His sister was here to accompany him for school, and cooked for him. Their bond was great, and who could stand this scene? Chen Bufan looked up as the tall Li Wenxiang rushed over quickly, shouting, "Don't rush. Your sister is choking. I'm performing first aid." Sister. Sister. Li Wenxiang, standing at 189 meters tall, had a well-defined muscular build, not bulky or scary, but rather handsome and sun-kissed. He ran to the 2 little people, flustered, wanting to support his sister, but not daring to touch her, scratching his head in confusion. Little impudent, Chen Bufan, impudent guy? Little impudent Li Wenyin, rude guy. Fortunately Chen Bufan was quite strong now, and his first aid methods were correct. Li Wenyin finally coughed up a piece of starchy sausage. Cough, cough. Cough. Huff. Huff. I thought I was going to suffocate. Li Wenyin sat up, gasping for breath, her complexion returning to normal. Blushing, she tilted her head to look at Chen Bufan, who was still holding her, and asked, "Aren't you going to let go?" Chen Bufan replied, "Oh, okay." He casually released her, saying, "Since you're fine now, I'll head home. Make sure to rest, and prepare some food. I heard prices are going to rise." After saying that, he pressed the elevator button and walked away. Li Wenxiang looked at his sister, whose ears were growing redder, then glanced at the elevator. "Sister, who was that guy?" "Oh no. Sister, who hit you? Who bullied you? I'll avenge you." Li Wenyin looked at her anxious brother, tidying her clothes, her face flushed. "It's fine, let's go inside and talk," she said, taking the grilled sausage with her into the house. Behind her, Li Wenxiang hurriedly picked up the bag for the dishes and followed her in, wanting to find out who bullied his sister. Back home, Chen Bufan took a boxed meal from his package, which included braised pork, stir-fried meat, cumin, lamb, spicy tofu, shredded potatoes, and topped with tomato and egg over rice. He took a big bite. It was delicious. "So that psycho slapped my sister and gave her 100 yuan. You agreed to this?" Li Wenxiang stared speechlessly at his unreliable, beautiful sister. She looked gentle and demure, but where in her genes was that? Li Wenyin nodded. "Yeah, I agreed," in a moment of impulse. 100 yuan for a slap? Ew, I didn't expect that pervert would hit so hard. Quick check if my face is crooked. It's not crooked, just a red handprint. That won't do. I'm going to find him and beat him up. I'm so angry. Li Wenyin held her brother back. "Oh, forget it, forget it. This is a transaction. Ooh, I'm not making money, am I? Ha ha ha, eating is great. A slap for 100 yuan. If I encounter more fools like this, I'll make a fortune. I need to send a message to my yoga group telling them I won't be working tomorrow. I need to rest my face and go shopping tomorrow." At night, lying in bed, she looked at her slightly red and swollen skin, muttering that Chen Bufan is a pervert. No man has ever been so rude to her. He's truly a strange guy, spending money to hit people. But it's not entirely Chen Bufan's fault. He still hadn't adapted to his body's strength, and his power during first aid was a bit too much. Chen Bufan finished his meal and exercised in the living room, doing sit-ups, squats, and push-ups. Then he practiced boxing while watching videos, training until midnight, unable to move before showering and sleeping. On August 25, 2034, he got up at 8 a.m., surprisingly not feeling sore at all. It seemed the medicine was working. After coordinating with the restaurant about the delivery time to the warehouse, he started exercising, resting when tired, and then continuing to practice. He didn't stop until 2 p.m. Looking at the panel in front of him, he clicked to check in. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the exploration feature. You can check biological data and favorability. It's a common trick. Reading more books is beneficial. Knowledge is power." Without needing to look, Chen Bufan knew what it was for. In the future, no one would be able to act in front of him. People love to put on a facade, smiling on the surface, but being deceitful behind the scenes. Zombies are more innocent. They treat everyone the same. Just eat. System, check my data. Human, Chen Bufan, 25 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Appearance, 72. Physique, can lift 230 pounds, continuously increasing. Evaluation, without system assistance, a weak and sickly person who can't even become a zombie. After taking a physique enhancement drug, his reflexes, strength, agility, and toughness are among the top tier of humans, but he's just a clumsy, big guy with some strength lacking skill. Only setting physique. Naturally, a high physique means a strong body, endurance, strength, and speed. Height increased by 1 centimeter. Haha, height is the only sore spot for Chen Bufan. Looking at the bottom, Chen Bufan laughed in anger. System, you've successfully caught my attention. System, do you have no bottom line? Hey, slap, step back. In the afternoon, he went to the warehouse to pack 200 tables of banquet noodles and 500 boxed meals, making several trips back and forth. By tomorrow, all will arrive 400 tables of banquet noodles. If one person eats once a day, rationing could last for over 10 years. On the way home, he saw his sister and brother downstairs, each carrying a lot of things, and couldn't help but sigh, truly taking advice. Following behind the two, Li Wenyin wore a chiffon short-sleeve shirt today, her two fair arms hugging a bag of food. Below, she wore light blue skinny jeans, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Skinny jeans are the best. Chen Bufan secretly gave a thumbs up. The three of them headed the same way. The siblings walked ahead, not noticing Chen Bufan behind them. Sis, why did you buy so much stuff? Li Wenyin's mind flashed back to Chen Bufan's ordinary face. She didn't know why, but last night when he told her to buy more, she did. Why did she listen? It's fine, just buy it. The fridge is big enough to store it. Oh, alright. Li Wenxiang was tall and sturdy, but he always listened to his sister. One reason was their close bond, and the other was the natural authority she held. Since childhood, their parents had told him never to bully his sister and to protect her. When he made mistakes, his father would beat him. But when his sister erred, both parents would beat him while she watched and laughed. He couldn't mess with his sister's genes either. His father was from the northeast, and his mother was a Sichuan woman. One could fight, and the other could fight even better. Together they fought with even more gusto, then went off to share a drink afterward. The two entered the elevator and pressed the floor button. Just as the doors were about to close, they slid open again. They looked toward the entrance and saw Chen Bufan walking in. Human Li Wenyin, age 22, height 168 centimeters, physique carries 70 gene, high endurance, attractiveness 96, a standout anywhere, affection 35, evaluation long-term fitness and yoga practitioner, excellent physical fitness and endurance. Human Li Wenxiang, age 19, height 189 centimeters, physique carries 218 gene, attractiveness 92, affection 20, evaluation long-term Sonda practitioner, excellent physical fitness, strong explosive power. Huh. These siblings really have impressive physiques, true human elites. High attractiveness and strong bodies. In the past, Chen Bufan would have felt inferior and admired such disciplined people. But now with his golden finger, he was full of confidence. Li Wenxiang, seeing Chen Bufan staring at his sister, grew displeased. He lowered his head and issued a warning. Chen Bufan looked up in confusion. What's up, kid? What are you humming at me for? Li Wenxiang, seeing this short guy dare to respond, wouldn't let it slide. He warned again. Li Wenxiang, affection 10. What the hell? Did I provoke you? I'm not as strong, but my reaction speed is top-notch. Think your Sonda can touch me? Can you even hit me? If worst comes to worst, he'll just pull out a gun and shoot you. He lifted his chin defiantly and shot back. The two locked horns, one with hands on hips looking down, the other with arms crossed looking up. The elevator became a battlefield of grunts. Damn it. You shorty you. Li Wenxiang was furious. This little guy had some nerve. Li Wenxiang, brother. Li Wenyin warned her brother not to curse. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why are these two acting like children? She muttered, quickly covering her mouth. Sorry, she said politely, giving Chen Bufan an apologetic glance, her eyes curving with a hint of awkward embarrassment. It's fine. Chen Bufan waved it off, not taking it to heart. It was normal for a brother to protect his sister. Chen Bufan and Li Wenxiang exchanged a glance. Humph. Li Wenxiang, affection 30-40. Li Wenyin, affection 10-45. Li Wenyin watched the two with amusement. When the elevator arrived, the Li siblings stepped out. Li Wenyin turned back and nodded at Chen Bufan in greeting, while Li Wenxiang gave a slight chin lift. Humph. His sister smacked him. Chen Bufan scoffed. Just a 189 centimeters kid. Back home, he gnawed on a braised pork elbow, satisfying. After finishing, he worked out. He wasn't losing weight, so he didn't fear greasy food. As long as he exercised to stimulate the medicinal properties, he could keep going until he couldn't move anymore before sleeping. Meanwhile, on the other side, sis, did you see that guy? Small and short, but he's got some guts. I admire that. Most people shut up when I glare at them, but he dared to stand his ground. He's a real man. Li Wenyin, putting groceries into the fridge, rolled her eyes. How old are you, acting so childish? Why scare him with your big size? He's so small, just a bit taller than me. What if you scared him? Don't bully others at school, got it? Or he'll beat you. Li Wenxiang retorted. Who bullied him? I was just mad he was rubbing against you yesterday. And he wasn't scared. He even. Ow, 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 that hurts. Li Wenyin blushed and twisted her annoying brother's ear. What nonsense are you spouting? He was saving me. Say that again, and he'll twist your ear off. Go study now. Her mind wandered to yesterday's events, her face burning. She had a strong impression of Chen Bufan, but he was too ordinary-looking and too small. What was she thinking? She patted her cheeks and retreated to her bedroom. Early the next morning at 5 a.m., Chen Bufan woke up, put on his sportswear, and went for a run. After an hour, his body was just slightly warm. This physique was incredible. He bought a pile of steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, ate breakfast, then took a taxi to the city's largest mall. The entire second floor was a supermarket, and Chen Bufan was going for a zero-cost shopping spree. At the supermarket, he pushed a cart and strolled casually. In the canned goods section, there were braised pork, beef sori, and yellow peach fruit cans among others. Each shelf had 5 rows from front to back. Chen Bufan simply stored the 3 back rows into his inventory, leaving the 2 front rows as a cover. No one would notice the back was empty, and the staff wouldn't realize it so quickly. So he roamed every corner grabbing various mineral water, daily necessities, snacks, seasonings, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, toilet paper, and even sanitary pads. He took more of small items and fewer of large ones, making it impossible to tell that a third of the supermarket stock was gone. Finally, he pushed a full cart to the checkout and walked out brazenly under the cameras. The next day, news broke about the supermarket theft, but it fizzled out because the apocalypse erupted. The cameras only showed Chen Bufan reaching for items and tossing them into his cart. That came later. Around 3 p.m., he collected today's 200 banquet tables and 500 boxed lunches. His inventory now held 400 banquet tables with thousands of dishes, 1499 boxed lunches, and 1500 bottles of water. He had dozens of cases of mineral water from the supermarket, each occupying a separate grid. With nothing to do, he checked in for the day. The banquet tables were gone, the accounts were settled, and tomorrow he still had 500 boxed lunches to collect, all paid for. Check-in, congratulations. Obtained Benelli M4 shotgun. 12-gauge standard shells, X100. Wow. A shotgun was perfect, deadly up close and ideal for poor marksmen. A single shot in the general direction could spread a hail of bullets. He was starting to look forward to the apocalypse. Back home, he braised the pork and chicken legs from the fridge with spices in a pot, washed all the vegetables, and stored them in his inventory to eat later with dipping sauce. He lacked nothing now: food, weapons, water, since the RV's water could be refilled with points. With no worries, he could even think about bringing a few beautiful women along in the future, living a life had never dared to imagine. An ambulance wailed past outside. The frequency of ambulances had increased these past 2 days. He wondered which day before the apocalypse he had reincarnated into. What if it never came? Damn it. I'm starving for action. He picked up his phone and opened the browser to check the news. At 9:00 a.m. on August 26, 2034, a new viral infection outbreak occurred globally, causing infected individuals to exhibit violent behavior, resulting in many bystanders being bitten and scratched. Relevant authorities promptly sent the patients to hospitals, achieving significant results up to this point. According to reports from the United States, there have been several incidents of infected individuals attacking others, leading to numerous casualties. The U.S. government has not taken effective measures in response, and we strongly condemn such inaction and irresponsibility. Host Fu Yin reports that Professor Qian Duodua, a biological expert, has stated that this virus does not pose a risk of widespread transmission. Everyone should wear masks when going out. As long as masks are worn, even if infected, they will not be able to bite others. Now let's hear a few words from Professor Qian Duodua. Hello everyone, I am Professor Qian Duodua. Regarding this virus, I would like to say a couple of words. The significance of these 2 sentences cannot fully encompass the issue. However, due to time constraints, I will briefly summarize. This is the situation at hand. If anyone is still unclear, please follow my social media, and I will provide further updates there. Chen Bufan took a deep breath. Experts truly possess depth in their speech, unlike the average person. That was quite good, but please don't elaborate next time, it wasted 2 minutes. According to the information, zombies have already appeared today, though they have yet to fully erupt, and there are certainly individuals who have been bitten or scratched, but have not gone to the hospital. It's dangerous. With a serious expression, Chen Bufan realized he would not be able to sleep tonight. He returned to his bedroom and lay down, calculating his supplies. No matter how he calculated, he had enough to last for many years. Looking at the firearms in his pack, he felt that he did not lack resources. With a gun and neighbors hoarding food, he had storage everywhere. It seems I don't have much to worry about. After watching the expert speech video again, he fell asleep after 2.5 minutes. August 27, 2034, early morning. Mayor Wang Shuqing sat behind his desk, resting his arms on the table while rubbing his temples. He hadn't slept for 2 days. 2 days ago, someone reported to the police that several people had been bitten in a local vegetable market, and the assailants were also human. The police thought it was a conflict among vegetable vendors. Upon arrival, they found that the situation was far more serious than mere bites. One severely injured person had their abdomen torn open and was already unconscious, while several people trying to intervene had their arms bitten away. During the control of the suspect, one police officer was also bitten. After taking the injured to the hospital, some of the severely injured fell into a coma, while those with minor injuries were treated and sent home. The next day, several more reports of biting incidents emerged across the city. Considering the international news, it appeared to be a new type of viral outbreak. He could not afford to be negligent. He hadn't returned home in 2 days. Ding ding ding. The office phone rang. Hello, this is Wang Shuqing. Mayor, this is Wu Gang. I'm at the hospital right now. The patients who were bitten have just woken up, but they are all insane. They bite anyone they see and have even eaten flesh. Many doctors and nurses have already been bitten. Director Huang said this could be a biochemical crisis. The bitten individuals are all isolated in a special care ward tied up, and the insane ones have also been captured by security and locked together. What should we do now? Please give me instructions. Wang Shuqing's face grew serious. The situation was even more severe than Wang Shuqing replied, Secretary Wu have Director Huang. Take people to isolate that ward, relocate all nearby personnel, evacuate the public, and investigate if any doctors or nurses have been bitten or scratched without reporting it. Establish a barrier that can prevent them from escaping. Keep an eye on the situation and contain the news to avoid causing panic. I will send someone to take over there. Contact me if anything happens. Understood, I understand. Wang Shuqing hung up and immediately called the police chief. Brother Wang, what instructions do you have so late? Chief Zhang, you must contact the SWAT team immediately and send people to the central hospital to assist Wu Gang in sealing off the area, evacuate the public, and ensure control over the situation. Do not let the insane patients escape. If necessary, they can be shot. Bring extra firearms and ammunition. Do not get bitten. Yes, Mayor. I will personally take people over. You? Be careful. Wang Shuqing leaned back in his chair, pressing his lips together as he pressed the intercom button for the secretary's duty room. Mayor. Immediately notify all deputy mayors to come to the conference room for a meeting. Understood, Mayor. He had to prepare for everything. If the epidemic broke out, he needed to coordinate supplies, epidemic prevention arrangements for the people's shelters, and so on. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the virus mutated, rapidly spreading and erupting at an alarming speed, leaving him no time to prepare. If the entire world had already plunged into chaos. When you spot one cockroach on the surface, there are already thousands lurking in the shadows. August 27, 2034, 4:15 p.m. Ma Qingxiang stopped by the roadside to rest after delivering an order. He was gasping for breath and felt unwell, experiencing fever, weakness, cold sweats, and cold hands and feet, with a nauseating urge to vomit. Yesterday, while picking up an order at the vegetable market, he saw someone being bitten and went to help. Others were bitten, and he was scratched on the arm. It only broke the skin a little, and with minimal bleeding, he did not think much of it. Ugh, ugh. After retching a few times, he vomited on the lawn where he had just eaten hand-grabbed pancakes. I can't hold on any longer. I need to go home and lie down for a bit. When he groggily made his way up the stairs to his front door, the wound on his arm had turned black, oozed pus, and emitted a foul odor. Feeling a bit disoriented, he knocked on the door several times, but his wife did not respond. Leaning against the door frame, he struggled for a long time to open the door, already at his limit. Wife! Wife! He weakly called out a few times with no reply. He reached the bedroom door where two shadows were tangled together inside. Huh! His eyes turned red. The entire eye became blood red, and black and red blood gushed out of his mouth and nose like a fountain, splattering on the ground. Crash! Crash! The sound of things crashing down outside the bedroom startled the two people inside. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me, what bad luck. The two rushed out to see Ma Qingxiang in a strange position, convulsing while covered in blood. Damn! It stinks so badly. Are you trying to scare people? Do you believe I'll kill you? The man arrogantly kicked him. Honey, why are you back? Are you listening to my explanation? Brother Wang, don't hit him, you should run. Huh! Roar! Before the man could take 2 steps, Ma Qingxiang, now a zombie, lunged at him and bit his neck, tearing off a chunk of flesh and devouring it. The intense pain made the man scream loudly. Oh, Ma, go spare me, I won't dare again. I'll never dare again. After shouting, he exerted all his strength to push Ma Qingxiang away and stumbled out, clutching his wound. Ma Qingxiang wobbled to his feet, blood still on his lips, staring intently at his beloved wife. The woman had been startled twice in a short time, her mouth open and trembling as if she was suffocating. Fear rendered her speechless. The blanket wrapped around her body fell to the ground. Off! Oh! The woman finally screamed out, and the zombified man lunged at her, tearing into her flesh. Incidents of zombies attacking people were happening all over the globe. Those bitten on the neck would stand up and attack others within minutes. The biochemical crisis had arrived. In the conference room, Wang Shuqing answered the phone. The sounds of chaos and gunfire echoed continuously. An ominous premonition surged in him, causing his voice to tremble. Hello? Hello? Mayor, I am Wu. Gang, it's over. It's all over. They can't be killed even when shot. Only headshots work, and the mutation speed has increased. Those who have been bitten, some turn within minutes. Not just those isolated in the hospital. On the streets, they are everywhere. We can't control it, Uncle Wang, we're finished. This world is finished. Wu Gang cried out in despair, describing the dire situation. Wang Shuqing's hands trembled while holding the phone, and the others in the conference room were also anxious, fidgeting restlessly. Where is Zhang Jingyi? Where is Director Huang? Whoa, Uncle Wang, they gasp. They are all dead. Their bodies were even eaten. The first outbreak was among the doctors and security personnel near them. It's not just those who were bitten that mutate. The virus is already spreading through the air. We might all be carriers. Many people who haven't been bitten are turning into zombies. Uncle Wang, take care of yourself. What's wrong with you? Run away quickly. Wang Shuqing stood up with red eyes, slamming his hands on the table. Uncle Wang, I can't go back. Ooh, I was also bitten and am trapped in the hospital. I'm so cold. Am I going to eat people too? I don't want to eat people. Huh. Uncle. Take care. Bang. Wu gang. A gunshot rang out from the receiver, and Wang Shuqing collapsed back into his chair, tears streaming down his face. Wu Gang had been with him for many years. He had nurtured him like a nephew, believing that with the SWAT team, everything could be controlled. He never expected the virus to erupt so quickly, and that it could spread not just through bites, but also through the air. What are we going to do? The SWAT team can't control it, and there are no station troops nearby. Where are their station troops? Not just here but across the entire country, and even the world it's the same. What can we do? There can't even be an army to manage our small place. Let's just fend for ourselves. The conference room was in chaos. Wang Shuqing stood up about to speak when the door burst open and a junior civil servant rushed in. Mayor, many clerks have gone insane and bitten many people. Quick, grab any available weapons and tell the survivors to head to the cafeteria. There is food there, we can only go there to wait for rescue and look for opportunities to fight back. After saying this, he led the charge out. After picking up his daily meal box, Chen Bufan returned home. Today's check-in had rewarded him with another Glock 17, bringing his total to 2. In the apocalypse, an extra weapon meant an extra layer of security. Ding. A message appeared in the homeowner group chat. 102301. I just went to the central hospital for an 4 drip, but it's cordoned off. Armed police are everywhere outside. No one knows what's happening. Building 6, 1301. My colleague lives near the hospital and said they heard gunshots this morning. A lot of them. No clue what's going on. Could someone have been killed? 211503. Image. 54802. Chi. Oh my god. What's going on? Are they biting people? Building 9, Tang Dalong 211503. What's with those images? What's the deal? 211503. I took those at the big market a couple of days ago. Someone went crazy and bit people. They pulled out someone's intestines. A person trying to intervene had a chunk of flesh bitten off their arm and eaten. I think it's zombies. Everyone stock up on food. 65101. Damn, isn't this the end of the world? We're screwed. Little White Dragon, does that mean I don't have to do homework? Haha, awesome. Building 9, Tang Dalong. Damn, whose brat is this? Has school rotted their brain? Community worker, everyone don't panic. The authorities have just issued a notice. The situation is under control. It's not a zombie virus, it's rabies. It's fine. Don't spread rumors. Building 9, Tang Dalong, and this is a rumor. People have been bitten to death. Who the hell is stupid enough to believe that cover-up? Since when does rabies make people eat others like this? Damn it. Property manager, alright, stop arguing. Just follow the official instructions. The group chat erupted in heated debate, and many people rushed out to buy supplies. System, can you detect when the apocalypse will fully break out? System 3, 3 more days. Good, at least I have some time to prepare mentally. System 2, huh? System 1, what? System, they're here. They've come. What the hell? System, it looks like we need to work on our communication. Bang. Bang. Bang bang. A series of car crashes echoed from outside. Chen Bufan lived on the 12th floor and couldn't clearly make out the shouts from below. The screams, the cries for help, the explosions of cars, the sound of people running, the wails of agony, the roars. Every shout was laden with profanity. He gently pushed open the window, poked his head out slightly, lit a Zhonghua cigarette, and leisurely blue smoke rings, his gaze fixed on the chaotic street below. Reflecting on his past life, if he hadn't been so unwilling to endure a life of displacement and hiding, why would he have walked right into a trap and thrown his life away? Back then he had no drive, only a desire for an easy life. But this life was completely different. Now he possessed everything: guns, food, and a fierce will to survive. When a person has nothing, they can live carefree and without desire. But once they have something, they fear losing it all and even crave more. Outside, chaos had already erupted. Among those who had been strolling leisurely on the streets, some suddenly mutated. Those who, despite being unable to save themselves, risked their lives to rescue others, ultimately met their end, becoming meals for the zombies. On the streets, terrified people fled in panic, tripping over themselves only to be easily tackled and turned into a feast. Amidst piercing screams, blood splattered everywhere, a scene of gruesome tragedy. Soon the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the nauseating smell of rotting corpses detectable even from a distance. Even seeing it again, Chen Bufan was shaken by the horrific scene, because this wasn't a movie. Watching others kill and killing oneself were two entirely different feelings. Because I happened to meet you. Left footprints only, then beautiful. Wind blows, flowers fall. Squeak, squeak. Bang. Bang. Boom. Ouched. Li Wenin had a light workload today and came home early to cook. She enjoyed cooking for herself, though it was healthy. Humming a tune while washing vegetables, the banging from downstairs startled her. What's wrong? What's wrong? She hurried to the window, poked her little head out to look. She could accept the cars crashing into each other, but what were those clusters of people gathered around doing? Help. Don't bite me. No. It hurts. Heart-wrenching screams came from outside her door. After a moment the cries for help ceased, replaced by the sound of chewing and eating. Oh my God! Barefoot, she tiptoed cautiously to the door. Then she gently pressed her eye to the peephole and peered out. One look was enough. She immediately covered her mouth, recoiled in terror, her face a mask of horror. Outside the door, two people with hideous faces were pinning a man to the ground. They were brutally tearing bloody chunks of flesh from his body and stuffing them into their mouths. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining the entire floor red. One of the zombies grabbed a bloody intestine and was frantically shoving it into its mouth, but since the intestine was too long, the other end still hung out with feces constantly dropping. Ugh! The scene was both terrifying and nauseating, and Li Wenin couldn't help but gag. She covered her mouth in sheer terror, filled with fear and confusion. What was happening outside? Why were these people eating others? She quickly turned, locked the door, and hurried back to sit on the sofa. Picking up her phone, she wanted to text her brother and parents, but then she thought, what if they were also near such terrifying monsters? If sending a message made a sound and put them in danger, wouldn't that be worse? So she abandoned the idea. Forget it, my brother and parents know I'm at home. If they're safe, they'll contact me. Li Wenin bit her lip hard, but tears streamed down uncontrollably. She covered her face with her hands, tears flowing endlessly, biting her lip to stifle any loud sobs, afraid of attracting those monsters. Only when she bit through her lip, drawing blood, did she snap back to reality. Helplessly, she hugged her knees and sat silently on the sofa like a pitiful abandoned kitten. Suddenly she thought of calling the police for help. Right? I can't just sit here and wait. Beep. 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 No answer. After hanging up, she began to spiral into anxious thoughts. Maybe I should just wait and see. Perhaps rescue will come. If it really comes down to it, I could go out and let a zombie bite me, become one of them, and chase other humans. She couldn't bear the thought of having her intestines pulled out and feces dripping everywhere. That was just too undignified. Chen Fan, so you beat me to it. I've never even slept with a man, boo-hoo. Brother, mom, dad, how are you? Wah. After venting for a while, she went back to the window to look outside. Sob. The streets were filled with zombies. Her brother might not make it back. Suddenly a wisp of secondhand smoke drifted into her nose. She looked around, then looked up and saw that man she remembered quite well. It was him. Having someone familiar around at a time like this was such a relief. Her face lit up with surprise as she called out softly to Chen Fan, "Hey, psycho, pervert." Chen Fan was fanning away the stench while watching the zombies feed. He had to adapt to this apocalypse, otherwise no amount of supplies or weapons could save him. The most basic thing was getting used to the smell. It was putrid. That familiar sound. Who is it? Hey, you jerk. Chen Fan followed the voice and looked down. A face streaked with tears but filled with surprise met his eyes. Her eyes were red, her face a mix of innocence and allure, as if she had just been bullied. So it's you. Chen Fan curled his lip. First, my name isn't Hey. Second, my name is... Ahem, Chen Fan. Hee. Chen Fan, huh? You're funny. My name is Li Wenin. Are those people eating things the zombies from the movies? You don't seem scared. Li Wenin looked at his face. There was no trace of fear, only disgust. He was fanning his nose, probably bothered by the smell. Chen Fan's relaxed demeanor put her at ease, giving her a sense of security. Every time she saw him, she felt safer. Not really. I'm pretty thick-skinned. You look like you've been crying. Li Wenin's face turned panicked. I'm scared. There are zombies eating people right outside my door. I just saw it. How did this suddenly happen? Do you know what's going on? No idea, but it looks like the end of the world is here. The end of the world, eh? Li Wenin stared blankly at the chaos below. It was terrifying, a true apocalypse. From up high, the whole city was in turmoil. What would she do now? Do you have any food at home? Hearing his voice, Li Wenin snapped out of it, a grateful smile touching her lips. Yes, I do. Thanks to you. When we first met, you said prices might go up, so I bought extra. It'll last me many days. Thank you. Do you have food? Li Wenin was truly grateful to Chen Fan. If he hadn't warned her she'd have no food at home, and with the chaos outside, she wouldn't survive. She was glad she had listened to him. I have food. Stay safe at home. Don't open the door for strangers. It's the apocalypse, and you're beautiful. There will be people with bad intentions. Like me. Li Wenin's face paled. She knew her own beauty. She always drew attention. In peacetime, the law was a deterrent, but now in the apocalypse, what law could restrain anyone? Thinking about it made her want to cry again. Too beautiful was a curse. Don't be scared. How about we exchange contact info? If anything happens, you can call me. We're acquaintances now. Chen Fan showed his true colors. Li Wenin was exactly his type, every feature fitting his aesthetic. The system's comprehensive score of 96 was well-deserved. As a yoga instructor, her figure was top-notch and her face was endearing. Right now, with her fearful, worried expression biting her lower lip, she was a mix of innocence and allure. Li Wenin looked up at this man she had met a few times. She was curious about him, and he made her feel safe. The apocalypse had come, but he didn't seem afraid, as if it were no big deal. But he had just scared her. Did he think she wasn't smart enough to see through his little game? Li Wenin thought, he'll give you a chance. She stretched her fair arm upward, holding her phone with a QR code. Are you after me too? Chen Fan was struggling to scan the code and nearly fell out the window at her question. Busted. Sorry. Chen Fan offered a sincere smile. You caught me. I am after you. You're too outstanding, and outstanding people always get recognized. You look so sincere. Chatting with him temporarily made Li Wenyin forget the terror of the apocalypse, and a smile as beautiful as a flower finally bloomed on her face. Li Wenyin affection 1060. They talked for a long time until their stomachs growled, and they retreated back into their homes. Li Wenyin felt much better after being comforted. She dared not contact her brother, and her parents were too far away. No matter how worried she was, she needed to stay healthy. Only by surviving could she learn of their fate. Returning to the living room, Chen Bufan opened WeChat, where the group was filled with heated discussions criticizing the street office staff for concealing the zombie situation. The staff felt helpless, they knew nothing. Those who had rushed out to buy supplies either returned immediately after reaching the stairs or were chased outside. Smack, 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 smack. Huh, what is that? Chen Bufan was looking at his phone when he heard the incessant smacking sound by his ear. Who's munching on something? Approaching the peephole, he saw an elderly lady zombie gnawing on an arm with dedication, each bite punctuated by the annoying smack. Suddenly, a bloodied face appeared in front of the peephole, one side of the face rotten, the other side bitten off, revealing the bloody muscle fibers underneath. One eyeball swung back and forth like a pendulum, mouth opening and closing, searching for something as it stared at Chen Bufan's door. Damn it! Chen Bufan was startled, his heart racing. Bang bang, bang bang. The sound of the zombie banging on the door echoed. He sat back down, ignoring it. The security door couldn't be easily broken down by hand. Oh, as long as he stayed away from the door, the smell of flesh wouldn't escape, and the zombies would disperse soon. The zombies had just mutated, and their muscles hadn't fully decayed. They were quick and strong. Even if Chen Bufan had a gun, he didn't want to take risks, especially since he wasn't skilled in shooting. The main concern was getting scratched. After a day or two, zombies would move at the same speed as humans. Then he wouldn't be afraid as long as he didn't get surrounded. He took out a bottle of cola and a roasted chicken, then put on The Walking Dead on his tablet. It was really appetizing, with all three parties munching on meat. Among the characters in The Walking Dead, he admired Sean the most. He was not a saint, but fought to survive. Too bad he exited the show too early. He hoped for teammates like Daryl and Glenn in the future. He wished all future enemies were like Morgan. That would be ideal. Companions to rely on, enemies who were saints. At 8 p.m., after days of training, human Chen Bufan, height 175 centimeters, physique able to lift 370 pounds easily. No changes, so no need to elaborate. His strength had significantly increased. With this physique, smashing a zombie's head with a single strike was no problem, and he had grown taller, which gave Brother Fan more confidence. Wouldn't it be easy to hold a girl in his arms? Ding. Huh. A girl has come. Wenyin, are you asleep? Bufan, not yet. Why? Can't you sleep? Wenyin, the zombies outside keep making noise and I can't sleep. I'm afraid they might suddenly break in and eat me. Bufan, do you want me to come over and keep you company while you sleep? We're familiar with each other, no need to be polite. Wenyin, thank you for your kindness. Bufan, isn't your brother home? What about your parents? Wenyin, my parents aren't here. My brother texted me that he and some classmates have taken refuge in the cafeteria. They're safe, just surrounded, and can't get out. Do you think they'll be okay? I'm afraid something will go wrong. Bufan, with your brother's muscles, even if he can't fight, he can run away. Plus worrying won't help. Just go with the flow. There are thousands of people in the school, you can't control it. Instead of worrying, rest well, and when you wake up, train your body and practice wielding a knife for slashing. Wenyin, that makes sense. Bufan, you should have perfume, spray some at the door to mask your scent. The zombies will disperse after a while and won't knock on your door. Li Wenyin sprayed a lot of perfume at the door, and after a while indeed the zombies stopped knocking. Wenyin, I sprayed perfume and they really stopped knocking. You're amazing. Bufan, you just need to observe more. Zombies rely on sound and scent to find humans. As long as you keep quiet and cover your scent, they won't find you. Wenyin, okay, I understand. Thank you. I'm going to rest now. You should rest early too and stay safe. Bufan, are you sure you don't want me to keep you company? Wenyin, thank you. Really no need. Lying in bed, he looked at the chat records. His brother was safe for now, and his parents said they were at a rental house, and also safe, which eased his mind a lot. After chatting with the guy upstairs for a while, the pressure and fear in his heart had diminished significantly. His mind was filled with Chen Bufan's face. With his family not around, she instinctively sought out someone familiar, and he seemed very clever. She scratched her head, feeling her mind itch and swell. Was she becoming smarter? Li Wenyin's affection 1070. Chen Bufan stroked his chin, thinking, this girl doesn't like me, does she? What a perspective. He looked down and thought, hey, apart from being average-looking, everything else is fine. His muscles had gotten a bit bigger. Chen Bufan hadn't slept, constantly exercising. With the help of potions, no matter how much he trained, his body wouldn't feel sore the next day, allowing him to train for several more days. Until midnight, he signed in for a new day. Congratulations, you have obtained an AR-15 automatic rifle 6x scope silencer laser sight 30-round magazine, low recoil, precise, quiet. This is good, I love this scope. It allows for distant and clear viewing. He couldn't help but grin and quickly turned off the light, opened the window, pulled the curtain, and then aimed outside through the gap. Although it was dark outside, there was still electricity, and under the streetlights and moonlight, he could clearly see the zombies standing on the street. The ground was littered with corpses, and the blood had turned dark red in patches. Adjusting to 6x magnification, he could clearly see the expressions on the zombies' faces in the community below. Don't dwell on it, the author hasn't handled guns before, just searched it all on Baidu. Aiming at an elderly zombie whose face and neck were unrecognizable from being gnawed on, and with its intestines hanging out, it was extremely disgusting. Bang! The sound was not loud, a muffled thud. The silencer was designed to prevent a crisp and far-reaching sound. The zombies below were not startled, yet he could still hear the gunshot. However, the AR-15 was indeed quiet. He had always thought that with a silencer the sound would be like the movies, but unfortunately it wasn't. The old man remained standing, a bullet hole in his neck, clearly aimed at the head. It was his first time shooting, and he was quite excited, adjusting the scope and his stance again. Bang! The old man fell, and through the lens he clearly saw bits of flesh and blood splatter out from the back of his head. Zombie killed, points 1. Haha. Refreshing. He summoned the system interface. His points had increased to 101, with a gift of 100 points. Huh. The task updated, he now had a task. System, is there only one task each day? System, tasks refresh randomly after daily check-in. Got it. Clear zombies, 100 zombies, reward, zombie virus antidote. Great. That means he wouldn't have to worry about being bitten, as long as he wasn't completely devoured he could use it. Except, with a gun in hand and countless bullets, wouldn't this be completed in no time? Chen Bufan had high strength, quick reflexes, and improved vision. The gun felt weightless in his hands. Shooting had no recoil, steady as a rock. Once he was familiar with the firearm, he could hit whatever he aimed at. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds turned from one shot every few seconds to a flurry of shots. The 10 or so zombies in front of his building all lay on the ground, shot in the forehead. Some corpses had multiple bullet holes, and the rest were taken down from the street outside. In less than an hour, he had emptied 7 magazines, with one included with the gun. 210 bullets, killed 105 zombies. Apart from the initial inaccuracies, he got the hang of it later. The key was that the zombies were standing still. Points 206 exchange for 210 bullets, costing 21 points. Points 185 tisk never ending. He sat at the window loading bullets. After trying 2, he lost patience. System, I want my reward. My little eyes are blinking. System package, zombie virus antidote can be injected after being bitten before turning into a corpse. One-time use. Good stuff. Feeling pleased, he continued loading bullets into the magazine. It was so boring. After he finished loading the bullets, he took a hot shower and went to sleep. In a few days the electricity would be gone. Without electricity, there would be no water. Without electricity for secondary pressurization, high-rise buildings wouldn't get water. When he woke up, it was already 10 a.m. He had downloaded a 3D map on his phone, and after opening it, he could easily see the surrounding streets and buildings. It was convenient. He casually ate a few buns and drank a bottle of soy milk. The tasks had already been completed in the early morning, and there were no tasks for today. He glanced at the zombies outside, noting how quickly they were decaying, then threw an empty glass bottle onto the paint-covered road. With a crisp sound, a few zombies moved toward the spot where the bottle shattered, moving just slightly faster than the normal walking speed. They were slowing down, but zombies weren't truly terrifying. The real fear lay in their sheer numbers. In this county-level city, with a population of 5,000, there were at least 3,000 zombies, if not more. Take Fengtian City, with a permanent population of over 9 million, where the zombies would be as numerous as the stars. There was no room for error. An ordinary person could skillfully navigate around a few zombies as long as they weren't surrounded. If faced with a horde, running was the only option without sufficient firepower. Chen Bufan's physicality wasn't up to par. He was merely strong with quick reflexes, but lacked combat skills, relying solely on brute force, which was suitable for fleeing. He opened the information app, where the owner's group was inquiring about rescue efforts. Unfortunately, there would be no rescue. The apocalypse had just begun. The atmosphere was still somewhat tolerable, and humanity was still intact. In a few days, as food became scarce, small factions would emerge. Li Wenin also sent a message. Nothing significant was happening. Chen Bufan understood that she was simply scared and wanted someone to talk to, and he was the only one available to accompany her. He didn't reply to the message. Instead, he prepared to go out and clear the zombies from the corridor, practicing his shooting skills and courage. He took 4 magazines, tightly wrapping them around his arm with layers of tape, countless layers. This way his forearm wouldn't be at risk of accidental scratches. He also wore a pair of fingerless leather gloves that he had cut himself. They were much better than bare hands for protection. He stuffed cotton in his ears to muffle the sound of gunfire in the narrow corridor. Wearing a mask, he peered through the peephole and saw blood and severed limbs covering the ground and walls, but no zombies were in sight. He gently knocked on the door, twice waited for a moment, but received no response. The zombies must have gone elsewhere. He opened the door, slightly slowly pushing it open, looking around, and seeing no zombies. He stepped outside where the ground was covered in blood and shredded flesh, his shoes leaving trails as he lifted his feet. Ugh, you. He quickly retreated, spraying some cheap perfume inside his mask, which improved the situation significantly. He almost gagged in the mask. In his previous life, he only ventured out a month later. This time, he was out early and the bodies were fresh, emitting a terrible stench, the air hot and suffocating. He cautiously walked to the stairwell, chambering his pistol and attaching the silencer, gripping it with both hands. There were no zombies at the windows between the two floors, so he opened the window for ventilation. He aimed to clear the upper floors first to avoid being surrounded from above and below. His heart raced with excitement. This was the first time he would confront zombies directly. On the 13th floor there was a female zombie, thin and missing one arm. He didn't go up, instead he knocked on the climbing ladder's handrail. Ding! The female zombie on the upper floor, since Chen Bufan, turned around and stumbled down, landing just over a meter in front of him. Bang! The sound was similar to that of a silenced AR-15, and the zombie's head exploded in a spray of blood and flesh. Not bad, the sound wasn't too loud. With his gun at the ready, he heard the zombies' growls coming from both above and below. He decided to wait for them, otherwise he would be caught off guard while climbing the stairs. Soon another zombie fell from above, landing on the first dead one. A single shot took it out. At such a close range there was no need to aim. The zombies downstairs had been calling for a long time, but didn't come up. They couldn't be that foolish, could they? They wouldn't be able to climb the stairs, right? Ignoring them, he carefully checked the 13th, 14th, and 15th floors one by one, killing another zombie and earning 3 points. One of the doors was open and the room was empty, tidy. On the TV cabinet, a frame held a picture of a happy couple embracing. Those were the first 2 zombies he had killed. He covered the frame. He opened the refrigerator and collected the frozen goods into a bag, including several thick-cut steaks and rows of cola and Sprite from the cold storage. He took a blanket from their bedroom and covered the 2 zombies lying together from head to toe, both to let them remain together in death, and because the stench was unbearable for him. From the 15th floor to the 1st, he killed 2 more zombies, making a total of 5. Poorly Winnie, these 2 must have wandered near her door. Many zombies were trapped inside their homes and couldn't get out. He had no need to break down doors for those supplies. Points 190, he closed the unit door. His home was in Building 9, next to Building 10, which had been converted into a supermarket a few months ago from the previous sales office. After clearing the zombies from the building, he couldn't go back empty-handed. He wasn't about to make a fool of himself. He quickly ran over with his handgun, encountering a dozen zombie corpses along the way. It was early morning, and these were the few he had killed during his task. Now there were no zombies to obstruct him. Chen Bufan cautiously approached the supermarket entrance, only to find the door slightly ajar. Peering through the gap, he saw a gigantic zombie standing inside. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the supermarket owner. The owner didn't have any visible wounds and seemed to have been infected in the first wave. Suddenly the owner appeared to sense the movement outside, opened his mouth wide, and let out a deep growl, then charged towards Chen Bufan. As it approached, the rotting flesh covering the owner's beer belly began to slide off. Due to its enormous size and the force of gravity, the already decayed skin couldn't bear the weight inside. When it reached the door, even its intestines fell out, scattering on the ground. Those masses of intestines and organs dangled from its body, making its movement clumsy as it stumbled out of the supermarket. This horrifying scene made even Chen Bufan, who had seen plenty and observed for a whole month, feel a bit queasy. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and noticed a shovel placed at the supermarket entrance. Chen Bufan thought that perhaps he could use this opportunity to test his physical condition, while also worrying that firing a gun might attract more zombies. A group of over 50 zombies was wandering around outside the community entrance. Moreover, he planned to enter the supermarket to search for useful supplies. He picked up the shovel, and as the zombie lunged at him, he bent down, avoiding its outstretched arm. The zombie missed him, instinctively stepping forward. Before it could turn back, Chen Bufan kicked its knee, causing it to kneel. Seizing the moment, he drove the shovel into its neck. Bang! The large zombie fell to the ground. Chen Bufan's strength was impressive. Its neck was only held by a bit of skin, and its spine was broken. Although its body was dead, its head still lived, opening and closing its mouth in primitive motions. He approached with the shovel, striking its head repeatedly until it was thoroughly smashed. Phew! The first time he fought a zombie up close, the pressure was immense. Using the shovel was also a way to build his courage. Shooting with a gun and slashing with a knife felt different. Bullets flying out didn't seem significant, but using a knife was more terrifying, likely to intimidate. Many survivors on the upper floors watched in awe as Chen Bufan entered the supermarket, admiring his courage. He had just taken down such a massive zombie taller than him with a single move. What kind of courage and strength did that require? Finally, seeing him cruelly smash the zombie's head further instilled a mix of fear and respect. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and someone so ruthless shouldn't be trifled with. No one dared to call for help from upstairs. They all knew that zombies were sensitive to sound and didn't want to draw danger. None were fools. Only a few waved their hands attempting to catch Chen Bufan's attention, but unfortunately, he didn't even glance upstairs. Some were disappointed while others were envious. On the third floor of Unit 1 in Building 10, close to the supermarket, was a couple in their 40s. Their appearances indicated they weren't easy to deal with. One looked fierce, and the other had a drooping expression that suggested a lack of reason. Seeing Chen Bufan ignore them and enter the supermarket, they immediately began to curse under their breath. Of course, they kept their voices low. They weren't in the habit of stockpiling food and would go downstairs every day to buy groceries. Now, with no vegetables to eat, they only had rice. Damn it, he actually ignored me, that little bastard. Exactly, he doesn't even think of helping us. We'll give him a good lesson when he comes out. We have no food, he shouldn't expect to find any. Chen Bufan was unaware that someone was keeping an eye on him. Inside, he saw no one else. Beside the entrance were freezers, and he collected all the soft drinks and beers as well as the ice cream. He loved leaving behind some that wouldn't quench his thirst. In the canned goods section, he took more than half to pack, including instant noodles, various chips, sausages, spicy strips, dozens of boxes of mineral water, various drinks, and toilet paper. He took more than half of each item, leaving a little behind. He didn't lack supplies, and taking everything would easily reveal his secret. He wasn't a saint, so he wouldn't act foolishly. In the future, with more points, he could draw unlimited vegetables for 100 points. He also grabbed more than half of the sanitary pads, not knowing the difference between day and night usage, picking those that were over 400 millimeters long, thinking of Li Wenyan's curvy figure, and that the larger ones would surely suffice. He was sure of it. He took out a backpack filled with snacks and a few cans, strapping it onto his back as he exited the supermarket, preparing to head home. Not far from the supermarket, the sound of shattering glass echoed nearby as a pile of beer bottles fell to the ground. Chen Bufan furrowed his brow, thinking, how could things go so wrong on just the second day? Turning around, he saw the couple from the third floor, silently exchanging smug expressions, gesturing and twisting in a triumphant manner. Such despicable people. Looking left and right, he found no one else around. In the distance, over 20 zombies were drawn in by the noise. Chen Bufan raised his head to look at the two lunatics, greeting them amiably. What the hell are you two doing? The man got angry. No one dared to insult him. You dare to curse? If you're so great, why aren't you saving people? Don't you have any decency? Exactly, we're all neighbors in the same community. All you care about is yourself? Can you even eat? If you don't help us out, then no one gets to eat. Chen Bufan set down his backpack, took out a salami, tore it open, and started eating. The two upstairs shouted in frustration, trying to attract more zombies. Jealousy drives people mad. While eating, he pretended to rummage through his backpack, retrieving a handgun, chambering around, and with a cold expression, he aimed directly at the chest of the two from the third floor. Bang, 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 bang. The two on the third floor let out a few tragic screams before falling silent, the area filled with bullet holes. The cries of survivors echoed around. No one expected that someone would dare to kill on just the second day, and with a gun. They all saw him with the gun. How did he have a gun? In this apocalypse, Chen Bufan would never show mercy to those who wish to harm him. Those who endanger me must die. Li Wenyan was running on a treadmill, having understood from her conversation with Chen Bufan yesterday that life for a woman in the apocalypse is tough, especially for a beautiful woman. She didn't want to be devoured or toyed with by a group of men, so she worked hard to keep fit. Not aiming to fight zombies or bad people, she only sought to run faster than her teammates and outrun the villains. As long as she could move quickly, no one could harm her. With her naturally good proportions and long legs, she exercised daily, believing that no average person could outrun her. Breathless, her yoga outfit was soaked with sweat, her hair sticking to her cheeks, her complexion flushed from exertion. Sweat trickled down her slender neck, disappearing into the soft valley of her chest, leaving only traces of sensuality. Hearing the gunfire, she hurried to the window to check the situation. To her surprise, it was that bad guy from upstairs. She hadn't seen him kill anyone, mistaking him for someone who had gone out to gather supplies. Suddenly, she saw over 20 zombies emerging from the edge of Building 10, less than 20 meters away from Chen Bufan. So many. Her heart leaped to her throat. He was in danger. How could he possibly handle so many? Be careful. That desperate shout startled not only the neighbors. Damn. Even Chen Bufan, who was below changing magazines, was startled, the gun flipping in his hands several times before he managed to catch it. He had noticed the zombies long before and had been calculating the time. This sudden scare made him look back, spotting the woman who had been eyeing him. Just wait until I get the chance to take revenge on you. After switching magazines, the zombies were already 5 meters away, or at this distance, he didn't even need to aim to hit their heads. Just wait until they were 3 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. A magazine holds 17 bullets. He shot while retreating, finishing one magazine before switching to another gun in his pack. Score 211. 21 zombies fell in a heap, flies buzzing, the stench overwhelming. He glanced up at the third floor, many heads quickly ducking back, leaving only one dazzling white woman watching him, waving her hand to signal she was okay, then heading home. Reaching the corner of the fifth floor stairs, he encountered two men coming down from above. One was a fat man in his 40s wearing a large gold chain, with a scar running from his mouth to his chin, holding a kitchen knife. The other was a younger, thinner man following closely behind, carrying a large travel bag. From their appearance, they seemed intent on going out to gather supplies. Thinking quickly, he realized he had cleared the hallway. The gunfire had been loud, but they seemed unconcerned. The zombies downstairs had been shot. Although firing a gun could attract more zombies, moving quickly could allow them to bring back some food. They were two smart men with some initiative. "Brother, you go first." The fat man saw Chen Bufan, took a closer look, and with wide eyes abruptly pushed himself and the skinny man against the corner of the stairs to give this fierce man space to pass. Chen Bufan made no move, glancing at the kitchen knife in the fat man's hand. Haha, the fat man observed Chen Bufan's expression, and upon seeing him eye his knife, he immediately threw it to the ground and kicked it away, then forced a smile. The fat man Tang Dalong had heard Chen Bufan's gunfire upstairs, then saw him go down to the supermarket to grab some food. Realizing this was a good time to gather supplies, he brought his cousin Tang Rin along, hoping to take the risk since he had kids to feed at home. He didn't expect to run into love around the corner. Chen Bufan, with his backpack on and handgun aimed at the two, waved the gun at them. "You two go ahead." He couldn't turn his back on strangers. Hey. All right. The fat man and his companion pressed tightly against the wall as they slowly descended the stairs, cautiously glancing at Chen Bufan, then grinning foolishly. At 1.8 meters tall with a fierce appearance, he now looked like a fool. "Put the knife away." Oh. The fat man picked up the knife, tucked it behind him, and took a couple of steps back before hesitating to look at Chen Bufan. "What are you staring at?" Chen Bufan glared at them. They were taking their sweet time. "Big brother, can we go to the supermarket to grab some food? We have nothing at home." The fat man looked at Chen Bufan's expression. Although this man looked younger than him, whoever had the strength was the boss, so he called him brother. The thin man peeked out timidly behind the fat man. "Whatever. Thank you, brother." The fat man nodded and bowed his thanks, and the thin man bobbed his head rapidly, and the two quickly went downstairs. Watching the two rush down, he thought, this fat man is quite perceptive. Downstairs, the fat man and the thin man cautiously approached the supermarket. The path was indeed safe, but as they passed a pile of corpses, both felt a chill. Inside the supermarket, brother grabbed canned food, things that last long, and also sugar, toilet paper, and sanitary pads to avoid a mess when the women come by. "Got it, brother Dalong. But why did you ask that kid earlier? We could have just come down and taken what we needed since he wasn't here. You fool, let me tell you to eat more nutritious things regularly. It helps your brain. Just because I'm fat doesn't mean I lack wisdom. My mind is full of knowledge, and my belly full of social savvy." The zombies along this route were taken care of by that guy. He doesn't care whether we take anything. But we can't just ignore him. A courtesy costs nothing. Hurry up and pack, and later we'll bring a couple of bags to the big boss. Brother Dalong, you really know what you're doing. Do you know where that kid lives? Smack. Ouch. Why do you hit me? Don't call him that kid, that's the big boss. From now on you call him brother in front of others, and behind their backs. I don't know where the big boss lies, but did you hear that warning? That must be the big boss wife. I know that woman, your sister-in-law studies yoga with her. I've heard her speak before. Usually. Cough. What about usually, brother Dalong? Cough. I usually show respect. Now hurry up and pack your stuff. Move quickly, the gunfire will attract zombies. That yoga teacher, I remember her. I think she's the most beautiful among us, right? That looks, that figure that graced those subtle movements. The thin man looked infatuated. The fat man Tang Dalong watched his cousin's foolish expression, his face darkening, the scar on his mouth twitching. He wondered whether to directly kill this stupid cousin here. He didn't want to be set up later. But thinking about how he was the only heir of his uncle, he held back. But death is avoidable, but living sins are hard to escape. I'll kick you. He sent the thin man flying a meter away. Ouch! The thin man lay on the ground, rubbing his backside, biting his lip, looking aggrieved. I'll tell Andy you hit me. I'll kill you. Don't let your mouth get me into trouble. That man had a gun. Do you want to die? How dare you talk about his woman? And that disgusting expression. The fat man angrily kicked him twice. I'm not stupid, just a bit foolish. I was only chatting with you. It's just a pity that such a perfect woman has a brother like you. His voice grew smaller, because the fat man had already raised the kitchen knife above his head. That's called a beauty with a hero. The big boss is low-key hiding his talents, not flaunting them. What do you know? You look like a monkey but dare to speak about others. All right, hurry up and get to work. The thin man got up, rubbed his backside, and pouted, thinking, cut it out. Just because she's average looking, it's like putting flowers in cow dung. Chen Bufan, damn it, who's putting flowers in where? Besides, cow dung is nutritious. Chen Bufan strode directly to Li Wenyan's door on the 11th floor. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, the door suddenly swung open, revealing her pretty face etched with worry. Clearly she had been waiting for some time. She wore a pink yoga outfit, exposing her fair midriff with delicate abdominal lines still glistening with sweat from her workout. Gazing at Li Wenyan's anxious expression, Chen Bufan felt a secret delight, yet he couldn't resist teasing her without mercy. What? Miss me? What? Ahem, can you please speak seriously? I'm just concerned about you as a friend. Li Wenyan lifted her head, her bright large eyes fixed on him, scrutinizing for any injuries. She herself couldn't explain why she was so worried about this man. Perhaps it was some ineffable emotion deep within her heart. Are you alright? Were you hurt just now, eh? Li Wenyan murmured softly, her voice gentle and tender. No, not a scratch. You care so much about me. Do you like me, eh? Voila. It's just friendly concern. Then why is your face so red? Woe was blushing. That's impossible. Li Wenyan pressed her hands against her increasingly heated cheeks. Chen Bufan watched the bashful woman, then simply lowered his head and kissed her. Their lips gently brushed together, and Li Wenyan's eyes flew open in astonishment. What just happened? Her mind went utterly blank, completely losing the ability to think. Her body instinctively struggled for a moment, then stilled. She even found herself reaching out her arms to tightly encircle his neck, her entire frame clinging to him like an ornament, eyes shut tight. A few minutes later, Li Wenyan's face was now as radiant as a peach blossom, her cheeks flushed like sunset clouds, her gaze dazed. She remained in a state of bewildered confusion. When she finally came to her senses a little, she stared at this man who dared to take advantage of her with a complex look, thinking to herself, how could he be so audacious? Since childhood, Li Wenyan had always been cherished and had never engaged in such intimate acts with any man. This sudden closeness was truly a first for her. But wasn't this all happening too fast? Hadn't they only known each other for a short while? I shouldn't have opened the door. Knowing you had ill intentions, I still foolishly walked right into your trap. How could you treat me like this? Regaining her composure, Li Wenyan glared at the detestable man before her, indignation simmering within. He was far too insolent, daring to kiss her without any restraint. It's the apocalypse now. You care about me, and I like you. We should be together. If we don't hurry, what if we kick the bucket one day? Chen Bufan wrapped his arm around her waist. At this moment she was soft and powerless, unable to pry away his strong hand. She said naively, we've only known each other for a few days. Since you're not hurt, why don't you just go back? Ignoring her words, his hand remained steadfast. She could feel the warmth of his body and the pounding of his heart through his clothes. That heartbeat seemed infectious, making her own pulse quicken. Chen Bufan, with a roguish air, pushed the woman into the room and closed the door, cornering her against it. He looked down at Li Wenyan's flustered expression. No, this is moving too fast. Let's get to know each other more. I do kind of like you, but it can't be like this. Hey, are you even listening to me? Li Wenyan panicked, raising her hands to block Chen Bufan's chest. Although she had some fondness for him, wasn't this way too speedy? She wasn't ready yet. How could it be like this? Li Wenyan, you fool, why did you open the door? Now you're done for, about to be devoured whole. I can go even faster. She spoke again, don't I beg you? But before she could finish, her lips were sealed again, and she could only manage a couple of muffled sounds. She knew deep down that this rogue had her cornered. Since resistance was futile, she might as well start to enjoy it. Seizing a brief gap, Li Wenyan turned her head aside and sighed in resignation. I surrender. I surrender, okay. Let me go change clothes. I was just running, and I'm all sweaty. You need to clean up too. Your clothes stink. You go ahead. They'll tidy up some things. Chen Bufan, seeing his success, grinned and released her. All right. Li Wenyan shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes, then grabbed her clothes and hurriedly fled to take a shower. Chen Bufan looked around the apartment. The layout was the same as his, but the decor was nicer. The room held a subtle fragrance, the same scent that clung to Li Wenyan. There were many photos on the walls. One showed an older couple he didn't recognize, likely her parents. The man tall and robust, the woman petite and pretty, but both blessed with excellent genes. Chen Bufan crouched in the living room, pulling snacks and sanitary pads from his bag and placing them on the coffee table. The sound of running water from the bathroom stirred his imagination. In the bathroom, Li Wenyan's face was flushed as she mentally prepared herself. This bastard was far too eager. He got my contact info yesterday, and now he wants me today? Poor me, worrying about him, only to find he's a man-eating tiger. The world has changed, and since I do have feelings for him, it wouldn't be bad to rely on each other from now on. I'm beautiful enough, as long as I don't hold him back, I doubt he'd ever be willing to let me go. 20 minutes later, the bathroom doors slowly opened, and Li Wenyan emerged gracefully wrapped in a bath towel. Li Wenyan carried the mist of her bath with her. Her jet black hair, cascading like a waterfall to her waist, made her snow-white delicate shoulders seem even more tender. Below her exquisite collarbone, the edge of the towel traced a captivating curve, as if it might slip away at any moment. Her slender waist, rounded hips, and long fair legs. Every detail stirred the heart. Chen Bufan stared at Li Wenyan without blinking, his gaze never leaving her for an instant, not even daring to blink. What's wrong? Li Wenyan looked at Chen Bufan's infatuated expression with amusement. Wenyan, you are absolutely stunning. You are the most perfect woman I have ever seen. Hearing this, Li Wenyan couldn't help but purse her lips in a smile, unable to hide her complacency. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she said, go take your shower quickly. I've already prepared a fresh towel for you. With that she headed toward the sofa. A secret joy welled up within her, clearly pleased by Chen Bufan's compliment. Chen Bufan said nothing, dashing into the bathroom. In less than 5 minutes he was out again. Li Wenyin, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, and her little feet swinging leisurely, looked at the emerging Chen Bufan in surprise. You just rinsed off and came out. Men shower fast. Chen Bufan gently sat down beside Li Wenyin, slowly extending his arms to encircle her slender soft waist. Li Wenyin seemed a bit shy, lowering her head slightly, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes darting left and right. Seeing her shyness, Chen Bufan couldn't help but pull Li Wenyin tightly into his embrace. His heartbeat quickened as well. He wasn't exactly experienced either. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their faces drawing closer and closer, until finally, unable to resist, they both closed their eyes. 3 minutes later, Chen Bufan leaned against the headboard, staring blankly ahead, muttering incredulous words under his breath. Li Wenyin pressed her lips tightly beside him, her face flushed red, wanting to laugh, but feeling it inappropriate. She could only lie in his arms, tracing circles on his abdomen with her finger. Impossible. How could this be? Seeing Chen Bufan's look of utter despair, Li Wenyin could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. So this is what you meant by faster. I was just concerned about you, Chen Bufan said, his voice as emotionless as a machine. How considerate, many thanks. If you weren't laughing so hard, I'd definitely believe you were serious. Chen Bufan turned his head and pursed his lips. He felt a bit embarrassed, too humiliating, too awkward. It hadn't even lasted as long as his shower. It was all Li Wenyin's fault for being too beautiful. Li Wenyin prepared to get up and make some food, but moving was still a bit inconvenient, and she winced in pain. The slipping blanket revealed her graceful curves, glowing white under the afternoon sunlight. Chen Bufan's eyes lit up, unwilling to give up. Get back here. Oh, didn't you say you felt sorry for me? I'm going to make you something to eat. I'm hungry. I felt sorry for you then, but not anymore. You're so bad. With just that little effort, why are you in such a hurry? How dare you look down on me? How dare you look down on me? For a moment the sounds inside the room easily overpowered the roars of the zombie horde outside the building. 2 hours later, Chen Bufan looked smugly at Li Wenyin, whose eyes were glazed over. I had to feed you in my past life, and I have to feed you in this one. I must owe you. After resting for a while, he went upstairs to change into a tracksuit, then packed all the food supplies and clothes and moved them downstairs to Wenyin's place. Li Wenyin was cooking in the kitchen, wearing a dress, her face still flushed and radiant. The transformation from maiden to woman made her even more alluring. If he weren't concerned about her health, Chen Bufan certainly wouldn't have let her off so easily. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Bufan, who was loading bullets into a magazine by the balcony, immediately got up and walked toward the door. Li Wenyin came out of the kitchen looking tense, still holding a kitchen knife. They exchanged a glance. Chen Bufan's eyes reassured her that it was fine. Anyone who could ring the doorbell certainly wasn't a zombie. If it were a person, no one wouldn't be afraid of a gun. Peeking through the peephole, he saw the fat man and the thin man he had met 2 hours ago. What's the matter? The fat man outside heard the big shot's voice. Bro, we two brothers grabbed some food from the supermarket and brought it home. We moved it in 2 trips and spent some time sorting it out at home. We picked out the best stuff for you and your wife to thank you for saving our lives. In fact, the fat man Tang Dalong and his cousin had only made 1 trip home. He still had bags in his travel bag, and they had grabbed quite a bit of filling and high-calorie items. Then they selected 2 big bags of good stuff and hurried over to deliver them to the big shot. It was all about social graces, getting familiar so they could look out for each other later if needed and not fall out. But when they reached the door, the fat man heard faint sounds from inside that weren't suitable for children. The fat man was adept at reading the room. He quickly stopped his cousin from knocking, pulled him away quietly, and went back home. He spent a few minutes with his wife to cool down, then waited another 2 hours before coming back, only knocking when he was sure it was quiet. Chen Bufan thought this fat man was very slick. After thinking it over, he still opened the door. The apocalypse had only been around for 2 days, so people weren't too ruthless yet. His performance today could intimidate many. Surviving alone in the future was impossible unless he found a remote mountain to live with his wife forever. There were too many zombies, hundreds of millions across the country, and they moved. If they were ever surrounded, at least someone could hold them off for a while. Without a team, a person could only exhaust themselves to death. The fat man had good social skills. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Chen Bufan didn't mind helping as long as it didn't harm his own interests. He was kind, but not a saint. It was mutual exploitation. Human Tang Dalong, height 180 centimeters, physique load capacity 120, gene attractiveness 57, affinity 60. Human Tang Ren, height 172 centimeters, physique load capacity 30, gene attractiveness 60, affinity 40. Seeing their stats, this fat man Tang Dalong was alright. In the apocalypse, a strong body was useful. The thin man was average, not even as strong as Wenyin. He would observe further. Bro, oh hello sister-in-law. Tang Dalong greeted Chen Bufan, and then noticed Li Wenyin not far behind. Chen Bufan was indifferent, but hearing a man much older than him call him bro felt a bit odd. Still he nodded. She was now his woman. Bro, we two brothers brought some supplies for you and your sister-in-law. It's inconvenient for you alone. We're strong. We'll leave the stuff here and head back. We live in 902 and 903 on the 9th floor. Feel free to call us if anything comes up. Having said that, the two cupped their fists and left. For Tang Dalong delivering the goods was enough. Chen Bufan brought the bags inside. Both were filled with valuable items. One bag had various canned goods, Spam, instant noodles, and chocolate. The other had toilet paper, sanitary pads, wet wipes, and various small cakes and snacks. It was clear they had put thought into the selection. Who are they? Li Wenin asked curiously as she put things into the fridge. People I met in the building when I came back to find you. Don't worry about them for now. Let's turn in early tonight. Let's eat first, Li Wenin said, rolling her eyes at him. For dinner they fried 2 steaks and made a vegetable platter with dip. After eating, Chen Bufan sat on the sofa by the window with Li Wenin in his lap. They gazed at the scene outside, uncertain about where the future lay. Outside, the streets were filled with zombies roaming in packs, converging wherever they heard a sound. In the distance, a residential building was ablaze, nearly burned to the ground. The apocalyptic scene was far more real than in movies. The weather was hot, the zombies rotting faster, and the air growing increasingly foul. I need to go out in a couple of days. Where? Li Wenin stared intently at Chen Bufan. The apocalypse is here, the world has changed. We need supplies. With zombies everywhere, even the space to live is shrinking. It's no longer suitable for production for now. So, I need to find and stockpile existing supplies. More of them. So we can live longer and more comfortably. Before the apocalypse he could get food, but he had no connections for medicine and no money. He could only collect it after the apocalypse. I'm going to gather all the medicine from the pharmacies on the streets outside and claim it for myself. Medicine, food, daily necessities. These are all essential. In a few more days the zombies will grow weaker from not eating meat for so long, even slower than a normal person's walking speed. Survivors without food at home will also come out to grab resources. That's when the real danger begins. Humans are more evil than zombies. The number of people killed by humans won't be less than those killed by zombies. Li Wenin bit her lip. Yes, humans were more evil than zombies. Take me with you. I don't want to wait at home alone. I want to learn to protect myself, and I want to protect you too. I can't rely on you for everything. Chen Bufan turned to look at Li Wenin's determined expression, feeling gratified. Those words just now served 2 purposes. He was telling her he had to go out, but he was also deliberately saying them to her, stating a fact. The choice was hers. If she wanted to stay home he would protect her, but he preferred that she could protect herself. After all, accidents could happen any day. Gazing into her earnest eyes he remained silent, turning his head to look outside. Li Wenin, unsure of his thoughts, nestled in his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck as she too gazed outward. The scene outside was like a movie. Here someone was bitten and screamed in agony. There a car would suddenly burst forth. Chen Bufan was deep in thought. After a series of opinion exchanges with Li Wenin that afternoon, her affinity toward him had reached 95. A value so high it signified her heart was entirely devoted to him. As the person closest to him now, some things were bound to be impossible to conceal. Sleeping together every night, merging as one, even a fool would notice something amiss, and Li Wenin, though somewhat naive in matters of the heart, was far from foolish. He would never tell anyone about the system, not even his beloved. But the matter of his inventory could not be hidden, or it would inevitably be discovered when he collected or used supplies. After deliberating for a while he decided to tell her only about the inventory. With the affinity detection, he could observe human hearts from a godlike perspective, fearing no one harboring ulterior motives. If someone's heart changed, he would eliminate them, with death secrets remained forever buried. I have a secret to tell you, one that concerns our life and death. It must never be known to anyone else, including your family. Can you do that? Can you not tell me? Li Wenin's expression turned solemn and grave as she spoke to Chen Bufan word by word. Chen Bufan was left speechless. Slap. Ouch. You hit me. He'll cry, I swear. Be serious. As the woman I love most, the one most intimate and inseparable from me, you will inevitably know. If you reveal it, I will kill whoever learns of it. I think you're gaslighting me. I definitely won't tell anyone. I won't ask, I won't speak. My lips are sealed, Li Wenin said, grinning happily before turning serious. It's good to keep your lips tight. Some things must never be told to anyone. Tomorrow we're going out, and it'll teach you more. Study well. What is it? Seeing her ready, Chen Bufan pulled an AR-15 rifle from his inventory along with several magazines and placed them in her arms. Wow. The usually playful Li Wenin opened her mouth wide, staring at the rifle in her arms, then at Chen Bufan's hands, utterly baffled as to where he had produced them. You? This? Forget it, I won't ask. I don't know. Suppressing her intense curiosity, a hint of emotion welled up inside her. Such a huge secret. He really must like me, she thought, her love-struck mind wandering again. You understand. I have the ability to store things. Now I'm going to teach you how to use a gun. Whether before or after the apocalypse, guns are the most formidable. This rifle has low recoil, is quiet, and comes with a scope. Perfect for you. It's yours now. Never point the muzzle at anyone except enemies. Chen Bufan personally instructed Li Wenin in handling the rifle, teaching her everything about its structure, performance, usage, and stance. Li Wenin was clever with good physical fitness and considerable strength. A girl capable of lifting 70 jin was already impressive, especially since most people nowadays unaccustomed to heavy labor could barely carry 20 jin for any distance. Li Wenin held the rifle at the front while Chen Bufan stood behind her, adjusting her shooting posture by guiding her arms. Look through the scope, brace the stock against your shoulder, grip the rifle steadily, and aim the front sight at the zombie's head in the square ahead. The only vital spot on a zombie is the head. Destroy it, and they die. In the future, remember to finish them off. Now practice your marksmanship. Fire away. Don't stop until these magazines are empty. Muffled gunshots rang out. Bang! 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 Chen Bufan watched for a moment and nodded, satisfied. She managed to kill at least 3 out of every 10 shots, with the remaining bullets merely missing the head and hitting the body. She had talent. With his points to exchange for ammunition, he could train her into a sharpshooter through sheer volume. Points 1. Points 1. Hey, I get points even for zombies she kills. This golden finger is huge. Well, from now on when Wenin works, he'll work too. Chen Bufan lounged comfortably on the sofa, watching Li Wenin gleefully firing at the zombies outside. Clearly she had a knack for using the rifle. Good, a true helpmate. Unconsciously he dozed off. But he woke up not long after. Li Wenin's lips were indeed tight, as she never spoke of anything to others. Li Wenin shot him a sidelong glance with her beautiful eyes, then dashed to the bathroom, followed by the sound of washing. After she returned and sat down. How's your marksmanship practice? I'm really good. I can shoot quite accurately. By the end I could kill a little zombie with 1 or 2 shots. Li Wenin raised her head proudly, but catching his teasing gaze she lowered her head again and whispered. She had become emotional upon learning his secret, her body feeling unwell. After finishing the bullets, she had clumsily expressed her affection, using techniques she recalled from textbooks she'd read, only to be caught. Oh, checkpoints, points 280. Not bad. 210 bullets, 69 zombies killed, averaging 3 shots per kill. Considering she wasted some bullets at the start, she had talent. Even he had to rely on enhanced reflexes from a potion to learn quickly. Exchanged for 210 bullets. Points 259. Here, load the magazines. Continue practicing once you're done. Chen Bufan tossed the bullets for her to load herself, then sat nearby admiring her beauty until her face grew increasingly flushed. September 1st, 2034, at 8 a.m. Time flew by, and it had been exactly 5 days since the apocalypse erupted, while 3 days had passed since Chen Bufan began staying with his beautiful female neighbor. Ever since moving into Li Wenin's home, he trained with her day and night, striving to strengthen their physiques. Though exhausting and arduous, this period had greatly benefited them both. Chen Bufan's medicinal effects had largely taken hold, and his final stats allowed him to casually walk, while carrying 490 jin. He was quite satisfied with such physical prowess. Anyone struck by his fist would surely be overwhelmed. He felt his body brimming with strength, no longer plagued by the weakness of before. An ordinary person capable of carrying 100 jin while walking was already considered physically fit. Most would be out of breath after carrying just 20 jin for a short while. Over the 4 days from the 29th to the 1st, the system's daily sign-in rewards included 2 brocade sabers, 20 servings of spicy hot pot, 20 cases of bottled water, and 2 sets of stab-resistant tactical suits, complete with pants and shoes. Chen Bufan tested them. Even when slashed or stabbed with a fruit knife, the suits remained impenetrable. But whether they could withstand zombie bites, he dared not test. He feared testing might lead to his demise. Moreover, he noticed something. Recent sign-ins all started with 2. The system explained it was because they were now a married couple. How thoughtful. He had also completed 2 tasks over these days, both involving zombie elimination. Li Wenin had finished them while practicing with her spear, earning 2 doses of zombie virus antidote, bringing the total to 3. His points also reached 600, deliberately rounded off. After their meal, Chen Bufan gave Li Wenin a Glock 17 with 3 magazines and a brocade saber. The saber, enhanced by the system, was exceptionally sharp with a straight blade that curved only slightly at the tip, ideal for slashing and thrusting. With their strength, a well-aimed strike could take down a small zombie with ease. Both wore stab-resistant tactical suits. Chen Bufan's looked no different from ordinary ones, but Li Wenin's female version resembled something other than a tactical suit, slightly form-fitting, accentuating her feminine curves, perhaps due to her fuller figure. Chen Bufan had evidence of this. In recent days, the mindless, shambling zombies had grown increasingly sluggish, moving even slower than an average human's pace. During this time, they had repeatedly witnessed survivors venturing out in search of essential supplies. Some succeeded and returned laden with goods, while others failed and met their end. Without well-crafted weapons, even facing such slow-moving zombies, killing them was no easy feat, for though they were slow, their strength was considerable. At the door of their room, Chen Bufan's expression turned serious as he detailed the key precautions for their outing. Once we're outside, stay close to me. Don't scream or run around. When using the gun, make sure to avoid me and be extra careful with the knife. Don't accidentally hurt yourself or me. Got it. This is crucial. No, don't worry. I've only just tasted happiness. I don't want to become a widow so soon. Since growing familiar with Chen Bufan, Li Wenyin no longer acted as reserved and ladylike around him, instead showing a playful and endearing side. Yet she remained composed and efficient in handling matters. After days of practice, she had become adept with the spear, but had yet to try a pistol. They put on masks and stepped out. She was laughing now, but soon upon close contact the laughter would fade. Indeed, as they descended the stairs, retching sounds echoed repeatedly. It was Li Wenyin's first time outside. The overwhelming stench made her choke, tears and snot streaming down her face. You okay? Why aren't you laughing now? Under the shade of a tree on the community street, Chen Bufan teased Li Wenyin as she crouched, dry heaving. I'm fine, it's just the stench of the corpses, so nauseating. Sorry I'm holding you back. Li Wenyin rolled her eyes, filled with self-reproach. Her fingers gripping the saber tightly, turned slightly pale. Upstairs with Chen Bufan by her side, it hadn't seemed so bad, but face-to-face with the zombies, she felt genuine fear. Don't blame yourself. I felt the same when I first came out. By the way, Chen Bufan pulled a bottle of essential balm from his pack, dabbed a drop on his finger, and applied it to her philtrum, then to his own. Li Wenyin took a deep breath. I'm much better. At least I'm not overwhelmed by the stench anymore. Essential balm also works for heatstroke, right? Let's go. In the community, few zombies remained near their building. As they passed the pile of corpses Chen Bufan had killed on the first day, Li Wenyin couldn't help but vomit. The view from a distance was vastly different up close. Especially after a night maggots had infested the corpses. Dense clusters crawling in and out of mouths, noses, and eye sockets, each maggot plump and utterly repulsive. Wenyin. What is it? Chop off their heads. Cut through the necks. Chen Bufan wanted to steel her courage, otherwise if she froze before a live zombie, it would be disastrous. This. Okay, I can do it. Li Wenyin's eyes, visible above her mask, met her lover's gaze. Firm and encouraging. She knew it was for her own good. I can do it. I can. Li Wenyin gripped the saber with both hands, aiming the tip at the neck of the dead zombie, before her muttering encouragement. Then with a fierce glint in her eyes, she raised the blade high and brought it down viciously on the zombie's neck. With a thud, using her full strength, Li Wenyin's strike severed the rotten zombie's neck without resistance, the blade even embedding slightly into the floor tiles. Gagging. At the sight of the bloody, clean-cut flesh, Li Wenyin's stomach churned, but she held back her vomit. Overwhelmed, she turned and hugged Chen Bufan, weeping. Just days ago she was a delicate woman gracefully practicing yoga. Now she was chopping off necks, terrifying beyond words. Chen Bufan held her, patting her back, while staying alert. Truth be told, he too felt nauseated. The sensation of a blade cutting was vastly different from shooting a gun. The impact of severed limbs differed starkly from bullet holes. It was horrifying. He held back his reaction, unwilling to lose face in front of a woman. The last time he lost face was during their first intimate encounter. After a few minutes, Li Wenyin, having vented her emotions, wiped her tears, picked up the saber, and went to chop more heads. Chen Bufan admired this resilient woman, a true ally. With 2 sabers and 2 people, they chopped off a pile of heads, their fear of cutting humanoid creatures gradually diminishing. People always grow through experience. Reaching the community gate, they saw several dozen zombies on the street, surrounding a car. The outer ones pressed inward while those inside feasted. The car, lacking power, was trapped, unable to break free, its windows smashed, becoming their prey. This stretch of street was a blind spot they hadn't cleared with guns, and zombies were numerous. Without alerting the feeding horde, Chen Bufan led Li Wenyin, crouching low as they carefully scurried toward the nearest pharmacy. Within just 80 meters on this street, there were 5 pharmacies. In fact, on almost every street within 100 meters there were 2 or 3. Business was booming, better than clothing stores or restaurants. They'll go in first, you follow, and keep watch outside. If you see zombies or people, call me. Okay. Chen Bufan lightly tapped a shelf near the entrance with his saber. No sound came from inside. This store usually had only one clerk, but when the apocalypse struck, she hadn't clocked out yet. Entering, he found no zombies and no clerk. After a thorough check, truly no one. The clerk must have fled. Wenyin, this pharmacy is empty. The clerk ran off. Brother Fan, hurry and pack all the medicine. Is it enough for us? Enough, but who complains about having too much? It's all ours. Hurry up. Chen Bufan made several trips, first gathering common medicines into his pack: fever, cold, cough, anti-inflammatory drugs, various vitamins, supplements, trauma medications, patches, iodine gauze, and some chi-boosting oral liquids, though he wasn't sure of their efficacy. When raiding a pharmacy, the first place to check was the bottom shelves for simply packaged medicines. Little white bottles, multipacks. These were definitely good drugs. The flashy ones on top were just overpriced junk. After clearing the shelves, he moved to the back storage room, gathering all the stock from every cabinet. As he approached a cabinet near the entrance, Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. Wenyin, come here. What is it? See which one you like. What's this? You're so childish. Li Wenyin tossed the box back into his arms, rolling her eyes. What a goofball. Hee. Hey brother fan, look at the entrance of the community across the street. Chen Bufan turned to see a group of about 10 men entering the supermarket at the opposite gate. All were male, ranging in age, each carrying a backpack, wielding an assortment of weapons, the most formidable being a cleaver. Though courageous, the group was inexperienced. They rushed inside, focused solely on grabbing supplies without checking for danger. In a flash, only half emerged, with screams echoing from within, drawing the zombies from the street. The commotion made their side safer. Both felt a sense of shared sorrow. Damn this apocalypse. Let's go. The zombies ahead have been drawn away. There's a small supermarket and a barbecue joint over there. Oh, let's check them out. It's been 5 days into the apocalypse. Can the food at the barbecue place still be edible? The power hasn't gone out yet, so the freezers should still work. Let's go in and see. Chen Bufan knew that on the 7th day of the apocalypse the power would fail, tomorrow, and chaos would begin. This was a Jianzhou barbecue restaurant, a modest establishment. Outside, Chen Bufan spotted 7 zombies inside. They appeared to have been dining when the outbreak struck. Among them, 3 were likely patrons, 2 wore server uniforms, and the remaining 2 were probably chefs. 1 server and 1 patron bore no visible wounds, suggesting airborne transmission had turned them directly. The others showed bite marks. A corpse lay on the floor, its flesh mostly devoured, the limbs had been stripped to the bone, the remains discarded to the side. The space is too cramped, but there are 7 zombies. It won't be easy to maneuver. At the entrance, Chen Bufan spotted the ordering area. A row of freezers stacked high with skewers of meat and vegetables, thousands in total likely prepared that day for the evening business. The freezers were still running. Though a few days had passed, the food might not be perfectly fresh, but the lids were tightly sealed so it shouldn't be spoiled. What should we do? Do we still go for it? Li Wenyin, alert and scanning the surroundings, licked her lips. She loved barbecue, and after days of rationing during the apocalypse, the sight of it made her crave it. Yes, but no gunfire. He'll go in. You watch the entrance and make sure we're not cornered. Alright, be careful. If it's too risky, forget it. We're not short on food. The place is small, but the dining tables can separate the zombies. Don't worry. Tonight we'll feast on barbecue. Chen Bufan gently pushed the door open and slipped inside, with Li Wenyin following close behind, closing the door quietly. The restaurant's layout was interesting. A low wall, just over a meter high, separated the ordering area from the dining section. Blocking the small gate in the wall would trap the 5 zombies, the diners and servers, inside. The remaining 2 zombies lingered near the grill inside. Chen Bufan surveyed the area, picked up a plastic seasoning container, and tossed it toward the kitchen. The soft clatter was just enough to draw the indoor zombies' attention without alerting those outside. With a sharp crack, the zombies let out guttural growls and shuffled deeper inside. Those in the dining area got stuck at the low wall, their arms and claws flailing as they crowded together. Chen Bufan dashed to the nearest freezer, grabbed its sides with immense strength, and shoved it against the small gate, sealing the exit. The screech of the freezer scraping the floor instantly redirected the zombies' attention toward them. With the 5 trapped inside, the 2 outside posed no threat. Chen Bufan hoisted a 20-pound bag of charcoal over his head and hurled it at the nearest zombie's shin with brutal force. The bag, propelled by tremendous power, struck the zombie's rotting, fragile shin like a cannonball, shattering the joint. The zombie collapsed, writhing on the ground, unable to rise. The one behind stumbled over it, and the 2 rolled together in a heap. Chen Bufan stepped forward, gripping his blade with both hands, and drove it into the lower zombie's eye socket as it raised its head to snarl. The tip pierced through, exiting the back of its skull. The zombie stiffened, its arms dropping to the ground, motionless. He withdrew the knife and plunged it into the upper zombie's wide-open, screaming mouth, finishing it off. For some reason, his aim for such strikes was uncannily precise, always dead on. Why? He glanced back at the tense Li Wenyin. Oh, never mind. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Li Wenyin, however, was puzzled. Why did Chen Bufan look back at her? She was already terrified, her grip on the knife so tight her knuckles had turned white. These were living zombies. Chen Bufan approached the low wall, studying the remaining 5. He kept the tallest and the shortest, then dispatched the other 3 with precise strikes to their mouths and eye sockets. It wasn't that he couldn't sever their necks, but decapitated heads could still bite. Destroying the brain was more efficient, and his skill made it quick and deadly. Chen Bufan walked to the door, secured it with a yulok, and turned to Li Wenyin. The last 2 are yours. Keep your distance, kill them, and do it your way. Just be careful not to get scratched. They can't get out, so it's a good chance for you to practice. How cruel. Why are you doing this to me? I'm still a gentle girl. Li Wenyin shot him a resentful look, calling him a heartless man. On the first day he took her out, he was already making her kill. Sigh. Her rational side knew he was right. She needed to adapt to this world and grow. But her emotional side screamed that this brute stopped treating her like a woman the moment they got out of bed. As she walked toward the zombies, she muttered that Chen Bufan wasn't a good person and that she wouldn't let him touch her tonight. She stared at the zombies separated by the wall. One a female server, half a head shorter, the other a male patron, a full head taller. She could see the thought Chen Bufan had put into his choice. Both were awkward opponents. She wanted to imitate Chen Bufan and stab them in the eye sockets. No bone there, so it should be fatal. Ah, hide. Li Wenyin let out an involuntary shout to psych herself up. Gripping the knife with both hands, she thrust at the shorter zombie's eye, but her aim was off. The blade struck its forehead instead, and her poor technique pushed the zombie backward. Chen Bufan glanced at the door where 2 zombies had been drawn by Li Wenyin's careless yell. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why did women have to scream over everything? Chop off their arms so they can't scratch you, then cut their necks. Finish them. He couldn't help but remind her. Li Wenyin, now panicked at the sight of the approaching zombies outside, blamed herself for her thoughtless shout. Summoning all her strength, she swung at the zombie's arm, severing it. Then with a horizontal slash, she took off its head, followed by a reverse sweep that caught the returning zombie's neck. Finally, both were dead. The blade was sharp and Li Wenyin was strong, so decapitating them didn't take much effort. But her adrenaline was spiking. She gasped for air, a mix of tension and thrill, making her hands tremble uncontrollably. Bang bang. What do we do? Will the knocking attract more zombies? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled. I just blurted it out. She rushed to the door, watching the zombies that had just arrived, and started pounding on it, her voice frantic as she sought Chen Bufan's advice. It's fine. Step back a little. Chen Bufan pulled the door inward. The yulok caught on the handles, leaving only a small gap between the glass doors. The zombies, drawn by the scent, pressed their faces into the crack. Wenyin, come here and stab their eyes. Don't be nervous. He shifted aside to make room. All right. Li Wenyin pressed the knife's tip against the zombie's eye, gritted her teeth, and thrust it in with all her might. The zombie's brain was destroyed, and it crumpled to the ground. Huh. I did it. I got it in. Good job. One more to go. Again. No problem. She used the same method to finish the last zombie. Li Wenyin exhaled in relief, slumping onto a charcoal bag to rest, drenched in sweat that betrayed her earlier tension. Chen Bufan patted her shoulder to comfort her. Baby, you did great. Rest a bit. He'll pack up the edible stuff. I won't hold you back. Li Wenyin looked up at him with a triumphant grin. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. Then Chen Bufan headed inside, found the 2 heads Li Wenyin had severed, stepped on one, and used his knife to finish them off. With no further threats, he approached the freezers, which were packed with skewers of meat and vegetables along with pig trotters. He opened a lid, took out a skewer, sniffed it, and inspected it closely. It was still good, not spoiled, though a bit dry. Wow, so many skewers. I love lamb skewers and kidneys, and cilantro tofu rolls and solid eggs. You've got a heavy palate, huh? Chen Bufan found her gluttonous expression amusing. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have picked you? Li Wenyin shot him a challenging look, leaving him speechless. Chen Bufan packed everything edible he could find into bags, collected the charcoal, and gathered the various drinks, seasonings, and dipping sauces. Mission accomplished. Barbecue tonight. Celebrating our growth. Yay? Awesome. They exchanged a smile and shared a quiet celebration. Inside a small convenience store next to a Jianzhou barbecue joint, a few grimy survivors sat scattered in the aisles between the shelves: an elderly woman, 5 high school students from the know, 2 high school, and a bespectacled adult man. The store owner himself lay on a small cot behind the counter, talking on the phone. How are things at home? Still got food? None. How's the kid? Don't open the door for anyone. I know I can't get out either. The streets are crawling with those man-eating monsters. I don't even dare to open the shutter now. The noise would attract them. If I get surrounded, I'll be screwed, won't I? Just wait. They'll find another chance to look for rescue. Don't worry about me, I've got plenty of food here. You guys stay safe at home. Yeah, bye. What the hell is this world coming to? I worked my whole life, finally opened a store, and now it's the damn apocalypse. Son of a bitch. I haven't enjoyed a single bit of luck. A student in a know, 2 high school uniform walked over, his hair greasy, a few pimples on his face, chubby, about 57-inch, and weighing 180 pounds. Uncle, is the emergency line still not picking up? The store owner shook his head without a word. Had heard this question 10,000 times over the past few days, and couldn't be bothered to answer. Can I borrow your phone? I want to text my parents. Only the store owner's phone had any battery left in the room. Everyone else's was dead. His was a Huawei, while the others had iPhones with incompatible chargers, or no phone at all. The student took the phone, sent a text to his mom, then lowered his head, and went back to sit with the others. Su-Yang, any news? A girl with delicate features grabbed Su-Yang's arm urgently. Su-Yang glanced at her, pursed his lips, and shook his head. The girl named Shintong was one of his close friends. They walked together every day. Shintong lowered her head and sat down without another word. Whoa, what do we do? You've all seen Resident Evil, right? Whoa, those monsters outside are just like that. We have no weapons, can't reach the police. What do we do? Whoa. A girl with glasses and freckles sitting next to Shintong sobbed, her hair in a ponytail with bangs. All right, stop crying. We're safe for now, aren't we? There's no shortage of food here, and the store owner is kind enough to let us eat whatever we want. Maybe rescue will come. Just wait. The delicate-featured girl looked helplessly at her weeping companion. Wang Lingling's tears seemed endless. She cried every day, yet her eyes never swelled. Their ears were about to stop crying. It's so annoying. Whoa, shut up, Wang Lingling. Your snot's about to go in your mouth. Whoa. Wang Lingling wiped her nose and kept crying. Damn it. A lean male student held his dead phone, unable to do anything. Already irritated, the crying girl only fueled his frustration. Girls were too much, always crying, so damn annoying. The lean student stood up and walked to the glass window, which was plastered with newspapers and magazines, leaving only tiny gaps to see outside. The streets were full of zombies, devoid of any sign of life. Stop crying. A cold, clear voice cut through. It belonged to the only female student, who sat apart silent. Her voice was icy and her features were strikingly beautiful. She was the prettiest of the group. Her cold demeanor intimidated the others. Wang Lingling instantly fell silent. This had happened countless times over the past few days, and everyone was used to it. Su Yang and Shun Tong exchanged glances and cracked a smile. Only Xiaoya could shut Wang Lingling the crybaby up with a single word. Xiaoya had never hit her, but she was terrified of her anyway. Hey, someone's out there. Come quick, someone's passing by. The group all jumped up, rushed to the window, and pressed their eyes to the gaps. Tang Ming, what did you see? The lean boy Tang Ming looked at the crowd staring at him, and pointed excitedly, gesturing wildly. I saw two people go into the shop next door, a man and a woman with long blades like a couple of warriors. Holy crap. No way. Where? They went inside. Are you sure? Why would I lie to you? Believe it or not. Just then a scraping sound came from next door. It was Chen Bufan moving the freezer. Hear that? There's movement next door. I wasn't lying. Can we open the door? Even if we just ask them what's going on. No, we can't open it. Who knows if they're good or bad? They have weapons, and we've got nothing. What if the noise draws the monsters? The bespectacled man refused loudly. So we're just going to rot in here forever. We finally found people. Oh, what good will meeting people do? They're not cops. Can they save us? The elderly woman slapped her thigh and shouted. Yeah, and they'll just come in and steal our food. Is it yours, eh? It's the boss. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you respect your elders? Did you respect us? A grown-up picking on kids. We're still young. Keep it down. Stop arguing. The store owner's voice silenced everyone. He was tall and strong, and had taken them in so no one dared to speak up. The store owner walked over, peered through the window, and saw that the horde of zombies outside seemed to have moved toward the shop across the street. It was a good opportunity. He strained to look at the neighboring store, but saw nothing. After a moment, two zombies approached, banged on the door, and then dropped dead. They must have been killed. After waiting for days watching people come out only to be bitten and die today, he finally saw someone who could take down zombies. He couldn't miss this chance. If he waited any longer with no rescue in sight, his wife and child at home would starve. The store owner grabbed a piece of paper from the counter, scribbled a few words, then went to the window and tore off 2 layers of newspaper and magazines, letting people outside see inside. Boss, are you really going to open the door? What if the zombies surround us? Well, die. The bespectacled man grabbed the owner's arm, trying to stop him. The elderly woman chimed in. Yeah, there are so many monsters out there. Why let more people in? Oh, you'll be the death of us. The store owner let out a bitter laugh. If it weren't for him taking them in, they'd all be dead. After eating and drinking at his place for days without a shred of gratitude, they acted like it was their own home. Say one more word and he'll throw you both out. Don't you have families out there? I still have a family. If you keep yapping, get the hell out. This is my store. The store owner glared at them, his brows furrowed. The elderly woman and the bespectacled man's faces turned white, then red, then black. A truly colorful sight. The students watched from the side. Su Yang and Shun Tong chuckled. Wang Lingling clung to Shin Tong's arm, wiping her tears and sniffing, while Xiaoya stood with her arms crossed aloof, not even glancing at the two. Only a faint sneer on her lips. Tang Ming's contempt was practically shooting at their faces. The store owner held the paper in his hand, waiting for the people next door to come out, praying they'd take an interest in his store supplies. As long as he got information about the outside world had abandoned the store, they could take whatever they wanted. He had to go home. His family's food was gone, and he couldn't abandon his wife and child. It's hard being a man, even harder being a married one. Chen Bufan and Li Wenin carefully gathered the supplies from the barbecue restaurant, even uncovering the frozen stacks of beef and lamb and the iron skewers in the kitchen. Their smiles never faded, mainly because free things were truly delightful. Li Wenin gazed at the now empty shop, marveling at her man's ability to pack things. Truly a treasure in the apocalypse. Fortunately, this man was hers. She didn't need to pack supplies. She just needed to pack him. A few days ago, she had felt a bit stifled by his advances, but after spending more time together, she no longer felt that way. This man was truly wonderful. She smiled radiantly at him. If a few days ago it was just a slight liking, now she might have fallen deeper. She had a place in her heart for this little man. No, this big man. Let's go check out the convenience store next door. Chen Bufan picked up his knife and looked at Li Wenin, who was grinning slyly. What was she thinking? Still not moving. Oh. Before they reached the convenience store entrance, they saw a group of people through the window, pressed against the glass, grinning like fools driven mad by the apocalypse. Damn. Chen Bufan pulled Li Wenin behind him, and they both stepped back in shock. They thought zombies were about to burst out. But upon closer look they realized it was a bunch of silly kids wildly pointing at a piece of paper held by one big fool, as if to say, read the words and see the person. Scared the hell out of me. Heh. They exchanged a glance. Chen Bufan stepped forward scanning the crowd. No zombies, just pure foolishness. We mean no harm. We've been trapped since the outbreak. Can you get in? We want to know the situation. Take whatever you want from the supermarket, from the owner. Chen Bufan ignored their smiles, standing by the window to look inside. 5 students in school uniforms. 2 smiling, one with a runny nose, a scrawny one looking up in awe, a cold-faced pretty girl holding her stomach and lowering her head slightly, and the burly owner. From their information, they were all ordinary people with no fighting skills. The owner was slightly stronger, but still weaker than Li Wenyin. Looking further back, 2 more people stood there reluctantly, but they didn't stop the group. He could see everything at a glance, nothing to worry about. As long as he stayed alert, this group was no match for him. He signaled the owner to open the door and turned to caution Li Wenyin. Be careful of them. Click, click, whir. The motors sounded as the rolling door slowly rose loud in the silent street. It only attracted a few zombies from the far end of the opposite horde. When the door was halfway up, Chen Bufan ducked in first, followed by Li Wenyin. The door began to lower as the owner stood 2 meters away, remote in hand. Once the door was closed. Hello, and the supermarket owner. These are survivors I've taken in. We haven't seen anyone alive for days. We want to ask you something. When you leave, take whatever supplies you need, free of charge. He didn't say that everyone they'd seen was dead. The dead weren't considered alive anymore. What do you want to ask? Chen Bufan, though gentle in appearance, spoke with a steady, firm voice under his calm expression. His knife remained unsheathed, its tip naturally pointing toward them, ready to strike if needed, putting immense pressure on everyone present. Can you tell us about the outside? Is there any rescue? Any word from the government? The crowd exchanged glances, and finally the owner asked on their behalf. Don't you have phones? It's already the end of the world. Everywhere is filled with those monsters outside. One bite, and you'll turn into a zombie in minutes. We haven't encountered any rescue. We can only rely on ourselves. Young man, are you lying? How can there be no rescue? With such a disaster and no rescue, how are we supposed to survive? Don't scare us. The old woman was very dissatisfied with Chen Bufan's words, perhaps because they shattered her hopes, which she couldn't accept. Have you seen any rescue personnel? Where? Introduce them to me. Save me too. Chen Bufan asked softly, and the old woman fell silent. The virus broke out worldwide. The military couldn't even handle themselves at first. Our small county has no garrison. Who would save us? Rely on the police. With a county of hundreds of thousands, can they manage? Chen Bufan looked at the owner, meeting his eyes. You're eager to ask because you want to leave, right? Otherwise, with all this supermarket stock, you wouldn't let others in. Yes, my family has run out of food. I saw you today, and the zombies seem to have gathered across the street. This is an opportunity. Take whatever food you want. I'm going home. My wife and kids are waiting. Thanks for the info, brother. I was still waiting for rescue. Ignoring the others, the owner grabbed a large bag and a baseball bat from under the counter to pack his own food. He had made up his mind. Hiding here was safe, but he had family to care for. He couldn't abandon them. As for the rest, they could do whatever they wanted. Chen Bufan and Li Wenyin, both carrying backpacks, prepared to gather supplies. They split up. Chen Bufan for canned goods, Li Wenyin for chocolate, sugar, and other high-calorie foods. Suyang, look, they're so cool. Their clothes and knives match. So awesome. That sister is so beautiful. And her figure is amazing. And she dares to go out. So impressive. Why, I wish I could be as strong as her. Why are you crying again? Wipe your nose. Shut up. Wah. MMM. The students whispered among themselves, watching the knife-wielding duo. Sister, do you know Li Wenxiang? The chubby student, Su Yang, stepped forward after the others spoke. He was Li Wenqiang's roommate and good friend, but since he didn't like sports, they rarely hung out except for playing games at night. He had seen Li Wenqiang's sister's photo on his phone. Li Wenyin, busy packing, perked up at the mention of her brother's name. Hello, classmate, do you know my brother? I'm his roommate, but I wasn't at school on the outbreak day. I contacted him a couple of days ago. He's in the school cafeteria? I see. Thank you. What's wrong? Chen Bufan approached, looking at the group. These classmates know my brother, but they weren't at school on the outbreak day. Li Wenyin's face was full of worry. Though they kept in touch daily, he wasn't by her side, and she feared something might happen. Focus on surviving for now. When things settle down, well, find a chance to check on him. Li Wenyin nodded, trusting Chen Bufan's abilities. Chen Bufan noticed the students' backpacks still full of books, and shook his head. Throw away the books, use the bags for food. The owner's about to leave too, so he won't mind. The students exchanged glances, then looked at the owner, who paid them no mind. They tossed out their books and started packing food. They wanted to all along, but were too shy with the owner around. You can't take that. If you take it all, what will we do? Put it down. You can eat here, but you can't take it away. This isn't your stuff. Why can't we take it? The owner hasn't said a word. Who do you think you are? Are you being reasonable? Why, you're bullying us. Shut up. The crying girl made both Chen Bufan and Li Wenyin laugh despite themselves. As the argument grew louder, Chen Bufan noticed zombies outside starting to take interest. He walked over and kicked the old woman and the glasses-wearing man hard, sending them flying into the wall and knocking them unconscious. In the apocalypse, no one could take his things, and no one could stop him from taking what he needed. Everyone was startled by Chen Bufan's move, including Li Wenyin, who had always seen him as gentle and playful. She hadn't known he had this side. "Are you staying here or going somewhere?" When Chen Bufan asked, Su Yang looked around. No one spoke, so he braced himself. "Can we follow you out, brother? Once we're safe, we'll go our own way. You don't need to protect us, just let us tag along. If there's danger, you can leave." "Fine, but you'll each carry a bag of supplies for me." Sure, thanks, bro." The students weren't fools. They grabbed large bags and filled them with non-perishable food. Each packed several plastic bags, their backpacks for themselves, the rest for Chen Bufan. "Let's go, buddy." The owner finally finished packing, wrapped tightly in layers. At the door, a few zombies lingered, attracted earlier. "What now? We're trapped. Can't get out. Someone go over there and knock on the glass to lure them away. They'll open the door and go out first. They'll do it." Su Yang, backpack on, went to the window farthest from the door and tapped gently. Tap, tap. "Hey, over here." Watching the zombies shuffle toward the sound, open the door. Click, click, whir. Roar. Tricked. When the door was halfway up, Chen Bufan slipped out. As the zombies turned, he cut them down one by one. Soon heads rolled on the ground. With growing skill, the few zombies were no threat. "Take care, brother," the owner called out before running off with 2 large bags. "Let's go, Wenyin. Take them to the neighborhood, they'll catch up." He gave her a look and she understood. He was going back to clear the supermarket unseen by others. "Be careful. They'll wait for you at home." The road home was clear of zombies, so Chen Bufan wasn't worried. She was no longer the fragile girl who would cry at a touch. Back at the supermarket, the glasses-wearing man had woken up groggy from the hit and was muttering curses. "Dare to kick me. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. And that bitch glaring at me. If she falls into my hands, I'll screw her. Damn it. Taking all my food. Hope it chokes you. You won't get the chance." "Bullshit. Chances are for the prepared." "Huh." The glasses-wearing man looked down at the blade, piercing his chest, turning his head in disbelief to see Chen Bufan's expressionless face. In an instant, fear, regret, and pleading flickered across his face. He was just a coward venting alone. He never thought he'd actually do anything. He was just a keyboard warrior at home. He never imagined he'd come back. "Spare me? I don't think so. I'm afraid you'll screw me later." With a swift pull, the knife came out. The man collapsed to his knees, blood pooling around him. The thick scent of blood wafted out, and the zombies on the street turned in unison, roaring with excitement. Chen Bufan collected everything in the supermarket into his storage, then approached the old woman who was pretending to be dead and stabbed her in the thigh. "Ah, hey, yo. It hurts. Take care, auntie. No, save me. Don't go. Come back. Oh, don't bite me. Ah, hey. At the neighborhood entrance, after gathering fresh fruits and vegetables from a grocery store, Chen Bufan turned to see a horde of zombies entering the supermarket, screams echoing nonstop. 2 lives ended, yet he felt no discomfort in his heart. I'm too suited for the apocalypse. "Auntie, are you dead?" Just as he reached the doorstep, the door swung open, and a petite figure leaped into Chen Bufan's arms. Li Wenyin wrapped her arms around his neck, and Chen Bufan had no choice but to carry her inside and close the door. "What about those students?" "They're upstairs in your room. They left your stuff here and couldn't go back to school, so I gave them your keys." "Is that okay?" "No problem. I'm staying in your bed anyway. If you need to find your brother later, they might help you find the way." "Find my brother?" Li Wenyin exclaimed joyfully. "There's a chance. We can't just rush to our deaths," Chen Bufan said, patting her head. "Yeah, I know. There's no helping it. With his build, if he could have escaped, he'd have been back by now. Why would he need us?" "Sister. I'm going to take a shower, then we'll have barbecue." "Sure. Barbecue sounds great." More than an hour later, Chen Bufan turned on the air conditioner, sat smugly by the living room window, and set up the barbecue grill while gazing at the apocalyptic scene outside. A strangely satisfying experience. Li Wenyin lounged lazily on the sofa, her damp hair not yet dried, her figure and face as enchanting as a goddess. "Don't forget to grill me some kidneys and oysters. I need to replenish my strength," she murmured her cravings. She was getting drowsy. "I got it." Suddenly life feels more comfortable than before the apocalypse. No work, no need to earn money, just eating, drinking, and having fun all day. When there's no food, just go out and grab some. "It's so cool," she whispered, propping her head on her arm as she watched the man cooking. It's only been a few days. When the power and water go out, and the survivors can't get support, they'll start to despair. Food shortages, mental breakdowns. That's the real apocalypse, Chen Bufan said, without looking up, continuing to grill skewers. Li Wenyin shot upright and headed for the treadmill. No matter how tired I am, I have to practice running. I have to run faster than everyone else to survive. With that, she started pounding away. Yes, smart and persistent. No wonder you're my WOM. Holy crap. Put some clothes on before you run. Chen Bufan turned to praise her persistence, but his eyes nearly popped out. Did she have no sense of modesty at home? The next day, September 2nd, 2034, 1000 a.m. Bufan, wake up. What's wrong? Chen Bufan replied with his eyes still closed. Since there was no work, sleeping in was the best. After last night's nourishing barbecue, the two of them had been over-energized, and naturally. Well, let's just say they weren't tired at all, their faces glowing. Proof of their excellent physical condition. The power's out. And the water's gone too. What do we do? What can we do? It's been a week into the apocalypse, and no one's maintaining things. It's actually pretty good that the power just went out now. So I can't shower anymore. They'll turn into a stinky woman. It's okay. Even if you stink, you'll still be the most beautiful. You said the power would go out yesterday, and it did today. Are you amazing, or just a jinx? I finally feel like the apocalypse has arrived. Welcome to your apocalypse. After breakfast, Li Wenin did yoga while he sat by the window. He loved sitting there looking at the view. System check-in. System, why don't you tap check-in yourself? I'm afraid it'll forget you. Congratulations on receiving 2 seafood sets. Not bad. Is this seafood legit? I won't eat anything contaminated by nuclear waste. System, who do you think you're underestimating? Even if that country of female teachers polluted all the oceans, I can still get you clean seafood. Alright, don't bother me while I'm reading my novel. I'm just a system that gives out stuff. TSK. Such a slacker. Damn, this seafood set is huge. Lobster, abalone, giant grouper, geoduck, king crab. All in pairs, but enormous. Ring ring. Ring ring. It's my brother. Answer it. Hey bro, why are you calling? Sis, are you okay at home? I'm safe. And you? Sis, I'm fine too. The power's out, and I wanted to let you know in case I lose contact. The zombies here have thinned out a bit, so maybe I can come back soon. Stay home, and don't open the door for anyone. You're so beautiful. How many bastards are going to be after you? Now that it's the apocalypse, don't go being a saint, okay? Chen bastard Bufan, rude guy. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. I won't let anyone in. Be careful at school. Don't be an idiot. Your own life matters most, got it? Don't worry, sis. Everything's fine here. I'll get back as soon as I can. Stay safe at home. He'll hang up now. Okay, you be careful. Click. Bufan, my heart feels uneasy somehow. Chen Bufan looked at the newly updated tasks on the system interface and realized the truth. His tasks hadn't updated in days. Was something about to happen to that kid? 1. Kill 100 zombies. Reward strength enhancement potion, 100 pounds version. 2. Rescue Li Wenxiang, 2 hours. Reward 1 clone soldier customizable. Don't worry. We'll go check on the school later. Come on, there's a group of zombies over there. Take them out, but aim for the head. Li Wenin walked gloomily to the window, pouting. She felt a knot in her stomach, something she hadn't experienced in days. I feel like something bad is going to happen. My heart's racing. What's going on? Watching her delicate lips pout enough to hang an oil bottle, Chen Bufan marveled at a woman's intuition. Just one phone call, and she sensed something was off. He handed her an AR-15. Hey, race the gun. Shoot the zombies downstairs first. Get 100, and then it'll take you to find your brother. Why? My heart's racing, and you want me to shoot those things? Just listen to me, be good. Chen Bufan gestured downstairs. Oh. Bang bang bang. A few shots rang out. Are we really going to the school later? Bang bang. Points 1. Focus on shooting. That's your brother we're talking about. You don't want to go, but it's too dangerous. He's built like an ox, and couldn't make it back. We're like little chicks. How are we supposed to get him out? I can't let you take the risk. He's not even your brother. I don't want you to be in danger. How about I go alone? We'll check it out and come back. I'm pretty tough now. Li Wenyan's eyes darted around, a serious expression on her face. TCH humph. Chen Bufan's face hurt from holding back laughter. Did she think she could fool him with that little trick? Her cunning was about as big as a nipple. Enough. Don't mess with me here. You're my woman and he's your brother. That makes him my brother too. How could I ignore him? And in the apocalypse, it can't just be the two of us surviving. As they say, one fist is no match for 4 hands. Having our whole family together is better than anything. Got it. He'll do whatever you say. Li Wenin looked at him, her smile growing both sly and tender. After practicing marksmanship with Li Wenin for a while, he glanced at the mission timer. Just over 60 minutes remained. The school was only a kilometer from his home, a mere 2-minute drive. If he took Li Wenin in the RV, even if they couldn't rescue anyone, they'd at least be safe inside. Though he wanted to save people, he couldn't put himself in danger. He dressed swiftly, checked all firearms and ammunition, and wiped down his blades. Though they never stained with blood, they still needed regular maintenance. Ready, swordswoman. Li Wenin emerged from the bathroom with a slight limp, but it didn't hinder her movements. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, a blade in hand, and a Glock 17 tucked at her waist, she looked valiant and extraordinary. Look at you. You need to learn restraint. Everything in moderation, with self-discipline. Now you're limping. If this delays saving your brother, don't complain. Oh, you're so annoying. I wish I could stuff a plunger in your mouth. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Are we walking? Li Wenin gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. Haha. First let's go upstairs and find a student to guide us. I don't know where the school cafeteria is. And then just follow me. Don't you know my strength yet? Fine, you're the best. Suyang, what do we do from now on? Once Xiao Ya's stomach is better, let's go out together to find supplies. It doesn't look like things outside will improve anytime soon. Our families aren't here, and we can't go back. If we don't find food, we won't survive. Upstairs the five sat, or lay in a row on the sofa. Xiaoya clutched her stomach on the chaise lounge, Shen Tong hugged her knees, Tang Ming picked at his feet, Su Yang snacked, and Wang Lingling. Oh, she was wiping away tears. Tang Ming, still picking his toes, nodded at Su Yang's words. Right, we have to become strong ourselves. The apocalypse, how thrilling. Those siblings yesterday were so impressive. I want to be like them. Tang Ming sobbed. I don't know if the apocalypse is thrilling, but your feet sure are. How long since you last washed them? Wang Lingling kept wiping tears. She was naturally prone to crying, and any slight emotion or irritation would set her off. Ahaha, well, the power and water are out, hee. They'll put my shoes on. Tang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing him touch his head with the same hand Head used to pick his feet, Wang Lingling quickly scooted away. Su Yang and Shen Tong grimaced in disgust. Shen Tong looked at Xiaoya, who lay frowning, and gently rubbed her stomach. Xiaoya, how are you feeling? Any better? Xiaoya's face was pale and bloodless. She had severe menstrual cramps, always heavy and painful. Much better than yesterday. Lie down a bit more, it'll boil you some hot water. Though the power was out, they still had a gas canister. Thanks, Shen Tong. Don't mention it. Whenever I have cramps, hot water helps. Wait here, I'll go heat some up. Thump, thump, thump. They exchanged nervous glances and whispered. Who is it? Should we open the door? No one knows us here. Could it be the sister from downstairs? They'll check. Su Yang bent over to peer through the peephole. It's Li Wenqiang's sister and her group. He'll open up. Okay. Bro sis, you're here. Su Yang opened the door and stepped aside to let them in. We won't come in. We came to ask if one of you could guide us to the school cafeteria to find Li Wenqiang. Just one person is enough. Anyone willing. No pressure. Chen Bufan had already told Li Wenqiang asked them. If they went, they'd be part of the team later. If not, they'd go their separate ways. Chen Bufan didn't care. He wanted teammates, not burdens. He'll go. He'll go. Tang Ming raised his hand excitedly. Had admired them since yesterday and wouldn't miss this chance. Better let me go. I know the cafeteria better. Tang Ming, you stay here. Su Yang understood this was a chance. If someone went with them, they might later join Li Wenqiang's sister's group. Compared to sticking together, being with these two seemed more reliable. Besides, the man with Li Wenqiang's sister, though plain-looking, must have his strengths if a beauty like her was willing to follow him. And he was more level-headed than Tang Ming. Just look at their builds. Who knew the cafeteria better than him? Li Wenqiang looked at Su Yang's build, then turned to Chen Bufan, who nodded. All right, let's go. Su Yang. The others inside were worried. They knew the dangers outside. If separated, they might never see each other again. Even Xiaoya, who had been lying down, sat up. Should we all go together? Her clear voice trembled slightly. Her stomach still hurt. Yeah, let's all go. Strength in numbers. Wang Lingling looked around at her friends, moved by their pure friendship. Sob. Shut up. For inch. MMPH. Watching them, Li Wenqiang felt envious. Only at this age could one have such innocent bonds. Don't worry. That young lady doesn't look well. You stay and take care of her. We're just scouting, UITLL be fine. But I only need one person. Chen Bufan's voice was firm. MMPH. For inch, they dared not argue. Yesterday they'd seen Chen Bufan kick two men flying. Let's go. Chen Bufan turned and headed downstairs. Li Wenqiang shot Su Yang a glance and followed. Su Yang, Shen Tong called out, holding a bowl, her face full of worry. It's fine. Who knows the cafeteria better than me? Don't make such faces. Besides, Li Wenqiang is so strong, and so are his sister and brother-in-law. Nothing to worry about. Lock the door, don't let anyone in, and stay put. If I'm late, don't come looking for me. I'd have to find you all over again. Wah. The tense atmosphere was broken by Wang Lingling's sobs, drawing helpless laughter. Ha ha. Hee hee. Sob. He. Sob. Ha ha ha. 4. Wenqiang, can you drive? Yes, I've known how for a long time. Bring him to the garage in 2 minutes. Got it. She understood. If he didn't want her to come down, it meant there was something he couldn't let others see. Chen Bufan entered the garage, killed 2 zombies near the entrance, and moved deeper to find a suitable spot to deploy the RV, his treasure which had yet to see. In a hidden corner, he spotted a man and woman in a car, both turned into zombies. The male zombie sat in the driver's seat, his bloody face hollow-eyed, groaning mindlessly. The 2 zombies were locked in an embrace. Chen Bufan deliberately leaned close to the car window. Hey, nice figure, but too skinny. Bang bang. The zombies, sensing flesh, pounded on the glass, startling Chen Bufan. As he jumped back, he saw the female zombie rise, tearing a chunk of flesh from the male. Forgive me. It's not my fault, you did this yourselves. He parked the car next to theirs. What a beast. 9 meters long, 9 meters high, 5 meters wide. The whole vehicle looked sturdy and tough, exuding power. Good thing the garage was spacious, or turning would be a nightmare. The door had fingerprint and iris locks. Following the system's instructions, Chen Bufan registered himself and opened the door. The cabin was spacious, with seats convertible into a bed that could sleep 2. No key, just fingerprint ignition. The large futuristic central control screen could manage every function of the vehicle. From the cabin, he entered the living area, luxuriously appointed with a TV, fridge, oven, washing machine. Everything a home had. At the back was a large bed, and the living room sofa could fold into another bed. The roof had a retractable platform that could become a massive terrace. Fangu. Bro. Chen Bufan turned to see Li Wenin and the chubby kid coming down. Wenin, you drive. What's your name? He asked the kid. Bro, I'm Suyang. The chubby kid smiled ingratiatingly. Suyang, fine, just give us directions. Holy crap, we're driving this monster. I've never driven anything this big. Li Wenin gaped at the massive RV before her. Chen Bufan smacked Su Yang's head. Let's go, kid. Stop gawking. He just curious. Su Yang scratched his head, face red with embarrassment. Li Wenin settled into the driver's seat, and Chen Bufan registered her fingerprint into the vehicle. Only the two of them could drive it, and only his iris could unlock the door. Wow, so high-tech. When the engine started, the dashboard lit up with a cascade of lights, then dimmed to a soft glow. The central control displayed various options in Chinese, extremely advanced. The three of them sat in the cabin without feeling cramped. Drive carefully, no rush. Watching the excited Li Wenin, Chen Bufan buckled his seatbelt and silently gripped the overhead handle. Li Wenin held the steering wheel tightly as the RV crept forward, but due to its length, she had to reverse and then ease out. Finally out of the garage, Chen Bufan glanced at Su Yang in the back seat, who was just sitting up and rubbing his head. He recalled the two zombies crushed during the reverse and wiped the sweat from his brow, then looked at Li Wenin. Hee, it's too long. I need to get used to it. At least the car's tough, no damage done. Li Wenin gave an embarrassed laugh. Keep your eyes on the road, not on me. Bang. Crash. After flattening a pair of illicit lovers crashing into 7 cars and knocking over a row of electric scooters, they finally burst out of the garage. The vehicle was so tall that it tore a chunk off the wall above the garage door before smashing through the barrier gate. Inside the car, Li Wenyan's face was flushed, her eyes vacant, Chen Bufan's knuckles were white as he gripped the handle, and in the back seat, Su Yang was a mess. Blood streaming from his nose, a huge lump bulging on his forehead, a truly gruesome sight. Chen Bufan made up his mind if the mission succeeded, and he got a soldier reward, he absolutely had to learn how to drive. This was too intense. If the car hadn't been sturdy, they'd be dead meat. Didn't you say you knew how to drive? I got my license at 18 and drove the instructor's car. You're a real treasure. Thanks. Chen Bufan rolled his eyes in exasperation. So you've never driven anything else? You nearly sent me to an early grave. I should have just driven myself. Little fatty, give us directions. Which way? Piss. Bro sis, let's go through the northeast gate, the one near the market. The little fatty rubbed the lump on his forehead, hissing in pain, his face smeared with blood. The northeast gate leads straight to the classroom and office buildings. The apocalypse broke out around 5 p.m. So most people should have been out eating or playing on the sports field. There should be fewer zombies around there. Enter through the northeast gate, head east to the corner, then south to the 3-story cafeteria. South of the cafeteria are the dormitories. The first floor has the cheap communal meals, the second floor is like a night market food court, and the third floor has private rooms. But across from the cafeteria is the big sports field, so there won't be a shortage of monsters. This small county school is cramped, everything squeezed together. Watching Su Yang speak calmly, and clearly, Chen Bufan nodded. Wenin circled the school to check things out. Take wider turns, don't cut it too close, or the car might scrape. Had seen enough buses to know you take the outer lane on a turn, or you'll sideswipe. Got it, Fango. The school cafeteria. On the first floor of the cafeteria, 2 groups faced off in the middle. One group had over 20 people. Those at the front were particularly arrogant, brandishing all sorts of intimidating blades, kitchen knives, boning knives, cleavers, and some had even ripped table legs off to wave as weapons. Among the crowd were several girls, all standing quietly to the side, not involved in the tense standoff. The leader at the front was different. He wore glasses, looking refined, but an aura of near madness emanated from him. When he looked at Li Wenxiang and his group, his gaze was cold as a blade, as if he saw them as already dead. But when his eyes fell on Wang Yuhan, whom Li Wenxiang was protecting, a sick, feverish gleam appeared. On Li Wenqiang's side, he and 3 others stood, himself, 2 roommates, and his girlfriend. Originally they'd had over a dozen people, but today the other side had suddenly gone berserk, slaughtering wildly, leaving them devastated. Several had died and many had defected to the enemy, just to survive. On the day the apocalypse erupted, Li Wenxiang was eating with his girlfriend and roommates on the 2nd floor. When people around them started eating each other, he protected them, fought zombies, saved many classmates, and eventually formed a group. They cleared out many zombies on the 1st floor, lost many, but also saved many. The opposing group had fought their way down from the 3rd floor together, secured the 1st floor, and sealed the main door. For a few days things were peaceful, except the leader occasionally came to talk to his girlfriend. Li Wenxiang knew they'd known each other since childhood, so he didn't think much of it. This morning the power went out, and the network died. The other side suddenly attacked, treating people like animals, leading to the current situation. Li Wenxiang, hand over Wang Yuhan, and I won't make trouble for you. You're skilled. This world needs people like you. I don't mind letting you follow us and survive this apocalypse together. The leader pushed his glasses up his nose with his left hand, holding a knife in his right. His voice was flat as if it were only natural to demand another man's woman, showing no regard for anyone. His henchmen behind him wore amused grins or mocking expressions radiating a sense of entitlement. Sucheng, you want me to be your dog like those behind you? Besides, Henin doesn't like you. Li Wenqiang's eyes blazed with barely contained fury. These people had suddenly killed several classmates who had fought alongside them. At this, the refined Su Cheng's face remained unchanged as if he hadn't heard. But his men were riled. What do you mean, dog? You're the dog. Li Wenqiang, you are asking for death. Idiot, who are you calling a dog? Chop him up. Don't know when to quit. Su Cheng raised his hand, and everyone fell silent, glaring at Li Wenqiang. Wang Yuhan, if you don't come over now, they'll all die for you. Su Cheng, I never liked you. Why are you doing this? They're all classmates. We fought zombies together just days ago, and you killed them. Wang Yuhan pushed past Li Wenqiang's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Su Cheng. Whether you like me or not, you must be by my side. Even if you die, it must be in my arms. Su Cheng gazed at her with morbid intensity. Wang Yuhan had a pure, innocent face, a tall, slender figure with curves and fair, smooth skin. In her tearful state, she was even more endearing. But that didn't matter. Even if she were ugly, she had to be his. Had loved her since childhood. His heart was small, holding only her. After the apocalypse, his possessiveness had only grown stronger. He had to take her back. Yuhan, we grew up together, sharing everything good. I thought we'd grow old together. When we played house as kids, you were always my bride. You said you'd marry me. That was just a childhood game. How can you take it seriously? I saw you as a brother. Wang Yuhan was shocked. This was the reason. Just a childhood game. What did they know back then? Even the girls on Su Cheng's side curled their lips at him. Crazy. The world's ending, and he's fighting over a woman like a child's game. But they couldn't interfere. These people had no restraints before the apocalypse, and now they were lawless. Yuhan, you changed after high school. Is it because of this guy? It's okay, I'll just kill him. Su Cheng looked at his Yuhan with disappointment. Don't hurt Yuhan. Kill him. The words had barely left his mouth before Li Wenqiang's roommate Lu Xiangdong swung a bat at the back of Li Wenqiang's head. A look of shock barely formed on Li Wenqiang's face before he collapsed into Wang Yuhan's arms. Wenxiang, wake up. Wenxiang. Wang Yuhan held him, tears streaming like rain. Damn it. Lu Xiangdong, you traitor. The other roommate Han Wenxing kicked Lu Xiangdong to the ground in shock, ready to fight them all. Boom. Bang. A massive truck front smashed into the cafeteria's glass doors, sending bricks and glass shards flying. Holy crap. Is he insane driving like that? Su Cheng's group had been near the door guarding against escape, and now they were badly hurt. Their bodies were slashed with cuts, and they lay groaning on the floor. Chen Bufan looked at the shattered door ahead, delighted. This truck was a treasure. Reverse swing the truck sideways so the cargo door blocks the cafeteria entrance. Once the truck blocked the door, Chen Bufan and Su Yang got out from the cargo area. The people inside stared at them with surprise, anger, or confusion. Chen Bufan hadn't intended to be so crude, but there were too many zombies outside. No one could get in alone, and they had to rescue someone, so crashing in was the only way to get them out. As for others' lives, that was their problem. Li Wenxiang. He couldn't see the guy lying in the girl's arms. Fan, go over there. In his girlfriend's arms. Su Yang ran over to talk to them. What happened to him? Get him up, his sister came to save him. The zombies outside will be back soon, and we won't be able to leave. Su Yang, what are you doing here? Han Wenxing was shocked. Wasn't Su Yang supposed to be off campus? Oh, never mind that. Hurry up. Wang Yuhan, help him into the truck. We're escaping. There are zombies everywhere. The three of them scrambled to lift Li Wenxiang. This bastard is too heavy. He looks skinny but weighs a ton. Chen Bufan looked at the unconscious Li Wenxiang. So something had happened. The mission was always real-time. Stop. Don't let them leave. Su Cheng, blood streaming from his head, charged like a madman to grab Wang Yuhan, while the others rushed over in fury. They were all second-generation rich kids used to being respected and arrogant. Even if something happened, their families would fix it. In their eyes, they were above everyone else. Now that the world had ended, they were even more lawless. No wonder they dared to kill. Stop them. Kill them. Take the truck too. With this truck, we won't get surrounded. Chen Bufan looked at this group. They were way too arrogant. Had just crashed in to save his future brother-in-law. Why all the killing and shouting? Couldn't they just let them live? He didn't know the whole story. All he knew was that they didn't want them to leave. They didn't even explain, just came at him. He didn't have time for this. Wouldn't it be better to spend time with his little Wen? Oof. Young and unruly, bad seeds grow old. Since that's the case, they wouldn't grow old. Click. Chambering around. He aimed at the fastest runner, a grimacing male student in the lead, and fired 2 shots into his chest. At first, people thought it was a fake gun. But when they realized it was real, the screaming crowd fell silent, their steps halting. The shot Lu Xiangdong looked down at his chest in disbelief. Head just wanted to impress. If only had known. Blood gushed from the 2 wounds, and the searing pain set in. Bang. A single shot to the head. For a moment, the vast cafeteria fell into dead silence. All eyes widened as they stared at Lu Xiangdong's lifeless body on the ground, then lifted their gazes in terror to the man with a gun, his face beaming with a smile. How did he have a gun? On this land, how could he possess one? None of us dared to. You dare to kill. Killing is against the law, you know. Bang. Against the law. Knowing the law and breaking it is even worse. There were plenty who failed to grasp the situation, still daring to rely on their former status to assert dominance, forgetting what era this was. Do you know who his father is? How dare you? Bang bang. Another male student, unwilling to yield, roared at Chen Bufan, but before he could finish, 2 shots rang out. He collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he muttered unwillingly, Do you know who my father is? Who your father is? Shouldn't you ask your mother? What use is asking me? Have I ever been with her? How would I know? Bang, a shot to the head. He killed 3 people without a change in expression. The few female students who had been watching the spectacle were stunned by Chen Bufan's merciless execution and headshot. They felt that Chen Bufan and Su Cheng were cut from the same cloth, both madmen. Russell. Several people, overcome with fear, lost control, and thick yellow urine streamed down their trousers and stockings from their thighs to their feet. The contrast between the yellow urine and pale thighs was starkly seductive. Perhaps some perverse reading enthusiasts had already set their sights on them. Brother Fan, let's go. We're all in the car. The zombies are closing in. Chen Bufan turned and walked toward the vehicle. If he didn't leave soon, the growing horde of zombies would make it impossible to drive out. Stop. Chen Bufan turned back with a delighted expression. Were there really those who weren't afraid of death? Brother Cheng. Zhao Xuewei hurried over and grabbed Su Cheng's arm, trying to stop him from speaking further. She didn't want him to be killed by another madman. It would be too senseless. As long as the Green Hills remained, there would be firewood to burn. This county was only so big, their large vehicle wouldn't be hard to find. Get lost. Su Cheng, his eyes bloodshot, shoved Zhao Xuewei aside, sending her tumbling. He had lost all reason. He couldn't let Yuhan disappear from his sight. Zhao Xuewei fell to the ground, looking at Su Cheng as if he were a complete fool. Su Cheng, just keep acting. For a woman you've played house with a few times, you treat her like a real wife. How childish. How sick. Can't you see who's in charge here? If your father weren't the deputy mayor, would I, your elder sister, bother hanging out with a fool like you? Since it's the apocalypse, the deputy mayor is useless now. Go find your death. Leave Wang Yuhan behind. Otherwise no one leaves this cafeteria today. Su Cheng roared, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the car. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the people inside, and they didn't bother to look out at him. Watching Su Cheng's favorability drop to 100, Chen Bufan found it hilarious. Was this guy an idiot? I have a gun, or what do you have? A sickness. Bang bang. 2 shots precisely pierced through the lenses of his glasses, turning his bloodshot eyes into 2 hollow sockets that bled profusely. How arrogant. He swept his gaze over the crowd. All lowered their heads in silence. Seeing no one dare to speak or offer him amusement, he got in the car and drove off. After Chen Bufan and his group left, those in the cafeteria breathed a sigh of relief. Was everyone losing their minds in the apocalypse? How had they all become so ruthless? The shattered cafeteria door revealed a large opening through which they could see the hordes of zombies outside. A small group chased after the vehicle, but the majority, drawn by the scent of blood, shambled toward the cafeteria. The remaining people in the cafeteria panicked and fled in all directions. Some male students who usually hung out together formed their own teams and ran off, paying no heed to the few girls left behind. The girls, at a loss, rushed to help the one who had been pushed to the ground. Sister Xuewei, what do we do? Those guys ran off on their own. Yes, Sister Xuewei, where can we go? There are monsters everywhere. Those guys have always been selfish. In such danger, why would they care about us? Sister Xuewei, well, follow your lead. Zhao Xuewei was helped up. Frowning, she touched the painful spot behind her, and when she brought her hand up, she saw blood. Enraged, she gritted her teeth. Damn it, she had sat on a piece of glass. Sister Xuewei, you're bleeding. It's nothing. Help me up. Oh, I've got a cut on my butt. Walking's a pain. Let's get out of school first. Grab your bags and head in the opposite direction of that car. Zhao Xuewei's injury made every step excruciating, giving her an awkward gait. Laugh at your grandpa. Li Qianqian, hurry up. Oh, okay, Sister Xuewei, let's go. With that, the 2 girls supported Zhao Xuewei on either side, while another picked up a few longer knives and slung a backpack over her shoulder. They quickly fled the cafeteria, grateful that the zombies were still slow. As they passed Su Cheng's corpse, Zhao Xuewei clenched her teeth in fury and kicked him viciously several times. Kick you stupid bastard. Kick you for pushing me. For playing house. Ouch, my butt. Hiss. Hiss. Sister Xuewei, let's go. Stop kicking. Your butt's bleeding like a flower. Li Qianqian, carrying the backpack behind, exclaimed in alarm. Damn it, let's go. Find a place to change pants first. You two are way too wild. The 2 girls supporting her blushed. They had wet themselves from fear, but so had some of the guys. It wasn't shameful. Li Qianqian, following behind, watched Li Man and Lu Xian ahead, their urine-soaked stockings still dripping, while Zhao Xuewei's injured, but bled, all of them soaked. Their awkward leg-flinging strides were too much, and she couldn't help but let out a small laugh. He. The three women ahead turned around in unison, glaring at Li Qianqian and shaking their fists. The group found an open apartment in a residential building near the school empty of people and took refuge there. Phew, finally safe. You two take off your pants and clean up. The stench of your urine has been killing me all the way, you little vixens. Oomph. ×2. Li Man and Lu Xian promptly removed their pants and stockings, filling the air with a strong smell of urine. They were definitely dehydrated. Fortunately, their bags contained spare underwear and pants. Sister Shuawei lied down on the sofa. Let me look at your wound. The three girls gathered around to examine the injury on Zhao Ziwei's butt. Tisk tisk, so sexy. Get lost. And so soft. Lu Xian gave it a pinch. Damn it, if you don't treat my wound soon I'll die. Li Man leaned in her face, almost touching the butt, then suddenly pulled out a piece of glass. Eek! Ah! Zhao Ziwei's upper body jerked back with a scream as the pain made her whole body tense. Sister Shuawei, I pulled out a shard of glass. It's fine now. The wound isn't big, but we can only put a band-aid on it. We don't have any other medicine. Li Qianqian and Lu Xian shot Li Man a reproachful look. That was too rough. Ooh, couldn't she be more careful? Just yanking it out like that. It must hurt so much. Li Man carefully applied a band-aid, and out of habit patted it. Slap. All done. Damn you. Zhao Shuawei turned her head and stared intently at Li Man. The next morning, 7 a.m. on September 3, 2034. Chen Bufan opened his eyes, gazing at Li Wanyin, who was sleeping soundly with her head resting on his arm. A smug smile appeared on his lips as he leaned down to inhale the fragrant scent of her hair and planted a kiss on her rosy cheek. Li Wanyin opened her eyes and shot him a glance before closing them again, too tired and sleepy after taking care of her brother last night. After returning from school yesterday, she had settled Li Wenxiang in his own room and checked on him, noticing a wound on the back of his head. With no doctor available, she had only applied some medicine and wrapped it up simply. Li Wenqiang's girlfriend Wang Yuhan and his roommate Han Wenxing lived with 5 other students upstairs. They all knew each other, with the boys pairing with boys and the girls with girls squeezing in together. With water and electricity cut off, they made do by using a bottle of mineral water to wash up. The RV was parked downstairs equipped with unlimited water, but he was too lazy to go down. Sitting on the sofa, he took out 2 servings of rice, a plate of 4 happiness meatballs, and a bowl of vegetable soup into which he tossed 10 goji berries. He needed to pay attention to his health. No matter how fit he was, he couldn't withstand excess. He spun around happily, eating such greasy food early in the morning because he was hungry and needed to refuel. Taking a bite of the 4 happiness meatballs, he was met with a burst of meaty flavor. Chen Bufan loved meat, it satisfied his cravings. After finishing those, he devoured an entire roast chicken before feeling content. His high physical fitness had increased his appetite. He checked on his brother-in-law, who was still asleep. Placing his hand under his nose to check for breath, he confirmed him, there's air, as long as he's alive that's good. Returning to the sofa, he claimed yesterday's reward, a potion that could enhance his physique by 100 gene, a weakened version of what he usually took. He was satisfied with the 500 gene item he already possessed, considering himself among the top tier of humans. In the realm of zombies, however, just 1 bite would mean death, but he had medicine, so he was confident. Clone soldier, customizable body skills, implanted memories, loyal to the host, fulfills requests. Chen Bufan's eyes flickered with a strange light. Wouldn't it be great to have a beautiful bodyguard around to take care of my daily life, while also protecting me? Such rewards would surely come again in the future. It was better to enjoy them early and create one to his liking. Chen Bufan sat on the sofa, his gaze fixated on an invisible blue screen, meticulously shaping the character he desired. Finally, he created a woman with a cold demeanor and an alluring figure. Claim. A flash of blue light appeared before him, revealing a tall woman standing at 170 centimeters. Indeed, she was the perfect woman he envisioned as a bodyguard. Exuding a cold aura while possessing the voluptuous figure, he secretly desired her skin fair and flawless. Wow. System, did you give her appropriate clothing? What will I do if someone sees me? This is too much. Chen Bufan scolded the system while scrutinizing the new character from head to toe. Hello, boss. Alright. Another flash of blue light occurred, and a complete set of black women's business attire appeared, along with a handgun, several magazines, and a short sword that was slightly longer than a dagger. Not bad. The weapon comes with basic features. Quick, put on this outfit. Yes, master. From now on, call me boss. Understood, boss. As she donned her clothes, Chen Bufan didn't miss a single frame. Let's give you a name. Given your cold visage and tall stature, let's call you Optimus Prime. Upon hearing this, the girl narrowed her alluring eyes, her hand resting on her curvy hips, instinctively raising as if to lift her clothes to draw her gun, her fingers teasingly curling before relaxing again, feeling conflicted. If it weren't for Chen Bufan, she would have to eliminate him. Don't like it. Then. Megatron. Bumblebee. Red Spider. Fallen Autobot. Do you have some serious issues? The girl pursed her lips tightly, silently turning to look out of the window, presenting her curvaceous backside to Chen Bufan, her fists clenching and relaxing repeatedly. I may be a clone, but I'm not foolish. Alright, I was just joking. I created you to ensure my peace. I'm terrible at naming, so I'll just give you a homophonic name. Your skin is as smooth as cream, so from now on you shall be called Ning. And Ning, that's fine, better than Optimus Prime. Haha. Alright, just do as you please. Just ensure my safety when we go out. Understood, boss. Human and Ning. Height 170 centimeters. Physique can carry 500 gene. Appearance 97. Skills proficient in driving firearms and combat. Looking over her information, he nodded. Now he had a driver. Yesterday he had almost been wiped out by Li Wenyin. And Ning, can you drive any vehicle? Boss, I can drive anything. New airplanes and tanks are also under my purview. That's great. I have high hopes for you. The boss was quite satisfied thinking of her as a secretary. Thank you, boss. And Ning's cold expression softened slightly as she adapted her memories and body, now fully integrated. System sign in. System. Chen Bufan felt a wave of resentful energy, as if disturbed. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 walkie-talkies with an effective range of 10 kilometers and a standby duration of 15 days. Very convenient. System, do you just read novels when I don't talk to you? System, I don't read novels. I watch you deal with Li Wenyin. When did I deal with her? Why are you making baseless claims? System, I heard a smack last night. Please no more. No sending me off. Chen Bufan shook his head, realizing the system had gone rogue. The system had no tasks today, not even a zombie clearing mission. Could it be because there were hardly any zombies nearby? Bufan, when did you get up? Have you seen my brother? Chen Bufan turned around and saw Li Wenyin clad in a nightgown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, rubbing her eyes as she walked out of the bedroom. I got up a while ago. Your brother is still asleep. Are you hungry? A bit hungry. I'm so tired. And Ning wanted to come forward when she saw her approach, but Chen Bufan noticed and gently waved his hand, so she retreated to the windowsill and made herself invisible. Li Wenyin, still in a daze, walked over and sat beside him, leaning into his embrace, her head burrowing comfortably as she squinted her eyes contentedly. Chen Bufan wrapped his arm around her shoulder, observing her drowsy state. Her vigilance was truly lacking. She hadn't even noticed a stranger standing nearby. Ever since the apocalypse began, Chen Bufan had shielded her, leaving her without a shred of caution. He gave her an immense sense of security. He tickled her. She dodged. He tickled her again. She pouted and looked up in displeasure. He gestured with his chin toward the window. Look there. Li Wenyin, still groggy, gazed ahead and saw a tall, slender figure in a suit with a cold, aloof face. She stared at her, and the woman stared back, the two exquisite women locking eyes with each other. Oh my God, who is she? Li Wenyin's eyes flew wide open, her wits snapping back in an instant. She perked up, squinting as she glared at Chen Bufan and then at the girl. Her chest began to heave rapidly, and her cheeks slowly puffed up. You bastard, Chen Bufan. I've only been with you for a few days, and already you've brought in such a stunning woman. Just look at that chest. Only a bit smaller than mine. And those legs so long. That cold, delicate face. It's so tempting. She thought, slurp. So ethereal, so alluring. This scumbag. Tell me, who is she? Where did she come from? What are you planning? Li Wenyin tried to stand up from Chen Bufan's embrace, but he held her tight, leaving her unable to move. She could only pout and stare at him. Seeing her soft pink lips, he couldn't resist and gave her a kiss. Li Wenyin, disgusted, jerked her head back. Her name is Ning. She served in the military, knows guns, driving, and martial arts. She'll be our driver and bodyguard from now on. That's it. Li Wenyin looked into his eyes. I don't want to do anything. Chen Bufan replied calmly. Li Wenyin leaned close to his ear and whispered slyly. Rascal, do you think I believe you? Do you really need someone that beautiful for protection? Your little scheme is obvious. We've only been together a few days, and you're already tired of me. Do you still want me? Li Wenyin grew more aggrieved as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. This bastard. It's only been a few days, and he's already chasing other women. I'm a yoga teacher. I can handle any pose. Am I not enough for you? Sob. So annoying. Don't cry. How could I not want you? You're the one I love most. She's really just here to protect us. I swear I have no improper intentions toward her. Chen Bufan quickly began to justify himself. Hearing no improper intentions, both women rolled their eyes. Neither believed him. Within Ning's looks, even Li Wenyin found her appealing, let alone a man like him. Do you think I'm stupid? She's so beautiful, sooner or later you'll devour her completely. Back then I just opened the door to check on you, and you shamelessly took me. Li Wenyin felt a pang of sorrow. Her man was a womanizer too. All men were. But deep down she had already prepared herself. Now that the apocalypse had come, she had seen his strength these past few days. He could lead people to survive in this world. A powerful man would never have just one woman. Beautiful women were a vulnerable group. Even in peacetime, the wealthy and powerful often had more than one woman, let alone during the apocalypse. She had read novels too. When resources were scarce, a single pack of noodles could buy a woman's favor. And he had abilities akin to a spatial power. Which woman wouldn't want that? She didn't want to leave him. Although she had gotten together with him simply because she liked him as a person, after learning his secret she enjoyed it too. She was crying now because she loved him, throwing a little tantrum to let him know she was upset, venting her frustration. Even if she couldn't control him, she didn't want him to take in just any woman. I don't want to eat what a pig has already tasted. Be good, stop crying. You're my first woman, and you hold a special place in my heart. Since the apocalypse began, we've relied on each other. You'll always be my priority. Okay, listen to me. Chen Bufan gently wiped away her tears. Li Wenyin truly meant something special to him. She was his first woman, and they had both been each other's first. First experiences left a deep impression on any one man or woman. No matter how many women he might have in the future, none could surpass Li Wenyin's importance. Besides, they were genuinely in love. Have her come with me to the car downstairs. I want to take a shower. Li Wenyin said, wiping the tears from her reddened eyes. Having vented her feelings, her little tantrum subsided. Just wait until I get back. They'll deal with you until there's nothing left. Chen Bufan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at Ning. Li Wenyin took the initiative to hold Ning's hand, and they went downstairs together. She had already registered her iris in the car's system when they returned yesterday, so they could enter. In Li Wenqiang's bedroom, Li Wenxiang, who had been unconscious for a day, finally woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar bedroom, stunned. Wasn't he confronting that lunatic Su Cheng in the school cafeteria? How could he be in his own bedroom? Could it be? After dying, he had been reborn. Li Wenxiang lay on the bed, a smile creeping across his face. He had actually been reborn. He remembered that a few days after the apocalypse, Su Cheng dared to kill him over his girlfriend Wang Yuhan. Before his death, he saw that it was his most trusted roommate Lu Xiangdong who had ambushed him. He was actually Su Cheng's man. Despite the fact that Li Wenxiang had saved him several times when the apocalypse first broke out, otherwise he would have been bitten to death long ago. That ungrateful bastard. Excellent. I've been reborn. This time I must stockpile supplies first. Lu Xiangdong, you're dead. Sister. Yuhan. This time I will definitely protect you both. Well, survive and live well together. I will make sure you both live. Li Wenxiang excitedly stood up from the bed and shouted. Outside, Chen Bufan, Li Wenyin, and Ning and Wang Yuhan were eating at the dining table. The table was laden with delicious dishes, all freshly cooked by Ning, with Li Wenyin and Wang Yuhan assisting. Earlier that day, after Li Wenyin and Ning finished showering, Wang Yuhan had come downstairs to check on Li Wenxiang. Li Wenyin was very interested in her brother's girlfriend, and they had chatted all day. Three women make a drama, but fortunately Ning was quiet, or else Chen Bufan would have been driven mad. In the evening, Ning prepared a feast that rivaled any restaurant's, though restaurant food was too greasy. Everyone was eating with relish when suddenly, I've been reborn. I will make sure you both live. Ha ha. Li Wenyin, Wang Yuhan, and Ning. Chen Bufan, haha, your brother has quite the imagination. Li Wenyin and Wang Yuhan's faces turned red. What a fool. They both put down their chopsticks and rushed into the bedroom. Inside, Li Wenxiang, with a bandage wrapped around his head, stood on the bed, hands on his hips, laughing. What the hell are you doing? A wave of instinctual fear washed over him as Li Wenxiang stared in shock at the two women bursting in. A crow flew by. Caw, caw, caw. Sis. Sister. Yuhan. What are you doing here? Did Lu Xiangdong hit you so hard you lost your mind? Where else would I be if not at home? Sit down, you're embarrassing us. Oh dear. So you mean you rescued me yesterday, sis? And the guy dounced. Why are you in my house? Li Wenxiang suddenly shouted. Li Wenyin and the other woman turned around. Chen Bufan was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, grinning. Li Wenyin blushed. Keep your voice down. Don't yell. How's your head? A bit dizzy. Li Wenxiang replied, glancing at the short Chen Bufan and then at his sister. All right, come out and eat something. Have a good meal to recover, Chen Bufan interrupted. After the meal, under Li Wenqiang's watchful gaze, Chen Bufan rested on the sofa in his home. The cold, beautiful woman sat motionless not far away. Hey, why don't you leave? Li Wenyin covered his mouth and, along with Wang Yuhan, forcibly helped Li Wenxiang back into the room. Sis, so it was him who drove you to crash the cafeteria doors yesterday, killed Su Cheng and Lu Xiangdong, and brought us back. Yes, after you called me yesterday, I felt uneasy, so he took me to find you. You should thank him. Oh, I couldn't have saved you on my own. Then he's pretty capable. Sis, what's the relationship between you two? Ahem, he's your brother-in-law. Li Wenyin blushed. What? How is he my brother-in-law? You. How can you like such a little thing? Watch your tongue. Don't speak ill of your brother-in-law. Besides, he's not little at all. Not little. He's so short. Wait. You gave yourself to him. Even dull-witted Li Wenxiang caught on, his eyes wide with realization. A moment of silence followed. Did he force you, or were you willing? Of course I was willing. Honestly, I was curious about him from the moment we met. After the apocalypse, he took care of me, brought me out to find supplies, and trained me to kill zombies. Without him, we would have been long gone. Li Wenxiang studied his sister's eyes intently. She seemed to be telling the truth. Li Wenyin thought, as if I'd let you see through me. Sis, your taste is really terrible. 2 days later. September 6th, 2034. Early morning. Chen Bufan sat on the sofa, wiping away his eyes, following Li Wenyin's every move. She was doing push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and squats in the living room, her alluring figure captivating his gaze. 2 days ago he had injected her with the physique potion. As his closest person she deserved the best, and he wouldn't let her affection go to waste. She had been training all morning, giving Chen Bufan a delightful feast for his eyes. Beautiful people make everything a pleasure to watch. And Ning sat nearby maintaining her gun, teasing him with a glance. Boss, you're drooling. Huh. Chen Bufan quickly wiped his mouth. Where? There was nothing. Damn, she tricked him. He shot at Ning a fierce glare. He had given her such a cold, beautiful face, yet beneath her quiet demeanor, she had such a mischievous streak. Li Wenxiang ran over and plopped down next to Chen Bufan, grinning slyly, making Chen Bufan feel uneasy. What are you doing? Smiling so cheaply, you're up to no good. Who's cheap? Ahem. Hey brother-in-law, can you give me one? His gaze was fixed on the gun in Ning's hand. No wonder he was grinning like that. Who could resist such a thing? No. Why not? Your sister's taste is so terrible, how could I possibly have something like this? Oh brother-in-law, I was blind. I, the lesser man, won't hold a grudge against your greatness. Huh? What? No, I mean your greatness won't hold a grudge against my pettiness. Ahem. Li Wenxiang scratched his head in frustration. You'd better stick with a kitchen knife. Sis, don't call me. I only have one. Brother-in-law ugh, knowing that Chen Bufan had saved them and become family with his sister, his favorability was now at 90. Chen Bufan could safely give him a gun. In the apocalypse, every extra hand adds strength. The FN-57 has strong penetration. Even most bulletproof vests can't stop it. It holds 20 rounds. With your strength and big hands, it's perfect for you. Go learn how to use it from Sister Ning. Never point the muzzle at your own people. Your sister is my woman, so we're family. Don't do anything to betray us. Huh. Thanks, brother-in-law. This gun is beautiful. Sis, your taste is amazing. You rascal. Boom. Crash. Virum. Crackle. Bang. Whoosh. Get down. Hearing the explosion, Chen Bufan immediately lunged to cover Li Wenyin, holding her head to shield her. And Ning followed, throwing herself over them both for protection. Li Wenxiang was kicked to the ground by Chen Bufan as he rushed to shield Li Wenyin. Swoosh. Whiz whiz whiz, smack. The entire building shook, windows shattered. The group pressed their heads low, ears ringing with the sound of glass, shards exploding against the walls. After a minute the noise gradually subsided. Chen Bufan slowly raised his head. The furniture around them was in ruins, covered in dust. Cough. Cough. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Chen Bufan carefully helped Li Wenyin up, inspecting her for wounds. Brother Fan, I'm fine. Are you okay? Li Wenyin frantically felt Chen Bufan all over. If he hadn't shielded her, she would have been badly hurt. In moments of danger you truly know your place in someone's heart. Chen Bufan had instinctively lunged to protect her without hesitation, and she was both moved and pained. I'm fine, don't worry. No one in this whole complex is in better shape than us. He wiped her face. Her beautiful features were covered in dust with 2 clear tear tracks. He told Li Wenxiang to go upstairs and check on his girlfriend. The kid had a small cut on his face and looked at the three of them standing together with resentment. You all saved each other, but kicked me aside. That's just cruel. Stop joking and go check on the others upstairs. Got it, sis. What happened? The building's windows were completely gone, as if bombed. The building in front, Building 10, was worse off, having taken the brunt of the blast as it stood diagonally in front of Building 9. Chen Bufan went to the window, steadying himself against the wall. The wind on the 12th floor was strong, making him squint. Brother Fan, be careful. Li Wenyin tugged his arm. The gas station 500 meters away exploded for some reason. The nearby neighborhoods were all affected. Who knew it would be so powerful? Boom. A car next to the gas station exploded. Roar. Huh. Brother Fan, look. Chen Bufan looked up. Zombies that had been trapped in their homes, now free from the shattered windows, stumbled out one after another, falling like dumplings to the ground below. Those with broken arms got up and limped toward the gas station. Those with broken legs crawled, leaving heavy trails of blood behind. Too many. Too many. Swoosh. A zombie fell past their window from directly above. Watch out. Boom. It shattered upon impact. Seconds later it crawled toward the horde ahead with its remaining arm. Phew. This is terrifying. We've been too comfortable. This is the real apocalypse, isn't it? Ever since Chen Bufan got the system, he had never lacked food or supplies. With a laid-back personality, considerable strength, and weapons, he had never really taken the zombies seriously. After getting together with Li Wenyin, he fell into a blissful haze. Beautiful company, every day, no worries about food or drink. It hardly felt like the apocalypse anymore. Now the sight of the ruined building, the blazing gas station, the doors destroyed by the blast, the zombies unleashed, and the hordes forming. All of it pulled Chen Bufan's complacent heart back to reality. Besides, there had been no such explosion in his past life, had there? Boss, look over here. The three of them entered the kitchen. The house was laid out with a north-south open plan, the kitchen overlooking the north side of the building, and the living room the south side. Their complex had 13 buildings. Initially, there weren't many zombies outside, most trapped inside their homes. However, the earlier explosion had shattered the glass, unleashing the zombies. It wouldn't have been a problem if they waited for the horde to pass before finding a new shelter. But now the situation had changed. In the neighboring complex with over 50 low-rise buildings, countless zombies were converging, drawn by the noise. As they passed each building, more zombies poured out through open unit doors. Soon screams echoed from within, lured by the scent of cooked meat. Between the two complexes stood only a single fence designed to keep out the honest rather than the determined. Now it couldn't withstand the pressure of such a massive zombie horde. The dense swarm of zombies surged like locusts, breaching everything in their path. Chen Bufan and his companions felt their scalps crawl. Without the barrier of doors, the scent drifted, attracting more undead. No one could withstand such a colossal horde. Not without cannons or missiles. Armed only with knives and pistols, they would be overwhelmed long before they could fight their way through. We have to leave. If the horde reaches us and enters the unit door, we'll be trapped here. That's a death sentence. We can't stay. We could never kill enough of them to survive. Fango, what do we do now? Wherever you say, we'll follow. Pack up. Head downstairs to the RV. We'll be safe inside. It's explosion-proof and collision-proof. The zombies can't break in. They'll go upstairs to get the others. Prepare the weapons. All right, be careful. We'll just grab a few clothes. Chen Bufan drew his blade and went upstairs, where he met Li Wenxiang leading people out. Hey, brother-in-law, you're up. Gather everyone. We need to leave. The zombie horde in the neighboring complex is too large. It's dangerous. If we don't go now, it might be too late. All right. Li Wenxiang turned and called for the others in the room to pack. Chen Bufan returned to his apartment and gathered the supplies that Li Wenin and Ning had organized into bundles. I wonder if we'll ever come back, Li Wenin said, clutching a photo album, gazing at the furnishings with reluctance. But there was no choice. They had to flee. The group assembled in the hallway. Chen Bufan and his companions were lightly equipped. The 5 students from upstairs each carried several bags of food, their haul from the supermarket over the past 2 days. And Ning, take point. Wenin, stay behind me. Wenxiang, bring up the rear and keep them together. The situation outside is bad. Don't fall behind. After giving his orders, Chen Bufan handed a walkie-talkie to Ning, Li Wenin, and Li Wenxiang each in case they got separated. And Ning held a short sword and carried an AR-15 rifle. The rifle had a low report, and Ning was undoubtedly the best shot. She would clear the path more easily. You two put your hair up in buns. Don't leave high ponytails. If a zombie grabs it, no one can save you. Oh, thank you, Fango. Shintong and Wang Lingling quickly tied up their hair. Let's go. Under Chen Bufan's lead and Ning's point, the group descended the stairs. As they went lower, the sounds of fighting grew louder. Looks like zombies have gotten in. Everyone be careful. He turned to Li Wenin. Stay close to me. Watch yourself. Fine. It was their first time fleeing like this. Everyone was tense, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down their faces. When they reached the 3rd floor, their path was blocked by a group of people. Several men at the front used pot lids as shields, shoving back the zombies. The undead, driven mad by the scent of flesh, howled in excitement, their movements even quicker than usual. Help! Save me! With the higher ground, the defenders had to crouch awkwardly, and the urgency of the situation made everyone panic. Facing the onslaught of terrifying zombies, they scrambled desperately. Tang Dalong, standing behind the shield wall, gripped a pole with a fruit knife tied to its tip. Gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, he stabbed downward at the zombies. Suddenly, a zombie that had been pushed onto the stairs grabbed a man's calf from below. The man fell with a scream, dropping his weapon. He flailed his hands, trying to grab onto those above, and lashed onto Tang Ren's leg, pulling him down as well. Tang Dalong grabbed his brother's clothes, pulling with all his might. Tang Ren sat on the ground, gripping the fallen man's hand, trying to drag him back. The zombies all bent down, tearing and biting at the man. Soon his body was covered in wounds. The scent of blood drove the undead even wilder. They bit off chunks of flesh, gulping them down. Some dug their sharp nails into his belly, ripping it open to pull out intestines and organs, stuffing them into their mouths. It hurts. Save me. Coughing blood, I don't want to die. The man screamed for mercy at first, but soon blood gushed from his mouth as his life faded. Tang Ren let go. He's beyond saving. Fall back. Tang Dalong roared, tugging at his younger brother. What? I let go ages ago, but he's still holding on to me. Damn it. I can't pry him off. As the two pulled harder, the man's body tore in two. Stinking entrails, greasy fat, and blood spilled everywhere. From above, they could even see a section of his spine, clearly defined. Damn it. Damn it. Let me go. Let go. They'll kick you to death. Tang Ren screamed in terror, vomiting as he kicked the man's face with all his strength. Horror. No matter how much he kicked, the grip wouldn't loosen. He had to use his hands to pry the fingers apart. But then, to his shock, the dead man suddenly opened his eyes and lunged at him with a snarl. It all happened in a flash. There was no time to react, only to watch helplessly as the half-corpse zombie bit down. Even Tang Ren was frozen in shock. Bang, bang, bang. The low sound of gunfire rang out, and Ning stood at the top of the stairs, witnessing the scene. Her precise shots picked off the zombies one by one, quickly piling up corpses on the stairs and giving the people below a moment to breathe. Are they soldiers? How do they have guns? Don't talk. That gun doesn't look like it's from around here. Let's go with them. They have guns. It'll be safer. They have guns so they should protect us. Shut up. I think they should shoot you. What did you say? Do they owe you anything? They're not soldiers, and if they're not soldiers, but have guns, can they be good people? Damn, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. If you don't want to die, keep your voice down. They're looking at you. Ahaha. Tang Dalong turned back and saw a cold, beautiful woman. He dared not speak. Only when Chen Bufan came down did he breathe a sigh of relief, hoping the beauty wouldn't just gun them all down. Boss, you've come down. What should we do? There are too many zombies below, and we can't rely on our few useless people. Don't delay your departure. Chen Bufan stretched his head to look down the stairs, seeing the zombies still crowding together below. They couldn't be stuck here, and had to break out of the building first. Brother Tonglong, you and your people throw the blocked corpses out of the windows in the stairwell. There are too many bodies, don't block the way. The rest of us will handle it. Once we reach the first floor, find your own vehicle. They'll lead the way. If you can keep up, run out. If not, I can't stop and wait for you. You know that if we're surrounded by the horde, and the vehicle can't move, it's death. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, just letting us follow you is already taking care of us. We know the situation. After saying that, he turned to lead the others in moving the corpses. Hurry. Everyone, don't stand around. Throw the bodies down and clear the path. A group of people was busy moving the corpses. The stairwell was small and couldn't accommodate too many working at once. And Ning, clear the zombies outside the unit door. Wen Yin Wen Chong will use handguns to shoot the zombies in the stairwell, just right for you to practice your shooting skills. Aim for the head. Everyone nodded. And Ning, carrying her gun, took a couple of steps back, kicked off the wall for leverage, and gracefully perched on the window sill, firing her rifle at the approaching zombies outside, preventing them from entering the unit door. It really has to be the boss. Tang Dalong watched in Ning's agile movements and marvelous posture, sighing in admiration. Gunfire erupted, zombies inside and outside the building kept falling. These zombies had tumbled down from the shattered windows of their own community, many of them lying down. Oh, my leg. A man moving the corpses didn't notice a limbless zombie, crawling through the gaps among the many corpses, tearing a large chunk of flesh from his leg. The man fell to the ground, only to be bitten on the neck. Bang! Chen Bufan shot the man to prevent him from turning into a zombie and causing further trouble. Watch your feet. Don't let the zombies lying down bite your legs. Stay alert. The group, seeing Chen Bufan's decisive actions, wiped their sweat and worked faster. While Chen Bufan shot from behind, Tang Dalong led the others to either throw the corpses out or leave them to the side. Under the suppression of several guns, these dozens of carbon-based life forms were no match. Soon the group reached the first floor, where the stairwell was filled with corpses, the stench overwhelming. As they walked on them, blood and flesh stuck to their feet, making it hard to move. Tang Dalong, you all go drive. In 5 minutes we'll rush out through the south gate, just follow our vehicle. Okay, but boss, some people are smashing your car. Chen Bufan looked speechlessly at the group of people coming down from another building, wondering if they had any idea of his power. Do they still look down on my car? You think you can smash my car's windows with a rolling pin? Do you see me as a weakling? System, don't drag me into this. I'm just a delivery guy. You all get busy. Tang Dalong led his family towards the underground parking lot. Let's go to our vehicle. That railing over there won't hold for long. Looking at the people around him, Li Wenyin, Li Wenxiang, Wang Yuhan, and Ning Han Wenqing Suyang. There were 11 people, and the RV barely fit. From the explosion at the gas station to their descent, and now rushing out of the building, it had only been about 30 minutes. The railing over there had already tilted down, with thousands of zombies crowding against it. The zombies at the front were squeezed into the railings, their skin being crushed off their faces, and some even died from being pressed there. The faceless zombies let out a roar. Grr. Don't push. There's nothing ahead. I've lost my face. Crack. The skull shattered, and brain matter exploded out. More and more zombies pressed in against the railings, which were covered in shredded flesh. Finally, unable to withstand the immense force, it collapsed completely. Boom. The zombies shouted, brothers, charge with me. Roar. Who stepped on my foot? Roar. You're the one whose foot is on the railing. Hey, don't smash it. The vehicle owner is coming. So what if they come? How are we supposed to run without a vehicle? Don't be dazed. Watch out for the zombies. Let's keep smashing. This vehicle is too solid. Oh no, hurry up. The horde is coming. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Damn it, this broken vehicle won't budge. As Chen Bufan and his group ran closer. Quick. Kid, open the door. The horde is coming. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yes. Hurry, drive, let us in. What are you standing there shouting for? Hurry up. What does our vehicle have to do with you? Can't you see how many of us there are? We can't fit you all. Plus you're smashing our car. How can you still have the nerve to ask for a ride? Li Wenyin was furious. What kind of people are these? They smash other people's cars and still feel entitled to ride. Do they have no shame? What kind of language is that, you filthy woman? We're all from the same community, all family. Can't you help a little? Stop arguing. Let's go. The horde is coming. If you don't take us, then none of you can leave. An old man swung a kitchen knife, and it struck the tire, unexpectedly bouncing back and causing him to fall. Ouch. Old man, hey, you hurt me. Hurry, open the car door and take us with you, or you won't get to leave. Old man. You. Li Wenyin was about to speak. Alright Wenyin, there's no time to waste. Chen Bufan stretched out his hand to stop Li Wenyin, a hint of a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Could they not see the gun in his hand? Open the door, and remember to let and Ning drive. Got it. Li Wenyin rolled her eyes at him. I can drive too, why the special instruction? Alright, this is good. If we had opened the door earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. Old man will be taking this vehicle soon. It looks sturdy and safe. Hey filthy woman, if you had opened it earlier we wouldn't have any trouble. A passerby character leered at Li Wenyin, scanning her with a lustful gaze. He thought to himself, not only does he want to ride in this RV, but he also wants to drive a small car inside it. What a figure tsk tiska. How good luck. After Li Wenyin opened the door, their group slowly boarded the vehicle. Taking advantage of the zombies still moving while time was still manageable, Chen Bufan also enjoyed a moment that revealed the nature of humanity. Kid, why are you laughing? Get lost. We need to board. Bang bang bang. Chen Bufan didn't bother to respond. A series of gunshots rang out, each bullet hitting the passerby character. The passerby was shocked. He never expected their guns were real. They were owners from the northernmost building of the community, chased south by the horde, and just happened to pass by this vehicle. However, Chen Bufan and his group were in the southernmost building, so they were unaware that this group actually had guns. Chen Bufan and his crew hadn't relied on their firearms to bully others in the apocalypse. The passerby character died with resentment. They had 2 knives, and went to rob food from others, even robbing someone's wife, yet they with guns did nothing, even knowing it. Son of a BH. You dare kill. I'll fight you. Bang. The shot was fired by Li Wenxiang, his hand trembling, his eyes filled with fear, reluctance, anger, and a bit of exhilaration. The old lattice eyes widened, a bullet hole in her forehead, a massive cavity in the back of her head splattering red and white all over the old man behind her. Unfortunately, the FN-57 had too strong a penetrating power. The bullet went through the old lady and hit his head, bringing the family back together. Well done, but don't get addicted. Let's go. The group boarded the vehicle and closed the door. Boss, they are behind us. In the rearview mirror, a line of vehicles had gathered behind the RV, the last vehicle already honking in desperation. Go. The RV started and several zombies desperately slammed against it, achieving nothing, losing a lot of rotten flesh in the process. Dirty my vehicle, damn it, let's go run them over. Watch and learn. And Ning grinned as the vehicle sped away. Chen Bufan gripped the handrail tightly. Damn it. No need to drive this recklessly. I haven't even strapped my seatbelt. Dozens of zombies blocked the way, and without any hindrance they were knocked aside and flattened. If it were a sedan, they would definitely not get through. At a fork in the road 5 kilometers from the residential complex, the convoy came to a halt. 2 fewer vehicles remained than when they had set out. Through the rearview mirror, he had seen those 2 cars, whether due to nerves or mechanical failure, careen into abandoned vehicles shortly after bursting out of the complex. One had its windows shattered by zombies and its occupants devoured, the other was similarly besieged by a horde, its engine smoking from the strain, but unable to break free. Boss, if it weren't for you, would have been trapped in that building. Here are a few bags of supplies we scavenged over the past few days. We thought we could hole up and wait for rescue, but the gas station explosion destroyed our home. Tang Dalong and Tang Ren carried over several bags, their faces marked with a wistful, bitter smile. They had built a home of their own in a lifetime, and now it was gone with no future path in sight. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. If your men hadn't fired those shots, I'd have been bitten to death. I'm still drenched in cold sweat. Tang Ren was now deeply grateful to Chen Bufan. In that moment when he was seized, he thought he was done for. Chen Bufan nodded and accepted the goods without pretentious refusal. Supplies would eventually run out, and this was his due. A life saved was worth a few bags of provisions. Any plans? He admired Tang Dalong, a man who dared to act when needed and had decent skills, a good ally to have. I would plan to stay put or follow you, boss, to survive somehow. But now our home is gone, and you've brought us out. Our family talked it over. Since we're out, we want to head back to our rural hometown to see if our elders are still alive. Dead or alive, ITLL, give us peace of mind. The countryside has fewer people and more land. Maybe there's a way to live. What about you, boss? Chen Bufan felt a pang of regret at losing such talent, but everyone had their own path, and he couldn't force them to stay. They weren't beautiful women. I plan to wander. The world is vast, and I can go anywhere. My family is in the car. Home is wherever we are. Boss, with your strength you'll thrive anywhere. It's a pity I have family ties and can't journey with you. Let's part ways here. Wishing you a safe and smooth journey. Take care, and may we meet again. Tang Dalong was deeply moved. In the apocalypse, sticking with a strong leader guaranteed a good life, but his family bound him. Farewell, safe travels. After Tang Dalong's family left, the others also bid farewell and returned to their rural homes. Only Chen Bufan's group of 5 remained, along with Han Wenqing and Su Yang's group of 5. What are your plans? Brother-in-law Su Yang and I will go together. We're all from nearby villages here for school. Now that school's out, we want to go home to our families. It's better to travel together. Han Wenqing stepped forward. Since they were classmates with Li Wenxiang, they followed Li's family hierarchy and called Chen Bufan brother-in-law. Good. Be careful on the road. Don't trust anyone easily. In the apocalypse, people turn vicious. Protect yourselves to protect your families. Got it, brother-in-law. Thank you for saving us, brother-in-law. Sister, brother-in-law, safe travels. Wah. Let's all stay safe. You cry, baby. Enough crying. There are cars everywhere here. Pick one and head out. I hope we all survive. Brother, good luck. You too. Li Wenxiang also said goodbye to his roommate. He had wanted to bring his roommate along, but one shouldn't travel far while one's parents are alive. In a blink, only Chen Bufan's family of 5 remained. It's just us now? What do we do? We're to homeless folks. As long as we're together, anywhere is fine. Exactly, brother-in-law. We have no home left. You decide. Li Wenxiang grinned. Go on, you fool. Li Wenyin patted him and shot him a look. Wang Yuhan's eyes were red, her head lowered. Wenxiang scratched his head. Sister, brother-in-law, could you take me to see my parents? I need to know if they're still alive. Wang Yuhan missed her parents terribly and had no news of them. She knew the odds were slim, but they were her parents. She couldn't rest without seeing them. If her sister and brother-in-law refused, she would find her own way back. Chen Bufan glanced at Li Wenyin, then at Li Wenxiang, whose expression showed he too wanted to go. Human Wang Yuhan, 19 years old, height 165 centimeters, physique can carry 20 gene, appearance 85, affection 70, not necessarily romantic. Let's eat first and rest a while. After we eat, we'll go check. We have no destination anyway. Thank you. Thank you, brother-in-law, sister, and Wenxiang. Wang Yuhan expressed her sincere gratitude. After all, she and Li Wenxiang were dating, but in this dangerous world no one had to risk their lives for a recent acquaintance. No need to be formal. We're family. Li Wenxiang clasped his hands to Chen Bufan in thanks. They ate a simple meal in the car. Instant noodles, sausages, braised eggs, and pickled vegetables. The escape that had started in the morning had been exhausting. Government cafeteria. The entrance was swarming with zombies, at least 500 of them. They pounded frantically against the glass doors behind which a grid-like iron roll-down shutter had been lowered. These zombies had been drawn by the gas station explosion earlier today, wandering over from other residential areas, and were now trapped by the scent of people inside the cafeteria. Several dozen survivors were inside the government cafeteria. Fortunately, the food storage held plenty of rice flour and oil, allowing them to hold out for days. Now a group of ragged survivors was moving tables to barricade the door as a last line of defense. Mayor Wang, it seems we're doomed today. With that many zombies, that door won't hold much longer. Yeah, I thought I'd retire in a few years and enjoy life. Never expected to end up like this. It's no use complaining. It's not just us. Let's think about how to die comfortably. If we're eaten alive piece by piece, isn't that like lingering death? In my life I was just a little greedy. Surely I don't deserve this. Oh, only why bring that up now? What? We're about to die, and I can't speak my mind. Since ancient times, what has being an official been for if not to elevate one's family? A pity, a pity. The group looked at the corrupt official spilling his secrets in disbelief. Was this something to say now? Better to think about how to survive. Associating with someone like you shames me. All our lives we served the country and the people. Wang Shuqing looked at these once dignified men, now filthy, greasy, reeking, and shabbily dressed, and shook his head. Don't be too pessimistic. There are 2 layers of doors. When the glass breaks, we can use weapons to kill zombies through the mesh door. If we win, great. If we lose, we kill as many as we can. Consider it our last service to the country and the people. Wang Shuqing held a boning knife, long, thin, and sharp, perfect for stabbing through eye sockets. He gestured as he spoke to the despairing group. I wonder how Xiaoyu and Yuhan are doing. Are they still alive? In the government cafeteria, there were over 40 people. Under Wang Shuqing's leadership, they stood before the gate, their faces taut with anxiety, as they stared at the zombie horde about to breach the door. After just a few days of the apocalypse, the sweltering heat had severely decomposed the corpses. Up close, one could even see plump maggots writhing in their mouths and eye sockets. Whenever a maggot crawled into a zombie's mouth, it would chew instinctively, consuming it like a snack. Some female clerks, unable to bear the grotesque sight, wept in terror, their tears adding a sour stench to the already foul room. A few quietly retreated, pushing others forward as shields. Finally, as expected, with a series of cracks and pops, the glass door shattered under the relentless assault of the zombies drawn by the scent of flesh. They surged forward, snarling, only to be halted by the iron gate. The group instinctively stepped back. Wang Shuqing, seeing the zombies blocked, gritted his teeth and circumvented the table, rushing forward. He shoved aside a zombie's outstretched arm and plunged his knife into its eye socket with brutal force. With a squelch, the zombie crumpled as if its power had been switched off. We can do this. Come on, aim for their eye sockets. There's still a chance. Emboldened by his success, the others found a sliver of courage. They'll fight you all. Keep your voice down. Imin too. The doorway was narrow and several people stood there jabbing their weapons at the zombies' heads. In a short while they managed to kill a few, but soon someone was grabbed and pulled forward, pinned against the gate as zombies tore into their neck and shoulder, ripping away fresh flesh and devouring it greedily. They had been starved for too long. The The bitten man couldn't speak, his face twisted in terror as tears streamed down. He reached back, desperately pleading for rescue. But everyone knew that once bitten, there was no saving him. Up, don't panic. Someone needs to hold the line, or well, all die. Wang Shuqing approached the bitten man, meeting his pleading gaze. He couldn't bear to look into his eyes, and said with a trembling voice, "Xiao Wang, I'm sorry. There's no hope for you." With that he plunged the knife into the man's eye socket, both to grant him release and to prevent him from turning into a zombie that would endanger the others. For the sake of everyone's survival, he had no choice. A creaking sound interrupted his thoughts. What's that noise? What's happening? Get back. The rolling door is about to fall. The door was burdened with too many corpses, and the zombies behind pressed forward relentlessly, pushing it to its limit. With a loud crash it gave way. Fall back. Push the tables forward to block them. Use long weapons to kill. Hurry. The group scrambled to shove tables forward as the door collapsed. With guttural roars the zombies surged in, reaching over the tables with outstretched arms. Those in front crouched low, pushing the tables with all their might, while those behind hacked desperately at the zombies. Chen Bufan's car stopped at the back gate of the municipal building, facing a leisure square, now overrun by zombies. They had no choice but to park there and find a way into the building to locate Wang Yuhan's father. As luck would have it, they spotted a swarm of zombies crowding the back entrance of the cafeteria. Looks like there are people trapped inside. The area is crawling with zombies, and we can't use guns, Chen Bufan observed, eyeing the layers of zombies blocking the cafeteria door. How could they break through without firearms? What if we lure them away with the car? Li Wenxiang suggested. How? Honk the horn. That'll bring all the zombies from the square here. Would be dead. What about using blood? Aren't zombies attracted to the smell of blood? Chen Bufan and his sister Li Wenin both looked at Wang Yuhan. Where would we get blood? Wang Yuhan, realizing all eyes were on her, blushed furiously, her ears burning red. She turned away, reached into her pants, and fumbled awkwardly. Chen Bufan and Li Wenxiang turned their backs in exasperation. The girl couldn't even go to the restroom. Li Wenin laughed softly and shielded her. Okay, I'm done, Wang Yuhan said, holding a sanitary pad. Her face flushed as she looked at Li Wenin. What do we do now? Chen Bufan turned back and reached out to take it. Wow, heavy flow, huh? Wang Yuhan covered her face and dashed to the restroom to put on another pad. It was only the first day, and the flow was heavy. Oh, you're so annoying. Li Wenin gave Chen Bufan a playful tap. All right, you two wait here. Chen Bufan, knife in one hand and the blood-soaked pad in the other, crept stealthily to the back of the zombie horde outside the cafeteria. He tiptoed to peek at the chaos inside. Kill. Hold the line. Come on. Save me. I don't want to die. Wah. It hurts so much. They'll fight you all. Quite a commotion. Chen Bufan unfolded the pad, releasing a strong scent of blood. Come and get it. Fresh and warm. The zombies at the back of the horde heard the sound, lifted their heads, and swiveled, flaring their nostrils as they sniffed the air for the source of blood. Half of the zombies turned their eyes fixed on Chen Bufan in unison. A suffocating pressure filled the air. This scene was terrifyingly cool. Hi, there. He swung his knife horizontally, decapitating 4 or 5 in one stroke, then reversed the blade for another row before sprinting away. With roars and howls, a large portion of the horde broke off to pursue Chen Bufan, while the rest continued their assault on the cafeteria, drawn by the stronger scent of blood inside. Chen Bufan stuck the blood pad to the back of the RV. Drive off slowly, he instructed, then ducked aside, watching as the RV gradually lured away a small group of zombies. He circled back to the cafeteria entrance, attached a silencer to his pistol, and smeared zombie blood and flesh over his body to mask his scent. Taking advantage of the zombies' distraction by the heavy blood smell inside, he struck at their necks or the backs of their heads. 1/1 kill. With his sharp blade and immense strength, he dispatched dozens of zombies in no time and reached the door. Inside the cafeteria, over 20 survivors had already fallen. The zombies came in relentless waves, and the defenders could barely hold out. Though the undead moved slowly, they possessed immense strength, dragging people away with ease. Worse, some of the wounded, unaware they had been bitten, suddenly turned and bit others. The survivors were in despair. The zombies were overwhelming. A few elderly individuals had already sat down, resigned to their fate. Wang Shuqing gasped for air, straining against the table. His arms were too weary to wield his knife anymore. If not for a lingering regret, he would have given up long ago. Wang Shuqing braced himself against the table in a final desperate struggle. He was filled with regret, knowing he might never see his daughter again. She was beautiful, sensible, and excelled in her studies. He had longed to watch her grow up and see her married one day, a promise he had made to her, but could no longer keep. Exhausted, he looked up and saw that half the people were already gone. Those remaining had no strength left to resist. Suddenly, he spotted something. A deputy mayor hiding in the kitchen with 2 others. He stared in disbelief. What were they thinking at a time like this? If the zombies break through, can you survive? Wang Shuqing let out a disappointed sigh. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. He just never imagined that even at the brink of death some would still resort to cowardice. Did they have to wait until the black and white impermanents had their chains around their necks before they'd fight? He slowly sank to the ground using the weight of his body to brace against a table. Beside him lay the girl who always greeted everyone with a polite smile. She had been bitten to death by a zombie while desperately protecting herself and others. A zombie that had once been a person struggling to survive infected by the virus. In such an apocalypse, perhaps death was a release. The pressure on the table suddenly eased, and the terrified screams and wails around him ceased abruptly. The remaining dozen or so survivors stared in shock and fear behind him. Wang Shuqing turned around in confusion. The zombie that had been desperately trying to push through the table to devour him now had a gleaming steel blade thrust through the back of its skull, the sharp tip emerging from its forehead. The creature was lifeless, its body hanging limply without falling. A testament to the immense strength of the blade's wielder, who had pinned the corpse in midair without a single tremor. Wang Shuqing and the others watched in stunned silence as the blade slowly withdrew from the zombie's head, disappearing back into its wound. The body fell to the ground with a thud that echoed in their hearts. With the zombie no longer blocking the view, the blade's owner was finally revealed. He held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, his clothes splattered with zombie blood and rotting flesh. His expression was blank, his emotionless gaze sweeping slowly over the crowd. Everyone who met his eyes was intimidated by his appearance and aura, too afraid to hold his gaze. Even the curious could only steal a quick glance before lowering their heads. Behind the man, the ground was littered with severed heads and limbs, a sea of corpses. Chen Bufan thought the invisible kind of showing off is the most lethal. Does anyone know Wang Yuhan? His calm voice cut through the silence like a drop of ink spreading rapidly through still water. Everyone turned to look at Wang Shuqing, who was sitting on the ground. Overjoyed at hearing his daughter's name, he tried to stand, but prolonged exertion had left him too weak. I do. A portly middle-aged man rushed out of the kitchen, his face beaming with excitement as he approached the stranger. After all, who would risk killing so many zombies to come looking for someone in a kitchen, if not to help? Besides, he really did know Wang Yuhan. Such a beautiful girl in the apocalypse, it made perfect sense for her to find a powerful man to save her father, didn't it? Brave warrior, I know Wang Yuhan. Are you here to rescue her? Then let's go quickly. Take me to her. She definitely knows me. The fat man wanted to grab the man's arm and leave, but dared not. Chen Bufan was covered in rotting flesh, too gruesome and too smelly. He had no desire to touch that decaying mess. He didn't notice that the two young students who had been with him hadn't followed. Instead, upon seeing Chen Bufan, they quickly crouched down to hide. The two boys stayed low, not daring to make a sound, trying to minimize their presence. They were the survivors who had fled from the high school cafeteria. They had come to the government building hoping to find their fathers, only to be trapped in this cafeteria again. Even more terrifying, the man who had killed their leader at the high school cafeteria was now here too. Big brother, why do you always have a grudge against cafeterias? Stop. If they survived this time, they swore they would never set foot in a cafeteria again for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors huddled together for safety, casting contemptuous glances at the man who had been hiding in the kitchen. Too cowardly to fight zombies, or even move a table, but now that help had arrived, he came out claiming to know Wang Yuhan. As if anyone needed him for that. Wang Shuqing finally managed to stand, glaring angrily at his former colleague. You know my daughter. What were you doing earlier? Do you know her better than I do? He shoved the shameless man aside and looked solemnly at the person who killed zombies as easily as slaughtering chickens. Hello, I am Wang Yuhan's F.A. Father. Where's my daughter? Is she okay? Trembling with weakness, Wang Shuqing asked about his daughter. In a world like this, anyone who risked danger to find someone who knew his daughter was either a great benefactor or a deadly enemy. If he had come for revenge, he needed to know if his daughter was still alive, so he could at least die with clarity. If not an enemy, then he must be someone who had taken a liking to his daughter. With her looks and character, she would face one of two fates in the apocalypse: either she would thrive or suffer greatly. It all depended on the people she encountered. He desperately needed news of her. Oh, what a coincidence. Your daughter offended our boss brother-in-law. I'm here to take you. Come on. Your daughter is in our hands. Wang Shuqing's face turned pale. In the apocalypse, with no law to enforce justice, evil was bound to rise. But no matter what, he had to see his daughter, even if it meant dying together. The man beside him, upon hearing it was a revenge mission, dared not speak further. What a mess. Good thing her father is here, or I might have been taken instead. The remaining survivors also fell silent. They had been hoping to follow this man, but now who would dare? Can you walk? The zombies are sparse around here now. We can leave, but not for long. Looking at the trembling father, Chen Bufan asked politely. If he couldn't, he would call the car over. Carrying or supporting an old man. No thanks. He had no interest in that. Too stiff and bony. This was also a hint to the other survivors: I'm not taking you with me. You'd better leave on your own. I can't. He'll go with you. Please don't harm my daughter. You all should go home too. Quickly run. Wang Shuqing turned to urge the remaining crowd before stumbling after Chen Bufan, shuddering at the sight of the corpses around him. So formidable. My daughter. Behind them, the middle-aged man's eyes darted around before he quietly followed. Chen Bufan noticed, but didn't care. Good advice is wasted on the damned. He wouldn't mind sending him to his final destination. Following Chen Bufan through the corpses of the zombie horde, they arrived at the back door of the government building. A 4-meter-tall RV stood there. From its exterior and the blood and filth caked on its body, one could tell just how formidable this vehicle was. Despite being covered in gore, its surface bore not a single dent. "Dad, my daughter." Wang Shuqing looked up and saw a small head poking out of the RV's window. It could only be his daughter Yuhan. Wang Yuhan burst out of the vehicle and hugged her father tightly. "Dad, you're alive. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Dad, where's Mom? Have you contacted her?" "No. On the day of the outbreak, we hid in the cafeteria. There were monsters outside the whole time. I couldn't reach your mother, and we couldn't get out." "All right, get in the car. It's not safe here." "Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you for saving my dad." Wang Yuhan expressed her gratitude sincerely. She had come hoping merely for a glimmer of hope, never expecting to actually rescue her father. It was just good timing. "Let's go, brother-in-law." The boss, brother-in-law's boss. Wang Shuqing muttered to himself, quickly piecing together the situation. "Dad, what tongue twister are you saying?" Wang Yuhan looked at her father in confusion. "Nothing. Let's go. Please wait." Just as the three of them took a few steps, a shout came from behind. They turned around and saw the greasy man from before standing by the RV with the survivors. Seeing everyone's attention drawn to him, the greasy man pretentiously straightened his clothes. After tidying up, he put on a serious face and looked at Chen Bufan. "Where is your boss?" "Huh. I have something I need to inform him about." "What is it?" "Oh, you young man. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Tell your boss that I am the deputy mayor here. The epidemic is extremely severe. To better handle the situation, I am requisitioning your vehicle for official use. After the epidemic ends, the government will return your vehicle and compensate you for any damages at full price." Deputy Mayor Zhang Tao spoke nonsense with a straight face. "Oh my, full compensation. What a great leader. Of course. Go inform your boss quickly. Time is of the essence. It wouldn't be good if those monsters show up. Come here, I'll give you the keys. I'll just toss them over. Get lost, you coward. You're like a toad on the foot, annoying without even biting." Chen Bufan gave Ning a glance, then led everyone into the vehicle. "Hey, don't you!" A gunshot rang out. A spark erupted at Zhang Tao's feet, startling him so much that he stumbled back and fell to the ground. "You dare attack a municipal government leader? Are you trying to break the law? Believe me, I'll call the police and have you arrested." Chen Bufan spotted zombies wandering nearby. Without a word, he shut the door and watched Zhang Tao's performance from inside the RV. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Why not enjoy a little clown show? "Tell your boss to answer me. The government is requisitioning your vehicle. Citizens have a duty to cooperate. You? Hurry up. Must comply with the leader's orders." 5 minutes later, Zhang Tao was hoarse from shouting. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan had raised the RV's second level, sipping juice, with Li Wenyin standing beside him, the two of them staring straight at him as he ranted below. Wang Shuqing and his daughter were catching up inside the vehicle, while Li Wenxiang was nervously fawning over his father-in-law. No one paid Zhang Tao any mind. As for Ning, if Chen Bufan didn't seek her out, she couldn't be bothered with even him. She preferred her own company. How utterly brutal. Why had the world become so unkind? Zhang Tao sat on the ground, glaring resentfully at the people in the RV. A sudden noise startled him to his feet. He turned around to find that the survivors had vanished without him noticing, and no one had even called for him. Outrageous. You defy government orders. Just wait until you're locked up, he shouted in fury before scurrying away. Li Wenyin glared hatefully at the fleeing fat man. All blubber and no brain, trying to steal our RV. Claiming requisition. Fooling ghosts with fake paper money. A gunshot rang out. Zhang Tao screamed as a bullet struck his thigh, sending him crashing to the ground. The zombies, drawn by his cries, enjoyed a hearty feast of streaky pork, though the meat was a bit fatty. Leaving Happiness Neighborhood, Wang Shuqing's eyes were red, and Wang Yuhan was sobbing uncontrollably. After leaving the government cafeteria, they drove to Wang Shuqing's home, where they found his wife, Li Xiaoyu, already turned into a zombie. The only silver lining was that she had mutated on her own without being bitten or suffering. Li Wenyin held Wang Yuhan, comforting her. Wang Shuqing meanwhile expressed his gratitude to Chen Bufan. "Young man, thank you for saving me and my Yuhan, and for taking us back to see her mother," he said, his eyes red with grief. He had shared a close bond with his wife. It was heartbreaking that she hadn't survived the first wave of airborne infection and had mutated. Still, it was a mercy that she hadn't suffered. In a world like this, death could sometimes be kinder than life. "Don't mention it. Wang Yuhan is dating my brother-in-law, so we're practically family. My brother-in-law may be a bit simple, but he's a good man. What are your plans from here? I won't interfere with the young people's affairs. The world has changed. There's no need to worry about academics anymore. As long as they like each other, that's enough. Do you have any ideas? Wang Yuhan mentioned you were the mayor. How much do you know about the virus?" Chen Bufan was keen to learn if the authorities had any information. "I don't know. Since the outbreak, there's been no word from higher-ups. At first there were only a few cases isolated in the hospital. I sent the police chief with the SWAT team to seal the area, but they all died. It all happened too fast, we were caught off guard. Now I can't reach anyone. There are no military forces stationed nearby. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on ourselves. Wang Shuqing shook his head, casting aside his worries. From now on they were all adrift, like rootless duckweed. Chen Bufan sat in a corner and opened his system. He had killed plenty of zombies over the past couple of days, amassing 1237 points. At that moment he felt adrift himself, unsure of what to do. He had food and clothing, a lover, and a safe RV. In an era where he no longer had to work, he suddenly lost his direction. Build a base. Forget it. Why bother with that? Travel to another city. See if there were any bases elsewhere. That was worth a try. He could gather supplies along the way and explore. Maybe he'd stumble upon a good place. How frustrating. Even in the apocalypse, he was still stuck with a lazy fish's mindset. What were other protagonists up to? Just then the RV passed by a hotel. Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. He told Ning to stop the car. Since he didn't know what to do, why not find a hotel and get some rest? Whatever he decided, he could figure it out after waking up. He didn't want a crowd living in the RV. It might be cramped enough to fit, but this vehicle was meant for him and his woman alone. What business did others have squeezing in? With that thought, hey, now he had something to do. He needed to find more vehicles and drive these troublesome people away. The hotel stood 3 stories tall, its main door wide open, stained with traces of blood. The first-floor lobby lay utterly deserted. At the reception desk, a computer monitor was tilted askew, and a mobile phone rested on the counter, evidence of its owner's hasty departure. The floor was littered with debris, food containers, cigarettes, water bottles, and even a suitcase abandoned by some unknown woman, its scattered garments now coated in dust. Chen Bufan entered alongside Li Wenyin and Ning and Li Wenxiang. The refrigerated cabinet near the entrance was still fully stocked with various beverages, remarkably untouched after all this time. He instructed Li Wenxiang to gather the drinks and the cigarettes from behind the counter, loading them onto the vehicle while the others proceeded toward the second floor. The second floor opened into a corridor lined with rooms. Moving with utmost caution, they ascended the stairs, carefully navigating around the scattered debris. Chen Bufan led the way. As he reached the stairwells, turning, he cautiously peered around the corner, only to find himself face-to-face with a rotting zombie, its visage mere inches from his own. Chen Bufan's heart lurched, pounding violently in his chest. His expression twisted with a mix of shock and grim resolve, his lips parted and clenched shut, barely stifling a scream. He sensed the zombie's eyes flicker with recognition. Swiftly he reached out, gripping its throat to hold it at bay, then thrust his blade into its mouth, driving it through until the tip emerged from the back of its skull. The glimmer in the zombie's eyes dimmed into nothingness. Determined to avoid further surprises, Chen Bufan tossed the zombie's corpse to the ground with a thud. "Are you all right?" someone asked. "I'm fine," he replied. The sound echoed through the silent corridor, soon answered by guttural roars emanating from the rooms on the second floor. After a moment, 3 zombies emerged. Among them was a female zombie clutching an infant zombie wrapped tightly in a blanket. The baby writhed and shrieked in its mother's arms, but the fabric held it fast. The flesh on the zombie's face had largely decayed, exposing large patches of skull, a grim testament that the mother had turned and devoured her own child. The other zombie, a male, held a woman's lower leg bone still attached to a foot, gnawing on it intermittently. The flesh appeared fresh, suggesting its owner had died not long ago. Seeing no more zombies emerging, Chen Bufan tapped his blade lightly against the wall. The 2 zombies took the bait and shuffled toward him. The male discarded the leg bone and quickened his pace, inadvertently knocking the female zombie over in his haste. She did not pursue immediately, but instead paused to retrieve the infant zombie, cradling it in her arms, before continuing toward Chen Bufan. He drew his pistol and fitted a silencer. The corridor was too narrow and the zombies were clustered together. He feared the blade might not give him enough room to maneuver. With a series of muffled shots, he dispatched all 3. "Let's search every unlocked room on this floor." "Split up," he ordered. He intended to push Li Wenyin to grow stronger, not letting her become overly dependent on him. As expected, the prospect of splitting up made her anxious. Her large, watery eyes fixed on him, silently pleading for him to change his mind and let her stay by his side. But Chen Bufan merely glanced at her before turning away and heading off on his own. Each of them was armed, so he wasn't worried about Li Wenyin. As long as she could overcome her fear, her strength and weaponry made her more than a match for most opponents. She couldn't rely on others forever. True power came from within. The 3 searched every room. Those with open doors were empty, while the closed ones harbored the growls of zombies. Trapped, but harmless. "Boss," and Ning called out from a doorway, gesturing for him to enter the room that had belonged to the male zombie. Chen Bufan stepped inside to find 2 female bodies. One was a female zombie, roughly the same age as the male. The other was a human woman, unclothed, her legs partially consumed. The bruises on her body spoke of abuse she had endured before her death. After clearing the second floor, they ascended to the third. The hotel's layout was simple, a long corridor flanked by guest rooms on either side. At the far end of the third-floor corridor, 5 zombies were pounding against a door. Unlike the standard guest room doors, this one appeared reinforced and sturdy. The trio crept toward it, scrutinizing every room they passed. They noticed that each room had already been thoroughly cleared. Yet the number of human corpses outnumbered the zombies. "Let's leave. Something feels wrong here," Li Wenin said, looking at Chen Bufan. For her, nothing mattered more than their safety. There was no need to take unnecessary risks when countless other places could offer shelter. Chen Bufan found her reasoning sound. Given the unknown dangers lurking in this hotel, risking their lives was pointless. In this post-apocalyptic world, death was abundant and shelter could be found anywhere. "Then let's find another place," he agreed. As they turned to leave, the door at the end of the corridor burst open without warning. With a deafening crash, the heavy wooden panel slammed into the zombies, sending them staggering backward. In the next instant, several burly men, bare-chested and heavily muscled, charged out like unleashed tigers wielding sharp machetes. With swift, decisive strokes, they dispatched the remaining zombies with brutal efficiency. After the carnage, a few of them quickly dragged the bodies into a nearby room. 2 of the men returned, carrying out the naked corpse of a woman. Her face was obscured by tangled hair, but her figure was curvaceous. Her pale snow-white skin was marred by a lattice of purple and black bruises, and her arms hung limply, a clear sign that life had long since departed. Only then did the trio realize they had stumbled upon a group that derived pleasure from abusing women. A flicker of cold fury ignited in Chen Bufan's usually placid eyes. Li Wenin and Ning, as women, felt an even deeper rage. No one wished to suffer such a horrific fate. While Li Wenyan's anger was etched plainly on her face, and Ning managed to maintain a frosty exterior, though her heart burned with equal resentment. Silently, without exchanging a word, the 3 of them concealed their pistol-wielding hands behind their backs, afraid that these thugs might sense something amiss and retreat into their lair. Edge. 2 men carrying a corpse suddenly noticed 3 figures ahead. Due to the power outage, the corridor was dark. The others had already entered the room after they carried the body out, leaving only the 2 of them walking toward the exit. They weren't frightened by the silhouettes. In their eyes, lone zombies weren't as formidable as humans, and the third floor had already been cleared of zombies. No fear of a sudden ambush. Exchanging a glance, they didn't even bother to grab their weapons, simply carrying the body and stepping forward a few paces. "What the hell? Damn, they're stunning. Yeah, even prettier than the woman we caught earlier. Absolutely incredible." Both men were tall and burly, over 6 feet. As they approached, they completely ignored Chen Bufan, their eyes fixed on Li Wenin, and Ning darting back and forth as if unable to take it all in. Li Wenin and Ning were both peerless beauties, rated above 90 by the system. One gentle, the other aloof, 2 apex figures of contrasting types who could bewilder anyone. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. We're running low on women. If we bring these 2 back, the boss will be thrilled and surely give us the one we just caught. They leered cunningly as if the trio were already theirs for the taking. It wasn't that they hadn't noticed Chen Bufan, but they dismissed this man entirely. Before the apocalypse, they were no saints. Brawls were trivial, and they'd committed plenty of shady deeds in secret. Who did he think he was? How could he deserve 2 stunning women? An innocent man bears no guilt, yet the possession of jade becomes a crime. They tossed the corpse carelessly into an empty room, and each pulled a knife from their pockets. "Since you've come as guests, our boss loves to entertain warmly. Come meet him." The other man said nothing, just twirled his knife in a few flourishes, the threat clear. "Move. What are you staring at? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." "Exactly what are you gawking at? Got any hair? What the hell?" Before the arrogant words ended, the man before them suddenly raised a pistol, aiming at them. The 2 beauties also raised their guns. 3 guns pointed at them, and Lu Dahu and Li Chang froze, exchanging glances, their hearts pounding with unease. This was utterly unscrupulous, wasn't it? Lu Dahu stared nervously at Chen Bufan. At first he hadn't given him a second glance, taking him for an ordinary man. Now looking closer, he seemed quite ordinary indeed. I bet your gun has no bullets." Bang! A flash of fire from the gun's muzzle, a low gunshot rang out. The bullet sliced through the air with a sharp whiz and struck Lu Dahu's head. The back of his skull burst open, scattering red and white. Lu Dahu's shot in the head died in disbelief. It was a real gun. Chen Bufan felt somewhat resigned. He hadn't intended to meddle, only curious to glance, but since he was already caught up, he might as well see it through before leaving. Slap! Li Chang, standing diagonally behind Lu Dahu, wiped the blood splattered onto his face. His knife clattered to the floor. Having followed the boss in crime for so long, this was the first time had encountered someone with a gun. Even their boss only had one. "How many people are inside? Who are they? What weapons?" Chen Bufan's voice pierced Li Chang's ears. Li Chang swallowed hard. Only now did he sense the terror of this ordinary man. He felt an oppressive aura bearing down on him, making him want to urinate. "Boss, please don't shoot. There are 21 people inside, 15 of ours and 6 survivors we caught. The boss has a gun, the rest have knives. That's all. Walk backward, open the door, and we'll go in together. No tricks unless you want to die horribly." Understood. Li Chang dared not play any games. This man killed without blinking. Lu Dahu was shot dead before he could even finish a sentence, no, not even a full sentence. His ruthlessness matched their own. He knew himself best. Even in peacetime, they'd cut people up, let alone in the lawless apocalypse. Chen Bufan and the two women advanced with guns raised. Li Chang, grinning ingratiatingly with his hands up, stumbled backward. Thump, thump, thump. A naked man inside peeked through the peephole only to see the back of Li Chang's head blocking the view. What are you two up to? Open the door, Li Chang replied. Hearing a familiar voice, the man opened the door without suspicion. They were used to being arrogant. The door swung outward. Inside, the room was filled with clamor, completely oblivious to the muffled gunshots from Chen Bufan's silencer. As the door opened, a cacophony of sounds flooded in: the bitter sobs of women, the furious roars of men, and the gleeful, mocking laughter of a group of men. After Li Chang backed in, and Ning grabbed the door handle and yanked it open. Chen Bufan caught a glimpse of the scene, within, his eyes twitching. This was pure evil. By the large bed, a man was pinned to the floor by several others, their feet stomping on his head as they roared with laughter, forcing him to watch the bed. He struggled and roared, trying to break free, but he was outnumbered and powerless. On the bed, a fat man was tearing at a woman's clothes, while she clung tightly, refusing to let go. Chen Bufan surveyed the room and pulled the trigger. Though he was no saint and couldn't play the bleeding heart, he despised evil. Moreover, he had to crush all dangers in their infancy, even if they hadn't yet reached him. Kind people couldn't harm him, but the wicked could. Their aggression was fierce. You're so aggressive, I fear you'll attack me later. Killing you for self-defense is reasonable, isn't it? Bang, 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 bang. Low gunfire rang out, continuously deafening. The first to fall was Li Chang. The first shot struck his groin, the second his chest. As the gunfire persisted, screams erupted one after another. After emptying his pistol, Chen Bufan swiftly reloaded a fresh magazine. Behind him, Li Wanin and Ning, seething with fury, followed his lead, aiming each shot to avoid vital spots, letting the wretches die slowly in agony. 3 guns fired in rotation, each bullet embedding deep into the bodies of the naked men. Except for the man pinned beneath them, everyone else collapsed to the floor, unable to move. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Mercy, spare me. I won't do it again. Please. They clutched their wounds, faces twisted in excruciating agony. They had known this day might come, but never so soon. Bang! And Ning fired a shot, striking the fat man's hand on the bed. A Type 54 pistol dropped onto the mattress as the fat man clutched his mangled hand, glaring viciously at Ning. Chen Bufan reached out toward Ning. She glanced at him, then pulled out the short sword and handed it over. Chen Bufan approached a man who was wailing in agony. Amidst the man's pleas for mercy and desperate cries, he thrust the sword down, ruining his manhood. The men present stared at Chen Bufan in terror, already envisioning their own fate, never imagining they would face such a day. Damn you. Damn your whole family. He pulled the short sword out and stabbed it into the man's thigh again, then withdrew it once more and drove it into his kidney. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. Did these women beg you for mercy like this, eh? Chen Bufan did not stop until he had severed every finger from the man's hands and cut his tendons, only then returning the short sword to Ning. You enjoyed touching them so much, didn't you? Now you'll never touch anything again. Sever their foot tendons. All right. And Ning complied with Chen Bufan's words without hesitation. She was furious and showed no mercy. Continuous screams echoed through the room, wave after wave. Chen Bufan glanced at the several women lying motionless and numb on the floor. He offered no comfort, no words. A virtuous woman enduring such trauma couldn't be soothed by a few consoling phrases, and a wanton one needed none either. The man pinned to the ground had already pulled the woman who had just been assaulted on the bed into his arms. She was frozen in shock, unresponsive, while he wept uncontrollably, cursing himself for failing to protect her, cursing his own powerlessness. Chen Bufan walked to the bedside, staring at the fat man whose hand had been blown apart, without a single groan. Chen Bufan fixed him with a calm gaze, and the fat man returned it with a sinister stare. Human Wang Yong. Height 171 centimeters. Physique load capacity 80 gene. Appearance 49. Favorability 100. Who are you? Why are you opposing me? Wang Yong's voice trembled as he spoke, not from fear, but from excruciating pain. He didn't know Chen Bufan. Why had he come to kill them? Chen Bufan asked, does your hand hurt? What about the gunshot wound on your body? Wang Yong's face contorted with rage. Who the hell are you? I have no grudge against you. Why are you messing with me? Chen Bufan replied. And what about them? Did they have a grudge against you? Why did you toy with them like this? Hearing this, Wang Yong realized he was dealing with a meddler, but glancing at the two women with guns, and recalling his men's behavior, he suspected it wasn't mere meddling. It didn't matter. He knew he was doomed today, so he dropped the pretense. Wang Yong sneered. They had no grudge against me, but who told them to be so beautiful? Who told them to be so weak? In this world of survival of the fittest, what's wrong with having some fun with them? If they went outside, wouldn't they just be devoured by zombies? Chen Bufan said exactly. Well said. A world of survival of the fittest. Too bad for you, I'm stronger now. I'm going to have my fun with you, though you might not enjoy my methods. Wang Yong's face twisted with fury, his eyes burning with murderous intent, but they were all immobilized. And Ning's skills were thorough, each man was completely crippled, leaving them only with impotent rage. Chen Bufan looked at Wang Yong and said softly, "Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm just doing what you believe is right. So what are you so angry about? What's there to be furious over? The only difference is that now the tables have turned on you. The weak deserve to be bullied, right?" Chen Bufan turned and left, dragging back a zombie corpse from another room. He picked up one of their knives and scraped some flesh and blood from the zombie's body. "Don't come near me, you devil. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't. Get away. Ow. Woo-woo. No." Chen Bufan smeared the flesh and blood from the knife, bit by bit, into the terrified man's wounds. He applied a generous amount, and to hasten the transformation, he cut another gash on his neck and smeared zombie flesh into that as well. He infected 3 men in total. You devil. You devil." The others in the room stared at him in fear. Was he going to turn them into zombies? No. Was he planning to have them devour each other? Devil. Once they mutate, they'll slowly eat you all alive. It'll be quite entertaining. With that, he ignored them and turned to the women who had come to their senses. "You can leave now." The women looked at him with gratitude, but the light in their eyes quickly dimmed. "Where can we go? They killed our husbands, our families, and defiled us. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live either. Thank you. Can you shoot us? I don't want to endure any more pain." The woman gazed at Chen Bufan, a relieved smile on her face, her eyes devoid of anything but numbness and no will to survive. The other 2 women remained silent, but their eyes conveyed the same sentiment. Bang, 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 bang. Chen Bufan respected their choice. Under their grateful gazes, he shot each one in the head. "May I kill him?" Chen Bufan turned around. The man who had been forced to watch his wife being violated stared at him with hollow eyes. "You can vent your anger, but don't let him die too easily." The man smiled at him, gratefully staggered to his feet, climbed onto the bed, and under Wang Yong's furious glare, began pounding his fists into Wang Yong's face. Left punch, right punch, left punch, right punch, until Wang Yong's face was swollen and the man's own fists were broken. Wang Yong was beaten half-conscious. Then the man took a knife, slashing Wang Yong's thighs and arms, continuing until Wang Yong's body was a bloody mess. The benefactor had said not to let them die comfortably. The man climbed off the bed. His wife had regained her composure, and together they kowtowed 3 times to Chen Bufan. They didn't want to die, they hoped to join Chen Bufan's group. The benefactor's life-saving grace was a debt they could never fully repay, but would he accept them? "Benefactor, can we as a couple follow you? Well, work like oxen and horses to repay your life-saving grace." Human Wang Yu. Height 180 centimeters. Physique load capacity 110 gene. Appearance 81. Favorability 95. Human Zhao Shui. Height 165 centimeters. Physique load capacity 30 gene. Appearance 87. Favorability 95. Seeing their favorability at 95, Chen Bufan was somewhat surprised. This couple truly knew gratitude. Saving them hadn't been in vain. After a moment's thought, he decided to keep them for now. There would always be manual labor needing hands. Wenin, take them to the car to get cleaned up. They're one of us now. I understand. Li Wenin felt the scene was satisfying enough. She knew what was about to happen and found it too repulsive to watch, so she chose not to. The outcome was already certain. Follow me. She sympathized with the couple's plight, but she was fortunate to be protected. After everyone had left, Chen Bufan and Ning moved the bodies of the 4 women to another room to prevent them from being devoured. 15 minutes later, the 3 men smeared with zombie flesh began to mutate. SSS. Heh. Roar. No. Spare us. We'll never do it again. It was all Wang Yong's idea. Spare us. Wang Yong lay on the bed, sneering contemptuously at the cowards. They had been so bold when it came to their deeds, and now they were shifting the blame to him. "I forced you." Pathetic. Wang Yong said nothing more. What goes around comes around. He had long accepted his fate. Before the apocalypse, he walked the dark path. Afterward, he sank even deeper. He had done everything imaginable, lived his life to the fullest, and had no regrets. Over the course of an hour, the 3 zombies devoured the others, infecting and consuming them until every man died in excruciating agony, as if being flayed alive. Chen Bufan exhaled a deep breath, then killed the most despicable people he had encountered since the apocalypse with a sense of relief. As they say, heaven watches, all of fortune shifts over time. Those who commit every evil will eventually face their reckoning. Gazing at the utterly lifeless scum, Chen Bufan felt he had been far too merciful. Though he had never witnessed such a scene in his past life, he had heard of it. Even now he found it infuriating, still too inexperienced with the world's cruelty. In this apocalyptic world, how many could retain their humanity? He himself had changed considerably. Before the apocalypse, he was a reclusive homebody. After it began, he had killed without batting an eye. Circumstances could alter anyone. Fortunately, he held fast to his principles. Knowing what to do and what not to do, he had his limits. Descending to the ground floor, he entered the vehicle, which was packed with people. Chen Bufan pursed his lips. Though the RV was spacious, it couldn't accommodate the ever-growing crowd. Yet every person inside was either his woman, a relative, or a loyal follower, all with affinity scores around 90. None would betray him. In this apocalypse, they were good comrades. Finding another vehicle was urgent. For now it was a temporary measure. He wouldn't let anyone live permanently in his RV except his own women. And Ning had taken the driver's seat again, with Li Wenxiang and Wang Yuhan also inside, presumably studying how to drive or engaging in some other serious activity. Wang Shuqi, after washing up, had fallen asleep on the single bed, utterly exhausted from fighting zombies all day. Li Wenyin, along with Wang Yu and his wife, Zhao Shui, sat facing each other on the living room sofa. Seeing Chen Bufan bored, all three stood to welcome him. Li Wenyin pulled Chen Bufan to sit beside her. Wang Yu and his wife had cleaned their clothes. He was handsome, she was beautiful. A perfect match. They now wore the clothes of Li Wenyin and Li Wenxiang. Zhao Shui, still shaken from her ordeal, spoke little, clinging tightly to Wang Yu's arm and burying her face in his shoulder. Both were strikingly attractive, and their embrace was a sight to behold. Wang Yu, handsome with a resolute, yet sorrowful gaze, looked at Zhao Shui with eyes full of love and self-reproach. He had failed to protect her from such harm. Zhao Shui leaned on his shoulder, her beautiful eyes vacant and hollow, clearly not yet recovered from the incident. The system's assessment was unerring. She had a great figure and a gentle, dignified temperament. What man wouldn't adore her? Beauty was not a sin. The sin was lacking the power to match it. An innocent man may suffer for the treasure he possesses. Without the strength to protect what one has, it's better to have nothing. What are your names? Chen Bufan spoke first. Though he already knew, others couldn't know that he knew, so he had to pretend. Benefactor, my name is Wang Yue, and this is my wife Zhao Shui. If we hadn't met you today, we'd be dead, and Shuer might have suffered even greater harm. We have no other attachments and hope to follow you, our benefactor, to repay your kindness. Wang Yu's words were sincere. He genuinely wished to stay with Chen Bufan and the group. Today he had seen Chen Bufan's anger toward the wicked and his compassion for the victimized women. Though Chen Bufan was ruthless, even cruel, Wang Yu didn't believe that simply killing the villains was punishment enough. They deserved to suffer tenfold, 100-fold the pain they had inflicted on others, just as the benefactor had done. He could sense Chen Bufan's kindness, even though he shot those men without flinching. Wang Yu believed that only someone like Chen Bufan, who eradicated enemies root and branch, could lead them all to survive. What did you do before? Do you have any skills? Any skills? Wang Yu turned to look at the hotel outside and said painfully, my wife and I ran this hotel. When the apocalypse came, we had plenty of food here, so we managed to survive. A couple of days ago, Wang Yong, the fat guy from earlier, my uncle's son who usually hung around bars with a dozen or so thugs, came to me for refuge. I thought more people would mean better survival chances, and since he was family, surely better than strangers. But I never expected to invite a wolf into my home. After he and his men entered, they killed all the guests, fed people to the zombies, and committed every evil deed. As for the women, I never thought had set his sights on Zhao Shui. Today he captured us. If not for you, benefactor. Son, he's not even human. He's your cousin. We should have made him suffer longer. Li Wenyin fumed. When she had helped Zhao Shui get clothes, she had seen the injuries on her body. All right, it's over. Do you have a vehicle? We have many people and need transportation. I don't want everyone crammed into this one. Chen Bufan comforted Li Wenyin, then turned to Wang Yu. That G-Wagon over there is mine, but Wang Yong has the keys. We can look for them later. Zhao Shui and I can stay in my own car. Wang Yu gestured toward the parked G-Wagon. Good. The more vehicles, the better. Wenyin, find a car later, and kick your brother's family out of mine. I have many things to do. Chen Bufan nodded toward Li Wenxiang. Li Wenyin looked at her brother, who, meeting his sisters and brother-in-law's gaze, scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. Idiot, Chen Bufan teased. Oh, stop it, Li Wenyin slapped him playfully. I'm Chen Bufan, and this is my girlfriend Li Wenyin. If you need anything, ask her. For now, everyone go find rooms in the hotel and rest for the night. It's already been cleared and is safe. All right, brother Fan, well, do as you say. Wang Yu led Zhao Shui out. As they passed Chen Bufan, he slipped a box into Wang Yu's hand. Later, when they found a clean room, they opened it to find medicine. Brother Fan and his people were truly good-hearted. Shui, take the medicine. Afterward, well, rest well. From now on, well, follow Brother Fan and live properly. No one will dare bully us anymore. Wang Yu held Zhao Shui, comforting her gently. After everyone disembarked to rest elsewhere, Chen Bufan sat with Li Wenyin. Seeing her low spirits, he could only comfort her. Don't overthink it. After the apocalypse, such things will only become more common. Instead of tormenting yourself, try to accept it and adapt to this world. I know, but I never imagined that family could harm their own. Li Wenyin looked at him with confusion. Just like before the apocalypse, preying on those closest to you is always the most profitable, Chen Bufan said indifferently. Sometimes the ones who hurt you most are the relatives who know you best. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's rest early. There's much to do tomorrow. All right. Li Wenyin leaned into his embrace, her face flushing with shyness. September 7th, 2034. The next morning, sunlight slipped through the window into the RV, stealthily casting its glow upon the bed. Chen Bufan lay there, a hint of smugness curling at the corners of his lips. With his enhanced physique, everything he did felt effortless, for the body is the foundation of all endeavors. The events of the previous night felt like a dream, yet even now awake they replayed incessantly in Chen Bufan's mind, making his smile harder to suppress than a heavy machine gun. Today Chen Bufan was in high spirits. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he would enjoy such treatment in this life. So without disturbing the system, he checked in himself and received a gun he had once loved to play with. Seeing this gun lifted his spirits even higher. Barrett M82A1 semi-automatic heavy sniper rifle, caliber 12. 7x99mm, magazine capacity 10 rounds, equipped with 6 magazines. Chen Bufan was intimately familiar with this rifle. Back in the days of playing Crossfire, it was a must-buy for him. Powerful penetration, high damage, and frequently used for mid-door sniping and shooting through barriers. It was affectionately dubbed the cannon by countless players. He never expected to own this rifle in real life. What kind of situation would call for this gun? He pondered for a moment, then it struck him. What was his current survival backdrop? A post-apocalyptic world ravaged by zombies. The rifle in his hands was overkill for these fragile zombies. After all, against carbon-based life forms they stood no chance against its power. If loaded with armor-piercing incendiary rounds, it became a high-performance anti-material ammunition specifically designed to destroy armored vehicles and fighter jets. After much deliberation, could it be that a new type of zombie was about to emerge? A new evolution? In his past life, even after staying home for an entire month, he had never encountered any mutated zombies. It hadn't been long since the apocalypse broke out. How could such high-level monsters appear so soon? Could it be that only his vicinity lacked mutated zombies while other areas already had them? That's right. Suddenly he recalled that in his previous life he had remained safely at home, without even the gas station exploding. Yet this life was entirely different. The explosion at the gas station made him realize that things had veered off their original course. At the time he wondered why he hadn't experienced such an event before, but later, caught up in the hustle, he gradually forgot about it. Everything had changed. This was no longer a simple replay of history, but a brand new beginning. Indeed, in his past life he had no knowledge of the impending apocalypse, so in the days leading up to it he rarely went out, and naturally never crossed paths with Li Wenin. But this time was different. Not only had he met Li Wenin, but he had also prepared ample supplies in advance. In the days before the apocalypse, he came and went frequently. How many times had this little butterfly flapped its wings, altering the world? If that were the case, then this world was about to get even more thrilling. In the central hospital about 2 kilometers from the hotel, once the designated quarantine zone for the first wave of zombie virus carriers, it was also the place where zombies preyed on humans the most. After all, back then no one had yet realized the immense danger lurking within. Now a giant zombie over 3 meters tall stood there. Its skin was a grayish-blue hue, its arms thicker than Li Wenyan's slender waist. Muscles bulged and hardened across its body with veins like spider webs crisscrossing beneath the surface. With every step it took, the bottles and cans on the ground trembled and bounced. Its mouth stretched from ear to ear with gums and sharp fangs exposed, clinging to strands of fresh, bloody flesh. Its face was dominated by a mass of lumpy, grotesque muscles, leaving only a tiny slit for its eyes squeezed into near non-existence. The clothes on its upper body had burst open, clearly unable to withstand the process of evolution. Roar! Howl! After casually swatting a zombie blocking its path, it continued to roam nearby, each step thudding heavily. On the 3rd floor of the hospital's inpatient building, over a dozen people were hiding in room 3002. They were survivors from the day the outbreak began, doctors, nurses, and a few family members of patients. Why were there no patients? Patients weakened by illness couldn't outrun the zombies. Initially there were dozens of them, but after a few days only this group remained. Those who had fought tooth and nail to survive. From the initial fear and confusion, they had progressed to hacking at zombies without a flinch, painstakingly clearing their way down from the upper floors to the 3rd. They had intended to continue clearing a path out of the hospital when they spotted an unusually large zombie. They dared not act rashly, not even daring to make a sound, having witnessed it tear a car apart with its bare hands. That car was a pickup truck. A survivor passing by the hospital's main entrance was surrounded by a horde of zombies. The giant zombie strode over, smashed the pickup's door with a few punches, and they watched helplessly as it dragged a man out and ripped him in two. Dr. Zhang, what do we do now? Zhang Yi had been on duty in the inpatient building the day the outbreak struck. By chance he returned to his office, closed the door, and made no noise, thus surviving. He then gathered other survivors in the building, forming a team to scavenge for supplies and clear out zombies, enduring until now. Zhang Yi crouched by the window, his eyes barely peeking out at the hulking figure outside. That monster was incredibly strong, its muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen undoubtedly of the highest density. Even their weapons might not be able to penetrate its defenses. Without hesitation, he said, "Let's wait here and see if it leaves. With our weapons we definitely can't defeat it." "All right, well, follow your lead, Dr. Zhang." Zhang Yi was an outstanding surgeon, steady and reliable, earning the unanimous trust of the group. During these days together they had relied entirely on him. Dr. Zhang, have something to eat. A pretty young nurse handed him a bread roll, 2 oranges, and a pack of walnut milk. The nurse's name was Lin Qingqing. She was very beautiful with big sparkling eyes full of vitality. A southerner, she had a slender figure and a light, pleasant voice. Crouching beside Zhang Yi, her tight nurse's uniform accentuated her figure to perfection. Among the survivors, 2 family members exchanged a glance, their eyes dark and furtive before looking away. Thank you, Qingqing, Zhang Yi said with a smile. You are welcome, Lin Qingqing replied sweetly, then continued distributing food to the others. Their supplies were kept by a few nurses who now managed logistics. The dozen or so people ate their breakfast cautiously, the days of apocalyptic life having accustomed them to some. Chen Bufan's group gathered together. After everyone enjoyed a hearty breakfast from cans, Chen Bufan announced the day's objective. With too many people and too few vehicles, continuing to squeeze into his cramped RV was no longer feasible. From now on, the RV would be reserved for his personal use and his female companions. Chen Bufan proposed his suggestion. Finding trucks and vehicles with large passenger capacities isn't difficult. Vegetable and fruit supermarkets will have box trucks for transport. As for moving people, we can head to the nearby bus station. Those large coaches can each hold dozens of people. There are cars everywhere now. If we find them, they're ours. Wang Shuqing nodded and said, yes, the buses are taller and better than vans, but we need fuel for so many vehicles. What about fuel tankers? Wang Yu replied, fuel tankers are rare, they don't just sit around at gas stations. Li Wenin added, then let's find buses and trucks first. That's enough for now. The priority is transporting people. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Chen Bufan made a decisive plan. Since we all agree, let's split into 2 groups. He'll take Wenin and Anning to the bus station. You all search for trucks nearby. If you encounter lone zombies, seize the chance to practice your killing skills. But stay safe. If things go wrong, return to the hotel immediately. No one objected to this arrangement, knowing well that Chen Bufan and his team were capable, armed with guns, and backed by the RV. Their own task of searching for trucks nearby posed little risk. After distributing several walkie-talkies, the group set off. The hotel and the bus station weren't far apart. The entire small county was limited in size, so no place was too distant from another. The task of driving fell to Anning, while Chen Bufan and Li Wenin sat in the passenger seat, in the rear of the cabin, focused on loading their firearms. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the bus station. This station had been built just 3 years ago with walls made entirely of transparent glass. From outside one could clearly see the waiting hall inside. Looking in, the hall was packed with zombies, at least 200 of them. Though not an overwhelming number for such a small county, this many zombies nearly filled the entire waiting hall. The revolving glass door at the main entrance, along with the luggage inspection barriers, trapped the zombies inside, preventing their escape. The buses were neatly parked at the rear of the station. Chen Bufan signaled Anning to drive straight through the gate barriers and into the station. After all, no one was enforcing rules anymore, so why follow them? Just smash through. Upon reaching the rear parking area, rows of buses came into view, ranging from small ones seating over 20 people to large ones accommodating over 50. After careful selection, Chen Bufan chose a white coach that looked as good as new. The front door was open, presumably waiting for passengers, but the driver, still in his seat, had turned into a zombie, trapped by his seatbelt. Spotting Chen Bufan approaching, it stretched out its arm and snarled at him. Chen Bufan climbed the 3 steps into the bus, ignoring the eager driver, and looked toward the back. Several more zombies stood in the aisle. To avoid dirtying the vehicle, he whistled, drawing their attention. The zombies turned in unison, roaring as they charged, but the seats blocked their path, causing them to stumble and crash. Chen Bufan stood outside the bus, waiting for the zombies to fall. When they did, he stepped on their bodies and severed their heads. After dealing with them, he boarded, silenced the overly hospitable driver with a single strike, unbuckled the seatbelt, and dragged the corpse out, tossing it to the ground. The keys were still in the ignition. He had Anning drive the bus, while Li Wenin drove the RV. Once cleaned up, the bus could carry many people, sparing others from crowding his vehicle. Just as they were about to leave, a loud bang erupted beside them, followed by another and another. At the ticket window, a 2-4-meter-tall zombie was punching the glass blow after blow. Chen Bufan stared in astonishment at this massive, muscular zombie. Is this the reason I need a cannon? He muttered. Bufan, why are his muscles so huge? He's different from the other zombies. They're all shriveled, but he's bulging. You'd better be talking about muscles. Of course. I mean muscles. He shot Li Wenin a glance. When they first met, she was a gentle, refined lady. How had she become so perverse now? Had he triggered some switch in her? It must be zombie evolution. Let's go. If we ignore it, it can't harm us. Bufan, you're so clever. The 2 vehicles quickly drove out the way they came, heading back to the hotel, completely disregarding the giant. The zombie let out a guttural roar. Chen Bufan had achieved his goal. He had no intention of confronting it head-on. If it were alone, they might have kited it to test its abilities, but with at least 200 zombies in the hall who knew what other variants lurked. If it smashed the glass and broke free, the 200 zombies inside would pour out. far too dangerous. Zombies were no longer the simple-minded creatures they once were. They were turning vicious. But humans remained as they were before. Life was getting tougher for ordinary people. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. On the way back, a horde of zombies had appeared on their original route from some unknown source, forcing them to take a detour. That detour led them past the central hospital. The zombies blocking their original path had wandered out from that hospital. On the parking lot in front of the central hospital's main entrance, the ordinary zombies had just been lured away by the sounds of vehicles driven by survivors who had emerged due to food shortages. They were also the ones who had blocked Chen Bufan's original path. However, this evolved large zombie seemed to have an obsession with the hospital. It refused to leave the square, pacing back and forth, each step thudding heavily against the ground, causing nearby vehicles to tremble slightly. Damn it, why won't it leave? All the other zombies left, so why not this one? Why isn't it chasing people? Keep your voice down. If it comes after us, we're dead. Fuck. Just then a plump nurse in her 30s named Liu walked in. Scanning the crowd anxiously, she said, "Have you all seen Qing Qing?" Zhang Yi stood up at the question and asked the plump nurse Liu. Qing Qing went out after handing out food. Could she be in the restroom? I checked, but she's not there. By the way, where are Li Yuan and Li Jin? Zhang Yi glanced around gravely, and indeed did not see the Li brothers. Recalling their usual restless and negative attitudes and their lecherous glances at the female nurses, though they hadn't done anything outrageous, he muttered, "Something's wrong." Thinking of Lin Qing Qing's graceful presence. She was the most beautiful woman among the survivors. Her disappearance with them could only mean she had been taken. Quick, go look for her. We can't let anything happen or we're finished. A dozen people grabbed weapons and rushed out. Since the floors above the third had been cleared and were safe, they dispersed, calling out Lin Qing Qing's name softly as they searched. At that moment, in a single patient room on the 6th floor of the inpatient building, Lin Qing Qing was bound to the hospital bed unconscious with her eyes tightly shut. Her pretty face was slightly furrowed and her pink nurse uniform accentuated her graceful curves, making the two brothers standing by the bed drool with desire. "Brother, is this really okay? Isn't it against the law?" Li Jin worried, wondering if the world might recover. "What's wrong with it? It's been days with no rescue. What law is there? Even if there is, we can just feed her to the zombies, right?" Humph. The two brothers stared at Lin Qing Qing, their breathing growing heavy. Gagging, Li Jin leaned in, his expression shifting to disbelief as he looked at his brother. "Brother, how is this different from the legends? Aren't girls supposed to smell nice? Why does she stink so bad?" "Ha ha ha. You idiot. We haven't bathed in days." Li Yuan laughed at his brother's foolishness. Lin Qing Qing gradually woke up, opening her eyes groggily. The back of her head hurt, and when she tried to rub it, she found her hands couldn't move. She came to her senses, turning her head to see herself tied to the bed, with the Li brothers watching her by the bedside. "What are you doing?" Her light, airy voice startled Li Jin, who released his foot and stepped back, lowering his head, unable to meet. Li Yuan noticed Lin Qing Qing was awake, but wasn't flustered. Smiling slyly, he said, "What are we doing? Isn't it obvious? What do you think we want to do? Huh? We've had our eyes on you for a long time. Don't resist. From now on, we'll protect you. Stick with us, and you'll eat well and live well." Ha ha. Lin Qing Qing looked at them in disbelief. In times like these, how could they still think about such things? She was barely surviving. "You're shameless. This is illegal." Her rebuke sounded like a coquettish plea to the brothers, her soft, airy voice gently tugging at their heartstrings. "There's no law now. We are the law. Brother, let's go." Li Yuan called to his younger brother and lunged forward to act. The younger brother, no longer hesitating, stepped forward to make his move. "No, I haven't bathed in days. I'm dirty and stink. I'm filthy. That's okay. We'll clean you up. I've pooped. A lot." Li Yuan was disgusted by her. "Damn it. Even if you shat flowers today, you're not getting away." With that, he tore at the clothes on her chest. "Ah, I'll take you both down with me. They'll lure that big monster down here. Let's all die." Lin Qing Qing, seeing these beasts wouldn't let her go, no longer wanted to live. Let everyone perish together. She felt sorry for the others, but she couldn't control it. She wouldn't be defiled by these animals. Ah, she screamed one after another, her voice surprisingly high-pitched. "You bitch." Li Yuan slapped her, cutting off her cries. Her tender snow-white cheek visibly swelled. "Oh." Unexpectedly, Lin Qing Qing, refusing to yield, closed her eyes and screamed desperately again. In the end, Li Yuan stuffed a smelly sock into her mouth to silence her. "Ugh, blurg." Lin Qing Qing's eyes widened as she couldn't make a sound, couldn't even breathe. It was utter. Downstairs, the searching group heard Lin Qing Qing's screams and rushed to the 6th-floor ward, kicking open each door. The plump nurse Li Yue, who had first noticed Lin Qing Qing's disappearance, was the first to find their room. She kicked the door, but it wasn't locked, straining her back in the process. "Over here." She saw the three inside and understood their vile act. "Subdue the Li brothers. There. They're feeding Qing Qing a sock." A crowd rushed in, raining blows with their weapons on the brothers. Soon they were beaten senseless. The plump nurse tidied Lin Qing Qing's clothes and untied her, seeing her swollen cheek. She shuddered at the thought of how close it had been, thankful they had arrived in time. Then she kicked the brothers a few more times. Ching Ching, are you alright? The rescued Lin Ching Ching quickly pulled a smelly sock from her mouth, the stench making Liu shake her head. It rivaled the rotting flesh of zombies. Ugh! Lin Ching Ching vomited everything she had eaten that morning, tears and snot smearing her face. Zhang Yi came over and checked Lin Ching Ching, seeing her clothes intact. How is it? I'm fine. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Yi had the Li brothers tied up and escorted to the third floor. As they passed the stairwell, a dark shadow lunged with lightning speed, pouncing on the bound Li Jin and sending his escort flying. It bit into Li Jin's neck, blood splattering across the wall. Brother. Save. Li Jin, facing forward, reached out a hand toward his brother, trying to grasp something. The group was startled by the sudden event. They hadn't expected a zombie to suddenly appear on the stairs, moving so fast that there was no time to rescue Li Jin before he was bitten to death. A dozen people stared in horror at the zombie that had seized Li Jin, their throats occasionally emitting the sound of swallowed saliva. These individuals had fought countless zombies before, but those were usually rotting, powerful yet sluggish. This one, however, was so swift that it instilled an involuntary dread. The zombie's skin bore a cyan gray hue akin to that of the hulking brute, and its frame was slender and lean, showing no signs of decay. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the fine, distinct muscle fibers across its body. Moreover, its nails were far sharper than those of ordinary zombies. Suddenly, its razor-sharp claws lashed out like lightning, effortlessly piercing through Li Jin's solid chest. A sanguine stench spread, chilling the very soul. The heart still violently beating moments before fell helplessly into the monster's grasp. Each faint pulse seemed like a final elegy for life, yet soon it fell silent, utterly stilled. Then the hideous beast opened its gaping maw and bit down fiercely on the heart in its hand, blood splattering everywhere, painting a grotesque and horrifying tableau. The scent of blood saturated the space, nauseating all present. As its teeth ground together, shredded heart muscle and crimson blood mingled, swallowed down. This scene was too cruel and appalling, as if death itself was laid bare before their eyes, making them shudder. Little brother, they'll fight you to the death. Li Yuan roared, his eyes bloodshot and face twisted with fury. Though bound tightly and unable to move an inch, he still struggled desperately to break free. When the others came to their senses, their faces contorted with ferocity, and they charged at the cyan-faced zombie with whatever weapons they had. Roar! The zombie bellowed, grabbing Li Jin's corpse and hurling it with force into the crowd. Several people failed to dodge and were struck. One bore the brunt of the impact, shattering several ribs, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground, too weak to even cry out. This damn zombie is different. It can dodge and throw things. Everyone be careful. It's tough. In the span of these few words, another man had his belly slit open by the suddenly charging zombie, his intestines spilling out like a fountain, the ground awash with gore. The man could no longer support himself, falling to his knees. In an instant, a cyan blur flashed by, and his head soared high, only to be caught by the zombie, which began to gnaw on it. This zombie seemed in no hurry to kill them. In its eyes, these humans were merely its food and playthings. This is too much. We can't handle it. It's too fast. A man who had been restraining Li Yuan's eyes darted around before he gritted his teeth and resolved. We have to get downstairs. It's too powerful. These flimsy fruit knives of ours are useless against it. You all run, I'll hold it off. Zhang Yi, you'll die. Better one dead than all. Take the nurses and go. Dr. Zhang led them away. Zhang Yi, dragging Li Yuan, roared at the crowd. Damn it. Damn it. Why is there a monster like this? Is there no hope for us? Damn. Stop dawdling, go. The remaining 11 included Dr. Zhang Yi, Li Yue, Lin Qingqing, 3 nurses, 2 orderlies, and 3 patients' family members. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Yi and the tightly held Li Yuan, understanding Zhang Yi's intent. Though inhumane, there was no other choice. Besides, Li Yuan had ceased to be part of their group since he harmed Lin Qingqing. He was now an enemy. Being harsh to an enemy was acceptable, Zhang Yi reassured himself. Go. Zhang Yi led the nurses, dashing down the stairs first. The ordinary zombies below were easy to handle. This was no time for hesitation. Indecision could doom the team. Zhang Yi, take care. Thank you. We'll wait for you. With Zhang Yi taking the lead, the others who were still hesitating gritted their teeth and turned to flee. Now only Li Yuan and Zhang Yi remained. Li Yuan struggled furiously to break free from Zhang Yi's grip, but his hand was hooked like a claw into his clothes. Why the hell are you holding me back if you want to cover the rear? I don't want to stay behind. Seeing the cyan-faced zombie charging over after noticing the escapees, Zhang Yi spoke rapidly. You have no choice now. Since you're the bad guy, your punishment is to block this thing for us. Take that. With that, he kicked Li Yuan hard, sending him stumbling toward the cyan-faced zombie, then swiftly turned to run downstairs. Unexpectedly, the zombie dodged the stumbling Li Yuan and came straight after him. Catching this from the corner of his eye, Zhang Yi roared, "This isn't the script I wanted. You're not playing by the rules." Behind him, Li Yuan lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Haha, serves you right for trying to harm me. Serves you. Hick. He looked down at his own slit belly, then up at the zombie, standing over him, regretting, if I'd known, I wouldn't have laughed. Downstairs, only a few ordinary zombies were there, drawn by the heavy footsteps of the muscular zombie. The group that had rushed down fled around the bulky creature, assuming its size would make it slow and unable to catch them. Yet to their astonishment, its strides were so immense that its pace was nearly as fast as a running human. Even more shocking, the muscular zombie's massive arms suddenly hoisted a small car from the roadside and hurled it, without hesitation, at the fleeing crowd. Several family members who had been following closely thought they had escaped, believing the giant's speed was still inferior to theirs. Just as they began to celebrate, a speeding car plummeted from above, crushing several people into a bloody pulp. Vivid crimson blood sprayed out under the immense impact, splattering far and wide before slowly seeping from the wreckage. The scene was a gruesome mess. Zhang Yi, Lin Qingqing, and Li Yue ahead heard the earth-shattering crash behind them and turned back in alarm. In an instant, their faces turned deathly pale, their hearts nearly leaping from their throats, their breathing becoming labored. This is too brutal. Humanity will have a hard time surviving. Run, I don't want to be crushed into pulp. I can't run anymore, it's too far, I'm exhausted. Look, Zhang Yi is out too. Great. He's actually alive. Zhang Yi anxiously looked back to find Zhang Yi, and indeed Li Yuan was not with him. It seemed he had succeeded, but was he only this ruthless to enemies, or to everyone? Now only Zhang Yi, Li Yue, Lin Qingqing, Zhang Yi, and the three nurses remained. A sense of sorrow weighed on them. The group that had started with dozens was now reduced to this handful, with two special zombies still in pursuit. Was it like this elsewhere, or only here? If only here, they were terribly unlucky. If everywhere, how could ordinary people survive against such foes? The big one is going back. It's not chasing us. They turned to see the muscular zombie retreating, stopping once it left the hospital grounds. Phew. Huh. We're safe. That big one really is obsessed with the hospital. Yeah. Phew. I'm exhausted. The nurses celebrated with little jumps. Zhang Yi, Lin Qingqing, and Li Yu also smiled, relieved to have escaped safely. Run. This cyan monkey is still chasing us. Zhang Yi's shout came from behind. Zhang Yi's voice came from behind. Their faces stiffened as they indeed saw the grayish-blue figure behind them, running faster than a normal person and about to catch up to Zhang Yi. They hastily tucked their tails and continued running. Li Yu was in despair, as she was too fat. Even with Lin Qingqing and another nurse supporting her, she was exhausted. She felt she could barely breathe, her lungs about to explode. I'm too tired. My legs won't obey me. Let me go? With me you can't escape either. I'm too fat, I really can't run anymore. Tears streamed down Li Yu's face. Everyone fears death, especially being bitten to death, being devoured. But she couldn't go on, as she couldn't drag Qingqing and the others down. Don't give up, sob sister Yu. Hang in there. Lin Qingqing supported Li Yu. Her parents weren't around, and they were the closest. Li Yu had cared for her like a real sister, helped her. She couldn't abandon her. Qingqing, let me go, please. Sister, you can't let you all suffer. You must live on. I beg you. Li Yu was so exhausted she felt nauseous, dry heaving continuously. Zhang Yi turned back, wanting to carry Li Yue, but looking at her size, he really couldn't. Li Yu weighed at least 180 gene. He was powerless, alas. Better to die early and be reborn. He turned back, hoisted Li Yu onto his back, and roared, Lin Qingqing, help me lift her legs. I can't carry her far alone. Oh. Okay. Zhang Yi carried Li Yu's upper body, while Lin Qingqing and another strong nurse each held one of Li Yu's legs. Sweating profusely, they struggled forward. Li Yue, tears of gratitude streaming down her face, looked at them. Having friends like this was truly wonderful. Sister Yue, if we survive, you absolutely must lose weight, said Lin Qingqing, sticking out her tongue as she ran. Zhang Yi, seeing the group ahead slowing down while carrying Li Yue, gritted his teeth and thought about turning a corner to lure this bastard elsewhere. They had weathered hardships together. He had instinctively followed his teammates when he came out, but now he realized his foolishness. He should have run in a different direction instead of dragging them all into fleeing like beaten dogs. Zhang Yi figured he might as well die alone, otherwise no one could run anymore. Had thought the same in the hospital earlier, but then there was a villain as bait. Now there was none, so had step up. But in that moment of deliberation his running rhythm faltered. Just as he changed direction, the blue-gray creature pounced on him. Oh. Zhang Yi's face turned pale, his mind went blank, and all he knew was, I'm done for. Watching the zombie's sharp claws swing down, he instinctively raised his arm to shield his face, thinking only of one thing. Hoping this zombie would take its time eating him to give his teammates more time to escape. It would be even better if it bit him to death first before devouring him. Zhang Yi, watch out. It's over. As they watched another friend about to be lost. Whoosh! First a sound of something flying swiftly whistled past Zhang Yi's ear, then everyone heard a loud crash. The zombie that had pounced on Zhang Yi was hit in the chest by something fast, its entire right shoulder shattered, and it was sent flying. The zombie staggered backward, stunned, followed by another bang and a whoosh as its head exploded entirely, and it collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yi was splattered with blood from the exploding head. He quickly shut his eyes and mouth, wiping it off with his clothes to avoid infection. The others soon came over to help him up. Are you okay? Zhang Yi supported him, checking for any scratches. Zhang Yi frantically patted himself all over, feeling for pain or discomfort, finding no wounds, and finally let out a breath. Phew. No wounds. I'm fine. Hey. I'm fine. Zhang Yi excitedly grabbed Zhang Yi's shoulders and shook him. Then he checked himself again, overjoyed. He had been saved. What was that sound? Was it a gun? Lin Qingqing asked in confusion. She had only heard 2 bangs and a faint whoosh fast, and then the zombie was dead. It must be someone shooting from afar to save us. But I wonder. Zhang Yi didn't finish his sentence before hearing the sound of a car engine. The group turned around to see a massive vehicle stop before them, 4 meters high and 2.5 meters wide. From their perspective below, it was imposing, followed by a white bus. Zhang Yi and the others felt the newcomers must be formidable. The big truck exuded power. The driver's window rolled down, an arm resting on the frame, and a stunningly beautiful face emerged looking at them, especially at Liu, and said softly, "Hello, do you need help?" Chen Bufan and Li Wenin had already seen their situation. Their original path was blocked by a horde of zombies, so they detoured here. On this side, Chen Bufan's system suddenly issued a hunting mission. The targets were 2 mutated zombies. One was a speed-type zombie, the other a strength-type zombie. The system hadn't issued any missions for days, and Chen Bufan was curious to see what mutated zombies looked like. So he accepted the mission. The hint read: before the outbreak, the Central Hospital, as the only hospital quarantining the first batch of zombie virus patients, was where zombies consumed the earliest and most blood and flesh. Mutated zombies have appeared there. Proceed to eliminate them and claim a mysterious reward. Chen Bufan was intrigued by the mysterious reward. It was the first time the system had presented itself this way. Coincidentally, they were detouring past the Central Hospital Road and then spotted Zhang Yi's group. From afar, Chen Bufan saw a grayish-blue zombie different from the usual pale ones chasing a running man. It was closing in fast, clearly a speed type. Ordinary zombies now couldn't even walk as fast as a person. He also noticed the group's high moral character. The man ahead, willing to be burdened, turned back to carry a fat nurse who couldn't run. 2 women sweating profusely lifted her legs. Another nurse in uniform supported her rear, and the last man at the critical moment tried to change direction to lure the speed-type zombie away, nearly getting killed. Chen Bufan felt he himself didn't possess such noble qualities. Though kind, he only acted when he could ensure his own safety, never putting himself in danger. He would only offer a bit of kindness within his means. In short, he was somewhat kind, but not a saint. Yet he couldn't deny his admiration for such people. So before reaching them, he took out his anti-material rifle to test its power and the speed zombie's body strength. Though the first shot missed the head due to the zombie's movement, the follow-up shot yielded satisfying results. The zombie's body was blown apart. It also saved their lives. Good people deserve good fortune. Li Wenin drove the car over to them and cast a glance at Chen Bufan, who remained silent, his gaze fixed in. She noticed that whenever they encountered strangers, Chen Bufan always had a habit of staring at them like a lecher. He had done the same when he first saw her and her brother in the elevator, and she had simply attributed it to his physiognomy rating. Following his example, she had also learned to scrutinize people. She studied the group carefully. Their faces were all amiable, lacking that sinister look that marked a villain. Though an old saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, there is also the adage, the face is the index of the mind. Some mean-spirited individuals indeed bore twisted and crooked features. Quite accurate. As for Chen Bufan, he was indeed studying their profiles, hence his silence. He had to check the favorability of strangers. If any were exceedingly low, he would need to be on guard. Little did he know that Li Wenin thought him a pervert. Li Wenin had a favorable impression of the group. She had witnessed the entire incident clearly. Even when their lives were threatened, they refused to abandon each other. Such integrity was rare in the apocalypse. Bufan, have you made up your mind? Should we take them along? Though Li Wenin thought well of them, she still wanted his opinion. A wife follows her husband, and besides, she believed Chen Bufan had a keen eye for reading people. Chen Bufan was startled. What? How did Li Wenin know he was examining their profiles? He turned to look at her, meeting her innocent gaze. It didn't seem like she had discovered his system. Unbeknownst to him, Li Wenin had always assumed he was reading their faces. They seemed fine for now. Chen Bufan observed that they were indeed decent. Everyone's favorability was acceptable. The one who caught his eye most was the young nurse named Lin Qingqing. She had a slender figure, a narrow waist, and curvaceous hips, her form elegantly accentuated by the nurse's uniform. Human Lin Qingqing. Height 160 centimeters. Physique can carry 30 gene. Charm 91. Favorability 60. Hello, is anyone injured? With Chen Bufan's approval, Li Wenin rolled down the window, her stunning face peeking out. Her voice was gentle, soft, and soothing, easily winning people over and lowering their defenses. If they were dealing with villains, she couldn't take the lead, it would stir up too much trouble. Wow, she's gorgeous, Lin Qingqing murmured under her breath. She had a bit of a fangirl streak and loved admiring beautiful women. In Chen Bufan's eyes, her favorability even rose a few points. Hello, none of us are hurt. May I ask if it was you who fired the shots to save us? Zhang Yi looked left and right among the group. There's no one else here, is there? Li Wenyin glanced at Chen Bufan before replying with a smile. Since they likely guessed it was them who had saved the group, everyone's favorability was around 50. As Li Wenyin exchanged a few words with them, he noticed their favorability inching up. Just a smile and a couple of sentences from Wenyin, and people's favorability rose. This talent was remarkable. Thank you for saving us. Are you from an official organization? No, we're survivors too. We passed by and saw that you didn't abandon your comrades in trouble, so we lent a hand. Do you have a destination? If not, you can get in the car. We have some things we'd like to ask you, Li Wenyin said sincerely. Zhang Yi and the others exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. What do we do? They saved us, but we don't know who they really are or why they have guns. Zhang Yi said cautiously. They have guns and saved us. They must be good people, right? Otherwise they could have just forced us with the guns instead of asking. Besides, that beautiful woman is so gentle and pretty, Lin Qingqing said. Qingqing's right. They have guns, so they don't need to ask us. And we really can't run any further. Li Yu's face was pale from exhaustion. Being overweight, every step she took required several times the effort of others. Even if they wanted to harm us, could we fight back? Look at how those zombie heads exploded, utterly obliterated. Our heads aren't as tough as those zombies. Zhang Yi muttered under his breath. Little did they know their whispers were overheard by Chen Bufan and Li Wenyin. Both had taken physique-enhancing potions, making their bodies far superior to ordinary people in every way, including the functions of all organs. Chen Bufan also rolled down the window and stuck his head out. If you don't get on now, you won't make it. The gunshots will attract a horde of zombies. You don't want to keep running, do you? One of you come to this car. We have questions. The rest head to the bus behind. Without waiting for a reply, he pulled his head back and then stared in surprise at Lin Qingqing below. What's this, a blind date? Why did her favorability drop a few points when she saw me? In this accursed world, shouldn't strength be the only thing that matters? Chen Bufan gazed up at the sky. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Yi and the others quickly looked around. Sure enough, a few zombies were already dragging their slow steps toward them. Zhang Yi scanned the area and promptly said to the others, how about I go to this car? You all take the back one. Good idea. You're the calmest among us, Dr. Zhang. The rest of us are too impulsive to explain things clearly. Zhang Yi nodded, then boarded the front car while the others dashed toward the bus. Meanwhile, inside the bus, Ning had already learned of Chen Bufan's arrangement via the walkie-talkie. Shoo! With a piercing sound, the bus door slowly opened. A nurse rushed on first, pulling Li Yu up with her. Li Yu, overweight, was already weak in the legs after just that short run. When she saw that the driver was a stern-faced woman, she couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking, are all the women in this team so stunning? Their beauty is off the charts. Wow. Hello. Lin Qingqing climbed the steps and looked up to find a cool beauty gazing down at the door. Her face flushed slightly. Though her sexual orientation was normal, seeing such a gorgeous woman still excited her. The goddess before her didn't speak, only gave a slight nod, perfectly embodying an icy, aloof demeanor. And Ning only smiled when she was with Chen Bufan. A nod to others was already quite polite. Zhang Yi was the last to board and greeted her. She didn't even nod, just blinked, then turned her head and closed the door. The group sat quietly at the back. Wow, this team is amazing. The female characters are so beautiful too. Lin Qingqing excitedly hugged Li Yu's arm from behind, shaking her body. Li Yu looked helplessly at the naive Lin Qingqing and replied with a smile. You little fool, what female characters? Do you think we're playing a game? And don't underestimate that man. Being accompanied by two such stunning women, he can't be ordinary. Lin Qingqing said, I just think they're pretty. Of course that man must have his strengths too. At that, Zhang Yi interjected. Let's all rest. We've run so far. Aren't you tired? Hearing this, everyone closed their eyes to conserve energy, as their recent ordeal had left them utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, in the front car, Chen Bufan and Zhang Yi had a brief exchange, giving him a general understanding of the group's background. Before the apocalypse, many infected individuals had been quarantined at the central hospital. As the county's largest hospital, it drew patients from all around, teeming with people daily. When the outbreak struck, the situation spiraled out of control from within and without. The people there, including the SWAT team, were quickly overwhelmed and slaughtered. Only the survivors in the inpatient building had clung to life until now, only to lose many to the sudden mutated zombies. With so many people, most of them patients, they naturally couldn't outrun the initial zombies. The zombies, having feasted on so much flesh, triggered a mutation in the virus, giving rise to variant zombies. If this happened in a big city with tens of millions of people packed together, that would be something else entirely. Which building houses the earliest quarantined patients and the SWAT team? Chen Bufan pondered for a moment before asking. How do you know that? Zhang Yi looked at Chen Bufan inquiring. We have someone who knows about this. I just want to ask about the current situation. Wang Shuqing was the mayor. They are behind Building 1 of the inpatient department and Building 2 of the inpatient department, which was newly constructed a few years ago due to the increasing number of patients. All quarantined patients are in Building 2. The number of regular patients and their families there was even greater than in Building 1. Before the evacuation was complete, the apocalypse broke out. The SWAT team was also in that courtyard. Building 2 is surrounded by walls on all sides with only one entrance leading from Building 1. On the day of the outbreak, Mayor Wang's secretary Wu Gang, seeing that the situation was beyond control, led people to lock it down. They are all still inside, never having come out. Have you seen any zombies with immense strength? Zhang Yi's face turned pale, as if recalling something. What are you planning to do? It's in the square in front of Building 1 of the inpatient department. It can lift a car and throw it. Several of our people were crushed into pulp by it. However, it has a peculiar trait for some reason. Whenever it steps outside the hospital grounds, it turns back. Otherwise, the one chasing us earlier wouldn't have been just a small one. Chen Bufan's heart tightened. Being able to lift a car, didn't that mean it was even stronger than him? A small one. Yes, that thing is over 3 meters tall with bulging muscles all over. I wonder if this gun of yours can pierce it. Zhang Yi glanced at the cannon mounted in front. He had played Crossfire before. Bufan, should we leave? What Zhang Yi described is too dangerous. If it throws a car, can this vehicle withstand it? Li Wenin didn't know about Chen Bufan's mission, as she only knew she needed him alive and didn't want him to face danger. Chen Bufan didn't reply to Li Wenin but continued asking, is it fast? Zhang Yi considered for a moment. A bit faster than a normal person walking because it takes big strides. But if we jog, it can't catch up. Chen Bufan fell silent. Great strength meant slow speed. If an ordinary person could outrun it, then he certainly could. As for that speed-type zombie, it was merely fast with a weak body and not as fast as him. Thinking it over at this stage, he was at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Considering everything, the advantage was mine. Seeing Chen Bufan lost in thought, Zhang Yi said nothing more. Li Wenin bit her lower lip, watching him with worry. She didn't understand what he intended to do, but she could support him as she couldn't hold him back. Chen Bufan had his own reasons. The mysterious reward from the system's mission. He felt it might bring some change to him, or even to those around him, because it involved mutated zombies. As time passed, the zombies continuously devoured more flesh and blood, and the energy accumulated within them grew increasingly immense. This energy seemed to react strangely with the virus, causing ordinary zombies to begin mutating, or even evolving. So for humanity, was it possible to study the zombie virus to develop an evolutionary agent suitable for themselves? Was the zombie virus truly just a virus? Perhaps the attack direction of the zombie virus was itself to promote evolution, but because the organism couldn't adapt to or withstand the power brought by this evolution, the host genes were ultimately destroyed, leading to death and becoming mindless walking corpses. Even species that failed to evolve could survive in their flesh. Then what about those that succeeded? Would they achieve immortality? For a long time, humans have labeled insects beneficial to them as beneficial insects and those harmful as pests. However, from nature's perspective, are so-called pests truly harmful to the entire ecosystem? They might be an indispensable part of natural law. Conversely, from the perspective of other animals, aren't humans also a kind of pest? Perhaps the zombie virus itself isn't frightening, the key lies in how to control it. Once its secrets are mastered, it may no longer be seen merely as a virus. Thinking this, the light in Chen Bufan's eyes grew ever brighter. Everyone must face death one day. If one could avoid this fate, surely no one could resist such temptation. Some say immortality brings endless loneliness, but I can find ways to grant eternal life to those around me as well. He seemed to have discovered his main mission. Perhaps one day it would come to pass that was better than idling away. However, Chen Bufan's current goal wasn't that lofty. He just wanted to see what the mysterious reward was. Was it related to evolution? What if other organizations developed evolutionary agents and became stronger than him? In the apocalypse, lacking strength was unacceptable. System, can the RV withstand attacks from evolved zombies? Chen Bufan asked the system in his mind. System, no. Having made a decision, Chen Bufan resolved to stay and complete this mission. He could no longer be idle. If he remained idle, he would surely die. He had initially thought zombies wouldn't evolve and that his strength was sufficient. But now he had to find a way to evolve. If others advanced while he stagnated, he would eventually be eliminated. He hadn't yet enjoyed such a comfortable life enough. Zhang Yi, you go to the rear vehicle too. All right. After Zhang Yi got off, Chen Bufan looked at Li Wenin about to speak, but she rose and rushed to embrace him. You have your things to do, and I have mine. Just know that when you need me, you'll be by your side. I won't hinder your affairs, but you must be careful, okay? Li Wenin said, her eyes moist, smiling at Chen Bufan. Looking at the understanding and gentle Li Wenin, Chen Bufan simply gave her a light kiss. Don't worry. I'm just doing something for our future. I won't gamble with my life. He gazed at her small face, then suddenly leaned close to her ear and blew a breath, making her shiver before saying, besides, I haven't had enough of those shameless days with you and in Ning. Li Wenin's face flushed. She fanned the heat on her cheeks and said to him, then come back quickly. And Ning and I will wait for you at home. Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. Great. Normally Li Wenin was quite reserved. It's settled then. You drive back to the hotel. You can gather supplies nearby. If there's danger, prioritize your safety. You're in charge of everything. Don't you need the car? I can't drive anyway, and am fast, there's no danger. Go ahead. Then we're off. They'll keep the walkie-talkie on to call me if anything happens. Chen Bufan waved his hand, hugged his gun, and got out of the car. Watching the two vehicles drive away one after the other, he quickly ran toward the hospital square. Although Ning had taken a carload of people, he had confidence in her skills and wasn't worried about her being in danger with strangers. Passing the speed-type zombie, he rummaged through its corpse, but found nothing useful. In the past, when killing zombies, he had done what protagonists in novels did, digging for cores in their brains. But after digging through dozens, he had never found anything, and it had disgusted him thoroughly. Thinking carefully, how could such a fragile thing as a brain produce a hardcore stone? Novels had misled him. Chen Bufan clutched the M82 sniper rifle tightly as he advanced toward the central hospital. The distance from where they had parked to the hospital was roughly over 1,000 meters, but he decided to move closer, also taking the opportunity to observe the situation inside the hospital. After all, in such a moment of crisis, the various medical instruments and equipment in the hospital could be crucial to saving lives. As he gradually approached the hospital, Chen Bufan's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. The streets were deserted and silent, shrouded in a tense atmosphere that felt inexplicably oppressive. Chen Bufan quietly observed all this, contemplating countermeasures in his mind. The once bustling streets were now cold and empty, with shop doors tightly shut on both sides. The former vibrant scene vanished. The reason was simple: this street had been sealed off by government order on the day of the apocalypse, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. However, due to the large number of patients and medical staff gathered here initially, it was no easy task to evacuate them all safely in a short time, as many patients were weak and immobile. Thus, among the zombies roaming the streets, a considerable number wore patient gowns. They must have been patients of this hospital before being infected and turned into this. Watching their staggering, hideous forms sent chills down one's spine. Just then, a young female zombie with a pale face and hollow eyes slowly turned out from the crossroad. Her once charming face was now covered with gruesome scars, and from her throat came low, guttural growls. The young zombie twitched her nose slightly, as if sniffing the air. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she trudged slowly toward his direction. She appeared to be only 15 or 16, in the bloom of youth, with a pure and lovely face. Her arms, once smooth and round, were now covered with dense bite marks that had almost eaten away the muscle. Her pants were halfway down, likely infected while using the restroom. After a few steps, she tripped over the trousers, revealing a pale gray posterior. The flesh on the back of her thighs was also gone, and the bite marks didn't resemble those of a zombie, but rather a canine. Holding a long blade, he stepped on her back to pin her down. Aiming the tip at the back of her head, he inserted it gently and twisted slightly. Watching her stop moving, he examined the wound below more closely. It was indeed the work of a canine. Chen Bufan had been bitten by a dog as a child, so he was very familiar with such wounds. The wound looked quite fresh, not yet dried. According to the law of protagonists, luck, wouldn't an evolved giant dog make a grand entrance next? He pulled up her pants, granting her a final dignity, hoping she would be reborn in a happy family, without an apocalypse, if there was a next life. Woof! Roar! Chen Bufan turned to see a giant poodle emerging from the crossroad. Damn, it had indeed evolved. Eyes blood-red, body not decayed, but its size matched that of an adult golden retriever. Huh. A mere mutated canine. I'll take you on. Let me try my blade. 1, 2, 7. Chen Bufan licked his slightly dry lips. Do I really need this much excitement? 7 I could handle, even golden retriever-sized poodles I'd tolerate, but what the hell is this last one? A chihuahua the size of a brown bear. And you're so ugly. Look at your muscles, you're almost as buff as Li Wenxiang. 2 adult golden retriever-sized poodles, 3 Siberian tiger-sized village dogs, 1 lion-sized chow chow, and 1 brown bear-sized chihuahua. I can accept anything bigger than usual, but this chihuahua, I really can't. How many times bigger have you grown? The 7 dogs emerged one after another from the crossroad, leaving Chen Bufan speechless. No martial ethics ganging up on me. All the dogs had blood-red eyes and were merely enlarged versions with thicker limbs, longer and sharper claws and teeth, like serrated blades with a metallic sheen. They seemed like another species ordinary humans couldn't handle, and the urgency in Chen Bufan's heart grew. Watching the dogs slowly spread out, eventually encircling him. They still have intelligence. Chen Bufan had thought their blood-red eyes meant a berserk state, without reason. Big Data lied. They could even surround him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using my ultimate move. Chen Bufan planted his feet, staring intently at the chihuahua's big eyes, holding the blade aimed at it, tracing a dragon on the left and guafuching on the right. He wanted to twirl the blade, but he didn't know how, afraid of dropping it. Woof! The brown bear-sized chihuahua barked, and a giant poodle that had circled behind Chen Bufan charged at him like an arrow from the bowstring. So smart. Chen Bufan instantly sheathed the blade and pulled out the Benelli M4 shotgun, already loaded with 12-gauge buckshot and never used from his system inventory. As the giant poodle rapidly approached, its paws left deep prints on the asphalt, showcasing immense power. Under the sunlight, its sharp teeth glinted with a chilling coldness. One bite, and it would be just like the girl earlier with no posterior left. Unfortunately, Chen Bufan was a cheater, and a shameless one at that. In his upgraded perception, its speed was too slow. Click, he chambered around. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots, and the poodle flew back even faster, its face blasted into a bloody pulp. It writhed in agony on the ground for a few moments before going still, joined by another poodle and an oversized village dog that had also circled behind. After shooting the poodle, Chen Bufan charged straight at the other 2 dogs behind him, giving each a point-blank shot before they could react. Then he switched back to the blade, standing before the 3 corpses, tracing dragons again at the chihuahua. In an instant, 3 subordinates were killed, and the chihuahua's eyes widened even more. Its mind couldn't comprehend. What kind of blade makes a loud noise? It had seen two-legged creatures with blades, but never such a one. The remaining 4 dogs all lowered their bodies, growling low in full alert. The chihuahua was unwilling. Being bullied was a thing of the past since it grew so big. It had never lost. But this two-legged creature was strange. Its eyes grew redder, and its growls louder. The 3 dogs beside it became increasingly agitated under its growls. This was a prelude to attack. Woof woof woof. Charged together. The 4 dogs charged at Chen Bufan together. Just as he was about to switch weapons and ambush them again, he saw the brown burr-sized chihuahua take a step forward, shield the 3 dogs, then turn and bolt back into the crossroad it came from, vanishing. Chen Bufan was stunned, unable to switch weapons in time, and engaged the 3 dogs with the blade. 2 adult Siberian tiger-sized village dogs, 1 African lion-sized chow chow. They had immense strength, but lacked Chen Bufan's speed. He sidestepped a lunge from a yellow village dog, swiping the blade at its neck. The yellow dog reacted swiftly, lowering its head and opening its mouth, letting the blade scrape against its teeth. It escaped fatal injury, losing only a few teeth, and licked its mouth to ease the pain after landing. Chen Bufan hadn't expected the dog to be so smart, using its teeth to block his blade. Otherwise, that strike would have slit its throat. Without time to think, the black village dog lunged at his thigh. He stepped back, quickly reached out with his left hand, grabbed its neck, and lifted it off the ground. With the blade tip at its neck, he slowly pierced in. Yelp, yelp, yelp. The black dog screamed, struggling until the blade pierced its brain. Its body convulsed a few times before going limp, limbs dangling weakly. Thud. Chen Bufan released his grip, and the black dog's corpse hit the ground. He bent his left arm, sliding the blade upward to wipe off the blood. Chen Bufan's fierce kills intimidated the chow chow and yellow dog. They lowered their bodies, tucked their tails, and slowly backed away before turning and fleeing. Zombies were already drawn by the gunfire and barking. Looking at the 4 dog corpses, their bodies showed no signs of decay like zombies. He wondered if they were edible, but recalling they might have eaten zombie flesh, he hesitated. After a moment of deliberation, he chopped off the shattered heads and stored the rest in his system inventory. Don't waste it. Give it to others later. Watching the surrounding zombies, he threw the bloody dog heads far away. Attracted by the strong scent of blood, the zombies trudged slowly toward them. Chen Bufan quickly walked into a nearby, unattended 24-hour store, planning to wait for the zombie horde to move away before dealing with the strength-type zombie. Chen Bufan stood inside the shop, watching through the glass door as the small horde of zombies drifted further away. He was strong enough to handle these dozens of undead, but he needed to conserve his energy. Who knew if he could defeat a brute type? Once the horde had passed, he turned to examine the shop. He had only glanced inside earlier, seeing no zombies, and entered. It was a tiny store, just a few square meters, with only a few vending machines inside. After scanning the items, even Chen Bufan's seasoned face flushed. Normally passing such a shop, had only glanced curiously, quickly avert his eyes from the pictures, check if anyone was watching, and then walk away nonchalantly, never daring to enter. Now he had stumbled right in. He quickly looked around, peered out the door, and seeing the desolate, empty street, rubbed his hands, took a deep breath, and stared at the items in the cabinets. A surge of excitement and trembling hands, enough to shame a crowd of youngsters. A spine-chilling, eerie laugh echoed out of the store. The distant horde shuddered, collectively glanced around, found nothing amiss, and continued their aimless wandering. With a series of crashes, he smashed all the cabinets and stored everything into his system inventory. Satisfied, Chen Bufan stepped out, glanced back toward the hotel, and thought, suddenly, I can't wait to see my treasures. As he was about to head toward the hospital square, he caught a glimpse of something unusual in the distance. Focusing his gaze, he saw several hideous zombies crouched on the ground, circling the corpse of the speed-type zombie he had killed. They clawed frantically at its chest, as if searching for something to devour. Chen Bufan mused silently. Could it be that the key to zombie evolution and mutation lies not in the brain, but in the heart? Yet this body has long lost its vital signs. How can its heart still function and supply energy to the whole body? Driven by curiosity, he decided to go back and investigate. Approaching, he swiftly decapitated the few zombies with a single stroke of his blade. Then crouching down, he closely examined the speed-type zombie's corpse. Its skin was unusually tough. The earlier zombies had failed to tear it open. Chen Bufan gripped his long knife, forcefully cut open its chest. his blade sharper than zombie claws, located the heart, and carefully sliced it open. Unexpectedly embedded in the very center of the heart was a foreign object. A soft milky white piece of this piece of flesh was translucent with liquid flowing inside, shimmering faintly like crystal in the sunlight, while emitting a refreshing fragrance. Several milky white threads connected it to the heart, apparently channeling energy throughout the body. Chen Bufan retrieved it and held it in his palm, gazing at it. An overwhelming urge surged within him, as if a voice deep in his soul was urging him to swallow it. Yet reason told him not to take such a risk. After all, he knew nothing about this mysterious object. Who could guarantee that consuming it wouldn't bring dire consequences, perhaps even turning him into a zombie? Weighing the options, Chen Bufan ultimately resisted the temptation of this alluring delicacy, deciding to wait for the system to issue a mysterious reward before further study. He quickly stored it in his system inventory, lest he lose control of the intense craving. Then, enduring the stench, he tore open the chests of several ordinary zombies nearby, but found no milky white core. It seemed only evolved zombies possessed one. Evolution required immense energy, and zombies that hadn't fed were degenerating, so how could they harbor such advanced items? Wiping his blade clean on a zombie's clothes, Chen Bufan fanned the air by his nose, enduring the pervasive stench as he trudged toward the hospital. About 200 meters away stood 2 residential buildings, an ideal spot to snipe the brute-type zombie with a rifle, avoiding close combat. Approaching the building nearest the road, he found the entrance doors wide open, the inside in disarray, and eerily silent save for the cicadas chirping outside. "I wonder if anyone's still alive," he muttered, carefully stepping onto the stairs and moving upward quietly. Reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed a door slightly ajar. Through the gap, he saw a severely decomposed female corpse in the living room. The woman appeared to be in her 20s with a clear indentation on her head. She clutched a similarly decomposed child tightly in her arms, the bodies crawling with maggots and flies, a nauseating sight. Rotten pus oozed across the floor, and the room was filled with a pungent odor. Pushing the door open, the interior was in chaos, clearly ransacked. The child's tiny hand still gripped the mother's breast, as if it had died in extreme hunger. Chen Bufan stepped around the tragic pair and approached the living room window. From here, he had a clear view of the 3-maternal brute pacing in front of the emergency center. He propped the Barrett on the windowsill and peered through the scope at the brute-type zombie. What a giant! Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots at its head. The brute zombie kept moving, so though both shots hit the head, they didn't strike the same spot. He had aimed for the eyes, but they were squeezed too small by the bulging muscles to be visible. With a roar of fury, the brute zombie became enraged after the attack. It wildly swung its massive fists, smashing into the parked cars nearby. In an instant, the cars were mangled and shattered, their alarms blaring across the entire block. Chen Bufan was stunned to see the incredible muscle density of the brute zombie. Despite 2 consecutive shots, the bullets only embedded into its thick muscles, tearing away some tissue, but failing to hit a vital spot. After a bout of chaotic smashing, the brute zombie began advancing toward Chen Bufan's location, following the gunfire. It stormed forward, angrily hoisting cars like catapults and hurling them at the residential building, each impact producing a deafening crash. Seeing the zombie, which had left the hospital grounds, drawing closer, Chen Bufan exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't it supposed to stay in the hospital? I only gave you a few light taps. Why such a fury? What a temper." As he spoke, he quickly changed his shooting strategy, aiming not at the head, but at the zombie's knee joints, which lacked the thick muscle protection. 3 sharp gunshots rang out. The bullets struck the knee joints with precision, shattering its legs. Losing balance, the zombie toppled like a collapsing mountain, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Even on the ground, the tenacious zombie struggled to rise. Seeing this, Chen Bufan fired several more shots, shattering its arms and rendering it completely immobile. Now the zombie lay there, still trying to struggle, but finding no leverage, with its broken limbs only writhing in place. Chen Bufan put away his gun and prepared to load a fresh magazine, ready for any other situations that might arise. Just as Chen Bufan was about to change the magazine, a piercing roar suddenly echoed from behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw a zombie reaching out with its arm tightly grasping his shoulder, and then it leaned forward, its decaying head emitting a foul stench, viciously biting towards his neck. Chen Bufan was so frightened that cold sweat broke out all over him, and his heart raced. He hurriedly sidestepped while his right hand quickly shoved the magazine he had just grabbed into the mouth of the zombie, trying to bite his throat, using all his strength to push back and create distance between him and the zombie. Then he kicked fiercely at the zombie's abdomen, knocking it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bufan rushed forward 2 steps, and then, without hesitation, stomped down hard on the head of the fallen zombie with his foot. "Damn it! He'll crush you! He'll crush you! How dare you scare me!" With 1 stomp, 2 stomps, 3 stomps. He relentlessly exerted force, stomping more than 10 times, until the zombie's head was completely crushed. After completing all this, Chen Bufan took a couple of hurried steps back, leaning against the window as he gasped for breath. The sudden situation had been too terrifying, leaving him shaken. I was careless. Almost got killed few. Due to the loud gunfire earlier combined with his full concentration on dealing with the powerful zombie in front of him, he had completely overlooked the threat from behind. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he quickly pulled down his pants and relieved himself. Damn, that scared me to death. However, at that moment, a chilling chorus of zombie howls rang out from outside the window. Chen Bufan pressed against the glass to look outside, and was horrified to discover a massive crowd of zombies had already surrounded the entire apartment building emerging from who knows where. These zombies were densely packed, stretching endlessly in sight, their numbers simply unimaginable. Even worse, Chen Bufan could clearly hear zombies climbing the stairs. The situation was extremely dire. He dared not waste any time, and hurriedly dashed towards the staircase. At that moment, the mindless zombies were already close to the third floor, and as Chen Bufan's figure drew nearer, these monsters became increasingly excited. Their ghastly and terrifying faces sent chills down his spine. This was the first time in his life that he felt such intense fear, causing his hands and feet to feel weak. Damn it! A path to survival. Facing the densely packed grotesque zombies, Chen Bufan unsheathed his knife, without hesitation hacking fiercely. However, he was too afraid to use his gun, fearing that the zombies below would swarm up upon hearing the gunfire. Thus, as he struggled to retreat, he swung his knife with all his might, but unfortunately the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop their advance. Realizing the situation was critical, Chen Bufan rushed up the stairs, reached the 5th floor, and entered a room with an open door, thankful that the fleeing residents hadn't locked it. Once inside the room, he hurriedly moved a sofa to block the door, then dashed to the window and threw down 2 dogs wrapped in a package. The dogs were quickly torn to pieces and devoured. The strong smell of blood in the air caused the zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors to slow their advance slightly, with some even leaving the unit to feast on the dog meat. Taking this chance, Chen Bufan finally got a moment to catch his breath. He rushed to the kitchen and stuffed a gas canister into his bag. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a violent banging sound came from the door. There was no time to think further, and he knew he had to fight for his life. Chen Bufan quickly approached the window and hurled the gas canister forcefully into the gathered horde of zombies below, crushing a few unfortunate ones. He then raised his Barrett and aimed at the gas canister, pulling the trigger. Bang! Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion shook the entire building, shattering the glass. Chen Bufan curled up tightly in the corner, pressing his hands against his ears as the overwhelming blast left him with a ringing in his ears, his mind buzzing. When the sound faded and the building stopped shaking, Chen Bufan rubbed his ringing ears and dazed head. He felt that apart from the buzzing sound in his ears, everything else was quiet. His senses were already several times stronger than an ordinary person's, making the explosion unbearably loud. Even the stench was more pungent to him than to others. Like someone with a concussion, he wobbled to his feet. Despite the continuous buzzing in his ears, he still heard the sound of zombies crawling to the 5th floor outside his door after a brief moment of disorientation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the zombies banging on the door was even more numerous than before. This door was not a solid security door, it was just an old sheet metal door. The door trembled, and the walls where the door was fixed began to shed dust. It wouldn't be long before this door could no longer withstand such violent pounding. Looking down, he saw the aftermath of the gas canister explosion was horrifying. Bodies lay strewn about, blood and flesh covering a large area. Dark blood pooled everywhere, emitting a strong stench. Within 100 meters there were corpses and remains of zombies everywhere, with countless incomplete zombies dragging themselves on the ground, and many more were ablaze, crowding together and igniting others. The scene was filled with a foul smell and the scent of burning flesh. Moreover, more corpses were continuously converging towards this direction. Chen Bufan felt unwilling to be trapped in the building. He risked peering out the window, desperately searching for an escape opportunity. Fortunately, he discovered that the exterior walls of the building had 1 or 2 air conditioning units installed on each floor. He carefully observed the distance between these units, silently calculating whether he could successfully jump across. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded as the door collapsed completely. Countless zombies let out shrill howls, surging in like a tidal wave. You ate 3 of the 4 dogs? What a bargain for you. Without time to think further, Chen Bufan quickly climbed to the window, throwing down another dog as bait to buy himself a little time, then gritted his teeth and leaped towards the nearby air conditioning unit on the right. Standing on the unit, he gasped for breath, striving to calm his inner terror, but the dizziness from the height made it nearly impossible for him to stand. However, there was no turning back. If he didn't fight for his life, the only way out was death. Thus he endured his fear of heights and turned to jump slowly towards the air conditioning unit on the 4th floor. Next, he took a deep breath and aimed for the air conditioning unit on the 3rd floor with all his might. To his surprise, one side of that unit had aged and could not support his weight at all. In an instant, the entire unit collapsed, and Chen Bufan fell down with it. In this critical moment, he desperately flailed his arms, trying to grab onto anything that could save him. Finally, through a sharp pain, he managed to grasp a remaining support beam, preventing a disastrous fall to the ground. SSS. Pain, pain, pain. Damn it, thought I was the chosen protagonist. My treasure hasn't been used with Inin and Ning Ning yet. What a shame. Thanks to the system with power and a gun, he had truly overreached today. Chen Bufan gripped the air conditioner's outdoor unit bracket tightly, with both hands, his body suspended in midair. A gruesome 10-centimeter gash ran along his right arm, blood gushing forth like a spring. Drops of crimson liquid trickled down his cheek, soaking the fabric of his chest. Hehehe. It's so itchy. Damn it. No one can scratch it for me. The blood slowly flowed over his skin, bringing an odd, irritating sensation. Below, a horde of hideous zombies craned their necks upward, mouths agape, letting out ghastly wails. They greedily eyed the dripping blood, jostling to catch it with outstretched throats. Well in your eyes, like the monk's flesh from Journey to the West. Chen Bufan was astonished to find that the zombies who drank his blood showed a marked improvement in their condition. Their once listless auras grew vigorous. Could it be that my blood after evolution contains higher energy? Chen Bufan speculated inwardly. Hey, can you burning ones move farther away? I'm getting roasted here. Just then he noticed the powerful zombie in the distance, still struggling on the ground, while he himself was dangling here struggling. Chen Bufan let out a sigh. Truly the wheel of karma turns. No one should bully anyone. At that very moment, above Chen Bufan's head, another group of zombies crowded by the window, waving countless rotting arms, desperately trying to reach him. Their limbs scraped against the wall, scraping off chunks of maggot-infested flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. Absolutely revolting. Those above want to eat my flesh, those below want to drink my blood. It's just too much. As long as my blood doesn't run dry, my stamina will keep me hanging here until I'm airdreed. Let's see who gives out first. There was no place to land nearby, and every windowsill was packed with zombies. Looking down at the blood-drinking horde below, he dared not jump in. With thousands of zombies, he wouldn't even make a splash, though it might score high in a diving competition. Watching the walkie-talkie on the ground get crushed to pieces by zombie feet, Chen Bufan sighed, helplessly holding the bracket with one hand, while his injured one was too weak to grip. Chen Bufan's blood loss grew worse, his face turning increasingly pale. He muttered nonsense under his breath, dangling from the bracket like a hotel sign. His eyes darted around, seeking a way out. My RV. After parting from Chen Bufan, Li Wenin led the team back to the hotel. But since the apocalypse began, she had never been separated from him. This sudden change filled her with extreme discomfort. She had always relied heavily on Chen Bufan, who, without him by her side, her heart could never find peace. In the past few hours, she watched as the team, led by Wang Shuqing and Li Wenxiang, successfully obtained a truck and various supplies. Logically, she should have felt joy. But that wasn't the case. As time ticked by, her panic grew, even giving rise to an ominous premonition. Her heartbeat pounded like a drum, fierce and urgent, as if it might burst from her chest. She could no longer endure this agonizing weight. Knowing Chen Bufan had gone to the hospital, she wasted no time. She climbed into the RV, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and prepared to contact Ning. Just as she was about to speak, Ning's stern, cool voice rang out, "Open the door." Li Wenin quickly opened it, and Ning strode aboard, sitting directly in the driver's seat. Ning turned to Li Wenin and said, "We must go find Brother Fan immediately." Li Wenin replied, "I was just about to contact you. I don't know why, but my heart is racing with unease." Ning fell silent, and hadn't yet started the engine when Li Wenin called out to her. Using the walkie-talkie, she contacted Li Wenxiang, Zhang Yi, and Lin Qingqing, instructing them to bring the first aid kit they'd found at the pharmacy and gather at the RV. Once everyone had assembled, they sped toward the hospital. Along the way, the sound of an explosion reached their ears. Li Wenin and the others drove the RV even faster toward the hospital. They encountered a zombie horde on the road and had to take a detour, finally arriving at the spot where they had parted ways with Chen Bufan. The people inside the RV stared in disbelief at the thousands of zombies before them, stunned. Zhang Yi said in terror, "What the hell happened? There weren't this many zombies when we left." Lin Qingqing, carrying the first aid kit, interjected, "No, these zombies look so familiar. Look behind the horde, there are so many in hospital gowns, and even a group of SWAT officers. Could they be the zombies from Ward Building 2 that escaped?" Zhang Yi replied, "There couldn't be that many people in there." Li Wenxiang analyzed, "Then they must have come out of there and merged with another horde." In reality, this zombie horde came from the Rose Garden residential complex near the hospital. That day, someone was having a wedding there, with a performance held in the complex's square, leading to a massive gathering of zombies. At the time, Chen Bufan was fighting the powerful zombie, which casually threw a car, smashing through a wall. Hearing the noise, the zombies in Ward Building 2 gathered downstairs, broke through the doors, and rushed out. Thus the two hordes merged into one. In the end, it was Chen Bufan's bad luck that brought this trouble upon himself. Just then, Li Wenxiang suddenly shouted, "Sis, look at the third floor above the horde." Li Wenin and Ning, Zhang Yi, and Lin Qingqing looked up and saw a man hanging from a bracket on the outer wall of the third floor. Who else could it be but Chen Bufan? At the same time, Chen Bufan in a daze looked up and saw their RV. Is this a hallucination before death? Li Wenqiang's eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at his brother-in-law, who hung above like a signboard. Above from the window, a horde of hideous zombies stretched their arms downward desperately. Below, a cluster of flaming zombies likewise strained upward with outstretched hands. This sight horrified Li Wenqiang. In disbelief, he turned to his sister Li Wenyin and asked, "Sis, why does brother-in-law look like cured meat dangling there for the zombies?" Li Wenyin, covering her mouth, wept bitterly as tears streamed down like a burst dam. Hearing her brother's words, she furiously kicked him. And Ning, standing nearby, glared at Li Wenqiang with a cold, furious expression. Then she floored the accelerator, driving forward while honking the horn. The RV's deafening blare instantly drew the attention of the zombie horde, which turned and began moving toward the vehicle. The RV slowly retreated, continuously blaring its horn, luring the horde to follow. Yet dozens of zombies, attracted by Chen Bufan's blood, remained rooted to the spot, refusing to leave. The RV led the zombie horde 2 streets away. Then Ning suddenly accelerated, swiftly returning to Chen Bufan's location. Upon arrival, she slammed on the brakes, sending the remaining dozens of zombies flying in all directions. Bufan jumped down quickly, and Ning then raised the RV's second level, increasing its height to 5 meters. Li Wenyin swiftly tossed several blankets onto the roof, shouting for Chen Bufan to jump. Meanwhile, Ning, Li Wenyin, and Li Wenqiang brandished their guns, concentrating their fire to eliminate the surrounding zombies one by one. Chen Bufan, pale and trembling slightly, gazed weakly at the RV parked beneath him. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes falling on the blanket-cushioned roof, then watched as they shot down the surrounding zombies. A faint smile appeared on his face. Chen Bufan let out a sigh of relief and released his grip, his body falling softly onto the blankets on the roof, his mind growing hazy. He had lost too much blood. Had it not been for his constitution, far superior to ordinary people, and his relatively fast recovery, though the wound wouldn't heal, he would have bled out long ago. An ordinary person, after hanging and bleeding for so long, would have turned into dry jerky. Seeing Chen Bufan safely aboard the RV, and Ning carefully drove away from the perilous area. Finally, she found a safe zone free of zombies and stopped the vehicle. Quickly ascending to the second level, she gripped the roof's edge tightly, and using the strength of her arms, performed an impressive pull-up, flipping onto the roof with ease. When Ning saw Chen Bufan unconscious and drenched in blood, her heart ached with sorrow and tenderness. Though her nature didn't incline her toward direct emotional expression, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. Biting her lip in distress, she tightly grasped Chen Bufan under his armpits and carefully lowered him down. Below, Li Wenqiang and Li Wenyin, who had been waiting, caught him steadily and gently placed him on the second level's floor. And Ning then climbed down as well. Bufan, wake up. Zhang Yi, check him quickly. Li Wenyin stared at Chen Bufan, covered in blood and hovering between life and death, her heart nearly breaking from anguish. Frantic, she called for Zhang Yi, the only doctor, to examine his injuries. Li Wenqiang supported his grieving sister as she stepped back to let Zhang Yi examine Chen Bufan. Zhang Yi checked his body, finding no bite marks, only a long, deep gash on his arm. He then studied the blood on his body. Zhang Yi stood up. Li Wenyin immediately stepped forward and asked, "How is he? Is he all right?" Zhang Yi replied in astonishment, "There's only a wound on his arm. He's lost a lot of blood, but he's not in danger. The wound needs stitching, but his body is strong. Just a little saline and glucose to replenish fluids and nutrients. When he wakes, have him eat iron-rich foods like red dates, celery, and pork liver. But in this environment, food is scarce. Oh right, the wound is a cut, so he needs a tetanus shot. Disinfect the wound, bandage it up, and give him a tetanus shot." And Ning said, her eyes fixed on Chen Bufan. "But his wound is deep and he's lost a lot of blood. Not stitching it is bad for the injury, and—" Zhang Yi insisted on his professional judgment. "Just do as I say. His constitution is strong, and we don't have the conditions now." And Ning interrupted without looking up. "Well, all right." Zhang Yi wanted to argue at first. Even a strong body needs stitches, but considering the circumstances, he had no choice. Li Wenyin looked at Ning, uncertain of Chen Bufan's resilience or whether this treatment was adequate. She needed confirmation from Ning. Sensing her gaze, Ning approached and whispered, "He's built tough. No stitches needed, he'll heal in a couple of days. Trust me, I wouldn't harm him." Li Wenyin looked up at her. She didn't know where Ning came from. She had appeared beside Chen Bufan, suddenly doing nothing but protecting him. Their relationship was unusual. She nodded, trusting her. Seeing Li Wenyin's nod, Zhang Yi complied, following his professional habit, now that the family had agreed. After Zhang Yi finished treating Chen Bufan, Li Wenyin decided to wait there for him to wake. She didn't know if his mission was complete, but the place was safe for now. She would let him decide when he awoke. She used the walkie-talkie to inform the people at the hotel, then told the others to find places to rest inside the vehicle. She stayed by Chen Bufan's side, watching over him. And Ning needed no instruction. She had never left his side unless he gave her a task. The September weather wasn't cold. The two women, one sitting beside him, the other standing nearby leaning against the railing, said nothing, but their eyes never left Chen Bufan. As his complexion gradually regained color, Li Wenin relaxed, holding his hand as she waited for him to wake. Chen Bufan woke when it was already dark. He cracked his eyes open without moving his body, squinting as he turned his gaze. Seeing Li Wenin beside him, he fully opened his eyes. Wenin and Ning. His throat was dry, parched from blood loss, and hanging on that rack, almost turning into jerky. Bufan, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Li Wenin exclaimed joyfully. And Ning also approached, watching him without speaking. I want some water, Chen Bufan said, his voice hoarse. And Ning turned silently to get water. Where are we now? When we came back for you, we saw you surrounded by the zombie horde. We lured them away and rescued you. We're not far from there, but it's safe. Was I ridiculous back then? Chen Bufan smirked self-deprecatingly. Buffed Wenxiang said you hung there like a signboard, like cured meat, smoked by zombies. Li Wenin covered her mouth with a laugh, though her eyes reddened. What? I'm going to kick his butt. Just focus on recovering. Do you know how scared I was seeing you covered in blood? That was an accident. How did you guys get here? Chen Bufan was curious. And Ning and I felt an inexplicable panic, so we came. When we arrived, we saw you like that. Lucky you came. Chen Bufan didn't say it aloud. And Ning brought water, and he drank a full cup. Oh, that's better. That night the group squeezed into the RV for a makeshift rest. The next morning Chen Bufan opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Apart from some lingering pain in his arm wound, everything else was normal. He mused to himself, today, I must completely eliminate that strength-type zombie, or else I would have wasted the entire day yesterday. After finishing the steaming fried rice cooked by Li Wenin, the group drove back to the site of yesterday's explosion. The scene remained as it was, a gruesome mess of severed limbs, rotting flesh, and black blood that would unsettle anyone who beheld it. The gunfire from yesterday had attracted more zombies. To expedite the mission, Chen Bufan decided to have Ning use the quieter AR rifle to pick them off one by one. After clearing the surrounding zombies, they drove on to search for the strength-type zombies trail. It was no longer in its original spot. Unsurprisingly, the limbless creature had somehow crawled back to the emergency room entrance. Chen Bufan brought only Ning along, unwilling to let the others know about the object inside the zombie's body. Before the strength-type zombie, its eyes blazing with fury, it roared madly at Chen Bufan, as if recognizing the man who had left it crippled. In truth, they had never met before, yet now they seemed locked in a deep-seated enmity. Chen Bufan turned to Ning and said, Ning, kill it with your sword. Ning nodded, drew the short sword from her waist. A blade finer than ordinary knives, perfect for striking vital points like the eyes. Gripping the sword tightly, Ning fixed her gaze on the howling zombie. As it raised its head once more, she plunged the entire blade into its small eye. She quickly retreated to avoid being struck. With its brain tissue destroyed, the strength-type zombie let out a mournful cry and collapsed, never to move again. The two of them turned it over. Even with their combined strength, it was a struggle. The zombie was incredibly heavy, its muscles dense and solid. Ning dug out its heart. Chen Bufan, hindered by his injury, assigned the strenuous task to Ning. Without a word, Ning began to carve with her short sword. The muscle was tougher than stone, so Chen Bufan also took a knife and joined in hacking and gouging. It took them 30 minutes to tear open a hole in the chest. Chen Bufan cut open the heart, revealing a soft core slightly larger than the one from yesterday's speed-type zombie. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted out, and an irresistible craving surged within Chen Bufan's mind. It was as if instinct compelled him to devour it immediately. Suppressing his desire, Chen Bufan asked Ning, do you feel anything? Hungry, she replied succinctly, but the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. He wrapped the core, which he called the evolution nucleus, in cloth and stowed it away. Instantly the agitation within them subsided. Truly a miraculous thing. Let's go. Chen Bufan led Ning into the hospital, where corpses lay everywhere, emanating a putrid stench. However, there were no living people or zombies left. He collected medicines from the pharmacy and diagnostic equipment from the various departments, then left the hospital with a clear mind. Though difficult, all objectives had been achieved. On the drive back, the apocalyptic scenery held a certain charm. As cries for help came from buildings lining the road, Chen Bufan ignored them. After so many days, if they hadn't ventured out to fight for themselves, who would save them? What would be the point of rescuing such people? To raise them like ancestors. They might even complain if the food wasn't good enough. He turned away from the dismal sights and claimed the system's mysterious rewards for the two monsters. 2 rewards of fair exchange. Embroidered Spring Saber system upgraded version, a slashing evolved zombies, is no longer a dream. Evolution Liquid Extractor extracts evolution liquid from evolved zombie hearts with no side effects. Just as he suspected, it was about evolution. If zombies could evolve and humans could not, wouldn't humanity be doomed? With this extractor, he could perhaps gain an edge over others. Evolved zombies had just appeared. Even the most advanced organizations couldn't have researched this so quickly. He checked in for the day. Milk-flavored steamed buns, x200, not bad. Food was precious in the apocalypse, and Chen Bufan loved bread, especially soft fluffy buns that filled the stomach. Looking at his old saber, he said, "Wenxiang, this blade is for you." He tossed it sheath, and all to Li Wenxiang, who was fiddling with a radio across from him. He had a better one now, if this ordinary zombie-killing blade was useless to him. "Oh, you're such a good brother-in-law. Wasn't I just a piece of dried meat? Hey brother-in-law, why are you picking on a kid? Shameless." Chen Bufan pointed at him and scolded. He felt helpless before the boy who was a head taller than him. Back at the hotel, Chen Bufan stood at the entrance gazing at the two massive box trucks, inwardly delighted with these two vehicles. Gathering supplies will be much easier. He strode into the hotel, greeted by the warm gazes of the group. After all, Chen Bufan was the team leader, a minor authority figure. Everyone gathered around, concerned about his arm in the sling. But Chen Bufan noticed a few missing faces. Frowning, he asked, "Where are the three nurses?" Zhang Yi quickly replied, "They're locals, they went home yesterday. They wanted to see if their parents were still alive." Chen Bufan nodded in understanding. As long as no harm had come to them. Not everyone was alone in the world. Their decision to return home was reasonable. After a moment's thought, he decided to rest for the day to allow his injury to heal. Tomorrow they would head to the largest mall to fill the trucks with supplies. Besides, he had other matters to attend to, researching the evolution liquid, and his arm was not yet fit for going out. After giving instructions, the group moved in unison. They first secured the hotel's main door, then covered the windows with newspapers to prevent passing zombies from detecting any movement. One person remained on watch on the first floor while the others had another task, clearing the corpses from the hotel. If left unattended, the stench of the bodies would become unbearable, making it impossible to breathe normally. So everyone pitched in and swiftly began the cleanup. After all, they would be staying here for a few more days. After surveying the hotel rooms, Chen Bufan selected a relatively tidy one and stepped inside. He carefully placed the evolution liquid extractor on the table and examined it closely. The device, about the size of a human head, boasted a futuristic sci-fi design. Yet Chen Bufan felt it resembled a high-end well-sealed juicer more than anything else. At its top was an aperture, presumably for inserting the evolution core. On the side, a circular opening matched the thickness of the physique injection he had used before. The entire device featured only a single prominent green button, giving it a somewhat crude and rustic appearance. Chen Bufan gently placed the speed zombie's core into the upper hole, and instantly a baffle slid out from within the device, sealing the opening perfectly. Without hesitation, he pressed the green button. In that instant, a low mechanical roar emanated from the device. Time ticked by. After a full minute, a soft click sounded, and the lid atop the device retracted automatically. A sealed white glass tube containing a milky white powdery substance, presumably pulverized soft flesh, popped out. Simultaneously from the circular opening on the side, a syringe slowly emerged, identical in form to the ones Chen Bufan had encountered before. However, this one contained a deep purple spiral-shaped liquid shimmering with star-like specks that radiated a mysterious and alluring glow. He picked up the purple injection, turning it over and over in his hands. "Truly beautiful," he murmured, his eyes revealing an irrepressible excitement. For this vial of liquid could not only propel human evolution, but also came with absolutely no side effects. If it were revealed to the world, anyone would be driven to madness for it. In this world of despair, if all of humanity achieved evolution, the zombies would no longer be a threat. Of course, he wasn't benevolent enough to hand it over to others. He would only share it after ensuring he and his loved ones stood at the pinnacle, and he would keep it under his control. He could give it away, but he would never allow anyone to use it to threaten him. Chen Bufan was now filled with curiosity. Just how far can this thing push human evolution? He inquired of the system in his mind. Has this been completely purified? Is it truly free of side effects? Can anyone use it as they wish? Are there any limits on usage? And what is the ultimate form of evolution? The system replied, "The potion has been fully purified and can be used safely without any side effects. Everyone is free to use it, and the final result will not exceed the limits of the human body." Chen Bufan hesitated no longer. He decisively plunged the needle into his arm and watched as the purple liquid slowly retreated into his body. In an instant, he felt as if he was dragged into a strange world that belonged only to him. His ears heard nothing, his body began to heat up, and his bones felt as if they were being pulled apart, causing excruciating pain. Drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, he endured. Minutes later, a violent abdominal pain struck. This was unbearable. His expression changed, and going to blow. He dashed to the bathroom. After a torrential symphony of sounds, Chen Bufan emerged feeling refreshed and invigorated. At this moment, he profoundly felt as if his body had undergone a radical transformation. His eyes became razor-sharp, able to see farther. His ears became exceptionally sensitive, picking up the faintest sounds around him. Not only that, but a previously unknown sense of refreshment and comfort suffused his entire being. Even the agonizing wound on his arm had miraculously ceased to ache and had even begun to heal and scab over. It seemed the increase in physique wasn't merely external, his internal organs, and even his healing ability had improved significantly. More surprisingly, he found that his height seemed to have increased slightly, and his body proportions had markedly improved. His arms were a bit longer, and his legs appeared more slender. He wielded his long blade, swinging it a few times casually, and immediately sensed that his entire body moved with a newfound coordination and naturalness. He felt like a completely different person from before. The former feeling of inadequacy when using a blade was gone, replaced by a thrilling sense of complete and effortless control. Next, he successfully purified the core from the strength zombie, obtaining a vial of even thicker and deeper purple liquid. It looked as potent as poison, but Chen Bufan knew well that it was the miraculous potion capable of altering human strength. Faced with such a rare and precious treasure, he did not hesitate for a moment and resolutely injected it into his own body. As the potion gradually merged with his blood, a powerful and wonderful sensation surged through him, intoxicating and irresistible. In just a few minutes this time, there was no abdominal pain, perhaps because the toxins in his body had already been expelled. After this further enhancement, he truly experienced the shock of his own rapid improvement. The current him could easily defeat his former self. In the room, he freely experimented with his newfound power. His explosive force, speed, and reflexes had all far surpassed anything before. Ha ha ha. This radical transformation made Chen Bufan burst into laughter. Was he now the foremost among humans? After all, such a rare and hard-won evolution potion was not easily obtained. Even with his system, which he checked in daily, he had never received such an item. He hurried to the RV to take a shower. Li Wenin was busy directing people. She had become someone capable of standing on her own. Although everyone knew she was Chen Bufan's woman and treated her with courtesy, her own strength was not to be underestimated. For instance, now a group of people watched in astonishment as she with one hand each effortlessly tossed the bodies of zombies, each weighing over 100 Gene, out the window without even panting. Others meanwhile had to struggle with two people to push the heads and feet out. So everyone admired this woman and began to willingly follow her orders. Watching Chen Bufan run toward the RV, she wondered, did he seem a bit taller and somehow different? After his shower, Chen Bufan went up to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. From there he could see the surrounding scene: zombie hordes on other streets, burning cars, fleeing people, zombies chasing them. And Ning was on the rooftop with her gun shooting zombies. Whenever one appeared at an intersection, she would take it out, ensuring the safety of the hotel street, and constantly increasing Chen Bufan's points. His points were nearly 3,000 now, far more than he could ever use. As the largest supermarket in this county, the first floor is filled with clothing and shoes, while the second floor is dedicated to electronics. The biggest supermarket is also located here, where before the apocalypse, Chen Bufan used to steal items during the zero-cost shopping events. The third floor houses a yoga studio and a parent-child amusement park, and the fourth floor features an arcade. The county's economic situation is poor, leaving many storefronts vacant, and Chen Bufan's target is the supermarket on the second floor. Clearly they are not the only group interested in this place. At the entrance of the second-floor supermarket, a fierce melee is unfolding. Among the crowd, a group can be recognized by Li Wenxiang if he were present. They are none other than Zhao Xuewei and her companions who had escaped from the school cafeteria. Meanwhile, another group, led by a burly man, begins to surround and harass Zhao Xuewei. They do not attack directly, but intimidate her from a distance of 3 meters, wasting her energy and spirit. Their coordinated approach suggests they have engaged in such activities before. Neither side possesses any sophisticated weapons, mostly wielding baseball bats and sticks. The sharpest weapons are merely various kitchen knives and fruit knives. This supermarket is quite spacious, but since the crowd is dispersed, the zombies are scattered as well. Those survivors with some courage can grab a share provided they avoid getting surrounded. Zhao Xuewei and her group have been living here for several days. However, today a group of uninvited guests suddenly burst in through the supermarket's northern entrance, clearing out the zombies there before entering to transport supplies. It is at this moment they encounter Zhao Xuewei and her companions. In this apocalypse, bad men, seeing women, naturally harbor no kind intentions, especially towards the youthful and beautiful Zhao Xuewei. Zhao Xuewei, with her fair skin and stunning looks though young, possesses a glamorous, mature charm, and her figure is voluptuous and seductive, her legs longer than those of the men around her. Each of the others also has their own unique features, which excites the lawless men even more. Ignoring the girls' dirtiness and smell, they attempt to force themselves upon them, believing they can do as they please. Zhao Xuewei and her friends, however, refuse to yield, leading to an instant explosion of conflict. If it weren't for the fact that the burly man's group was merely intent on capturing them alive, Zhao Xuewei and her companions would likely have already lost their lives. At this moment, the several women hold various fruit knives they found in the supermarket, standing back to back. After days without a shower in the heat, they emit a scent of sweat mixed with perfume. Their hair is greasy, but compared to the group across from them, who haven't brushed their teeth in days, they appear remarkably clean. Sister Xuewei, it seems we're in grave danger today. I will confront them. You all find a chance to run. Even feeding the zombies would be better than being humiliated by them. Li Qianqian, with her backpack on, her hair greasy and straggly, whispered despairingly to Zhao Xuewei. There are so many of them, where can we run? I want to abandon you. We've faced zombies for days without fear. Why should we be afraid of these filthy men? Zhao Xuewei, her once radiant face, marked by a scar from a zombie encounter 2 days ago, looked fierce despite the blemish, adding a wild beauty to her. Li Man trembled as she looked at the dozens of men surrounding them, asking, Sister Xuewei, are they really just a few filthy men? I see so many. Damn it. Lu Xian suddenly turned around, pressing the knife against Zhao Xuewei's neck from behind, and shouted at the men across, I surrender. I'll help you catch them. Oh, please don't hurt me. I beg you. Ha! This is fun. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. With so many of us, we can definitely take good care of you. Scared now, huh? Ha ha. Being scared is good. Gagaga. Ha ha. Jia 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 jia. The men across laughed triumphantly, their mouths spewing filth as if they were about to feast upon these little lambs. Zhao Xuewei grit her teeth and angrily chided Lu Xian. What are you doing? Are you stupid? How could they possibly let you go? How could you do this? Li Man and Li Qianqian turned incredulously to Lu Xian. How can you do this? We are sisters. You've disappointed us so much. Lu Xian, let go of Sister Xuewei. The two shouted angrily at Lu Xian. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Xian shook her head and cried out, Sister Xuewei, man Qianqian. I'm sorry, but I want to live. I don't want to die. Forgive me, I'm sorry. Lu Xian signaled to her sisters using a game they used to play when bored. Luckily, having been together for many years, they understood each other well. After shouting the word go, Lu Xian unhesitatingly embraced Zhao Xuewei and quickly turned forcefully, pushing her towards a man heading to the elevator on the first floor. Zhao Xuewei took advantage of this force and dashed forward. Meanwhile, Li Man, Li Qianqian, and Lu Xian's expressions turned serious as they followed closely behind Zhao Xuewei. Just as Zhao Xuewei's knife accurately pierced the neck of the man who had spread his arms and wore a lewd grin, the three women's blades struck like lightning into the chests of the men blocking their path. As several injured men clutched their wounds and screamed in agony under the astonished and fearful gazes of the other men, they forcefully shoved aside the fallen enemies and charged straight toward the elevator. While the men were still in shock, confusion, and pain, they had already reached the first floor and were about to burst out of the building. These men could never have imagined that just a moment ago they were laughing and enjoying the betrayal of the little white rabbits, and in the next moment these once crying and indignant little white rabbits would transform into fierce snow wolves, swiftly killing several of their companions. They stared in disbelief at the disappearing figures of the women. The lead burly man was stunned by this sudden turn of events, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, Damn it! I can't believe I was outsmarted by a few young girls. I will strip them and feed them to the zombies. Kill them. Feed them to the zombies. Feed them to the zombies. Pretty women are deceitful. Feed them all to the zombies. The man roared in a frenzy. He wildly slashed around with his knife. Still unsatisfied, he turned to hack at the body of the man Zhao Xuewei had stabbed to death until the corpse was unrecognizable. Looking up at his terrified subordinates, he became even angrier. What are you standing there for? Your stupidity is embarrassing me. Hurry up and chase them down. Bring them all back without exception. Faster, damn it go, damn it go. The man with red eyes and arms wide open pointed at the retreating Zhao Xuewei and her companions, shouting madly. Yes, boss. The stunned subordinates, witnessing their furious leader, hurriedly rushed down to chase after the women who were about to exit. The boss, Wang Hailong, was a logistics company owner before the apocalypse with hundreds of followers and dozens of logistics trucks, making him a notable figure in this small county. In his youth, he loved a beautiful woman, marrying her and having a daughter. He treated this woman wholeheartedly, giving her everything she wanted, even submitting his work on time every day. However, after 20 years of raising his daughter, he was shocked to find she bore no resemblance to him, becoming the target of ridicule. After conducting a paternity test, it turned out she was not his child. The woman he loved sensed something was wrong and attempted to run away with their daughter and all his savings, but was captured by his subordinates. He subjected them to all kinds of torment. After the apocalypse, he fed the adulterer and the adulteress to the zombies. He spared his daughter, though. After raising her for 20 years, he let her leave on her own. So whenever he sees beautiful women, he gets furious, especially those who deceived him. Huff, huff, damn it. After catching his breath, he strode out in pursuit. Wang Hailong roared uncontrollably, lifting his foot to kick the glass door on the first floor, cursing incessantly. You bunch of fools. You can't even capture a few women. How can I have such incompetent subordinates like you? However, his words abruptly halted as the scene before him left him dumbfounded. He saw several of his underlings lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning, while the rest knelt in unison, and the girls he intended to capture stood confidently behind a group of people, unafraid, looking at their leader with eyes full of admiration. 5 cars were parked in front, one of which was a massive RV nearly 10 meters long beside, which stood an equally long large bus, and 2 oversized trucks. In comparison, that big G looked almost like a toy. Looking at the more than 10 individuals standing in front of the vehicles, the men were handsome and suave, and the women were stunningly beautiful, each with a figure that could be deemed perfect. Except for the leader, who was rather average and not much stronger than Wang Hailong. In fact, since injecting the evolution serum, Chen Bufan's appearance had significantly improved. Unfortunately, the people standing beside him had generally high looks, all scoring above 90, with the lowest being over 80. Even Li Yue, though a bit overweight, had a good foundation, and her looks far surpassed those of Chen Bufan. It truly echoed the saying, people die comparing and goods get thrown when compared. It's not that Chen Bufan wasn't outstanding enough, it was simply that Li Wenin and the others were too beautiful, making him appear somewhat dim in comparison. Chen Bufan called this modesty, while Li Wenxiang said he simply didn't have the capital to be proud. To address this, he whispered sweet nothings to Li Wenin, leading her to reprimand Li Wenxiang. Wang Hailong widened his eyes, glaring at the chaotic scene before him, as the anger that had just simmered down flared back up. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and muttered, you useless bunch. Over 30 big men can't even handle those few people. Even if they have long knives, you can't handle those remaining women. Look at you, a bunch of pathetic fools. He angrily shouted, get up. With so many people, you still can't beat them. At that moment, one of his underlings turned his head trembling and said in a low voice, Brother Hailong, we really can't beat them. They have guns. They have guns. Wang Hailong was taken aback and then replied, yeah, you're right. Then he turned to Chen Bufan and coldly said, hand over those girls to me, and we'll go our separate ways without crossing paths. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. However, at that moment, the previously speaking underling turned back, whining with a sobbing tone, Brother Hailong, they really have guns. Wang Hailong instantly erupted with rage, scolding, since you know I have a gun, why are you kneeling here like a coward? With that, he swiftly drew a worn-out Type 54 pistol from his waist, skillfully chambered around, and aimed the dark muzzle directly at the crowd, threatening fiercely, hand them over immediately, or my bullets won't have eyes. The underlings trembled in fear, crying out that the other side also had guns. Suddenly the sound of several rounds being chambered echoed. Wang Hailong focused and saw the people opposite raising 3 very fine-looking handguns, and one of the women even pulled out a rifle from the vehicle. Impossible. Gun control is so strict, how could you possibly have so many guns? I don't believe it. This can't be. Just then a zombie was drawn over by Wang Hailong shouting, and Ning didn't even aim before turning and firing a shot. Bang! A deep gunshot echoed, and the zombie fell to the ground. Wang Hailong's underlings groaned in despair, kneeling even more upright. This is quite embarrassing for me. Wang Hailong's expression darkened, and suddenly he stopped being angry. He recognized his misfortune. They had done many bad things and now faced retribution, but he couldn't hand his life over to others. He raised the pistol to his temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! Chen Bufan did not expect Wang Hailong to be so decisive. It seemed he was feeling guilty and feared being tortured. Chen Bufan turned around to face his teammates behind him, spreading his arms and saying, all right, we've gathered free labor, let's get to work. He then shifted his gaze to the group of men kneeling on the ground, yet standing straight, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a barely noticeable smile, and spoke in a tone that was both subtle and menacing. If anyone disobeys or doesn't work properly, then they will be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, the men, already terrified, trembled all over, and together they cried out in panic. We will work hard, please don't kill us. Please don't kill us. Chen Bufan gave Ning a look, signaling her to take action. Get up and get to work. An emotionless voice rang out as Ning unhesitatingly raised her gun, aiming the dark muzzle straight at the captives. Upon receiving the order, the group of misfits hurriedly got up, each pushing 2 carts. Following Chen Bufan's instructions, they continuously loaded long-lasting food items, such as canned goods, pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, instant noodles, and mineral water, into a waiting truck. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuewei and her team were also busy closely following behind, helping to transport goods, while chatting animatedly with Li Wenin and others. Clearly they were trying to win over these 2 key figures. After all, they had already befriended Li Wenqiang's sister Li Wenin, and were well aware of Chen Bufan's prowess, especially recalling the day on campus when Chen Bufan shot Su Cheng without hesitation. That decisive brutality was still deeply etched in their minds. Especially Li Man and Lu Xian, who were particularly cautious. While working, whenever they caught a glimpse of Chen Bufan's gaze inadvertently sweeping over them, they would nervously squeeze their legs tightly together, fearing they might accidentally wet themselves from fright. Chen Bufan occasionally felt puzzled, fearing that his gaze might make them pregnant. Zhao Xuewei, on the other hand, didn't care if Chen Bufan looked at them. She even hoped he would look more. She admired strong individuals, and both times she encountered Chen Bufan, she was captivated by his ruthless methods. In truth, Chen Bufan had no principles in his actions. He simply acted upon his feelings and did whatever he wanted. She understood that in such a world, finding a man could no longer rely on bride prices or family backgrounds, but on personal strength, and whether he could keep her alive in the apocalypse. Although she didn't know Chen Bufan well, he had killed without blinking twice and didn't commit indiscriminate killings. Moreover, he went to the school to save Li Wenyan's brother, typifying someone who is good to his own while being ruthless to outsiders. Even if such a man had Li Wenyan's sister, what does it matter? She wouldn't snatch Li Wenyan's position, and she could help her check her homework. At worst, when Chen Bufan submitted his homework, he could submit Li Wenyan's first, and she could casually check it later. If that didn't work, she could write her own homework and check it herself. Having a support was enough. So she would frequently linger around Chen Bufan, unintentionally showcasing her beautiful figure, neither too provocative nor too obvious, just swaying around to catch his eye. After 4 hours of work, the 2 trucks were filled, and the bus was half full. During this time, any zombies that appeared were swiftly eliminated by Chen Bufan. With his knife, ordinary zombies were nothing to him. His next task was to check the county for any evolved zombies. After a while, the supplies inside the vehicle were almost fully loaded. A group of people picked out their favorite clothes from the clothing section on the first floor, as their own garments had become foul and stiff from prolonged wear. Wang Yue, Zhang Yi, and Zheng Yi carefully inspected the vehicle's condition before the group gathered around Chen Bufan. Each person wore a different expression on their face. Chen Bufan understood clearly that they were all waiting for his decision on how to handle that group of men. Those men stood quietly to the side at that moment. Chen Bufan remained silent, and they dared not flee. After all, no matter how fast a human ran, they could not outrun a bullet. At this moment, some of these individuals appeared visibly anxious, others hung their heads in silence, and a few wore expressions of utter numbness. Yet Chen Bufan could still detect a hint of resentment and hatred in the eyes of some. Since the apocalypse began, they had followed Wang Hailong and committed every conceivable atrocity. When evildoers act, they do not reflect on their own deeds, instead they dwell on what others have done to them. They believe they are never at fault, that all blame lies with others. Even if they harm someone, they convince themselves that the victim deserved it. Chen Bufan did not entertain such convoluted thoughts. He simply knew that those standing by his side were friends, and everyone else was an enemy. When dealing with enemies, one must uproot them entirely to eliminate future trouble. In the apocalypse, his principle was that no foe should leave his side alive. Chen Bufan looked at the crowd with a cheerful expression, saying nothing. Since he remained silent, no one else dared to speak. Crackle. Brother Fan, there's a zombie horde heading your way from the east side of the mall. Crackle. Chen Bufan raised the walkie-talkie to his lips. Come back. Just as the truck was about to be fully loaded and Ning slipped away alone. No one knew what she was going to do. Chen Bufan turned around and addressed Li Wenyan and the others. Wenyan, Uncle Wang Yue, Zhang Yi, drive the truck back first. He'll wait here for a Ning. Li Wenyan knew exactly what Chen Bufan intended to do, but she found it inconvenient to voice it openly in front of so many people. She simply nodded at Chen Bufan in agreement. Wait, can we join you? We promise to obey and follow orders. We won't hold you back. At that moment, Zhao Shuowei and the others standing nearby looked at Chen Bufan with nervous urgency. As Zhao Shuowei spoke, the other 3 quickly nodded in unison. They wanted to join the convoy. It was far better than wandering aimlessly on their own. Besides, the convoy had their classmates, so surely they wouldn't be treated like those men had treated them right. These 4 girls had survived many days in the apocalypse, killing both zombies and humans. They were not the type to merely scream when faced with danger. Chen Bufan quite admired their temperament. After checking their favorability ratings and finding no ill intentions, Chen Bufan looked at Li Wenyan, letting her make the decision. From now on, the women would be under her management to avoid any jealousy-driven trouble. He wasn't worried about her anger, he simply dreaded the hassle. Li Wenyan had witnessed how Zhao Shuowei and the others performed during the work, and she had also learned of what happened in the mall earlier. She understood the girls' actions of killing to protect themselves, and felt they were kindred spirits. Still, Li Wenyan shot Chen Bufan a glare. The fact that he didn't refuse outright meant he agreed. So why was he still looking at her for a decision? She gave Zhao Shuowei a thorough once-over before saying, get in the car. Come with us. As everyone boarded the vehicle to leave, Wang Shuqing sat inside, gazing through the window at Chen Bufan and the group of men surrounding him. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. In truth, he had noticed it long before Ning left. He knew that there was no such thing as a zombie horde, it was merely an excuse to send everyone away. To be fair, Chen Bufan was quite impressive in many respects, but his methods were far too ruthless. Perhaps that was precisely why he could lead them to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Fortunately, he treated his own people well enough. Zhang Yi, and Wang Yu had also sensed something more or less. But since they weren't forced to take part in the killing, they didn't care about the fate of others. Birds of a feather flocked together, they felt no fear toward Chen Bufan's actions, but rather a sense of relief. After all, with their enemies dead, they could rest easier. Killing just required some getting used to. They'd leave it to the captain for now. If Chen Bufan knew that the others thought he was being considerate of their feelings, he would have scoffed at the notion. Because sending them away wasn't solely for the purpose of killing these men. He intended to collect everything in the entire mall, and he couldn't let them see it. Although their favorability ratings were high, some things couldn't be shared. His supplies were reserved for emergencies, for now they scavenged and used what they found together. He hadn't even touched the vegetables he had stored in his inventory. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have needed to stage a performance with a Ning to send them away. Let them all practice killing bad guys. Only ruthlessness ensures survival in the apocalypse. His team had no room for naive do-gooders or sanctimonious fools. Naivety harms oneself, while sanctimony endangers everyone. Once the convoy had driven far away and disappeared around a bend, Chen Bufan could finally attend to his own affairs. If it weren't for ensuring the team had food and keeping things above board, he would have collected everything himself long ago, instead of wasting time. Chen Bufan turned around and kicked a man who was attempting to ambush him, sending him sprawling to the ground. As the man writhed in pain, spitting blood, and unable to rise, Chen Bufan faced the group with a gun in his left hand and a blade in his right. The man on the ground glared with rage. "What are you all waiting for? He's only got one gun now. He never intended to let us live. Don't just wait to die. Fight him." Just moments ago, when the vehicle disappeared from sight, these men had already harbored malicious intentions. Now, with only Chen Bufan left, and just one gun in his possession, a group of them roared in unison and charged at him, like ravenous tigers pouncing on their prey. Though they were unarmed, they relied on their numerical advantage, believing that even if a few were shot dead, the remaining numbers would be enough to finish Chen Bufan off. Then they could continue their lawless, indulgent lives. However, what they failed to anticipate was that Chen Bufan's decision to stay meant he had no fear of their resistance. Facing the enemy's assault, Chen Bufan moved with effortless grace. Their speed seemed agonizingly slow to him. After easily taking down a few opponents, he lost interest. He casually waved his arm through the air, and instantly the sharp whistling sound of bullets slicing through the atmosphere erupted. Screams of agony rang out from the crowd as one after another fell with a cry. The earlier call for Ning to return was merely part of the act. In reality, Ning had remained hidden at a vantage point, unmoving, her gun trained steadily on the group. Ever since the last time he was suspended and roasted in the third-floor drying room for most of a day, Chen Bufan had stopped acting impulsively. The excruciating pain was unbearable. People only learn to grow after being hurt. As their companions fell dead from gunshots one by one, some finally felt a deep, chilling fear. They realized that this time they had encountered someone far more vicious and brutal than themselves. These men had once reveled in tormenting and toying with others, yet they never imagined that this man before them would disdain such methods entirely. In his eyes, they weren't even human. He wouldn't even grant them a chance to survive. Within mere seconds, over a dozen of them had been brutally slain. The survivors, paralyzed with terror, fell to their knees begging for mercy. Some were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, weeping and wailing in utter disgrace, "Spare me. I only joined them today. Oh, I have never done anything wrong. Everything was their doing. Indeed, we truly did nothing to forgive us. Please let us live. Whoa. We swear we will never dare again. I have children to support at home. I cannot die. It was Wang Hailong who forced us. If we didn't obey, he would have killed us." Chen Bufan gave no signal to cease fire, so Ning naturally did not stop. Her magazine, loaded with 30 rounds, was more than sufficient to eliminate these men, given her marksmanship. When the last man attempted to flee, Chen Bufan hurled his long blade, pinning him firmly to the hard ground. Chen Bufan slowly approached the fallen man, who struggled to turn his head and gaze at him. The man's lips were flecked with blood, and his mouth opened and closed as if trying to speak, but the searing pain and the endless stream of blood gushing from his mouth prevented him from forming coherent words. Chen Bufan expressionlessly drew the long blade from the man's body inch by inch. With the grating sound of steel scraping against flesh, the man's body shuddered uncontrollably from the extreme agony. After the blade was withdrawn, the man managed to roll over his face, a mingled mess of blood and tears. His eyes, filled with venomous hatred, locked onto Chen Bufan as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "You will end up just like me." In response to such a provocation, Chen Bufan merely smiled faintly. Then, with a sudden motion, he raised the long blade and slashed open the man's carotid artery. In an instant, a torrent of scalding blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering all over Chen Bufan's trousers. Yet he did not even blink. He only replied calmly, "Then he'll just go out at noon from now on. I don't feel like getting up early anyway." The man, his face a mask of bewilderment, gradually lost his breath. He had never imagined such a response. Chen Bufan collected the corpses into his storage pouch. The time he had used dog carcasses to escape a siege by the zombie horde had proven invaluable, and these too could not be wasted. They were all fresh premium bait. Silence returned to the ruined streets, broken only by the occasional howls of zombies attracted by the scent of blood. And Ning descended from a nearby rooftop, sprinting toward him while continuously firing, picking off the zombies drawn by the commotion. Seeing the blood on Chen Bufan's trousers, she looked at him with concern. "I'm fine. It's not mine. Let's go." Chen Bufan reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, mussed from her run, and led the way into the large department store. Once inside, he spent a full 2 hours packing nearly everything in the store into his system pouch, leaving only a tent behind. The store was enormous, with mountains of supplies, and merely pacing back and forth to collect them all had taken this much time. Satisfied with his work, a cheerful Chen Bufan smiled, and walked out of the store with a Ning whose lips were also curved upward. The more abundant the resources in hand, the greater the confidence in one's heart. Having gathered the supplies, Chen Bufan set his sights on the next objective. A small county town like this with hundreds of thousands of people cannot possibly have only 2 evolved zombies. To survive better, he must continuously enhance his own strength. Next he would hunt for evolved zombies. Exiting the store, Chen Bufan scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a fallen electric scooter by the roadside. The key was still in the ignition. Its owner had likely met with misfortune. Delighted, Chen Bufan mounted the scooter, patted the seat behind him, and called for Ning to hurry up and get on. Come on, get on, it'll take you for a spin. Ning was puzzled. There were several cars parked nearby, so why choose this battered electric scooter? The moment she sat down, she understood. Chen Bufan abruptly twisted the throttle, and the scooter shot forward like an arrow from a bow, only to slam on the brakes suddenly. Yet no matter how the speed changed, Ning's long, powerful legs gripped the seat firmly, her body remaining perfectly still. Chen Bufan tried several times, but each attempt failed to achieve his desired effect. Sigh. Next time I'll find a normal woman. This one's too strong, Chen Bufan muttered under his breath. In the end, he had no choice but to give up this childish prank. Suddenly, he felt a soft warmth press against his back. Turning around, he saw that Ning, unable to bear his disappointed look, had shifted forward, pressing herself tightly against his back and wrapping her arms around his waist. Hee, how thoughtful. Chen Bufan beamed with joy and sped off. Chen Bufan sped through the dilapidated, devastated city on his electric scooter, weaving through the streets like the wind. He worried about the situation near his home, especially the sight of the gas station explosion where the zombie horde had been densely packed and terrifying. He wondered what it looked like now. During the ride, Chen Bufan was pleasantly surprised to find the electric scooter far more convenient than a car. It made almost no noise and never got stuck in traffic. With this in mind, he immediately decided to take Ning to the street where electric scooters were sold, intending to collect all the brand new ones from the shops. When they arrived at their destination, besides collecting electric scooters, they didn't even spare the electric tricycles on the side. Facing the occasional zombie, the 2 wielded blades and swords with ease. These ordinary zombies were no match for their attacks. Something's wrong. However, after collecting scooters from several shops, Chen Bufan noticed something unusual. The number of zombies on this street was abnormally low, and the ground was littered with corpses. Chen Bufan crouched down to examine the bodies on the ground. Watch out. We might encounter an evolved zombie. Both human and zombie corpses bore gruesome marks of having their hearts and brains dug out. Chen Bufan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to warn Ning to be cautious. They might face an evolved zombie. And Ning rubbed her chest while nodding to Chen Bufan to show she understood. Earlier on the road, he had mischievously caused her chest to ache from the impact. She gripped her short sword tightly, holding it reversed in her palm, and cautiously observed their surroundings. As they continued toward the next shop, they passed a narrow, dim alley from which strange chewing sounds suddenly emanated. Chen Bufan and Ning exchanged a knowing glance. Then, taking a deep breath, Chen Bufan stepped forward without hesitation, with Ning following closely behind. Before entering the alley, Chen Bufan turned back and whispered, "Stay alert." Then he slowly drew his long blade, gripped the hilt tightly, and cautiously advanced deeper into the alley. Though he knew danger lurked ahead, Chen Bufan had no choice. Because over time the zombies would only grow stronger. If the day came when even he couldn't handle them, that would be his end. Not far into the alley, they saw a man sitting against the wall. The man's face was twisted and horrifying, covered in blood with gaping holes in his head and chest. From his expression and contorted limb movements, it was clear he had suffered immense agony before death. Before this man knelt a giant zombie 2 meters tall, on its knees, holding a heart in its hands and taking a huge bite. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, and the thick stench of blood filled the air. This zombie had abnormally long legs, one arm extended while the other was disproportionately short. Its skin bore an eerie cyan hue as if clad in a layer of hard armor, giving it a formidable appearance. Just as the zombie was feasting with relish, its nose began twitching rapidly, and its head turned in all directions. After a moment, its gaze finally fixed on the alley entrance where Chen Bufan and Ning peeked in, one head above the other. The advanced aura emanating from the two instantly excited the zombie. It casually tossed aside the remaining half of the heart and charged straight at Chen Bufan, like a frenzied beast, moving so fast that Chen Bufan could barely track its form. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Chen Bufan pushed Ning back a step behind him. As the cyan zombie howled and lunged at him, Chen Bufan was shocked. This creature's speed rivaled his own. "This is too fast." Chen Bufan gripped his long blade with both hands, holding it horizontally across his chest to block the zombie's fierce claw strike. The sharp claws clashed against the blade, sending sparks flying. After this exchange, Chen Bufan gained confidence. Though the zombie was incredibly fast, its strength seemed inferior to his. The advantage was mine. Chen Bufan suddenly exerted force, pushing the blade forward to deflect the zombie's claw, then closed in and swung at its neck. To his surprise, the zombie knew how to defend it, quickly extended its long arm and grabbed the blade tightly. However, with his greater strength, the long blade still cut into the zombie's neck, but only about 2 inches deep. Chen Bufan pulled with all his might, tearing off half of its palm. As the zombie howled in pain, and Ning behind him swiftly unslung her AR rifle, aimed at the zombie's eye, and fired several shots. Struck at a vital point, the zombie flinched slightly. It roared in fury, then leaped powerfully, attempting to bypass Chen Bufan and attack Ning. Fortunately, Chen Bufan reacted swiftly. He jumped up, grabbed the zombie's calf above him, he shouted with effort, and slammed it hard to the ground. With a thud, the zombie crashed heavily to the ground. Before it could struggle up, Chen Bufan quickly stepped onto its back, gripping his blade with both hands, and drove the tip downward with all his strength into its turned head, through its threatening, howling mouth, pinning it to the ground. The knife was inserted into its mouth, yet it did not die. Chen Bufan stood on one foot, pressing the other onto its body, rendering it immobile. However, this zombie was remarkably tenacious, desperately opening and closing its mouth as if trying to bite the blade in half. Before long, its mouth was mangled and bloodied by the blade, but having lost its pain receptors, it showed no signs of fear. Instead, it grew increasingly enraged. Seeing this, Chen Bufan swiftly adjusted the knife's position, aiming it at its forehead, gripping the handle tightly, and exerting all his strength for a powerful slash. Under the influence of Chen Bufan's immense power, the zombie's head was instantly cleaved in half, from the middle, the cut smooth, and even like a mirror. Huff huff. Gazing at the now motionless speed type evolved being, Chen Bufan finally let out a breath, panting heavily. Had it not been for the 2 doses of evolution liquid he injected earlier to enhance his strength, he might have perished today. He had not expected these monsters to evolve so quickly, but thankfully there were not many of them. After a brief rest, Chen Bufan used the tip of his knife to puncture the zombie's chest, donning a pair of disposable gloves to extract a crystal-clear, bloodless evolution core that emitted a captivating aroma. He cautiously stored the core in his bag, then mounted his vehicle, taking Ning towards the vicinity of his former residence. Upon arrival, Chen Bufan discovered that the horde of corpses had vanished, leaving the entire neighborhood in shambles, littered with blood and severed limbs, and even a building had been reduced to a skeletal structure by a raging fire. As for what had happened here, he was unaware. Returning home, he was met with the same chaotic and filthy scene he had left behind, with garbage and debris strewn everywhere. From a higher vantage point, his view expanded, and the sense of urgency caused by the ever-evolving zombies seemed to ease somewhat. He also realized that the evolved zombies were quite rare. At that moment, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. The dot gradually enlarged, accompanied by a deafening roar. As it passed over areas that appeared to have signs of life, it showered down a flurry of white flyers like snowflakes. These flyers fluttered down, seemingly bringing a hint of vitality to the dead city. When the helicopter flew nearby, a crowd suddenly emerged on the rooftops. They waved items in excitement, desperately shouting, "There are people here. Help! Please land and take us away. Can you see us? We beg you, save us." Yet in response to the people's heartfelt pleas, the helicopter merely hovered briefly above them, before swiftly flying away after dropping a handful of flyers. Following that, it continued to circle the county, scattering flyers everywhere. After completing this task, the helicopter vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of its presence. Oh, why won't you come down and save us? Have you given up on us? We're doomed. Just moments ago, those who had been filled with hope now cried out in despair, believing they had finally awaited rescue, only to find it was fleeting, leaving nothing but scattered flyers. He could have furiously rushed downstairs to grab those flyers, only to tear them apart after a quick glance. Trash was everywhere. Without the protection of an army, where can we go? It's crawling with monsters. There's no food, no water, no weapons. I'll fight them. A group of people who had pinned their hopes on rescue armed themselves with kitchen knives and sought out the zombies. Chen Bufan stood amidst the bustling street, tightly clutching a flyer, while Ning remained highly alert, constantly aware of the surroundings. The content of the flyer was straightforward. The Fengtian city government had established an official survivor base outside the city district, urging citizens to seek refuge at the base if conditions allowed. The base was guarded by soldiers, but due to current manpower limitations, they could not organize large-scale rescue operations. Recalling his past life, Chen Bufan had overlooked the existence of this flyer, yet now it appeared before him. Chen Bufan did not dwell on it for long, swiftly folding the flyer and continuing towards the gas station. Upon reaching their destination, they were astonished to find that the massive horde that had once gathered there had completely disappeared. Chen Bufan and Ning looked around in confusion, trying to find clues about the horde's whereabouts. They circled the nearby areas several times, but found nothing at all. Where could these zombies have gone? Had they suddenly migrated en masse? Or were they gathering somewhere to surprise humanity? Faced with this bizarre situation, Chen Bufan fell into deep thought. Where could such a large horde go? An inexplicable sense of unease gradually welled up within him. Chen Bufan and Ning wandered near the county town for a long time, and even as night fell they still had not found any trace of the zombie horde. They were uncertain where these monsters had hidden, and after failing to locate any evolved zombies, the two mentally exhausted had no choice but to return to the hotel. The door was opened from the inside, and upon entering they saw Zhao Shuawei standing there with a lock in her hand. "Brother Fan, you're back," she said softly, her voice revealing a hint of anticipation. Chen Bufan nodded, inwardly wondering, why is this girl on lookout here? Isn't it usually a few men taking turns? The favorability is quite high. Human Zhao Shuawei, height 168 centimeters, physique able to carry 50, gene beauty 93, favorability 75. Zhao Shuawei was dressed in a school uniform. Although she was of a similar age to Li Wenxiang, her appearance was more of a mature beauty, quite alluring. Her skin was fair with a slender waist of 36D, beautifully contoured hips, and a pair of long shapely legs that were extremely sexy. Especially in the school uniform, she exuded a sense of uniform allure, and even the loose-fitting uniform showcased her figure in a way that made Chen Bufan's genes stir. He put on a righteous demeanor and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Zhao Shuawei glanced nervously at Ning and replied anxiously, "No. It's nothing, just wanted to say hello." "Hello, thank you for your hard work." Chen Bufan politely responded, and took Ning upstairs to rest, leaving Zhao Shuawei standing alone watching their figures disappear around the corner of the stairs, biting her lip, and after a long moment, she sighed softly. "Sigh, I still couldn't bring myself to say it." Zhao Shuawei thought to herself that she had a lot to say to Chen Bufan, but with Ning around, she didn't know how to start. "What's there to be shy about? Qianqian, are you a ghost? You startled me by suddenly appearing." Zhao Shuawei turned around to see Qianqian, who had appeared out of nowhere, and was nearly startled into calling out. Li Qianqian looked at Zhao Shuawei with curiosity. "I just came down to keep you company. It's dark, so I was worried you might get scared. Are you hungry? Here, have some luncheon meat." "Thank you, Qianqian." Zhao Shuawei took the can, broke off a piece, and put it in her mouth, thinking it would be best if it could be fried. Li Qianqian looked at her curiously and asked, "What were you just saying?" Zhao Shuawei swallowed her food and said, "I was waiting for Brother Fan to come back, wanting to talk to him, but I didn't have the courage after all, we just arrived." "Brother Fan? Why are you waiting for him?" Li Qianqian asked curiously. "I want to be his woman, I like him," Zhao Shuawei said with a face full of longing, looking like a lovesick girl. "What? You've only met him twice. Besides, he has a woman, that elder sister of Li Wenxiang. She's so beautiful and has a good figure." Li Qianqian said incredulously. "So what? You know I admire strong people. I think he's impressive, and now that the apocalypse is here, I believe he can help us survive. Besides, having a woman isn't a problem. I'm not taking her place, and am not any worse than Li Wenyin." Zhao Shuawei said while breaking off another piece to eat, puffing out her chest. "Damn, you're not planning to sacrifice yourself for us to stay here, are you?" "Shut up. Why would I care about your lives?" "TCH. Li Qianqian rolled her eyes. Upstairs, Li Wenyin lay in Chen Bufan's arms, breathing heavily. "Indeed, you've changed today. You noticed? I've grown a bit taller. You've gotten bigger." What did you all do this afternoon?" Li Wenyin asked, looking up. "I went back home to check. I don't know where the zombie horde went. And Ning and I searched all day, but found nothing." "Did anyone say anything when we got back?" Chen Bufan asked as he embraced Li Wenyin's smooth skin. "This afternoon we saw a plane pick up some flyers. They saw there was an official base and started chatting." "Are we going to the base?" Li Wenyin traced circles on Chen Bufan's chest. "We can go check it out later. Right now I have something to do." "What do you have to do?" "I have to. Hey." In the following days, Chen Bufan went out every day searching for evolved zombies. After scouring the entire county town, he only found one strength-type zombie, the one at the bus station, which he lured out and easily killed. It hadn't fully evolved and couldn't withstand Chen Bufan's blows, leaving its core behind as it collapsed. This day the sky seemed to be shrouded in a heavy gray curtain, and the gloomy atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. Looking up, the dark clouds rolled like ink, densely covering the entire horizon, turning what should have been a bright day into pitch darkness, as if night had fallen. Without the sun's rays, the earth appeared dull and lifeless. All vitality seemed to have vanished. The wind blew quietly without a sound, carrying a hint of chill, gently brushing against people's faces, as if telling of some ominous premonition. Seeing the weather, Chen Bufan decided not to go out again. He organized the supplies he had signed for in the past few days, giving Wang Shuqing the broken 54 gun from Wang Hailong. He had received 2 more guns from his sign-ins a couple of days ago, 2 M249 light machine guns, while the rest were various food items. During his free time, Chen Bufan took Li Wenyin and Ning to cook a little feast. They could indulge in meat and vegetables, which had them all craving it. Usually they had been eating supermarket supplies with others like canned goods. "Captain, we have a situation." Chen Bufan quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and responded, "What happened?" At that moment, Zhao Zuwei's crisp, yet anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. During these days, she had been particularly keen on this task, holding a walkie-talkie every day, staying alone on the rooftop without leaving a step. "Captain, I see a massive number of zombies appearing in the distance. The numbers are astounding. Wait for me." Chen Bufan exclaimed as he rushed to the rooftop. Quick, gather everyone together, he added as he arrived at the rooftop. Zhao Shuwei hurried over, tightly grabbing his arm, and anxiously shouted, Brother Fan, you have to come see this. Without hesitation, Chen Bufan picked up the binoculars he had received from signing in and looked in the direction Zhao Shuwei pointed. The sight before him was astonishing. On the national highway, countless zombies were marching in unison, surging toward the county town like a tide. Moreover, this situation was not limited to just one direction. Chen Bufan quickly turned around, scanning the surroundings from the various vantage points on the rooftop. The result was chilling. There were hordes of zombies rushing in from all directions, and he could even clearly see the tall power-type evolved zombies among them. Zhao Zuwei's face turned pale as paper, her lips trembled, slightly frightened to the point of weakness, as she clung tightly to Chen Bufan, murmuring, It seems we are surrounded by them. Chen Bufan supported her, feeling her astonishing softness, and said, It's not that bad yet. Quickly notify the others to bring essential items and set off for the planned location. We must evacuate the county town as soon as possible. Beneath a sky shrouded in dark, ominous clouds, Chen Bufan stood alone atop a building, his gaze fixed upon the surging tide of corpses in the distance. He observed their direction of movement, searching for a weaker point where the convoy could break through. The dense mass of rotting heads writhed incessantly, like a pack of ravenous beasts hunting for their prey. In the pitch-black veil of night, flashes of lightning and roars of thunder occasionally tore across the sky, illuminating a corner of the gruesome, terror-stricken horde. At that moment, many survivors in the city also sensed the abnormal movement of the zombie tide. Car lights flickered through various streets as people gripped by panic sped their vehicles toward the outskirts of the county. Regrettably, some drivers remained unaware that the undead horde had nearly encircled the entire town. Under the impenetrable darkness of the sky, they recklessly crashed into the swarm of corpses, instantly becoming a feast for these walking carcasses. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie, followed by Li Wenyan's anxious voice. Bufan, are you coming down? We're all ready, we can set off now. Coming. Days earlier, when Chen Bufan had failed to locate the zombie horde, he had already instructed the team to prepare thoroughly. All essential items were loaded onto the trucks to ensure that in the event of danger, everyone could depart the county swiftly. The reason for the delay in leaving was twofold. First, he sought to find the evolved zombies and harvest their cores. Second, he had never imagined the scale of this horde would be so immense, worthy of the term zombie tide. Observing the eerily uniform formation of the undead before him, Chen Bufan felt an uncanny sensation stir within, as if someone lurked in the shadows, orchestrating it all. Could it be an intelligent zombie? The virus enhanced their strength and speed, and perhaps even their minds, making it plausible for an intelligent zombie to command the tide. He wasn't sure if his speculation was correct, but the novels had read all followed this trope. Perhaps eliminating this zombie would disperse the horde. Yet he had no idea where this intelligent creature was hiding amidst the dense, seething mass. It was impossible to detect. Their team consisted of 16 people: Chen Bufan, Li Wenyin, and Ning Li Wenxiang, Wang Yuhan, Wang Shuqing, Wang Yue Zhao Shuizhang, Yizheng, Yilin Qingqing, Li Yue Zhao Shuwei, Li Qianqian, Li Man, and Lu Xing. Time was of the essence. The wagon was abandoned. Such a small vehicle was too dangerous against the massive tide and might not break through. The RV naturally became the lead vehicle, with Li Wenyin at the wheel. After recent practice, she had mastered the driving skills. And Ning, due to her formidable combat prowess, was assigned to handle any special situations and did not drive. She sat on the sofa loading bullets into her AR-15. The vehicle provided by the system boasted explosion-proof and collision-resistant features with ample power to clear a path ahead. Following closely were two trucks driven by Wang Yu and Zheng Yi respectively. Bringing up the rear was a bus with Wang Shuqing at the helm. All these vehicles were tall and powerful. The rest of the group stayed inside the RV as it was the safest among them. With life on the line, no one minded the cramped quarters. Chen Bufan sat in the RV's passenger seat, gripping an M249 machine gun, and handed another to Li Wenxiang beside him. Li Wenxiang stared wide-eyed at the weapon, his mind a mix of fear and anticipation. He couldn't fathom what Chen Bufan's past profession was to possess such an arsenal of sophisticated firearms. Chen Bufan glanced back at the RV's living area, where a group of women sat huddled together. After confirming everyone was present, he turned forward and picked up the walkie-talkie. Wang Yue Zheng, Uncle Wang, have you all checked your vehicles? Wang Yue. No problem. Zheng, hey, all normal. Wang Shuqing. Everything's fine. Chen Bufan's voice, calm and resolute, emanated from the vehicle. It's dark and gloomy outside. No matter what happens, stay close to the RV. If anyone calls for help on the way, ignore them. Our sole mission is to evacuate the county as quickly as possible. Understood. Chen Bufan slowly set down the walkie-talkie and turned to Li Wenyin, offering a gentle reassurance. Don't be nervous, just focus on driving. To his surprise, Li Wenyin was remarkably composed. She started the vehicle with practiced ease and replied confidently, Don't worry, don't underestimate me. I'm no longer the novice I once was. A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Chen Bufan's mouth, but he quickly turned back to fix his gaze on the group of tense women. In a light-hearted, humorous tone, he announced, "Ladies, our road trip officially begins. The ride might be a bit fast and bumpy, so please hold tight. Wishing you all a pleasant journey." The women's faces remained grim, their hearts heavy with doubt about whether they would escape safely. Yet hearing Chen Bufan's words brought a slight ease to their spirits. Zhao Xuewei silently regretted not having decisively offered herself to Chen Bufan in the past few days. Once they got out, she was determined to do so. Chen Bufan turned to move out. Inside the vehicle, all was silent, but outside the world was in turmoil. Gale-force winds howled, whipping up clouds of dust. Thick ink-black storm clouds pressed down, deepening the already dim twilight. The wind roared as if threatening to tear the world apart. The ruthless wind swept through lifting bags and debris into the air, sending them dancing wildly, as if imbued with life. Occasionally, a blinding lightning bolt would split the sky, illuminating the entire landscape in an instant of brilliant daylight. Yet after that brief flash, darkness reclaimed everything. At that moment, the dense zombie tide surged relentlessly toward the county. These walking corpses exuded a suffocating stench, fouling the very air around them. They moved with stiff mechanical steps, their eyes gleaming with an eerie light, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Unwary souls still lost in slumber remained oblivious to the calamity descending upon them. As the tide poured in, countless innocent lives were brutally claimed, devoured in their exhaustion before they could even awaken. Head northeast, onto the main road. Under Chen Bufan's precise command, the convoy raced along the winding paths toward the northeastern part of the county town. From the rooftop, Chen Bufan had already thoroughly surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the southeastern and western directions were densely packed with residential areas, which were also the most concentrated zones for the zombies. However, only on the northern road leading to Fengtian was the number of zombies relatively sparse. This area lacked residential neighborhoods, replaced instead by rows of building material stores, which had been empty on the night of the apocalypse. After emerging from the street where the hotel was located, the howling wind not only failed to subside, but grew even fiercer. At the same time, a torrential downpour began, with raindrops violently striking the car windows, producing crisp, pat-pat sounds. The zombie horde sure knows how to pick a time. They're taking advantage of the chaos from the bad weather to attack. Dense raindrops cascaded down like a waterfall, as if the sky had split open, attempting to cleanse the filthy, stench-ridden world with this storm. The chaotic environment made it difficult to discern directions, and many survivors, hindered by poor visibility, crashed into nearby buildings. Several cars accelerated at full throttle, charging out of the county town like wild horses freed from their reins. Abandoned vehicles encountered along the way were ruthlessly shoved aside. Gradually, some quick-witted individuals noticed this convoy of large vehicles and began to follow closely behind the last bus. In the pitch-black county town shrouded by dark clouds, this dragon-like procession of vehicles shone like a beacon, illuminating a path of survival for the other survivors trapped within. More and more cars joined, swelling the ranks. Someone even took out a high-powered flashlight from their vehicle and shone it into the sky, guiding more people to follow. "Save! Take us! Please! Take us! Please!" From the houses' rooftops and windows along both sides of the convoy, blurry figures occasionally flickered into view. Amidst the howling wind, faint, desperate cries for help from distant survivors could be heard. Yet in the face of such a raging storm, these voices seemed insignificant, as if drowned out by the endless tumult. Even if someone happened to hear these pleas, no one would likely risk stopping their vehicle to rescue them. After all, personal safety was paramount. Chen Bufan and his group pressed on without hesitation, while the trailing vehicles dared not linger, fearing they might lose the convoy that was clearing the path for them. The entire convoy maintained a peculiar order amidst the chaos, charging forward relentlessly. Up. Suddenly the RV jolted violently, followed by several terrified screams. "Bufan, what should we do?" Li Wenin quickly turned her head, casting a worried gaze at Chen Bufan. Despite a hint of unease, she did not stop driving and kept a firm grip on the steering wheel. "Don't slow down. Ram straight through." Instantly, the speed, which had slightly decreased, picked up again. Chen Bufan stared intently ahead, seeing a dense tide of zombies emerging from the darkness. They surged forth endlessly from the depths of the dark, packed tightly together, marching toward the county town with shuffling, stiff steps. These zombies let out low growls like demons crawling out from the abyss of hell, roaring to boost their morale as they charged toward the town with relentless force. Gazing at the zombie horde not far ahead in the darkness, Chen Bufan realized that if they didn't intervene, they would all perish here. And Ning, Wenchong, roll down the windows and shoot at the horde ahead. "Got it, brother-in-law." Chen Bufan, Li Wenxiang, and Ning lowered their car windows, and in an instant the torrential rain and howling wind crashed violently into the vehicle. Even Chen Bufan, possessing a robust physique, couldn't help but sway slightly from the sheer force of the impact. Illuminated by the RV's powerful headlights, the grotesque, decaying zombies dozens of meters ahead were starkly visible. Their horrifying faces were clearly displayed, filthy and spine-chilling. Open fire. Chen Bufan and Ning swiftly raised their guns aimed at the horde directly ahead and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Bullets whistled through the air, the cacophony of gunshots ringing incessantly. The women inside the vehicle covered their ears and bowed their heads, unable to assist, only praying they could break through successfully. The zombies at the front of the horde fell one after another, creating a large pile of corpses. Yet the zombies on both sides continued to surge forward endlessly, leaving a vacuum zone in the middle. The roar of machine guns echoed through the night, persistently carving out open safe zones ahead. The icy rain mercilessly lashed the faces of Chen Bufan and the others, forcing their eyes shut, but they dared not show any sign of retreat. Li Wenxiang clutched the machine gun tightly, firing wildly while roaring, "Come on! Oh, he'll kill you all!" The short distance of a few dozen meters was crossed in an instant. Just as a heating collision with the zombie horde seemed imminent, Chen Bufan shouted to those inside the vehicle, "Hold on tight." He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Rear vehicle, slow down. Rear vehicle, slow down. The RV is about to ram the horde. Don't rear-end us." After speaking, he tossed the walkie-talkie aside and tightly gripped the handrail above the door. Bang! Thump, 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 thumped. Crackle! Bang, bang, bang. Groan. Hiss! 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 Then with a deafening crash, the speeding vehicle suddenly decelerated sharply, accompanied by the unending sound of impacts that pierced the sky like a thrilling symphony. Countless hideous zombies were flung in all directions by the immense force. However, these tenacious monsters did not give up easily. They scrambled up from the ground and lunged at the vehicle with claws bared. Caught off guard, the people inside were thrown forward, uncontrollably tumbling to the floor in disarray due to the immense inertia. Particularly Zhao Shuowei, Lin Qingqing, and several other women in the living area lacking secure grips were hurled from the sofa, crashing heavily onto the ground and crying out in pain. The hot water kettle and other decorative items in the living area also did not escape. With a series of clattering sounds, they fell to the floor, scattering porcelain shards and water everywhere, creating a chaotic and fear-inducing mess. Oh, my waist, my everything, my butt, oh my god. Zhang Yi, your head is bleeding. Only Li Yu remained seated steadily, merely swaying, without moving an inch. She scrambled up in panic, grinning and staggering to help Lin Qingqing and the others who had fallen. The vehicle plowed into the zombie horde, surrounded by the growls of the undead and an overwhelming stench. Chen Bufan's machine gun roared continuously. By now he had already expended 400 rounds. The system had equipped each of his guns with 6 200-round magazines, so he had no shortage of bullets. They were practically inexhaustible. From all around came the relentless pounding of zombies viciously assaulting the vehicle, the rhythmic thuds rising and falling like a terrifying symphony, ceaselessly battering the fragile defenses of the human psyche and imposing immense psychological torment upon all within. The RV struggled forward into the horde, lurching violently as countless zombies were mercilessly crushed beneath its wheels, instantly reduced to pulpy masses of flesh. Fortunately, the support of gunfire proved invaluable, as those directly in the RV's path were shot dead or knocked to the ground beforehand, ensuring they would not obstruct its advance. With its large wheels and heavy frame, the RV left behind a trail of crushed remains, inadvertently paving a smoother path for the vehicles following. Yet those who trailed behind in their own cars met a tragic fate. Their lower chassis and insufficient power often caused them to stall or break down upon running over a zombie's body. Had it not been for Chen Bufan's vehicle and the intense gunfire ahead drawing the attention of most zombies, they would surely have been engulfed by the horde and met their demise. Even so, several cars were besieged and immobilized by the undead. Help! Wait for us! No, don't bite! Aya! A swarm of grotesque zombies pressed tightly around the trapped cars, pounding furiously against the windows. Before long, the reinforced glass shattered under the relentless assault. The zombies surged forward, half their bodies squeezing through the broken windows as they savagely tore into the passengers inside. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, staining the windshields. Some victims still alive writhed in agony, but ultimately met their end, torn apart by the undead. Others were dragged out of the cars entirely, becoming a feast for the zombies. What was even more horrifying, a man pinned to his seat watched helplessly as his own face was ripped away. One gruesome scene after another unfolded. Just as despair took hold, and those behind believed they were doomed, the vehicles ahead suddenly accelerated. "Oh, we're out. Ha ha ha. Thank goodness for the big truck ahead." Even through the heavy rain, the survivors couldn't help but cry out in relief. Chen Bufan's RV had torn open a gap and burst through first. The vehicles behind followed without hesitation, leaving the massive horde far behind. "Alive. We made it." Li Wenxiang turned his head, his gaze fixed on the receding tide of zombies, his body trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his machine gun tightly, his arm muscles ached from the relentless firing, and the barrel had turned red hot from overheating. Fortunately, the pouring rain kept it cool, preventing the weapon from exploding. Moreover, the intense noise had left his ears ringing with a persistent buzz, blurring all surrounding sounds. Inside the vehicle, those who witnessed the scene wept tears of joy. They had finally broken free from the encirclement of the zombie horde. After a heart-stopping escape from death, everyone felt an immense relief, their hearts filled with a longing for life and hope for the future. After traveling some distance, assured that the zombie horde had receded and could not catch up, the convoy finally slowed to a halt and pulled over to the roadside. Crackle. Rest here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, though not physically exhausted. The tension had been overwhelming. After all, these people were not tireless zombies capable of relentless labor. They were merely ordinary humans. Without proper rest, no one could withstand such intense pressure and mental strain. Chen Bufan watched as Li Wenin sat in the driver's seat, gently massaging her arms. He smiled and said to her, "Wenin, you were absolutely amazing. When I first met you, you were crying like a child, but now facing such a terrifying horde, you didn't falter at all." In truth, Chen Bufan's heart was equally tight with anxiety. He knew that even if he himself had been caught in that horde just now, he would have been left with nothing. Li Wenin was so tense, she could barely utter a word. Her arms ached from the excessive strain. She sat quietly resting, smiling at Chen Bufan as she tried to calm her racing emotions. On the other side, Liu was bandaging Zhang Yi's wound. During the escape from the horde, Zhang Yi had stumbled and struck his head heavily against a table corner. Fortunately, the corner was relatively rounded, sparing him severe injury, but he still suffered mild concussion symptoms and now lay weakly on the sofa. Just then, Zhao Shuai approached with a towel and began carefully wiping the rain from Chen Bufan's body. Yet Chen Bufan's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Wenin. Li Wenin merely shot him a sidelong glance. She could not control a man's fickleness, nor did she wish to. After all, she was the wife. Others would ultimately be concubines. Outside the window, rain still poured down in torrents, violently hammering the ground. In no time, countless large and small puddles had formed on the surface, reflecting faint light, like scattered mirrors. All vehicle lights had been extinguished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The team members sat quietly inside, savoring this rare moment of peace and silence. Each held a steaming bowl of instant noodles accompanied by a few sausages and canned meat, chewing silently, feeling the warmth and satisfaction the food brought. Liu tended to Zhang, while Li Qianqian and a few other girls gathered together, occasionally whispering among themselves as they watched the obsequious Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai and Wang Yuhan, however, did not rest. They busied themselves cleaning up the mess left behind, tidying the trash, and restoring the carriage to cleanliness. Just then, a crisp sound of glass shattering was faintly heard, followed by a most piercing, agonized scream. The scream was short and sharp, as if someone's throat had been tightly gripped, unable to produce a full cry. Startled, everyone dropped what they were holding and hastily peered outside. Yet the world beyond was pitch black, with rolling dark clouds and a torrential downpour that blurred their vision, making it nearly impossible to see what was happening behind. As panic mounted, a terrified shout came through the walkie-talkie. "Crackle. Captain, this is Wang Shuqing from the bus. Zhang Yi ahead of me has been attacked by a monster. I saw a strange figure climb onto his roof, smash the window. Oh no, he's been bitten." Upon receiving the news from the walkie-talkie, the RV fell into an instant dead silence. Then a low murmur began to buzz. Zhang Yi said, "I'm going to rescue him." "You're injured. The wound can't touch water." Zhang Yi replied, "What time is it? The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes." No one had anticipated such an occurrence while they were resting, especially Zhang Yi, Lin Qingqing, and the others. They had escaped the hospital together with Zhang Yi, but never expected him to be bitten so abruptly. Everyone was all too aware of the fate that awaited someone bitten by a zombie, especially since the one that bit him was likely an evolved zombie. Zhang Yi's face was grim, but faced with this situation, he could only go out and fight. Beside him, Lin Qingqing and Liu covered their mouths tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably, yet they dared not sob. They had thought they could accompany each other all the way. Chen Bufan's expression was equally dark. This was the first time since the apocalypse began that he had witnessed the death of a friend. Although Zhang Yi had not been with the team long, he never shirked work and was a reliable and steady companion. Yet fate was so capricious, catching them off guard. Chen Bufan took a deep breath and said to those inside the vehicle, "Lock the doors and don't come out. They'll go check the situation." Before he finished speaking, Li Wenin and Zhao Shuai quickly grabbed his arm. Zhao Shuai said anxiously, "It's too dangerous outside. The wind and rain are fierce and the night is so dark. We can't see anything." Chen Bufan gently patted their hands and comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. Maybe he can still be saved." Zhang Yi hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Chen Bufan looked at his injured head and said, "Forget it, I'll go alone. You're hurt, and you're the only doctor. You can't be in danger." With that, his figure quickly vanished into the vast curtain of rain. The people in the vehicle were deeply moved by Chen Bufan's disregard for danger. Having a leader who was kind to his own and ruthless to outsiders gave them a strong sense of security. Chen Bufan took the risk of leaving the vehicle not only because he was the leader, Doing nothing would cause the team to lose cohesion, as evidenced by the system's prompt of increased favorability. Of course, he didn't really care about that. He had taken them in simply because having more people was more convenient in the apocalypse. By nature, he was indifferent. He would only be considerate to his own women. Why would he care about others? Moreover, his eyes could see clearly even in the dark night. When he glanced outside from the vehicle, he already saw that it was an ordinary speed-type zombie smaller than the one he and Ning had fought in the alley, and thus no threat to him. He also wanted the evolution core and the supplies in the truck. Chen Bufan hurried towards the third vehicle. The speed-type zombie had not left. It was still crouched on the roof, greedily devouring Zhang Yi's body. The long knife in Chen Bufan's hand glinted with a chilling coldness under the pitch-black sky and the torrential rain. The zombie on the roof sensed Chen Bufan's approach, and catching the enticing scent of his flesh, let out a roar of excitement. For these zombies, the more advanced the flesh, the more crucial it was for their evolution. Without hesitation, the zombie threw Zhang Yi off the vehicle, leaped down from the roof, and lunged straight at Chen Bufan with claws outstretched. At this moment, Wang Shuqing, sitting inside the bus, silently watched the scene unfold. Though his expression remained calm, the hand gripping the walkie-talkie trembled violently. He too was terrified, fearing that the ferocious zombie might suddenly turn its attention to him and end his life. However, the zombie's speed seemed excruciatingly slow in Chen Bufan's eyes, though it was much faster than an ordinary person. Just as it was about to touch Chen Bufan, he casually reached out and firmly gripped its arm. Then, with a swift countermotion, his sharp blade instantly severed the zombie's arm. Then Chen Bufan quickly seized the zombie by the neck, and in the rain his figure flickered and disappeared by the roadside. He intended to dig out the core from the zombie's body, but he didn't want others to discover this secret. After all, if everyone knew nothing, they would naturally have no greed. Sometimes ignorance was best for all. Chen Bufan dragged the furious howling zombie and sprinted to a hidden spot where no one could see. By now the zombie had lost all power to resist, as Chen Bufan had brutally severed its limbs. He pressed the tip of his knife against its chin and thrust it straight into its brain. Since the chin lacked bone protection, the blade pierced through effortlessly. With this fatal blow, the zombie's head drooped lifelessly and it ceased to exist. Chen Bufan cut open the zombie's chest, extracted the core, and then turned back the way he came. When Wang Shuqing saw Chen Bufan return safely to Zhang Yi's side, the anxiety that had been gripping him finally eased. He quickly opened the car door, took out 2 umbrellas, and hurried to Chen Bufan's side, handing him one. The two stood in silence, sharing the umbrellas, their gazes fixed on the ground, where Zhang Yi lay, his body ravaged and torn. Wang Shuqing let out a deep sigh. I wonder when this kind of life will ever come to an end. Chen Bufan nodded silently. Then he raised his knife and plunged it into Zhang Yi's brain to prevent him from turning into a zombie after death. Having done this, Chen Bufan looked up at Wang Shuqing with a grin. Don't overthink it, Uncle Wang. You're old now. Just live one day at a time, right? Wang Shuqing gave a helpless chuckle. Heh, if you can't comfort people, it's better to keep your mouth shut. But Chen Bufan's interruption did lighten the oppressive atmosphere somewhat. After Wang Shuqing returned to the car, Chen Bufan dragged Zhang Yi's corpse alone to the roadside grass and concealed it. Once done, he stood in the pouring rain, gazing up at the truck's cab. The door was severely twisted and deformed, the windows completely shattered, stained with blood and shredded flesh from the dragging. The windshield was riddled with cracks, and even the steering wheel had broken off. Chen Bufan slowly walked to the passenger seat and climbed into the truck. This side was relatively intact, but as soon as he entered, a pungent smell of blood mixed with earthy odors assaulted his nostrils. On the floor of the driver's seat lay Zhang Yi's severed arm, its index and middle fingers still clutching a half-smoked cigarette. It seemed that Zhang Yi had been smoking during his break, and a stray spark had attracted the zombies. Chen Bufan sighed, helplessly picked up the severed arm and tossed it onto Zhang Yi's corpse. Brother, don't blame me. The weather's all water, so I can't dig you a grave. Just let nature take its course. Die where you lie, rest where you fall. Be good, all right. He'll wrap you up in your blanket later. Your mother wrapped you when you were born. Now that you're gone, your friend will wrap you up. A fitting end from start to finish. He sighed, then picked up the walkie-talkie placed under the windshield and said in a low voice, the danger is over. I'm fine, but Zhang Yi is gone. After speaking, he leaned back in his seat, pondering how to handle the supplies in the truck. If he took them directly, it might expose his system inventory, but if he didn't, it would be a terrible waste. In the end, he sent Wang Shuqing to the RV to warm up, then quickly stowed away the supplies. After all, wastefulness was shameful. When the people in the RV heard that Chen Bufan was safe and the danger had passed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But the news of Zhang Yi's death soon weighed heavily on their hearts. Li Wenin and her brother, along with Zhao Shuowei and the others, experienced the sorrow of losing a companion for the first time. Their grief had initially been over losing contact with their parents. At first they had felt unbearable pain, but were powerless to act. Perhaps their parents were still alive. They could only comfort themselves with that thought, for the distance was too great to reach them. On the other side, Zhang Yi, Lin Qingqing, and Li Yu bowed their heads in silence, immersed in sorrow. Since leaving the hospital, their group had lost another member. Where were the nurses who had chosen to go home to find their parents now? And now that the city was surrounded by zombies, could they still be safe? Just then a knock sounded at the door. It was Wang Shuqing and Wang Yue sent over by Chen Bufan. Dad, Wang Yu. Wang Yuhan and Zhao Shui rushed into the arms of their father or husband, worried because their vehicle wasn't sturdy. If something like what happened to Zhang Yi befell them, it would be the end. Wang Shuqing gently patted his daughter in his arms, signaling her not to worry. He was fine. Zhang Yi, clutching his injured head, asked Wang Shuqing, Uncle Wang, how did Zhang Yi? Wang Shuqing paused for a moment, then slowly replied, he was bitten to death by an evolved zombie. The captain has already taken care of his remains. The group's hearts grew heavy. Damn this world. The door opened, and Chen Bufan walked into the RV, drenched from the rain. His companions rose to greet him, genuinely believing that Chen Bufan was a good captain, one who risked danger to check on things himself. To be with such a person they felt was the greatest fortune in this apocalypse. Fan Gu. Captain Bufan. Thank you, Captain. Sit down, everyone. The storm outside is too fierce. I'll rest a while first. We'll move on when it calms down. I need to change my clothes. After speaking, Chen Bufan went to the bathroom, completely soaked through. The scalding hot water washed over his body, every pore opening to revel in the warmth, the chill vanishing in an instant. Chen Bufan secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness the system had provided this RV. In this post-apocalyptic world without water or electricity, where else could he enjoy such comfort? In contrast, other survivors lived in filth and chaos, unwilling to even spare water for brushing their teeth. Just then a slight sound came from the bathroom. The door opened. Chen Bufan didn't pay much attention, thinking it was Li Wenin bringing him a change of clothes, as he trusted all his companions in the RV. But then the shower door also slid open without warning. Moi. Chen Bufan turned around in confusion, and to his astonishment the person standing there was Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui possessed a captivating, alluring beauty. Her skin as pale and flawless as snow, her figure perfectly proportioned. She would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking enchantress. Upon entering the room, Zhao Shui's gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Bufan's powerfully built frame, water glistening along the taut contours of his muscles. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily squeezed her eyes shut and murmured softly, Wenin asked me to bring you these clothes. Even her usual boldness deserted her. Nervous sweat beaded across her skin. Chen Bufan stood motionless, inwardly marveling at Wen Yin's extraordinary magnanimity. To calmly entrust another woman with delivering garments to one's own partner spoke volumes about her breadth of heart. Grateful for such goodwill, and knowing well the mutual affection between himself and Zhao Shui, he accepted without hesitation. He stepped forward, took the clothes, set them aside, then gently guided Zhao Shui into the inner chamber. Oh, she gasped in surprise. An hour later, Chen Bufan emerged fully dressed, settling back into the passenger seat with serene composure. Oof, odious man. Li Wenin pouted, her lips curling upward in mock indignation as she watched him. Though she herself had orchestrated the arrangement, witnessing another woman hand garments to her beloved stirred inevitable jealousy, and equally inevitable demands for reassurance. You're truly the best, Wenin. Meeting you, knowing you in this apocalyptic world, it is the greatest fortune I've ever known. As expected, when a man is content, words flow effortlessly. Amidst this cascade of tender declarations, Wen Yin's position as his cherished partner grew ever more unshakable. Inside the vehicle, others either rested with eyes closed or chatted quietly. After all, no sound had escaped the compartment. None could guess what had transpired. Not until Zhao Shui reappeared, face flushed, arms laden with folded garments, did glances converge, then swiftly divert, each passenger wearing a knowing, satisfied smile. The gossip had been savored. Once Zhao Shui returned, flustered, to her circle of close friends, hushed whispers began. Within moments, every girl's cheeks burned with identical rosy embarrassment. No one dared ask what secrets they shared. Others exchanged fleeting, knowing glances and subtle conspiratorial winks, then resumed their meditative stillness, eyes lowered, breath steady, mind centered. Only Li Wenxiang regarded Chen Bufan with simmering resentment. Yet when he'd earlier questioned his sister, she'd confirmed it was her doing. He clenched his jaw, seething inwardly at her perceived weakness. Li Wenin leaned tenderly against Chen Bufan's broad, reassuring shoulder, both gazing silently out the window at the sky, a vast, inky void. Were it not for the relentless threat of savage, ravenous zombies, Chen Bufan would have cherished this immersion in nature's raw grandeur. At that moment, thunderheads churned violently overhead, gales howled with primal fury, a rain lashed down in torrential sheets. The sheer visual and auditory assault evoked profound awe. Wenin watched in quiet reverence, then whispered, "Where shall we go next?" Chen Bufan paused in contemplation before replying, "I intend to find a secure location where I can settle you safely. Afterward, I'll journey to the main base to assess the current situation and determine whether its conditions meet our standards for habitation. Should it prove inadequate, I will return to escort you all on the road once more. Zombie hordes tracked by human scent, so prolonged stays in any single place are perilous. Unless a site achieves full self-sufficiency and boasts thick, impregnable walls for defense. Wenyin lifted her gaze and asked, may we accompany you? We'd worry endlessly if you went alone. I'll certainly take companions, he replied, but not you. My motorhome is invaluable and vulnerable to confiscation. As for you, Wenyin and Ning Zhao Shuai Lin Qingqing, even Zhao Shui Wang Yu's wife. Each possesses a beauty so arresting it stirs obsession in men. Venturing into an unfamiliar territory beyond my control is far too dangerous. Should powerful factions covet you, my strength alone cannot shield you all. Thus I must go alone. Your safety outweighs every risk. Wenyi nodded faintly, her voice soft, but clear. Yes. I understand. Then let us proceed step by step. If we find a suitable haven, we'll pause there. You attend to your mission, I will never hinder you. Chen Bufan brushed a gentle kiss across Wenyin's cheek. She tightened her arm around his, her heart steadied, not by place or promise, but simply by his presence beside her. Yet thoughts of her parents far away and unreachable brought a sudden aching sorrow. A sigh escaped her lips as she murmured, I wonder, are mother and father still alive? Her voice trembled with unspoken dread and boundless longing. Assume they are. Chen Bufan glanced down at Wenyin. So distant, and no means of contact. What truth lay hidden? Meanwhile, deep in a southern base, a weary couple labored tirelessly, their hearts fixed on their distant child. Returning remained impossible. For now their fledgling settlement demanded all their strength. Survival came first, everything else waited. Chen Bufan and his group halted for an entire hour, yet the sky remained overcast with no sign of clearing. Forced by circumstance, they had no choice but to steel themselves and press on through the wind and rain. After all, this place was not suitable for a prolonged stay. Another wave of the zombie horde would be unbearable. The good news was that there was no longer a need for hasty travel. They could proceed slowly and cautiously. Before departing, Wang Shuqing and Wang Yue among others inquired about the disposal of the truck laden with supplies. Chen Bufan decisively replied, just abandon it. Leave it for those who come after. The vehicle is damaged and can no longer move, and we have nowhere to load these supplies. Besides, they are not scarce. We can find more when the opportunity arises. Zhang Yi lamented, what a waste we loaded it for so long. Lin Qingqing retorted, wasn't it those captive men who loaded it? Li Yu patted Lin Qingqing and said, still a pity. The others echoed their regret, but there was no helping it, so they had to abandon it. The convoy set off slowly, leaving behind only a scrap truck, while many smaller vehicles still followed the main group, as they were all heading in the same direction. Not long after they drove away, a car quietly pulled up beside the abandoned truck and stopped. 5 or 6 people with umbrellas stepped out. Evidently, they had been covertly observing Chen Bufan's group for some time. It was only their fear of Chen Bufan's gun that had kept them from making a move. Seeing the abandoned truck, these individuals were ecstatic. They even drove away others who sought to take advantage, nearly sparking a conflict. When they eagerly opened the rear doors of the truck, they were astonished to find it completely empty save for a single line of words painted conspicuously in red. Haha. Surprise. Several men stood before the red letters. A short, fat, stuttering man asked, well, what does thighs mean? A younger man calmly replied, haha. Surprise. A heavy slap landed on the younger man's head as someone growled angrily, speak like a human. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man pouted and said petulantly, why hit me? That's what it says. The boss asked what it means, not for you to read it. It means this. Ahem. The young man spread his arms wide, bared his teeth in a grin, and mimed, haha. Surprise, right? The blood pressure of the men before him soared, their faces alternating between red and pale. The short, fat man rubbed his brow and shouted, give him. Beating. Up. No. Ouched. Yami Kadasai. As the group proceeded to give the young man a thorough massage, the sound of a car engine starting came from outside. Or, our car. It seems so. Boss. Then. What are you waiting for? Go. Chase after them. The stuttering boss was hopping mad, nearly bursting with fury. The group watched the departing car and screamed, Aewa, don't let us find you, or we'll beat you to death. Heh, roar, run, zombies. Wait for me. Once I dreamed of roaming the world with my sword. To see the world's splendor. Music played in the RV as Chen Bufan tapped along to the rhythm. Chen Bufan had no idea that the words he left behind had caused an innocent, naive boy to suffer an undeserved beating, nor that a group had their car stolen because of it. If he had known. Chen Bufan, haha. Surprise. But this good fortune was short-lived. Chen Bufan's convoy had only been on the road for a single hour before being forced to a standstill. The road ahead was clogged with an impenetrable mass of vehicles, making it utterly impossible for the convoy to advance. Chen Bufan and Li Wenyin peered through binoculars, surveying their surroundings. After a moment, Li Wenyin lowered her binoculars. It was too dark, she couldn't see a thing. She turned to Chen Bufan and asked, can you see anything? Is it dangerous? Chen Bufan scanned the area and shook his head. It's all abandoned cars. There's no zombie horde on the road, but many cars have zombies trapped inside by their seatbelts. Should be no danger. Zhao Xuewei looked at Chen Bufan and said, there's a heavy downpour outside. We can only wait here, right? I can see the fields below the road are already flooded. There's no way the cars can move. Chen Bufan lowered his binoculars. He hadn't spotted any danger. Let's just wait here. Don't turn on the lights. He then used the walkie-talkie to inform the vehicles behind them to rest. Fortunately, the weather was hot. Even with the torrential rain, it wasn't cold. Moreover, each car was stocked with survival supplies like blankets. At this moment, the rain grew fiercer, and the sky gradually darkened into a gloomy abyss. Inside the cars, it was pitch black. No one dared to turn on a light. Everyone could only fumble in the dark for food, making do with bread and sausages for dinner. Watching the lightning tear across the night sky outside the window accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, there was unexpectedly a unique charm to the scene. After the meal, the women each found a comfortable spot to rest. Zhang Yi, feeling unwell from a concussion, lay alone on the single bed above the TV. Chen Bufan, on the other hand, simply plopped down into the passenger seat. Its comfort was in no way inferior to a high-end sofa, and besides, he had always enjoyed taking in the scenery along the way. Here, Li Wenin walked over and handed him 2 cans of beer, 2 bags of spicy peanuts, and a pack of old-style spicy strips. Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. I didn't even think of this. Having a little drink while watching this harsh weather is actually quite pleasant. Want to join me? It'll pass. I still have to drive. I don't want to end up in a ditch tomorrow. Good night, get some sleep early, Li Wenin said, turning and walking away with an alluring sway. Watching her tempting figure disappear into the distance, Chen Bufan murmured to himself, that was nice. Sipping his beer and eating his peanuts, he lightly tapped the system interface to check his points. He currently had a whopping 4268 points. In the days following their stay at the hotel, he and Ning had spent every day searching for traces of zombie hordes. Whenever they encountered small groups of isolated zombies, they showed no mercy, amassing a considerable kill count. Looking at the lottery draw that cost 100 points, he rubbed his chin. It had been a while since he last used this. Back when he had fewer points, he had drawn twice, receiving 100 gene of beef and 30 gene of pork. He hadn't drawn again after that. He wasn't the gambling type. Now that he had plenty of points, and they had become better shots, killing zombies was a guaranteed profit. With points to spare and nothing else to do, he could have some fun with the lottery. Looking at the lottery button, it was designed to be far more tempting than the others, practically begging to be pressed. Tisk, it really knew human psychology. Lottery. Points 100. A gleaming golden treasure chest was opened. A dazzling flash of light, and a magnificent special effect. 100 pairs of various sexy stockings. What the hell? Chen Bufan sat up straight, looking at the patterns, the designs, the garters, the strings, the fishnets. Black, white, red, purple, and so on. Now this is getting interesting. Chen Bufan grinned, a piercing light shining in his eyes amidst the darkness. He thought of his women. Their long, fair legs were perfect for stockings. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't seen any. Tsk. He had thought the lottery only gave out food, but it turned out there was more to it. He just hadn't seen enough of the world. Too young, too shallow. Too shallow. Lottery. He drew 9 more times in a row. It was all food, and 300 tomahawk steaks, 400 gene hand-grabbed steaks, 600 gene fresh vegetables, RPG 1. An RPG. Nice. It has unlimited ammo. 10 points per round. That thing eats points. He looked at it in his inventory for a while, wondering if using it on zombies would be a loss. Satisfied, he exited the system. He had spent 1000 points, leaving him with 3000 for next time. A little gambling is fun, but too much is harmful. Want me to drink a little with you? A seductive voice sounded in his ear. It was Zhao Xuewei. Her voice was as sexy as her figure. She was holding a 6-pack of beer and a few chicken feet. Chen Bufan turned to look at Zhao Xuewei, who had just become a woman. She seemed to have lost a bit of her innocence and gained the charm of a mature woman. He felt a surge of pride. This was his work. Chen Bufan reached out a hand to her. Zhao Xuewei immediately placed her soft, smooth hand in his, letting him lead her. He gently pulled her over to his seat. Her hand was a bit cold, so he held it in his to warm it up for a moment before letting go. Zhao Xuewei leaned against his shoulder, relying on him. Together they watched the lightning and thunder outside. The crackling sounds filled the air as the heavy rain pounded against the car windows. They said nothing. Chen Bufan could smell the scent of laundry detergent on her clothes, a fragrant lavender. Click. Zhao Xuewei opened a can of beer for herself and raised it towards Chen Bufan, looking at him as if wanting to clink glasses. Cheers. Cheers. She took a sip and frowned slightly. She didn't like drinking. According to her mother, beer tasted like horse urine. You like chicken, eh? Chen Bufan asked softly. Zhao Xuewei's face flushed red. She bit her lip lightly and clutched her school uniform with one hand, not answering. Her heart was beating unusually fast. Suddenly, an open bag of pickled chicken feet was held out in front of her. Zhao Xuewei's face turned even redder. She let go of her uniform, quickly took the chicken feet, and bit into them. Heh! A man's soft laughter sounded in her ear. Annoying. Zhao Shuai bit her lip in chagrin, realizing she had been teased by the man. If you don't like drinking, then don't. Chen Bufan had seen her frown, as she was clearly a novice. It's fine, I'll have one can with you. Where are you girls from originally? Home. We don't have a home anymore. On the night the apocalypse broke out, we were supposed to have a gathering. Our parents had arrived at the restaurant earlier to order food. We were still at school and hadn't been let out. Then the apocalypse suddenly came. Our parents contacted us, saying they had been bitten at the restaurant. Li Man's mother was the first to mutate, and then she bit everyone else in the private room. After that, we couldn't reach them anymore. After we escaped, we went to that restaurant. They were all standing inside. Zhao Shuai covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Sorry. Chen Bufan was speechless at his own stupidity for bringing up the wrong topic. Just as he was about to comfort her. It's fine. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have been thinking about them. I'm having a drink with you anyway, might as well drown my sorrows. Let me tell you, Sister Wenyin is crying too. She misses her parents as well. Zhao Shuai wiped her tears and whispered. Chen Bufan looked back, but saw nothing. Cheers. Cheers. Here, have some chicken feet. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the car window and fell upon Li Wenyin's face. Seated in the driver's seat, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Chen Bufan in the passenger seat beside her. Watching his helpless expression as he rolled his eyes repeatedly, Li Wenyin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Recalling the events of the previous night, it was simply hilarious. At that time, Zhao Shuai had downed a can of liquor and began to let loose, completely unlike her usual self. She directly draped herself over Chen Bufan, muttering, I'm not drunk. I want more. Give it to me. This shout startled everyone in the vehicle awake. They all crowded over to watch the spectacle in the dim light. Even the usually composed and injured Dr. Zhang, he couldn't resist poking his head out from above, holding his head. If Chen Bufan hadn't had such thick skin, it would have been mortally embarrassing. Chen Bufan frantically explained, she's drunk and throwing a fit. Don't look at me like that. However, the others weren't buying it. They all wore expressions of we understand, and then lay back down. This left Chen Bufan alone to face this raving drunkard. He patted her back and coaxed her, looking for all the world like a babysitter. Only after great effort did he manage to lull Zhao Shuai to sleep. Although Zhao Zuwei's soft, plump body was quite comfortable to hold after all this fuss, Chen Bufan was utterly exhausted, mostly mentally drained. He pinched her twice. Watching Zhao Shuai open her mouth and blink her beautiful big eyes in confusion, Chen Bufan rolled his eyes at her and said, Get up quickly. Don't drink anymore. What kind of drinking manners are those? Zhao Zuwei's face flushed red, completely clueless about what had happened. She left a trail of drool on Chen Bufan's chest and ran off. Disgusting. Chen Bufan was speechless. Wasn't it you who kissed her? Li Wenyin gloated. That thing is like stinky tofu. It smells foul but tastes delicious. The rain had stopped in the latter part of the night. Now the sun was out, bright and dazzling, its rays reflecting off the puddles on the ground with a slight sting. A gentle breeze blew, and it would have been perfect if not for the stench of rotting corpses. As the doors opened, people stepped out of the vehicle, one after another, stretching their stiff limbs. Although the RV was spacious, there were many people. At this moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, radiating its fierce charm. Sunlight fell upon everyone, bringing a warm sensation that lifted their spirits. On this road, it was clearly visible that about 30 cars had collided ahead, completely blocking the way. There was no zombie horde in sight, only a few stragglers trapped inside the vehicles. Just then, the group of people who had been clinging to them from behind slowly approached. They were numerous, dozens of them, including men, women, the elderly, and children. These people gazed at Chen Bufan's group with a variety of expressions, some filled with gratitude, others scrutinizing them carefully, some with looks of admiration and envy, and of course a few with sinister intentions, their eyes darting around with ill will. At this moment, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. He appeared to be in his 30s with a gleaming bald head and a rather kind-looking face. He strode briskly to the front, clasped his fists in a salute, and asked, May I ask which of you is the leader? Yesterday we were grateful for your generous assistance in leading everyone out of the encirclement. If it weren't for your large vehicles, we would surely have perished inside. On behalf of myself, I thank you all. As the bald man spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Wang Shuqing. In the bald man's eyes, although Wang Shuqing appeared quite refined, he exuded an air of authority and high status. Thus the bald man unhesitatingly expressed his gratitude directly to Wang Shuqing. It must be said the bald man had a keen eye for people, just not very keen in this instance. Although Wang Shuqing had served as mayor for several years and was known for his decisive and authoritative demeanor, a man of his word with an imposing presence, the convoy was not under his command. Wang Shuqing turned his head to look at Chen Bufan, only to be surprised to find Chen Bufan staring up at the sky, looking utterly indifferent. He couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking this guy is way too lazy. Wang Shuqing shook his head helplessly, then turned back to the bald man, waved his hand, and said, No need to be polite. It was mainly due to your own skill in keeping close and seizing the opportunity. But now the road is blocked. Shouldn't we call some people to help move the obstructing cars? That way everyone can move forward. The bald man rubbed his head and chuckled. No problem, I'll help right away. Then he turned around and said, gentlemen, want to lend a hand? If we don't clear the road, no one can leave. The once dense crowd began to stir. Several men stepped out quickly, but some still hesitated, either pretending not to hear with timid looks or showing signs of wanting to step forward only to be tightly held back by their families. The murmurs among the crowd surged like waves, one after another, a constant drone. Yet despite the unceasing noise, no one else stepped forward. The bald man frowned in displeasure and roared, "What's the meaning of this? None of you want to leave, do you? You and you. Are you even men? What are you doing hiding behind women?" At that moment, a woman supporting the man beside her said, "He's too frail to be of any help. With so many of you, and just those few vehicles, can't you manage without him?" The bald man laughed scornfully. "If he can't, then you should. Out of kindness we brought you along, but now that we're all stuck, you refuse to help push the cars, and instead expect to reap the benefits. You've got some nerve opening your mouths so wide to beg." A nearby young woman muttered under her breath, "Why don't you just go all the way and be the good guys? It's not like they don't need to break through the zombie horde too." An elderly woman chimed in, "Exactly, be good to the end. Do you expect an old woman like me to help?" The bald man, without another word, pulled a knife from his pocket and glared fiercely threatening. "You ungrateful wolves. I don't have that much patience. All men get out here now, or don't blame me for cutting you down. Is there no justice? Forcing us to push cars? We are free people," a man roared indignantly. "Exactly. Especially since there are terrifying zombies hidden in the cars. It's too dangerous. My man must not take that risk." Another woman echoed, her face a mix of fear and determination. "If that's the case, then you can all go back. Don't even think about passing through here," the bald man retorted, his tone unyielding. "Who do you think you are? Well, go wherever we please, and it's none of your business." The man who spoke earlier countered defiantly. "Well said, let's just stay here and see who outlasts whom." The others voiced their support, refusing to back down. "Damn it. Are you tired of living?" The bald man, now thoroughly enraged, couldn't hold back his curses. "So what? Want to throw a punch? A coward who only bullies women, why don't you go fight the zombies?" The woman shot back, standing her ground. The tension in the air reached its peak, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Bang! Bang! A few gunshots rang out, and the woman who had been shouting along with her man collapsed in a pool of blood. The onlookers stared at Chen Bufan in terror, trembling and speechless. Chen Bufan leaned against the RV, gun in hand, while his people stood beside him listening to his speech. "See that? That's human nature. Even if we didn't actively rescue them, they still got out thanks to us, right? But what do? Instead of helping, they treat us like nannies. Do we owe them anything? No, they're just shameless, using us as shields. There's no need to be nice to people like that. Look, aren't they working happily now?" At that moment, those who had been shouting so fiercely, men, women, and the elderly woman, were all pushing the cars. Despite their faces twisted in fear and tears, muttering about murderers and justice and threats to report them, even as some wet their pants, they worked with a strange cheerfulness. Those around Chen Bufan, influenced by him, mostly found his method of dealing with dissent by eliminating them satisfying, except for Wang Shuqing, who felt a pang of conscience and thought killing was wrong. Chen Bufan didn't kill indiscriminately, every time it was someone else who provoked him. Moreover, he wasn't bloodthirsty, he still had humanity. Chen Bufan watched the bald man working diligently and grew fond of him, a straightforward man who got things done. When Chen Bufan told him to stop, the bald man said he wasn't helping for those people, but to expedite their passage through the area and repay a debt of gratitude. See, who wouldn't appreciate a person like that? Many hands make light work. This group of grateful people quickly moved the cars to the sides of the road and killed every last zombie. Chen Bufan looked at the 1.9-meter-tall bald man and the woman beside him and asked, "What's your name? Where are you headed?" The burly bald man scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. My name is Hao Chong, but you can call me Strongbald. This is my wife Li Jing. We're heading to that base. Do you know about it? The one the plane dropped leaflets about. I didn't expect you to be the big shot here." "Huh." He then glanced back and forth between Wang Shuqing and Chen Bufan. Then he realized, no wonder the big shot had beautiful women by his side. How had he missed that before? Hao Chong was a burly, rugged man, while his wife Li Jing was delicate, looking like a child beside him. "Hello," Li Jing said shyly, offering a small smile, before lowering her head in silence. Chen Bufan was amused by the contrast between the two. "All right, let's set off. We're heading to the base too." After departing, Chen Bufan's convoy led the way, followed by Strongbald's family, and then a few other men who had volunteered to help. The remaining group didn't dare to follow, cursing under their breath. They split into their own families and drove off to find another route. They wanted nothing more to do with Chen Bufan and his crew. That demon. 30 miles from the Fengtian base lay a tranquil and harmonious village, seemingly cut off from the outside world. On the streets, villagers could be seen riding electric scooters, clutching various farming tools as they busily shuttled back and forth. Residents along the roadsides tended to their vegetable plots during their leisure hours. A few chimneys occasionally emitted wisps of cooking smoke. Several women stood leisurely on the street corners chatting about everyday matters while the cheerful quacking of ducks could be heard as a flock waddled into the pond at the village entrance to frolic. Beyond the village, the fields were a bustling scene of activity with groups of people driving farming machinery, toiling in hope of a bountiful harvest this year. Chen Bufan and his group, travel-worn and weary, had been journeying with frequent stops, yet even as night fell they had not pinpointed the exact location of the base. The journey was fraught with obstacles, either traffic jams blocking the roads or massive hordes of corpses barring their way. Just when they were only 20 kilometers from the base marked on the flyer, a road appeared ahead, completely clogged with an endless line of vehicles. Beside the vehicles, crowds of corpses were packed together, making it a dead end. Forced to seek alternatives, they tried to find other passable paths. It was while passing through this village that such a vivid, life-filled scene unfolded before them. It seemed as though the apocalypse had never occurred here. The group got out of their vehicle, gazing into the distance at the village. A gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness, yet with Chen Bufan's keen sense of smell, he detected no trace of the foul stench of zombies, only the fragrance of grass. This couldn't be right, could it? Logically, there was no place that hadn't been touched by the zombie crisis. Lin Qingqing, carrying her medical kit and dressed in a nurse's uniform, stared in astonishment at the place brimming with life, murmuring to herself, could it be? We've traveled through time. Ouch! A sharp cry rang out as Li Yu yelled, rubbing her arm, where Lin Qingqing had pinched her hard, then slapping Lin Qingqing's bottom in return. Lin Qingqing grinned, flattering Li Yu with a smile. Hee, I just wanted to check if this was a dream. Then why didn't you pinch yourself, you brat? I'm afraid of pain, sis. Just then Wang Yu's wife, Zhao Shui, spoke in a daze. This looks like the world before the apocalypse, as if nothing ever happened. It's beautiful. Wang Yu held her tightly, patting her shoulder. Bald Chong stepped up from behind, gazing at the village before them. Good heavens. A place like this still exists. Is this a dream? People are still farming. The group was utterly stunned, as were those following behind, all believing this to be a paradise. System task: investigate the village's secret. Beneath the village's peaceful exterior lies a hidden secret, and the system is curious. Please host, go investigate. Task success, reward 10 cloned special forces soldiers. Task failure, no penalty. Accept, decline. Chen Bufan was intently observing the village when without warning a frame appeared before his eyes. As he had suspected, there was something off about this village. After reading the system's prompt, Chen Bufan couldn't help but feel speechless. Could the system really be curious? If not for the irresistible allure of the reward, he wouldn't have bothered with it. Chen Bufan clicked accept. After all, failing the task incurred no penalty, while success would grant him 10 loyal soldiers. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, where was there no danger? Compared to the surging tides of corpses outside, this small village seemed far safer. At least on the surface. More importantly, he could investigate alone at night, without putting his companions at risk. They would only be a hindrance. After all, with his speed, he could retreat at any moment if things went wrong. System, was it you who issued the task? System, no, the task was sent by a program. I'm merely relaying it. I didn't expect you to be curious. System, everyone loves a spectacle. As Chen Bufan chatted idly with the system, Li Wenin gently tapped his arm. Chen Bufan turned to look at her, and she nodded toward the front, saying, look, someone's coming. Chen Bufan fixed his gaze on the two figures on the path ahead, about 50 meters away. With his sharp eyesight, he could clearly see that one was around 40 years old with a weathered face, but a bright smile, while the other was about 30, equally relaxed. The two stood in stark contrast to the tension and fear expected after the apocalypse, as if the world around them hadn't changed at all. However, Chen Bufan noticed a subtle detail. Both had an almost imperceptible trait. They would occasionally display an uncontrollable smirk, not from genuine joy, but more like a nervous twitch, sending chills down one's spine. As they walked, a sinister grin would suddenly flash across their faces, as if controlled by some unseen force. But the symptom was mild. Whenever they lost control, they would cover it with a smile. Chen Bufan suddenly said softly, ladies, get in the car. In such an unremarkable village, protecting his women was paramount. Though the women did not understand the reason, since Chen Bufan insisted, they assumed he had his own profound intentions. All right. Thus Li Wenin and Ning and Zhao Shuai returned to the RV, while the other women boarded the coach behind. At this moment, the RV was solely for Chen Bufan and his female companions, with everyone else relocated to the coach. They had changed vehicles when they set out this morning, as staying in the RV for too long would be inconvenient. Bald Chong, witnessing this, also hurriedly urged his wife to leave, muttering, go, 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 dear, you go back to the car too. Before long, seeing the two approaching, Chen Bufan stepped forward a few paces to meet them, with the others following closely. A man in his 40s, beaming, watched Chen Bufan as he walked ahead, waving his hand and greeting cheerfully, hello there. Hello. I'm the village chief of this village. May I ask what brings you all to our village? I was just farming and my hands are covered in soil, so forgive me for not shaking hands. Chen Bufan smiled and replied, Chief, you're too kind. We just happened to pass by here. It's getting dark, and would like to rest here for the night, and well leave tomorrow. The village chief waved his hand, his face full of smiles, and said, "That's no trouble at all. There are plenty of empty houses in the village that you can use. If you want to eat something, you can buy ingredients from the villagers, and have them cook authentic farmhouse cuisine. Our free-range chickens and homegrown vegetables are much healthier than what you get in the city." Chen Bufan responded gratefully, "Thank you so much, Chief, but there's no need for all that trouble. We'll just sleep in the cars. We only need to borrow the space in front of the village to park." The village chief nodded in agreement. "All right, then drive the cars in. It's not good to block the road, is it?" Wang Shuqing, Wang Yuezhang Yi, and Bald Chong watched Chen Bufan, not leaving until he nodded at them, then turned back to drive the vehicles. Chen Bufan walked into the village with the chief, looking around at the scenery. "Chief, your village seems quite peaceful and serene." The village chief laughed and replied, "Indeed, that's how the countryside is. We're mostly self-sufficient, and there aren't many people left in the village. The young have all gone to the city to work, leaving a bunch of old folks. Of course it's quiet, haha. Ha ha ha. The cars are here. Chief, I won't keep you from going home for dinner. Don't worry about us. Well, just park by the roadside. All right, call me if you need anything. I live in that second house over there." "No problem. You go ahead." At 6 p.m., after everyone had finished dinner in the RV and cleaned up, only Chen Bufan's family, Wang Shuqing and Zhang Yi, remained. They were discussing the village. Li Wenin frowned and said, "I don't think the village chief could be unaware of the apocalypse. When the apocalypse first broke out, the internet was still working. I checked the news. This disaster is a global crisis. How could there be such a peaceful place?" Her eyes were filled with doubt and vigilance. "Uncle Wang, what do you think? I believe there must be something fishy about this." Wang Yuhan glanced at her father from the side. He was usually so serious, but now he seemed different. Then she looked at Chen Bufan, who was sitting with his legs crossed. "Well, those who lie with dogs rise with fleas." Chen Bufan said, "She's slandering me." He looked at the others and said, "They are indeed problematic. There are no elderly or children in the village, only able-bodied adults, both men and women." Also, when I chatted with the village chief, I noticed that his expression would twitch into an involuntary smile, his limbs trembled slightly, and his speech was a bit slurred, though all of it was subtle. "Kuru disease." Zhang Yi suddenly exclaimed, "Kuru." This piqued Chen Bufan's keen interest, prompting him to inquire, "Oh, do you know about this disease?" The others, hearing Zhang Yi mention the unfamiliar term, turned to him, their faces brimming with an intense thirst for knowledge. Zhang Yi nodded and slowly began, "When I was studying, my teacher once spoke of this illness. Its primary symptoms include involuntary tremors in the limbs, slurred speech, joint pain, and uncontrollable bouts of laughter. If the condition deteriorates to a certain point, the patient loses control over their bodily movements, eventually leading to total paralysis and inability to eat, and ultimately death. Infection means death. There is no cure." Zhang Yi then added, "There is another theory about Kuru that you might have heard of, prion." Zhao Xuewei interjected, "Oh, I think I've heard of that. Prion can be contracted by consuming human corpses." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Wang Yuhan exclaimed in shock, "So does that mean people in this village are cannibals?" The faces of Li Wenin, Zhao Xuewei, and Wang Yuhan turned pale, and Ning, unfazed, continued cleaning her gun. After all, killing and cannibalism were entirely different matters. The mere thought filled them with revulsion. Frowning, Li Wenin asked, "Since we haven't seen any children or elderly, does that mean they've been eaten?" Chen Bufan was silent for a moment before nodding, indicating the high probability. He then reassured them, "But don't worry, we're leaving here tomorrow." After Wang Shuqing left with Wang Yuhan, only Chen Bufan and the three women remained in the carriage. They went to freshen up before resting, a luxury only they could afford in this apocalypse. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan sat alone on the sofa, taking out the extraction device to convert the cores he had obtained earlier, yielding 3 bottles of evolution serum. Chen Bufan injected the most potent serum into his arm, the one from the creature he and Ning had fought in the crate. He then picked up another, preparing to use it as well. He needed to enhance his strength for tonight's mission. Caution was paramount. "System, hey, stop right there." "Huh, what's wrong?" Chen Bufan was taken aback. "System, who does it like that? Even with cold medicine, you take a few pills a few times a day. Is this how you use evolution serum? Just jabbing it into your arm?" Chen Bufan retorted, "But the first time I used it, I took 2 at once." "System, the first time your body had impurities to expel. What do you have to expel now? What's left? What do you have left?" "Ugh." "System, you need to adapt after each dose. Use too much and the roof might catch fire." Hearing this, Chen Bufan quickly put the serum away. He could already feel his body heating up. The one he had used was the most potent, and its effects were the strongest. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Overwhelmed, a surge of energy rampaged through his body, strengthening him. He rushed into the bathroom, causing a commotion. "Hey, what are you doing in here? I need a cold shower." 2 hours later, after enduring the cold shower, he sat relaxed on the sofa, feeling better than ever, in every way. Human, Chen Bufan. Height 185 centimeters. Strength 2300 gene. Appearance 75. Chen Bufan was stunned by the exaggerated data. He knew his strength had increased, but he hadn't realized it was this formidable. 230 gene. 185 centimeters. 75. Wow. He had grown taller, and even his appearance had improved. Tisk still not as handsome as the readers though. The evolution serum was so potent, no wonder the strength-type zombies were so powerful. But judging by the data, he probably wasn't as strong as that particular zombie, as his enhancement was balanced across all attributes. His speed, however, was now beyond the reach of ordinary people. Holding the fragrantly wanine in his arms, he planned to sneak a look at the village around 3 a.m. There were people on watch duty in the bus outside, so he had nothing to worry about. Besides, the slightest disturbance would wake him up. At the village chief's house, the young man who had accompanied the chief to receive Chen Bufan spoke anxiously to the man before him. "Uncle Long, what do we do about the newcomers today? They were on high alert, refusing to even touch the food we prepared." This village chief was named Su Dalong, and they were not native to this village. In fact, they were refugees who had fled from Fengtian not long ago. When they first arrived, the village had few zombies and even fewer survivors. So they eliminated the zombies and took over the entire village. Some of the original survivors chose to join them, while the rest were cruelly turned into dried meat. In truth, the rural area still had plenty of food, rice, flour, and vegetables, but they didn't want to waste it. Afraid to venture into the city, they resorted to this heinous method, turning people into food. Furthermore, they had disguised the place as a paradise, attracting many refugees seeking shelter. But these poor souls all met a tragic end. The men were made into jerky, while the attractive women were kept for their pleasure before ultimately being slaughtered and processed into human rations. They were no longer human, but a pack of vicious demons. Faced with the young man's worry, village chief Su Dalong remained unerringly calm. "It's fine. Catch them if we can, or if not, let them go. After all, this land never lacks for people. Besides, wasn't there a group captured today?" The young man stammered, "But they seem to have a lot of women." Before he could finish, Su Dalong delivered a resounding slap across his face, snarling, "What time is this? And you're still thinking about that nonsense? Have you found the missing Li Chong and Zhang Wei?" The young man, holding his burning cheeks, stuttered, "No. Haven't found them. No one knows where they went. They've been missing for 3 days. Who knows where they died?" Su Dalong's face darkened, but then he suddenly broke into a grin, a smile so chilling it made his entire visage seem grotesque and eerie. "Damn it. Too many people have gone missing lately, and there's no sign of zombies eating them. How can people just vanish into thin air? This place is no longer safe. We might be next." Su Dalong cursed viciously. "Tell Wang Tian to guard the warehouse. Don't let anyone get close and discover our secret. We still have work to do when everyone's asleep at midnight." "Got it, Uncle Long." After the young man departed, Su Dalong sat alone, in place, his expression dark and unfathomable. Suddenly a sinister smile crept across his face, yet it did not reach his eyes. There was not a trace of joy in his gaze. He tried to control it, but failed, his entire visage twisting into a grotesque grimace. He knew deep down that he was ill, yet he had no idea what affliction had befallen him. He only felt his body slipping further from his control, growing abnormally weak and frail, to the point where his daytime labor in the fields was nothing but a pretense. Slap. Su Dalong slammed his palm onto the table, muttering curses under his breath, while a smile lingered on his face. "This damned apocalypse. Damn zombies." With that, he turned and lay down on the bed to sleep in his clothes. At 2:50 a.m., the alarm clock Chen Bufan had set rang on time. He reached out and silenced the alarm, waiting quietly for a moment until the woman beside him, roused from sleep, drifted off again. Then he slowly rose, donned a black tactical jacket, and put on a black hat and mask. Carefully, he opened the car door and stepped out. At that moment, the lookout on the truck was Wang Yu. Seeing Chen Bufan descend, he hurried over to greet him. "Fan Ge." Chen Bufan waved a hand and replied softly, "Don't mind me. I'm going to take a look around. Keep watch and inform me if anything happens." "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Wang Yu answered, "No, everything is quiet." Chen Bufan nodded in satisfaction and then instructed, "Good. I'm off. Don't alert the others. Be careful." Wang Yu responded earnestly, "Understood, Fan Ge, rest assured." The night was utterly silent, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky, casting its cold, clear light. Chen Bufan walked alone soundlessly along the slope beside the road, as if merging into the pitch-black darkness. The village was large, with wide flat roads paved in asphalt, yet at this moment, it was eerily still. Chen Bufan had no clue where to begin his investigation. He reached the village entrance smoothly, but unexpectedly, just as he arrived, he caught sight of a figure cautiously emerging from a small courtyard. The figure moved with a hint of wariness. Based on the familiar silhouette in that courtyard, this person was likely the village chief. Heaven helps me. The village chief, after leaving his yard, looked around left and right, as if confirming no one was nearby. Sneaking out in the dead of night like this could only mean trouble. Chen Bufan followed the village chief from a careful distance, while the chief himself was extremely cautious, glancing back every 10 steps. But how could an ordinary man easily spot Chen Bufan? Thus, Chen Bufan silently accompanied the chief for nearly 30 minutes. They walked from the village entrance to its deepest part, where a solitary courtyard stood with no other neighbors nearby. The village chief stopped at the gate, paused for a moment, then looked around left and right as if ensuring it was safe. After a thorough scan, he lightly knocked on the gate. In a moment the door cracked open and a figure appeared. Chen Bufan focused his eyes and recognized the young man from this morning. After waiting about a minute, Chen Bufan began to move slowly toward the wall beside the courtyard. The wall was not too high, only about 2 meters. Chen Bufan placed his hands gently on the wall, applied a bit of force, and lifted his body easily. He raised his head and carefully observed the entire courtyard. However, before he could clearly see what was inside, a thick, nauseating stench of blood suddenly invaded his nostrils. The smell was overwhelming and unmistakably that of fresh blood. For Chen Bufan, it was the first time he had encountered such a strong scent of fresh blood. In the past, he had only ever dealt with the foul odor of decaying corpses. Fortunately, Chen Bufan's eyesight was keen. Through the bloody air, he vaguely saw rows of dried meat hanging from the beams and racks beneath the roof. On the ground were a dozen large iron basins, all filled with bright red blood. Even more horrifying, the clothesline stretching from the door to the main gate was densely packed with hanging intestines. The scene before him was so terrifying and bizarre that Chen Bufan's shock grew. These beasts could no longer be called human. When his gaze swept across the windowsill, he was stunned to find a neat row of heads, both male and female. Blood continuously flowed from the severed wounds at the necks, staining the windowsill and pooling into a puddle on the ground. At last Chen Bufan understood why such a strong smell of blood permeated the area. This place was a slaughterhouse for humans. No, please. We'll do anything. We'll sleep with you, bear your children. Don't kill us. We'll gag their mouths so they don't scream too loud when we kill them. The village chief's impatient voice. Chill. All of you shut up. Be good. He'll go easy on you. Hee. At that moment a man's scream came from inside the house, along with terrified cries from several others, both male and female. Recalling that the village chief had mentioned new survivors in the village that afternoon, it was clear they had been tricked into eating the chief's food or captured by other means, now serving as white meat. Click click. Chen Bufan chambered a round into his Glock 17 and carefully attached the silencer. His face was as calm as still water, devoid of any expression. Silently, he used both hands to support his body, preparing to climb over the wall. Just as he was halfway up, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps came from the main gate. Chen Bufan quickly rolled back to his original position, continuing to observe from the shadows. Though he was an evolved human, he remained cautious. Then with a loud bang, the front door was violently kicked open. Several figures in protective suits wielding firearms charged into the courtyard like tigers. Hearing the noise, the village chief panicked and led a group of blood-soaked men brandishing knives, shouting as they rushed out. But before they could form a line, they were terrified by the sight of the fully armed squad dropping their weapons and kneeling in surrender. The gunmen did not stop. They quickly stormed into the house, dragging out several ragged men and women, throwing them mercilessly to the ground. Then they carried out a man who had lost a thigh, still barely alive, moaning unconsciously. From Chen Bufan's perspective, he could see the village chief and his group of over a dozen people, along with several men and women, kneeling on the ground. One of the men had lost a thigh and was unconscious, presumably amputated by the village chief and his crew. There were 11 people in protective suits, led by a short-statured individual. Yet since their arrival they had not uttered a single word. Bang! The leader, holding a pistol, unhesitatingly shot the one-legged man in the head, ending his life instantly. Screams of terror erupted as the women present were seized by panic. The village chief and his men kowtowed, desperately pleading, "Please don't kill us. Don't kill us. We'll do whatever you ask." The leader waved his hand, and his men aimed their guns at the village chief's group, shouting, "All of you stand up. Line up and follow us. Anyone who tries any tricks will be killed." The village chief's group rose trembling, and anyone slow to move was brutally struck with rifle butts. Chaos reigned supreme. Finally the leader spoke. "All right, let's move out." The voice was female. Chen Bufan looked at their information in the system and was stunned to discover that this leading woman was from an island nation, yet her name was Chinese. Observing their physical condition, they were all just ordinary people. At that moment Chen Bufan began to ponder how to investigate her. Watching them walk towards the gate, he followed from a distance. They traversed a series of winding labyrinthine paths. After a long and arduous trek of about 3 kilometers, they finally arrived at a food factory hidden deep within a dense forest. The factory was surrounded by towering, sturdy walls that seemed like an insurmountable barrier. Countless surveillance cameras were densely mounted on the walls like vigilant eyes watching the surroundings. Inside, a few buildings, an office block and spacious workshops, were faintly visible. Aside from the patches of bloodstains on the ground, there were no other items or clues. The bloodstains cast a sinister and terrifying aura over the otherwise calm environment. As the group entered the factory area, the heavy gates slowly closed, sealing off the inside from the outside. In an instant, all went dark before Chen Bufan's eyes. Chen Bufan wasn't sure if the surveillance here was still operational, but he noticed that the small red lights beneath the cameras were indeed off. From the group's behavior, they seemed unaware of Chen Bufan and his companion's presence. However, with the village chief captured, it was certain that he would soon betray Chen Bufan and the others. Chen Bufan wasn't too worried about his own safety. With his current speed, ordinary people couldn't keep up. But Li Wenin and the others were different. A firearm still posed a threat to them, and he couldn't let them fall into danger. Chen Bufan quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie. At that moment, Wang Yue, who was on lookout duty in the truck, was intently observing the surroundings. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled. Buzz. Calling Wang Yu. Wang Yu. Wang Yu hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, Buzz, I'm here. Brother Fan, what's up? Chen Bufan's voice came through. Buzz, wake everyone up now. Have them drive the vehicles out of this village and head back the way we came to find a safe spot to camp. Also make sure to leave no tire tracks behind, so we're not discovered. Wang Yu responded, Buzz, Brother Fan, what about you? Chen Bufan replied, I'm fine. I have some things to take care of. Just do as I say. Wang Yu said, alright, I'll do it right away. Just a minute later, Chen Bufan's walkie-talkie crackled again with Li Wenin's worried voice. Chen Bufan knew she would speak, so he waited. Li Wenin, just woken up, sounded hurried and slightly hoarse. Bufan, what's wrong? Do you need us to come help you? Chen Bufan looked at the tightly shut gates of the food factory and said calmly, I found a problem, but I can handle it. Just protect yourselves. Leave now, stay alert, and ensure your safety. In the RV, Li Wenin's face showed concern as she said, Bufan, well, keep the walkie-talkie on. Call us when you're back. Buzz, don't worry, honey. I won't gamble with my life. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. You go now. Buzz. Li Wenin's eyes reddened slightly, and she bit her lip gently. As the apocalypse dragged on, her sense of guilt grew stronger. She felt she was of no help at all. She watched in the rearview mirror as Wang Yu and Wang Shuqing started the vehicles and got ready. Li Wenin turned to look at Ning beside her. She hesitated, but before she could speak, Ning said proactively, open the door. They'll wait nearby for the boss. Don't worry about me. I'm not an ordinary person either. With that, Ning looked at Li Wenin, her cold face breaking into a smile for the first time for anyone other than Chen Bufan. Li Wenin looked at Ning, her lips trembling slightly as she whispered, thank you. We'll wait for you on the way back. In her eyes, Ning was like a soldier, good with a gun and skilled in combat, even better than Chen Bufan. And Ning replied bluntly, thank me. Don't forget he's my man too. With that, she grabbed her AR-15A, jumped out of the car decisively, and sprinted toward the woods 200 meters from the village entrance, disappearing from sight in an instant. Li Wenin silently closed the car door, floored the accelerator, and sped back the way they came. All the vehicles behind followed one after another, including the ones driven by Bald Chong and his crew. 10 minutes later, as expected, a person in a protective suit rode a motorcycle into the village carrying a gun on their back. Chen Bufan followed swiftly behind the motorcycle, neither being detected nor falling behind, moving with effortless ease. Sure enough, following this person all the way to the village entrance, the rider circled the spot where their vehicles had been parked, then rode onto the main road. Unfortunately, the main road was asphalt, leaving no traces. The man got out of the car, rifle in hand, and paced around. According to that cannibal village chief, this place should have been packed with all kinds of vehicles, but as he looked around, there wasn't a single large truck in sight, not even a shadow. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. How dare you lie to me? When I get back, I'll make you pay. Grumbling and complaining, he slung the rifle back over his shoulder and turned to head back. Just then, he sensed a strange presence behind him and whipped around to see a mysterious figure clad entirely in black, wearing a hat and mask, only a pair of eyes visible, standing there silently. Oh. The man jolted in terror, instinctively reaching for the gun on his back to fight back. But the dark figure moved with ghostly speed, snatching the weapon from his grasp in an instant. Then the figure seized the man by the throat with one hand and effortlessly lifted his entire body off the ground. Listen up. A calm male voice came from the shadowy figure. I ask you, answer. Don't try any tricks with me. I don't like wasting time. Understand? The man, his throat constricted, could only nod frantically in acknowledgement while gripping Chen Bufan's hand around his neck with both hands, trying to ease the pressure. Even though the other man was lifting him, a burly man weighing over 180 pounds, with just one hand he stood as steady as a mountain, without even a tremor. The man felt like a mere chick in his grasp. Staring at this monstrously powerful being, fear and astonishment filled his heart. What kind of creature was this? How could he possess such immense strength, even surpassing the mutated monsters in the laboratory? What were you doing at the food factory? Chen Bufan snapped again when the man remained silent. Speak. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. Faced with Chen Bufan's interrogation, the man remained silent, shaking his head desperately. Mmm. Rolling his eyes, he pointed at his own neck, while frantically slapping at Chen Bufan's hand, which gripped his throat like a vice. Internally, he cursed, you're choking me, you bastard. I can barely breathe, how the hell am I supposed to talk? Chen Bufan noticed the man's struggle, and a hint of embarrassment flickered beneath his mask. Huff. Puff. He loosened his grip slightly, and a loud intake and exhale of breath echoed around them. Finally able to breathe, the man quickly answered once his breath steadied, "There's an underground lab in the food factory. A group of researchers is working on the zombie virus cure and mutation serums." Chen Bufan pressed on how many people are inside. The lab was activated after the apocalypse, but it actually existed long before, just not in use, the man replied rapidly. "There's a supervisor, a woman everyone calls Manager Lee. There are 15 mercenaries like me and 27 researchers. I don't know much else since this is just a small lab. From what I've gathered, the researchers and Manager Lee might be little Japanese. I've heard them speaking in that dialect." Chen Bufan frowned and pressed further, "What kind of experiments are you conducting with the people you capture?" The man let out a bitter self-mocking laugh. "Those so-called researchers are a bunch of lunatics. They've made no progress on a cure, but somehow they've concocted a mutation serum. They discovered a substance in mutated zombies that can cause species to change. The side effects are severe. Once a human takes it, they can mutate, gaining tremendous speed and strength, but they also turn into horrifying monsters. So they have us capture more people for their experiments." Chen Bufan looked at the man, paused, and replied, "You don't sound like you're lying to me. Are the surveillance cameras at the entrance still working?" The man waved his hands frantically, explaining in fear, "They're not working, but there are a few hidden cameras still active. I swear I'm not deceiving you. Since you've caught me, I no longer care about life or death. In this apocalypse, dying sooner or later makes no difference. I just don't want to suffer torture and pain before I die." After saying this, he heaved a deep sigh. Chen Bufan nodded thoughtfully. "You see things clearly. Well, I." Before the man could finish, Chen Bufan tightened his grip on the man's neck. A crisp crack sounded as the cervical vertebrae shattered instantly. At that moment, the man's eyes within his protective suit were filled with shock and disbelief, then a flicker of relief. Chen Bufan stripped off the man's hazmat suit. They were of similar height and build. The mask was an N95. He had plenty in his pack. No way head wear this man's, that would be disgusting. He'd rather just charge straight in. The man's features suggested he was of Southeast Asian descent. Just as Chen Bufan was about to change into the suit to infiltrate the mysterious lab, he heard a faint footstep in the distance. His heart tightened, and he turned to see to his surprise that it was Ning. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Why haven't you left yet?" And Ning gazed at his attire, a look of worry and concern in her eyes. She said softly, "When Ian was worried about you going alone, but was too shy to ask. She wanted to stay but feared she'd hold you back. So I volunteered to stay. Besides, I was worried about you too." Hearing this, Chen Bufan pulled the woman he had created into a tight embrace, though his hands wandered, causing a faint blush to spread across Ning's cheeks. Then he gently reassured her, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. I ran into a group in the village who seemed to have set up a lab here. I just want to check it out. I can handle it alone." But Ning stubbornly replied, "Then let me wait for you in the woods over there. That way we can look out for each other." He pressed a light kiss to her cherry-like lips, savoring the sweetness and softness that was uniquely hers. "Listen to me, the woods are full of mosquitoes. I don't want you to be drained of blood by the time I come out." And Ning looked into Chen Bufan's determined eyes and had no choice but to agree. Her first rule of creation was loyalty. She could not refuse his command. Chen Bufan watched as Ning rode off on the electric scooter he had taken from his pack, then slung the man's rifle over his shoulder, mounted the motorcycle, and sped away. Chen Bufan sped toward the food factory on his motorcycle like a gust of wind. When he was still a few meters away from the gate, the two heavy iron doors slowly swung open. It turned out that inside the gate stood two people in protective suits, one on each side, who had pushed the massive doors open together. From a distance, a figure could be seen standing before the office building, waving incessantly at Chen Bufan. Seeing this, Chen Bufan rode straight up to the man without hesitation, then executed a perfect break, coming to a steady stop. The man who had been waving asked, "Why are you back so late?" As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the gate behind Chen Bufan, finding no one else entering. Then he pressed further, "Didn't you catch anyone? The village chief clearly told us there were several people lingering at the village entrance. I thought you'd go alone to make an example of one and bring them all back." In response to the inquiry, Chen Bufan made no reply, only letting out an indistinct grunt. The man mistakenly thought Chen Bufan was disheartened by returning empty-handed, so he didn't press the matter further. After all, Chen Bufan was wearing their uniform and holding the firearm they had provided. Moreover, everyone wore masks, making it hard to discern each other's faces. The man shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, come with me. Steward Lee is still waiting." With that, he turned and led the way down a long corridor. Along the way, Chen Bufan followed silently behind the man. The corridor was lined with many rooms, each door clearly marked with signs like "Office of So-and-so." They walked until they reached an unremarkable room with a sign reading "Tea Room" hanging by the entrance, then stepped inside together. The interior was modestly decorated, furnished with a water dispenser and a coffee machine. Display cabinets lined the walls, filled with various foods, such as small breads, cakes, and cookies. The man stood before a cabinet, reached out, and gently twisted one of the small bread bags on the shelf. Curious, Chen Bufan leaned in for a closer look and discovered that the bread bag was actually an incredibly realistic model. Without close attention, it was nearly impossible to tell. Just then the cabinet before them rose slightly, then rotated a full half-turn clockwise, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward. The man nodded to Chen Bufan, signaling him to follow as they entered. After descending about 2 floors worth of stairs, another elevator appeared ahead. The man pulled a card from his pocket and swiped it over a sensor beside the elevator button, causing the doors to slowly open. The two stepped into the elevator, and Chen Bufan could distinctly feel it descending continuously, as if dropping a full 5 stories. When the elevator finally stopped and the doors opened, Chen Bufan followed the man out into a completely enclosed tiny room only about 2 square meters in size. The man walked to the control panel on the right and pressed a green button. Instantly 2 pipes from the ceiling aimed directly at them, spraying out a large amount of gas. Chen Bufan was astonished, realizing that this small room was actually a disinfection chamber, and he remarked that this was a new learning experience. After a device sucked all the gas out of the room, the door at the front automatically opened to both sides. Beyond it lay a corridor brimming with a futuristic sci-fi atmosphere reminiscent of a movie scene. This led into an exceedingly spacious room measuring roughly 500 square meters. On the left side of the room stood numerous enormous glass jars filled with pale green liquid in which naked humans covered in tubes were submerged. The people immersed in the jars, both men and women, were arranged neatly in rows. Beside the jars were large numbers of computers and instruments meticulously monitoring the conditions of these experimental subjects. Many men and women in white lab coats holding notebooks or tablets busily recorded various data. On the right side of the room were several tightly shut doors closely aligned, as if leading to endless secrets. Behind each door lay a room constructed of hard steel. As Chen Bufan passed by, his gaze happened to catch a glimpse through the transparent glass of one door, revealing the scene inside. He saw that the small room held some captured individuals, their figures blurry, but from their outlines he could tell they were haggard and utterly exhausted. At that moment, the highly revered Steward Lee stood surrounded by a crowd beside a person in a white lab coat, intently listening as the latter whispered something important into her ear, leaning close. Neither Steward Lee nor those around her wore protective gear. Now Chen Bufan finally saw Steward Lee's true face. She was dressed in a white suit with a petite figure, skin as white as snow and a light, graceful bearing. Her face appeared somewhat youthful and immature, while her chest swelled high, full and round, embodying the so-called childlike face, voluptuous figure style. Upon seeing Chen Bufan and the man enter, Steward Lee nodded to the man in the white lab coat, murmured a few words, and then walked directly toward Chen Bufan. When she reached his side, she looked up and asked, "Where are the captives?" Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Chen Bufan. Facing the crowd's attention, Chen Bufan had no choice but to report truthfully. "I went to the place the village chief mentioned. There was nothing there. The village chief lied to us." Steward Lee looked at Chen Bufan for a moment without speaking, then turned and walked toward a small room on the right. Chen Bufan and the other 3 armed men followed closely behind. When the door opened and they entered, Chen Bufan saw the village chief and the others sitting dejectedly on the floor. Seeing this, Chen Bufan stepped forward, raised the butt of his gun, and slammed it hard into the village chief's face, leaving him dazed and utterly confused. Steward Lee watched with a smile as Chen Bufan finished beating the village chief, then spoke unhurriedly. Her voice was soft and melodious, like a spring breeze brushing past everyone's ears. "Sir, now that you've vented your anger, would you mind removing your clothes so we can have a look at our honored guest's true appearance?" At once, everyone's attention converged on Chen Bufan. Meanwhile, the man who had led him in unhesitatingly aimed his gun at Chen Bufan. Facing the crowd's stares, Chen Bufan deliberately put on a shy expression and said softly, "It's a bit improper to be so enthusiastic at our first meeting, don't you think?" However, the people across from him did not respond, merely staring at him silently. Chen Bufan pouted. The silent treatment hurts the most. Chen Bufan handed the gun in his hand to the man who had brought him in, while his other hand swiftly grabbed his protective suit. With a gentle tear, the suit instantly split open. He cast the suit aside and stood rooted to the spot. After the transformation brought by the evolution serum, Chen Bufan's appearance was rated a 75 out of 100, making him rather handsome and not at all a disgrace. When the village chief saw Chen Bufan's true face, he shot to his feet in shock and cried out, "It's you." "Uh-huh." But before he could finish his sentence, the man struck him again with the butt of the gun, landing a vicious blow on his face. A shrill scream escaped his lips as he covered his face and slumped heavily to the ground. At that moment, Steward Lee still wore a smile as he looked at Chen Bufan and said slowly, "May I ask how you found this place?" Chen Bufan turned to look at the village chief and replied calmly, "Naturally, I followed you here." Steward Lee's smile grew even brighter. "And what is your purpose?" Chen Bufan's lips curled up slightly as he answered, "Merely to satisfy my friend's curiosity. It said that if I could uncover the truth, it would grant me a generous reward. Isn't that right, system?" After hearing this, Steward Lee's face still bore a blossoming smile, but the warmth didn't reach her eyes. "Oh, so you've already figured it out. This is a laboratory, and there are plenty of interesting live experiments here. We'll be sure to treat you well, and we'll even help you find that friend of yours to keep you company. Chen Bufan couldn't help but laugh. My friend isn't easy to find, and the task is still incomplete. I'd rather take a tour of this place. In truth, his eyes were fixed on the favorability interfaces hovering above everyone before him. Whenever anyone's favorability turned red, he would strike without hesitation and take them down. As for the so-called friend, Chen Bufan chuckled inwardly, wondering himself where that friend might be. Stewardly stared at the composed Chen Bufan before her, a growing unease stirring in her heart. To remain so calm and collected on her turf was nothing short of an insult to them. So she shot a glance at the man. The man understood her intent. A glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes as he holstered his pistol, clenched his fists, rolled his shoulders, and cracked his neck from side to side. Then he suddenly shifted his stance into an attacking posture and launched a ferocious black tiger steel's heart punch aimed straight at Chen Bufan. But when the punch reached Chen Bufan, he simply grabbed the man's fist with one hand and delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying 5 meters to crash against the wall with a loud bang. The man instantly fell unconscious, sprawling on the floor as if to sleep. If the room had been any larger, he might have flown even farther. Before Steward Li could even see what Chen Bufan had done, a thunderous boom echoed, and the subordinate who had been standing firmly before her vanished into thin air. Startled, she spun around in alarm, only to find her man lying on the ground completely unconscious. A flicker of shock passed through Steward Li's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned back, her gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Chen Bufan, burning with a fiery intensity that seemed capable of searing a person. Meanwhile, the two other gun-wielding men snapped back to reality, raising their weapons in unison and aiming at Chen Bufan, ready to pull the triggers. He noticed that the favorability meters floating above the two armed men were flickering incessantly, a clear sign of an impending attack. Just as the two sides were on the verge of clashing, Steward Li suddenly reached out and forcefully pushed down the muzzles of the two men's guns, halting their actions. Her face brimming with excitement, she gazed at Chen Bufan and asked eagerly, "Could you be a mutant?" Her innate cowardice in the face of the strong drove her to instinctively use the honorific "you" upon realizing he might be an evolved superior human. Her overwhelming excitement tinged her youthful face with an alluring blush, and her chest rose and fell rapidly with her quickened breath. Li Bing was ecstatic. Her laboratory had long been dedicated to researching antidotes, but they had never achieved a breakthrough. Who would have thought that in the search for a cure they had accidentally discovered a substance capable of inducing mutation? Unfortunately, they had yet to find a way to use this mysterious substance without side effects. Now to encounter a genuine mutant. How could she not be overjoyed? If this man would cooperate with their research, it would greatly accelerate the pace of their scientific work, and in the end, wouldn't she be able to obtain that superhuman power? Chen Bufan feigned ignorance and asked, "Mutant? What's a mutant?" "I'm just stronger than most people since the apocalypse." In truth, he knew full well that their understanding of such matters was still in its infancy. At this moment, Li Bing seemed like a different person, her smile becoming genuinely warm and fervent. She turned to Chen Bufan and said, "Please follow me." Then she ordered the two soldiers to carry the unconscious man away. Afterward, she swayed her shapely hips and took the lead, striding forward. She acted this way partly because she believed Chen Bufan was a mutant, and partly because, having witnessed his formidable combat prowess, she realized she might not be able to defeat him. After all, this wasn't a large base, she had limited manpower and insufficient force, so she resolved to win through cunning. Li Bing keenly sensed Chen Bufan following behind her, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She swayed her body even more seductively, her steps slow and seemingly measured to perfection, stirring the heart. Chen Bufan had to admit that this woman was truly adept at such arts. Thus, Chen Bufan followed Li Bing through a series of doors, gradually discovering that the laboratory held a hidden world within. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious room furnished as an office, complete with a bedroom, a sofa, a coffee table, a boss desk adorned with Li Bing's photograph. It was clearly her private quarters. Li Bing gazed at Chen Bufan with a soft, warm look and said gently, "Please have a seat for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water." With that, she gracefully turned and walked to the water dispenser. Soon she returned with a cup of crystal-clear water and placed it before Chen Bufan. Then a sweet smile blossomed on her lips as she asked softly, "Hello, my name is Li Bing. I'm the director of this laboratory. You can call me Bing Bing. So what may I call you?" Chen Bufan replied politely, "My name is Chen Fan." Hearing this name, Li Bing felt a stir in her heart. She nodded with a smile. "What a beautiful name. Fan, as in extraordinary. It suits you perfectly, Mr. Chen. You truly live up to it now." Then she said to Chen Bufan, "Chen Fan, please rest here for a while. I'll go change my clothes and be right back." With that, she rose and left again, leaving Chen Bufan sitting alone in silence. Watching her retreating figure, he thought to himself, just a moment ago, it was Mr. Chen, and now she's using my given name. Trying to get close to me, is she? Chen Bufan sat for 2 minutes, his mind racing. Should he kill them all first, and then investigate the institute, or... Suddenly, he heard the sound of flowing water. Chen Bufan was startled. "Huh, Showering. What were a man and a woman alone doing showering? It couldn't be what I'm thinking, could it? Was he about to win glory for his country? Chen Bufan's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused. He was a man deeply devoted to his homeland, a sentiment that had seeped into his very marrow. Deep within his character lay a fiery, indignant streak. Whenever an opportunity arose to bring honor to his nation, he would seize it with all his might. This was not merely a personal triumph, but a contribution and recompense to his motherland. In any field, as long as he could win glory for the country, he would be a good son. Especially in such a field. Ha ha ha. 10 minutes later. The door to the restroom slowly opened. Chen Bufan instinctively looked up. Li Bing was walking in from outside. Her hair was still damp, wisps of steam rising from it, and she wore a pink halter-neck slip dress. Li Bing had a doll-like face, but her figure was exquisite. The fabric of her dress was stretched taut over her chest, highlighting a slender waist and curvaceous hips that exuded mature feminine allure. The hem of her skirt featured a slit that extended all the way to the top of her thigh. With every step she took, her long, straight, fair legs were tantalizingly revealed. At that moment, Li Bing wore a smile as she walked toward Chen Bufan with light steps. Her high heels clicked against the floor, and a faint, subtle fragrance wafted toward him. Chen Bufan smiled and murmured to himself, "What a pity." Li Bing seemed to catch his words, but his voice was so soft that she couldn't make out what he had said. She smiled and asked, "What did you say?" Chen Bufan's grin was unrestrained, his lecherous smile appearing so natural and genuine without a hint of pretense. He replied, "I said you are incredibly beautiful. I have never met a woman as lovely and enchanting as you." Hearing this compliment, her vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Whether true or false, women always enjoyed being praised. Li Bing's smile grew even more radiant, her originally large eyes narrowing into crescent moons with delight. She said coquettishly, "Your tongue is so sweet." Chen Bufan teased back, "My tongue is indeed sweet, because I carry candy with me every day. Do you want a taste to sweeten your mouth?" Li Bing couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, letting out a series of crisp, melodious laughs. "You're so bad." Li Bing walked over to Chen Bufan with light steps. Instead of sitting on the sofa beside him, she gracefully settled sideways across his lap, wrapping one arm around his neck in a gesture that was both intimate and ambiguous. Chen Bufan casually slipped his arm around her slender waist, as if they were longtime lovers moving with natural ease. At that moment, her beautiful face was inches from his. With every word she spoke, a breath like orchid and musk wafted toward him, intoxicating his senses. Li Bing said to Chen Bufan, "In this institute, everything is under my control. We recently discovered a mysterious substance inside a zombie's body that can induce mutation. As long as you consume it, you can gain unimaginable power. But unfortunately, this substance has severe side effects, and our research has hit a dead end. But now that you're here, although I'm not sure how you underwent mutation, as long as you're willing to cooperate with me, I believe we can soon develop a flawless mutation serum. By then, after injecting this serum, we will become the most powerful beings in this world. Those zombies rampaging outside will no longer be our match. We will stand at the pinnacle of humanity, rebuild the entire order, and dominate the whole world. At that time, you will be the king, and I will be the queen. So are you interested in cooperating with me? Then not only will I be yours, but the entire world will be yours." Li Bing's emotions grew increasingly frenzied, her voice rising in volume, and her face flushed with an unhealthy red. Her arms, which had been tightly wrapped around Chen Bufan's neck, loosened and began to wave in the air. Clap, 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 clap. Chen Bufan watched the beautiful woman before him, who seemed to be pitching a pyramid scheme, with great interest, and offered her enthusiastic applause. Her expression, her demeanor, absolutely perfect. If she became an actress, she would surely be the hottest top-tier movie star of the moment. Li Bing slowly emerged from her fervor and turned her gaze to Chen Bufan, who was still clapping. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, for she had truly been completely immersed in her own fantasy. She gently touched her face and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry for making a fool of myself. Your applause, does it mean you agree with what I said?" Chen Bufan curled his lips, lifted her chin, and replied with a faint, ambiguous smile, I'm quite interested in your proposal of being my queen. But as for my cooperation, you'll need to see your research projects and results first." Hearing this, Li Bing's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Oh my goodness, how could she have said something like that just now? Was it because she had gotten too carried away with her role? When she came to her senses, she bit her lower lip, with her pearly white teeth casting a shy, yet slightly ambiguous glance at Chen Bufan. In a trembling voice she said, "How about this? I'll first be your woman, and then I'll take you to tour our institute. After that you can fight for our cause." Before she finished speaking, she pursed her delicate pink lips and leaned toward Chen Bufan, intending to kiss him. But her lips met his hand instead. She pulled back, looking at him with confusion. Chen Bufan extended his arm, placing it horizontally in front of her tempting red lips. Feeling the softness of her body and gazing into her bewildered eyes, he said softly, "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I don't like modified biohumans." Hearing this, a shy blush spread across Li Bing's face. She raised her little fist and lightly tapped Chen Bufan's chest, retorting with mock indignation. You can rest assured. No man has ever had the honor of touching even a single hair on my head. You are the first, and you will be the last. Consider yourself lucky. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck again and leaned in. This time Chen Bufan did not refuse. Li Bing had been adopted since childhood and subjected to rigorous training from a young age. As she grew up, she excelled in all skills. Her outstanding beauty and figure also drew the attention of her superiors. The organization she belonged to had ordered her to refrain from romantic relationships, intending to deploy her for greater purposes in the future. After that, she came here to study abroad, living an ordinary life. No one knew her true identity, everyone only saw her as an exemplary international student. That day the apocalypse suddenly descended, turning most of humanity into zombies. Fortunately, she happened to be in the laboratory where there were few people and firearms. After killing a few airborne infected zombies, the place was secured, allowing her to survive the most sudden and perilous catastrophe. Since then she had been hiding in this underground laboratory. Occasionally they would venture above ground to kill zombies or capture them for research. One day during an outing they encountered an exceptionally fast zombie. It killed many of her subordinates before they finally managed to slay it and bring it back to the lab. Upon dissection, they discovered the key to its mutation. Afterward, they captured a few more, including a recently mutated zombie with immense strength. After extensive research, the doctor proposed that study alone was insufficient, human experiments were necessary. Subsequently, they began going out to capture people and bring them back for experiments. The individuals in those tanks were merely a small fraction of those she had captured. In her eyes, those lives meant nothing. Everyone was going to die sooner or later anyway. As long as she could successfully develop something to make herself stronger, anyone could be her stepping stone. That remained her belief until today. When she discovered that Chen Bufan was a successful mutant, she was determined to find a breakthrough through him. No experimental subject could be faster than testing on a ready-made success. In this ruined apocalyptic world, she saw an opportunity to grow stronger. She yearned desperately for greater power. If she had been strong enough to defeat Chen Bufan back when her subordinates were beaten, she wouldn't have had to resort to other schemes against him. Wouldn't a direct, brutal approach have been much more convenient? Why did she have to trade her most precious asset like this? Only with sufficient strength could she protect herself, step out of this underground world that resembled a rat's nest, and venture forth. For her, the splendid chapter of her life was just beginning. She couldn't die in this foul world. An hour and a half later, Chen Bufan sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He had originally come to investigate the laboratory's research results. Though he hadn't found the results, he had still gained something. Both of their objectives were half fulfilled. Now it was time to see how they would play their parts. In the underground world, time seemed to lose its meaning. After a while longer, Li Bing got up and went to her room to freshen up. She emerged wearing a pink fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, making her look exceptionally beautiful. She planted a kiss on Chen Bufan's cheek and took his hand like a lover deeply in love. Let me show you around our laboratory. Li Bing offered, looking at him with a hint of pride. Isn't the laboratory just what we saw outside? Didn't we already see it? Chen Bufan pretended not to understand, looking at Li Bing. Those are nothing, they're just the basics put on display for show. Follow me. Li Bing affectionately linked her arm with his, and they walked out together. Li Bing said softly, let me take you to see the real laboratory and learn about our current experimental progress. This is a hidden place, no outsider knows about it except you. Alright, let me see your true capabilities. And am I still considered an outsider? Chen Bufan looked down at her, nodded slightly, and countered. Li Bing looked up at him, her face blooming like a flower. Of course you're not an outsider now. You're one of us. Otherwise I wouldn't take you to a secret place. In truth, Chen Bufan had already anticipated a hidden section, as his system mission hadn't yet indicated completion. Besides, how could a laboratory consist of just one hall? What kind of shabby lab would be that small? They returned to the corridor where they had entered. Li Bing walked to a wall and gently pressed a button with her right hand. Instantly, a fingerprint recognition device with a screen popped out from the wall. Li Bing raised her left hand and placed her slender fair finger on the device. With a soft beep, the machine began to operate and a concealed door silently materialized beside it. Had it not been for witnessing Li Bing's series of actions, no one coming here would ever detect the door's existence. When closed, it was seamlessly integrated into the wall, with not even the faintest crack visible across the entire surface. Seeing this, Chen Bufan sincerely praised, impressive. It must have been no easy feat to build such a laboratory underground, right? Hearing his compliment, Li Bing raised her head slightly, her gaze falling on him as a smug smile appeared on her face. She quickly lowered her voice and said, nothing is easy, but you're still more impressive. After speaking, she playfully winked at him. Chen Bufan patted her gently, and she giggled before taking the lead into the hidden laboratory. Inside, Chen Bufan realized this room was far more spacious than the previous 500 square meter one, 3 times larger. Looking around, he saw only a dozen or so researchers busy at work, with a group of assistants standing nearby. On several hospital beds lay humans and zombies securely strapped down. The humans cried out in pain, begging and struggling, while the zombies emitted continuous low growls. Each bed was surrounded by a dense array of instruments operating tirelessly to monitor the subject's physical data changes. Li Bing slowly released her arm from Chen Bufan's and walked straight to an elderly man standing nearby, holding a freshly used syringe needle. Professor Ge, how are things? Li Bing's cold voice carried a hint of urgency. Professor Ge let out a heavy sigh and shook his head helplessly. Alas, the latest test subject, like the previous ones, has begun to experience severe decomposition all over. Although they possess astonishing strength, they have completely lost their sanity. This virus is too potent. We've diluted this mutation agent many times, but why can't the human body still withstand it? Where's the problem? As Professor Ge spoke, a sudden change occurred. The man who had just received the injection suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, his limbs thrashing with such ferocity that he snapped the restraints fixed to the bed. His eyes turned a ghastly crimson, blood beginning to seep from the corners as low guttural roars escaped his widening mouth, tearing at the edges. He lunged at Professor Ge as if to sink his teeth into him. Up! In the nick of time, Li Bing's quick reflexes saved the day as she yanked Professor Ge aside, averting a tragedy. Then she signaled to the guard standing by. Without hesitation, the guard raised his pistol and fired a shot at the man's head. The bullet struck true, and the man finally ceased his struggles, collapsing into a pool of blood. Phew, thank you, Stewardly. If not for your swift action, these old bones would have been done for. Professor Ge exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he expressed his gratitude to Li Bing. Then, casting a regretful glance at the dead man on the bed, he shook his head. Another failure. Our test subjects are dwindling. Stewardly, I must trouble you to find more people for the experiments. Li Bing replied with a helpless look. Professor Ge, you know how dire the situation is outside. Zombies are everywhere, and it's getting harder to find people. You need to conserve these resources. I've brought in over 20 more for now, but please use them sparingly. She emphasized the last sentence. Professor Ge nodded in understanding. Chen Bufan, who had been listening nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. They discussed people not as human beings, but as mere materials. Though the village chief and his ilk they had captured were despicable and deserved death, that did not give these foreigners the right to run rampant here. Chen Bufan asked calmly, have you taken everyone from the village above for your experiments? Li Bing turned around at the sound of his voice, studying him, but unable to fathom his true thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, Li Bing replied, not all of them. Some in the village mutated and devoured many. The rest were persecuted by the village chief you mentioned. You must have seen that. But we did capture a few dozen. Li Bing turned back with a beaming smile brimming with joy and said to Professor Ge, Professor Ge, come, let me introduce you. This is my man, Chen Fan. Then with a mysterious wink she added, but I'm sure you'll find his other identity very interesting. And it might even be a huge help to your research. However, Professor Ge showed little interest. He thought to himself that Chen Fan might be a technician Li Bing had brought in to assist. Li Bing continued smugly, let me tell you, Professor Ge, Chen Fan is a successfully mutated human. The moment the words left her mouth, Professor Ge gasped, what? Is that true? His eyes lit up with an eerie gleam, and he eagerly reached out to grab Chen Bufan, but Chen dodged. Undeterred, Professor Ge quickly withdrew his hands and began circling Chen Bufan with growing excitement, his gaze burning, as if the man before him were no longer a person but a rare treasure. As he scrutinized Chen Bufan, he said enthusiastically to Li Bing, Stewardly, may I conduct some tests on Mr. Chen Fan now? Hearing this, Li Bing turned to Chen Bufan with a playful smile, as if awaiting his response. Chen Bufan had long ceased to care about cooperation. The moment he entered this room, the system had already chimed with a mission completion alert. It felt like playing a game. Once the entire map was lit up, everything would come to an end and the rewards would be his. He initially wanted to end this matter outright, as he possessed a mature evolution potion, far superior to anything they could develop. Yet curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to see how far their research could go. After all, the cannibalistic village chief and his gang were ready-made guinea pigs. Why not use them? It would be a way to serve justice and contribute to humanity. Moreover, he was intrigued by the broad-minded Li Bing. He perfunctorily accompanied the old Professor Ge through some simple tests. Yet, even that was enough to send the old man into a frenzy of excitement, nearly causing him to slip into his native dialect. Finally, after leaving a vial of his blood, Chen Bufan departed with Li Bing. Back in Li Bing's bedroom, she sat excitedly beside him on the sofa and exclaimed, I never imagined, darling. Your physique is so astonishing, your strength, so immense. At dawn you were holding back, otherwise my subordinate would have met his end. Chen Bufan merely glanced at her, without responding, sinking silently into the sofa. Li Bing lifted her delicate doll-like face, began to pout, and shook his arm, asking softly, what's wrong? Are you angry with me? Does it bother you that we captured people for experiments? My future king, don't think that way. Haven't you heard the saying, a single general's success is built on the bones of 10,000? To achieve greatness, sacrifices are inevitable. To develop better potions we have to use them as test subjects. We can't risk ourselves, can we? Take the village chief you mentioned. They weren't short of food, yet they still chose to eat human flesh. Don't they deserve punishment? Their sacrifice is worthwhile. When we become strong enough, we can establish our own order, one that aligns perfectly with your vision. Then everyone will live by your decree and you will decide what kind of life your subjects lead. The most important thing now is to cast aside those unrealistic thoughts. To be strong, you must be ruthless. Be fierce. What's a few deaths? Li Bing noticed Chen Bufan's indifferent gaze and softened her tone. I'm sorry, was I too harsh? No, you're right. One must be fierce to live a better life. Don't be upset. Shall I sing for you? A rustling sound came. Li Bing picked up the microphone, and a song titled Good Days captivated Chen Bufan, leaving him utterly entranced. Li Bing's voice was remarkably high, clear, and melodious, rivaling that of a professional singer, a true delight to hear. Meanwhile, on the main road, a burly man standing 180 centimeters tall was riding an electric bike speeding towards the county town where Chen Bufan's hometown lay. This man was clad in a pitch-black combat suit, a rifle slung across his back, a pistol holstered at his waist, grenades attached to his gear, and a combat helmet on his head, fully armed, appearing both sophisticated and professional. At intervals of a few kilometers, he would stop, pressing the intercom on his chest to call out. Lin Qingqing held a bowl of rice topped with a few slices of golden crispy fried luncheon meat and several steaming chunks of braised pork from a can. She approached Li Wenin and said softly, "Sister Wenin, come and eat." Li Wenin turned back with a faint smile, reaching out to take the bowl and chopsticks, replying, "Thank you, Qingqing." Lin Qingqing watched as Li Wenin once again fixed her gaze on the distant horizon, comforting her, "Don't worry too much about Brother Chen. He's so strong, nothing will happen to him. Perhaps right now he's even more comfortable and at ease than we are." The convoy came to a silent halt on a vast expanse of land. Today the weather was kind, sunny and breezy, truly the most pleasant moment since the apocalypse began. The surroundings were open and boundless, free from the nauseating stench of zombies, which indeed brought a sense of peace and joy. Zhao Xuewei approached with a bowl of rice, looking at Li Wenin and comforting her big sister, "Just relax. Fan Ge is the most formidable person I've ever seen. He's so strong that in his hands I feel like a little chick. Who could possibly defeat him? Maybe in a little while his voice will come through on your intercom." Li Wenin looked at this bold and unrestrained Zhao Xuewei, feeling a sense of helplessness, and couldn't help shaking her head softly. "You dare say anything, girl? Aren't you embarrassed?" Just then a crackling sound came. The intercom beside Li Wenin suddenly emitted a noise. Seeing this, Zhao Xuewei immediately stood up excitedly and shouted, "Look, it's ringing." Then she eagerly fixed her gaze on the intercom in Li Wenin's hand. Li Wenin quickly picked up the intercom, her expression turning very serious, and said in a deep voice, "This is Li Wenin. Who are you?" Because she clearly realized that the voice coming from the other end did not belong to Chen Bufan. However, a voice then came through the intercom crackle. "Hello, I am sent by Captain Chen Bufan to deliver a message. He is currently safe and sound. Please rest assured, along with the other members. Stay properly stationed in a safe area, and wait, in a few days he will come back to rendezvous with everyone." Transmission complete. After hearing this, Li Wenin breathed a slight sigh of relief, but remained vigilant, pressing further, "How can you prove you're really from him?" The other party answered without hesitation, "Crackle. Shameless bastard." The moment the words fell, a blush instantly spread across Li Wenin's cheeks. She clenched her teeth and replied in a low voice, "I understand." Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xuewei, Lin Qingqing, and Li Yu exchanged glances, covering their mouths and snickering uncontrollably. Today's meal was truly delightful, and there was even some gossip. On the road, the Special Forces soldier quickly turned his bike around, lowered his body, and the electric scooter emitted a deep roar, speeding along like lightning at an astonishing 60 miles per hour towards the village where Chen Bufan was located. He had already memorized the general direction and wasn't worried about not finding this place in the future. Time flew by, and it was the early morning 5 days later. Over these days, Li Bing had been clinging to him like a young girl in love wherever Chen Bufan went, she followed. Chen Bufan didn't want to continue anymore. Over the past few days, that old man Ge had accomplished nothing. He had thought the old man might come up with something, but it turned out he was just a fool. The village chief and his subordinates had also died due to the failed experiments. Now only a few innocent survivors remained. He couldn't let innocent people be used for experiments. Although he didn't care about others' lives, he couldn't let them die at the hands of those bastards. Intense gunfire erupted in the laboratory. "What's happening?" Li Bing walked out of the bedroom with a cold expression. She had just finished applying delicate makeup, her youthful face contrasting sharply with her figure, giving a strong sense of dissonance. She wanted to present her most beautiful self to Chen Bufan. She hoped he would cooperate well with the sample research. As soon as she finished tidying up, she heard the continuous gunfire. When she came out and saw Chen Bufan sitting leisurely on the sofa, her heart tightened. She then eagerly stepped forward, took his hand, and without a word headed towards the laboratory. However, when they reached the laboratory, what unfolded before her eyes did not exceed her expectations. 9 soldiers armed to the teeth like a special forces unit straight out of a movie stood upright in front of Professor Guest's door. As the two approached, they remained utterly unresponsive, as still as statues. Li Bing's expression was calm, though her body trembled slightly as she passed by these soldiers. She walked straight into the vast hall, which spanned a full 500 square meters. The sight before her was shocking. All the researchers and guards lay scattered on the floor, each killed by a bullet to the head. It was evident that this group of soldiers was exceptionally well-trained and ruthless. Just then Li Bing noticed that the survivors who were originally meant to be experimental subjects were now huddled together trembling in a corner of a room. Everyone else was dead, only they remained alive. This discovery seemed to give her a conclusion about the matter that had been hanging in her mind. She turned her head towards Chen Bufan's direction. Was it you? Why did you do this? Chen Bufan watched the woman slowly approaching him. She was wearing the same dress as when they first met, moving with that same seductive measured stride from that day. She now carried an extra touch of mature elegance, yet lacked the bright radiant smile that once graced her face. Li Bing held back her tears, lifting her head to stare intently into Chen Bufan's eyes. She softly asked, "Why?" Her voice was unusually calm, yet Chen Bufan could sense the boundless anger and unwillingness contained within, mingled with a hint of other emotions. However, in response to this question, Chen Bufan did not answer her directly. Instead, he countered, "Can you tell me your real name? Let's get to know each other again." Upon hearing this, Li Bing's expression froze for a moment as she finally understood why Chen Bufan had destroyed her laboratory and her ambitions. It turned out that Chen Bufan had already seen through her true identity, an identity she had never dared to reveal to him, even though she had felt her changes these past few days. The enmity between the two nations could not be resolved by mere romantic feelings, especially since she was a person trained for a specific purpose. In an instant, a range of complex emotions surged within her, and the excitement she had originally felt strangely calmed down. She regretted the many lives she had taken, if he had not seen her kill, if she had not manipulated him when they first met, if she had not said those things to him. Reflecting on their first encounter, she had only wanted to use his body to achieve her goal of becoming stronger, but she did not know when everything had gradually changed. Why had it changed? After a moment of silence, Li Bing took a deep breath and slowly replied, "I like you to call me Bing Bing." She stepped forward, noticing that Chen Bufan did not reject her. Cautiously, she extended her arms, gently wrapping them around his waist while resting her head against his broad chest, softly murmuring, "Our positions are different. Do I hold no grudge against you? Look, the dress I'm wearing is the same as the one I wore when I first met you. I happen to have 2 of them, so we can consider it a closure. I didn't intend to kill you." Chen Bufan reached out and embraced Li Bing's waist, as well holding her tightly. As he spoke, Li Bing's delicate hand had already pressed against his mouth. Li Bing's body stiffened slightly. With her left hand still around Chen Bufan's waist, she pressed a button on the watch on her right wrist. In an instant, a sharp and piercing alarm rang throughout the laboratory. The computer displayed a countdown of 30 minutes. Li Bing sighed softly. "I'm sorry, the things in the laboratory are very dangerous. I can't give them to you. Can you kiss me one more time?" Chen Bufan slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Li Bing. Her lips felt somewhat cold. "My name is Chen Bufan. Chen Fan. Chen Bufan." In that moment, a relieved smile blossomed on Li Bing's face, as joyful as the smiles they shared during their time together these past few days. "I like the name Chen Fan." The two embraced, and after a few seconds, Li Bing's arms around his waist suddenly loosened, her eyes still fixed on him, but devoid of light. Her petite body fell lifelessly into Chen Bufan's embrace. "Bing Bing." Li Bing's lips bled black blood, yet she wore a smile. Having realized her identity had been exposed, she had already made her choice. The man had killed everyone in the laboratory, and that was due to his deep-seated hatred for the Sakura people. She did not want him to take action. "I didn't intend to kill you. I just wanted you to tell me your true name to get to know you again." Although he was not deeply emotional, she was still his woman, and he could not be completely indifferent. "What do you want from this?" Chen Bufan, his face contorted with conflict, took a deep breath and bent down to carry her in a princess hold as he walked outside with soldiers following behind him. They got into the cars found by the soldiers, and several vehicles drove away. As for the survivors, Chen Bufan let them leave on their own. At first he had wanted to kill everyone, but just now he did not want to kill her. A little woman could not create any waves in his hands. He sensed her will to die, but he thought that by holding her she could not die. "But what poison are you hiding in your mouth? I don't understand." "In the car. System, do you have a preservative coffin?" Although he did not love her deeply, he still liked her a little. After a long pause, the system ultimately did not refuse him, providing him with a backdoor without changing the rules. "System, 1,000 points, it'll give you 1. Alright. Points 1,000 acquired crystal coffin body, remains forever fresh and uncorrupted." The convoy slowly came to a stop beside the main road. Chen Bufan quietly gazed in the direction of the forest. Time passed second by second, and finally, after a few minutes, a heavy thud echoed, accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground. Chen Bufan's eyelids twitched, and his heart sank. Everything quickly returned to calm. It was evident that the power of the bomb was not great. Its purpose was merely to destroy the laboratory, leaving them to travel so far for nothing. Subsequently, the team returned to the village. After a thorough search, they discovered a spacious courtyard. The yard was clean and tidy with a vegetable garden where the cucumber and cowpea trellises intertwined. However, due to neglect and lack of harvesting, the cucumbers on the trellis had grown thick and old. The soldiers found suitable spots to rest, but tacitly refrained from disturbing Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan walked into the living room and placed a beautiful crystal coffin on the ground, laying a quilt that she loved inside. He gently lifted Li Bing's body and placed it in the coffin. At that moment, Li Bing appeared as if she had just passed away. Even when her body was laid in the crystal coffin, she seemed more vibrant and exquisite than ever. Chen Bufan carefully arranged her clothes, ensuring they were neat and without a wrinkle. He silently sat beside the coffin, a furrow appearing between his brows as he gently stroked her hair. From the system package, he took out a beautiful and exquisite dress, placing it gently beside Li Bing. He had long noticed that her gaze towards him had changed, though it no longer held the same purpose as before. After all, she was a woman who had been close to him. Even if he did not feel deeply, he could not bear to abandon her or let her be shattered in that evil laboratory. Gently closing the crystal coffin lid, perfectly sealing it, he gazed through the transparent cover at Li Bing, and in a daze felt as if she were vividly alive. The crystal coffin was enormous, spacious enough that even a tall figure like Chen Bufan did not feel cramped inside. He lay there quietly, falling into a deep sleep. He had been quite tired these past few days. From that morning until the next day at this time, he had slept a full 24 hours without waking. During this time, the leaders of 2 special forces teams had entered the room several times to check on him, even extending their fingers to his nose to test for breath. Although Chen Bufan's breathing was extremely faint, he still retained some vitality. He had not died, which reassured them. Chen Bufan led a squad of special forces soldiers queuing among the crowd seeking entry before the Fengtian base. They were all clad in ordinary attire, their firearms and ammunition stored within their system inventories, each retaining only a sharp dagger as a necessary weapon. 6 figures stood within the line, drawing considerable attention due to their tall and robust physiques. Moreover, each face bore an extraordinary calm and composure, as if they could handle any situation with ease. Crucially, they were remarkably clean. Chen Bufan stood silently in the queue, his eyes tightly shut, arms crossed over his chest. His expression was utterly blank, and his entire aura had grown colder than before. Yet despite his closed eyes, he seemed to perceive everything around him. When the person ahead took a step, he would naturally advance 1 step, without any hesitation or delay, never hindering those behind him. After Li Bing's death, Chen Bufan had settled Li Wenin and the others in that remote village. It was quite isolated with no zombies nearby. He left them enough food to last a year, ensuring they could manage any unforeseen events, and tend to some vegetables in the village. Then he led a squad of cloned special forces soldiers to this base. Vehicles were prohibited from approaching the base entrance, so they had to park in an open area about 200 meters away from the gate. They weren't driving an RV, instead they used a battered car scavenged from the roadside. However, hierarchy exists everywhere, and not everyone abides by the rules. If you doubt this, look about 20 meters ahead of Chen Bufan, where a group of people drove directly into the base through the main gate. The individuals inside the vehicle were also ragged survivors. The weather had been scorching lately, with temperatures likely soaring to around 40 degrees Celsius. Standing in the long queue, Chen Bufan could smell the pungent, intense odor of sweat permeating the air. Glancing into the distance, he could clearly see the heat waves distorting the atmosphere. Among those queuing, acquaintances supported one another. Everyone appeared utterly exhausted, and every so often someone would collapse in line only to be taken away by soldiers. The base's walls stood 4 meters high, bustling with survivors laboring diligently. They toiled, sweating profusely to raise and thicken the walls, enhancing the base's defenses. 2 massive military tents stood at the base entrance, each seemingly large enough to accommodate dozens of people. Around the tents, a group of valiant soldiers stood guard, gripping their rifles with stern expressions, maintaining constant vigilance to protect the base's safety. A row of neatly arranged tables and chairs was set up before the tent entrances, with several parasols erected. Staff members sat inside, registering the survivors. The survivors formed 5 lines, each stretching over 100 people long, with even more individuals heading toward the base from behind. These were newcomers who had just arrived. Everyone in the queue remained silent, and the scene was shrouded in a deathly stillness. A full month had passed since the apocalypse struck, during which people had endured endless suffering and torment. Moreover, due to food shortages, most were perpetually hungry, lacking the energy to converse. Many had brought their families along. They looked gaunt, clad in tattered rags, filthy and malodorous. In stark contrast, Chen Bufan and his companions stood out. They appeared clean and tidy, devoid of the weary, downtrodden demeanor of those long trapped in hardship. Each carried a backpack, though they contained little. After an interminable wait of roughly 2.5 hours, it was finally Chen Bufan's group's turn to register. A middle-aged woman was handling the registration. She scrutinized Chen Bufan and the men behind him with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Compared to others' conditions, they clearly appeared to be capable individuals. The registrar asked, "Do you have an ID card? Or a household register? If neither is available, you can take a photo over there." "I have an ID card," Chen Bufan replied, pretending to reach into his pants pocket while actually retrieving the card from his inventory. He handed it to the registrar. Turning to look at his companions, he wondered if these guys had any ID at all. The registrar adeptly swiped the card on a scanner, returned it to Chen Bufan, and handed him a form. She said to Chen Bufan, "Please fill out this form first, then proceed to the tent behind me. A soldier there will conduct a medical examination. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be able to enter the base." Chen Bufan replied politely, "Thank you." Taking the form, he examined it closely. The questions were straightforward and concise. It began with personal information, name, age, gender, and other basic details, followed by inquiries about pre-apocalypse occupation and any special skills or expertise. These seemingly simple questions allowed the base to better understand each entrant's background and capabilities, facilitating reasonable arrangements and assignments. At the very end of the form, there was an optional section. One could choose not to be assigned work and instead earn points independently to survive within the base. Without hesitation, Chen Bufan wrote, "Independent," on the form. He cherished freedom, adored unrestraint, and reveled in indulgence. Moreover, he never lacked daily necessities. The cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and sugar in his inventory were top-tier commodities in the apocalypse. Any single item could drive people wild. Even a small amount could secure a comfortable life within the base. Besides, he hadn't come here to settle down. Being assigned to repair walls was out of the question. Next, under the watchful eye of a soldier stationed before a tent behind him, he followed closely and entered. "Oh my God! No way!" Chen Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. Since the apocalypse began, he had never experienced such a thing. This was reminiscent of visits to public bathhouses in the past. Inside the tent, a row of over a dozen soldiers stood rigidly holding their guns. Before each soldier stood a completely naked survivor. These survivors turned around in the nude before the soldiers, allowing them to meticulously inspect their bodies for any wounds, especially bite marks. Even their scalps were examined. The soldiers' expressions were cold and numb, having clearly witnessed too many male survivors' naked bodies. One couldn't help but wonder if this would affect their psyche. Chen Bufan stepped deeper inside, finding a relatively concealed spot. He didn't want to stand by the entrance exposed to those outside. He swiftly removed his clothes and hung them on a nearby rack. The soldier before him was suddenly taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. The soldiers had not seen a person of normal stature for several days. During this period, the most they encountered were the skinny skeletons who were nothing but skin and bones, with the occasional few boasting greasy potbellies. Not only that, but due to the water shortage, these survivors even struggled to find a sip of water, let alone indulge in the luxury of a bath. Each person exuded a peculiar odor that was both sour and foul, mingled with a hint of musk. Since Chen Bufan injected the evolution serum, he had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once 170 centimeters tall individual had vanished, replaced by a towering figure of 185 centimeters. Li Wenxiang had asked this question more than once, but Li Wenin had always deflected with excuses about further development. "Li Wenxiang, I don't buy that. Developing for the second time at 25. To say the least, apart from having slightly inferior eyesight, all of Chen Bufan's bodily functions could be deemed top tier. His muscles were solid and taut, with smooth and graceful lines, exuding a powerful strength and astonishing resilience to impact. How could anyone not enjoy watching such a unique presence? Especially the soldiers who favored strong individuals. Chen Bufan couldn't help but cough lightly as he noticed the soldier's gleaming eyes. "Your muscles are impressive. How did you train?" exclaimed the soldier Lu Daiyong, realizing the compliment. Chen Bufan replied nonchalantly, "By doing physical labor." After Chen Bufan emerged, he waited not far from the tent for his soldiers. Suddenly a commotion erupted from the queue. A person unexpectedly lunged forward, tackling the one in front and gnawing at his flesh. Two soldiers rushed over, firing shots that eliminated both the attacker and the bitten, dragging their bodies away, ultimately taken by a truck. In this brief moment, Chen Bufan had witnessed 3 such incidents. Many who were bitten attempted to blend into the crowd, unaware that they were to have their wounds checked. "Destructive idiots," he commented expressionlessly. 10 minutes later, his men had assembled. A few individuals followed others who had also undergone the checks into the base. The towering entrance of the base loomed, adorned with a large plaque inscribed with the characters "Fengtian Refuge Base," as a group of people streamed in through the gates. Chen Bufan stepped into the base with the crowd, but before he could observe the surroundings closely, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Host has entered the base constructed by humanity after the apocalypse. For the first time, a system upgrade initiated." This unexpected voice sent a shock through Chen Bufan. An upgrade. He found himself filled with anticipation regarding this system upgrade, and eagerly inquired, "How long will the system upgrade take?" "System upgrade complete." "Chen Bufan, why do you always come so abruptly?" Chen Bufan helplessly shook his head, feeling speechless towards this unpredictable and whimsical system. The system had consistently brought him many surprises and assistance, and this upgrade would surely enhance its power. This system upgrade maintains the daily sign-in reward for obtaining supplies. The points lottery function has been upgraded to 500 points per draw, and the quality of prizes has been enhanced to provide greater support for the host. Unfortunately, I currently lack points to test the effects of the upgraded system. I used to have an abundance of points that I couldn't use up. Indeed, each version brings forth its own wonders. Are you a big shot? Just as Chen Bufan was immersed in thoughts about the system upgrade, a voice beside him interrupted. He turned to see a somewhat familiar figure standing next to him. This person appeared a bit timid and did not approach Chen Bufan, as their group looked quite intimidating, each member robustly built. Chen Bufan regarded the man, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet struggled to place him. Just then the man excitedly shouted, "Big shot, it's me. Tang Dalong from Building 9 in the same neighborhood as you." Chen Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Tang Dalong, incredulous as he asked, "You are Tang Dalong? What happened to you? You've become so thin." It was no wonder Chen Bufan didn't recognize him. Back in the day, Tang Dalong weighed over 190 pounds, yet now he seemed to have shed 20 pounds, his face appearing smaller. Tang Dalong smiled wryly at Chen Bufan, explaining helplessly, "Big shot, this is the apocalypse now. With terrifying zombies everywhere and hardly enough food to eat, how could I not lose weight? And it seems you've also grown quite a bit taller. If it weren't for your distinct face, I probably wouldn't have dared to recognize you." Chen Bufan observed the red band tied around Tang Dalong's arm, labeled Newcomer Accommodation Guide, and asked, "When did you arrive at this base? Are you a newcomer guide now?" Tang Dalong scratched his head and replied, "I've been here for about 10 days. I'm quite familiar with the conditions inside. Usually I just take newly arrived folks around to help them get acquainted with the environment before leading them to their accommodation. It's like a job." He sighed upon finishing. Chen Bufan then asked, "What about your cousin Tang Ren?" Hearing this question, Tang Dalong suddenly stammered, struggling to say, "Oh, my cousin has long gone. Now it's just me left. My cousin was killed by those ruthless, short-lived guys while looking for supplies. All for a piece of bread. They are nothing but beasts. And my wife, she was scratched by a zombie and turned into one. If I had known it would turn out like this, I really shouldn't have gone back to my hometown. Forget it, let's not talk about these sad things. How about I show you around this base, big shot?" Chen Bufan patted Tang Dalong's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Tang Dalong began leading them inside, while introducing Big Shot. "Look here, this base is under military control. The base leader is Li Tianhai, who commands over 300 soldiers. It is said that they escaped from a nearby military camp, yet from such a large encampment, only a handful managed to flee. There aren't enough houses in the base. Survivors generally live in tents." Chen Bufan had already spotted these tents densely packed on an empty lot with ragged survivors. It was daytime, so not many were around, presumably out working to earn food. These are just the outskirts temporarily housing the newly arrived survivors. Newly arrived survivors can head to the square every day to look for work. The base is newly built, and there's no shortage of tasks to be done. Men take on physical labor, while women handle cleaning or registration at the base entrance. Some women who are stronger also do men's work. Those with some skill can scavenge for supplies outside and trade them for a place to live here in the base. As Tang Dalong spoke, he led Chen Bufan and the others to a small square. This square seemed to serve as a dividing line. To the east lay a dense sea of tents, while to the west neat rows of residential buildings began to appear. Tang Dalong continued his introduction to Chen Bufan. "See, this little square is a small trading post. People can exchange items here for whatever they need. Over there on that platform, if someone needs to hire workers or offer a job, the management will stand up there and announce it." Chen Bufan's gaze swept across the square and noticed a storefront with the sign, "Real Estate Agency." Curious, he pointed at it and asked, "People are still buying and selling houses at a time like this?" Tang Dalong followed his gaze and replied, "This base is actually built on a residential suburb, just with walls erected around it. So there are some housing rental services here. Usually capable teams, individuals, or the families of the management live in the apartment buildings. But there's no running water for now. The base has a few newly dug wells, and every night each person can get a small bucket of water, just enough to drink. The rentals here are in some small villas within this district. They're not much use and require a lot of supplies. Big shot, do you need one?" Chen Bufan thought it over and decided against it. "No need. Just arrange a room for us." Tang Dalong clapped his hands. "No problem." He led Chen Bufan and his group toward the high-rises in the district. Chen Bufan had always preferred living on higher floors. Although the elevator in the high-rise was sometimes unreliable, climbing the stairs was a breeze for them. Except perhaps for Tang Dalong, who might find it a bit strenuous. They finally arrived at the first high-rise building close to the base entrance. On the 10th floor, Tang Dalong selected a spacious apartment for Chen Bufan, with an impressive interior area of 150 square meters, more than enough to meet their needs. After everything was settled, Chen Bufan took some items from his backpack and offered them to Tang Dalong as a token of gratitude. However, Tang Dalong firmly refused to accept the gifts, but in the end, he couldn't outlast Chen Bufan's insistence. After accepting the items, Tang Dalong said, "Big shot, when I've got nothing to do I usually hang around the base entrance. If you ever need anything, just send someone to call for me." Chen Bufan smiled and nodded in response. "Don't worry, we're all family now. I'm sure it'll be troubling you plenty in the future." Hearing this, Tang Dalong grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, then stood up to take his leave. He wasn't afraid of being troubled. In fact, he was more worried that no one would ask for his help. After Tang Dalong turned and left, Chen Bufan slowly walked to the window and sat down quietly. He was accustomed to sitting like this, gazing at the scenery outside, letting his thoughts drift with the view. Yet now the scene outside was a chaotic mess devoid of any beauty. Dust swirled in the air as the city wall was under intense construction. What should have been a lovely landscape was now obscured by rising dust, leaving only a grayish hue. Thinking about having to go kill zombies tomorrow filled him with a sense of laziness, and his body felt heavy. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of lying in bed. To him, it was the most comfortable and safest position. Even in intimate moments, he preferred to lie still, as long as he could stay firm and unyielding. He knew he couldn't keep this up forever, but he couldn't shake off this inertia. Every time he thought about getting up and acting, a voice deep inside would whisper, "Just lie down a little longer, it's no big deal." And so he had developed a habit of procrastination, letting time slip away while he grew lazier. Yet reality was harsh. The threat of zombies wouldn't lessen because of his laziness. So he decided to rest one more night, and surely head out tomorrow. In the dead of night, the area in front of Chen Bufan's door was pitch black, but under the moonlight a group of about 20 people could be seen huddled together, whispering among themselves. Among the crowd, a thin man with dyed yellow hair but black roots caught attention. This wiry man nervously said to the bald, burly man in front of him, "Boss, I saw Fatty Tang bring 6 men into this house today." Each of those men was carrying a bulging backpack packed with supplies. But seeing how Fatty Tang was fawning over them, this group might not be easy to mess with. And they all looked tall and strong, not like as skinny as monkeys. Their clothes were clean too, like they hadn't suffered. "Boss, maybe we should just leave?" As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Chen Bufan's door, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "These people are probably dangerous, right? What if we can't beat them? They might beat us up, and we don't have any medicine. If we get hurt, we're done for." Yeah, that's right." The people around echoed the wiry man's words. "Shut your damn mouths." "Right." However, the bald man, called Boss, remained calm and composed. With a swaggering expression, he patted the wiry man's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be scared, brothers. We just need to be careful, and we'll surely get some good stuff from them. Listen to my orders later. There are over 20 of us. How can we not beat 6? And don't forget, I'm incredibly strong." Hearing the boss words, everyone recalled his brute strength. They had seen him lift 3 grown men at once. That was nearly 400 gene. Meanwhile, inside Chen Bufan's home, a different scene unfolded. 6 men were busy organizing their gear, preparing for the next day's journey. They had already sensed the uninvited guests outside the door, but continued with their tasks. For in their hands they were maintaining their guns and loading bullets. Weapons as sophisticated as those of the Navy SLs, exquisitely crafted. They were sure to give someone a surprise. Inside the room, after everyone had prepared the ammunition needed for the next day, Chen Bufan began packing the items into his bag. Upon finishing, he cast a meaningful glance at the soldiers beside him, who understood and quietly picked up their standard issue FN-45 handguns fitted with silencers. This pistol had been adopted by special forces, designed specifically to avoid alerting enemies with gunfire during missions. When Chen Bufan first acquired it, he tested a few shots himself. To his delight, with the silencer attached, the sound was almost imperceptible, utterly negligible. Such exceptional performance made him deeply fond of it, as he always preferred to accomplish great deeds discreetly, like lying down to complete a loving exchange. Was Chen Bufan not powerful? No, he could make women swoon with pleasure, yet he remained low-key. Outside, the bald leader's face was ashen, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He fixed his gaze on a man who looked honest and simple, lowering his voice to say, "When you pick the lock, be extremely cautious. Don't make any loud noises to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, boss. Before the apocalypse, I was registered at the police station. Lockpicking is my specialty. Enough, prove it with real skill." With that, the bald leader swiftly turned his head, scanning the others with a cold, low voice. "Grip your knives tight. If we encounter anyone, don't hesitate. Charge together and take them all out. Grab the supplies and retreat immediately. This small base has few people in charge. Rules are incomplete, and the leaders won't have much energy to hunt us down. Don't be afraid." "Got it. Understood. Don't worry, boss. Right? It's either them or us." "I like that. Begin." Initially their eyes were uncertain, but after the bald leader's words their gazes turned ferocious. They pulled out their daggers, the cold gleam of the blades glaringly bright under the faint starlight. These people were no strangers to such deeds. In the apocalyptic world, to survive, one either bravely fought zombies and gathered precious supplies like others, or, as they now planned, ruthlessly killed other survivors to seize their resources. After all, in this brutal environment, everyone faced the test of life and death. At this moment, they harbored only one belief: live or die. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, in their eyes, dealing with humans was far better than facing zombies. Zombies were too cruel, too terrifying. The locksmith Lu Daqiao crouched before the lock, gripping two custom-made wires tightly. His hand trembled slightly as he slowly inserted the wires into the keyhole, his movements exceedingly careful, as if fearing the slightest mistake. Yet to his astonishment, with just a few twists, the lock opened effortlessly. Lu Daqiao couldn't help but let out an excited "huh." Then he muttered, "So easy. Why would someone leave the door unlocked?" The bald man standing nearby asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lu Daqiao quickly replied, "Oh, nothing, the door's open. They didn't lock it at all." The bald man frowned, muttering to himself, "Huh. In a world like this, there are still people who don't lock their doors. Should we call them arrogant, or just careless?" But at this moment he had no time to dwell on it. With so many faces threatened by hunger, if they didn't find supplies soon, everyone would starve. This base had just been established, resources were scarce, and such fat sheep were hard to come by. In fact, Chen Bufan and his group had been spotted outside the base by them, and not just by one group. They were just the first to act. Unlike others struggling desperately to survive, Chen Bufan and his people seemed more like they were on vacation, completely devoid of tension or anxiety. So if not them, who else to rob? Those survivors reduced to skin and bones from hunger. They wouldn't yield anything worthwhile. Wasting no more time, the bald leader signaled to his men with a glance and whispered, "Keep it quiet, try to move stealthily. It's best if we can steal it." The group understood and nodded in agreement. Why risk a fight when sneaking around was both thrilling and safe? Opening the door, they found the room's curtains tightly drawn, plunging the entire space into pitch darkness, not a sliver of light to be found. Over 20 people like ghosts tiptoed silently and filed in one by one. The bald leader walked unhurriedly at the rear of the line, leaving the door open for a quicker retreat. Once inside, he frowned. He rubbed his bald head, feeling that the brightest spot in the room was his own scalp, which left him feeling utterly insecure. So he pulled a hat from his pocket and put it on, then squinted, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. After a moment, over 20 people began cautiously groping around the living room. Suddenly, a sharp click broke the silence. "Up! Who's there? Damn it!" Startled, the group, already guilty, turned toward the window. The sound came from the balcony by the living room, where a single sofa sat with someone on it. He used a lighter to ignite a cigarette, and that click was the lighter's sound. As the flame flared, the room brightened for an instant before plunging back into darkness, leaving only the faint red glow of the cigarette tip flickering. In that brief flash, they clearly saw a figure smoking on the central sofa, with two dark silhouettes standing in the corners by the windows. "Fucking ghost tricks will kill you. Charge." A few, already nervous, tried to mask their fear with aggression. But as they rushed forward, frequent flashes erupted from the corners by the windows. Click, 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 clicks followed by the faint ding-ding of shell casings hitting the floor. Bullets tore through the air with a rapid succession of sharp sounds, embedding themselves deep into the bodies of the men ahead. Those who had been arrogantly cursing, intent on teaching their target a brutal lesson, fell dead before they could even glimpse their assailant's face, struck in the head. The others standing behind them were splattered with warm, sticky, and foul liquid before they could react. The room was instantly saturated with the pungent stench of blood and the sickening odor of brains. A series of thuds followed as the bodies collapsed to the floor. The final sound was the door slamming shut, as if sealing all the bloodshed and violence within that confined space. With several clicks, powerful beams of light from flashlights converged from multiple directions, blinding the intruders. The intense glare temporarily robbed them of their sight, and they cried out in panic, shielding their eyes with their hands. Some, in their haste to cover their eyes, accidentally cut their own comrades with the knives they held. It took a full 2 minutes before their vision gradually adjusted to the light. But what they saw filled them with even greater terror. Several figures clad in black tactical gear stood before them, one hand holding a silenced pistol, the other a flashlight, all aimed directly at them. They spun around in panic, only to find the door firmly shut and more armed figures targeting them from behind. Their faces were etched with fear as they exchanged terrified glances, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A thug with dyed yellow hair stammered to the bald leader, "Boss, what do we do?" The bald leader's face was ashen. He looked from the gunman to the man who sat smoking, never once turning around. He swallowed hard and said with resignation, "It's up to him." They were completely at the mercy of their captors. A cold, indifferent voice cut through the air. "Kill the underlings, keep the boss." The command sent the room into a frenzy of pleas for mercy. "No, he'll be your dog. Help. Let's fight." "No, I have a beautiful daughter. I have a handsome son. You can have me too." Their cries fell on deaf ears. The room flickered with muzzle flashes, and soon the floor was littered with bodies. The clone troopers followed Chen Bufan's orders without hesitation or emotion. Moments later, the only sound left was the heavy, labored breathing of the bald leader, drenched in sweat. His face pallid, the bald leader stared at the mangled bodies of his men, their eyes wide open in death. An indescribable terror and despair welled up inside him. He had always known this day might come, but never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. He had expected to face formidable fighters, but he never dreamed of encountering enemies armed with guns. Why would such powerful individuals choose to live in a modest dwelling instead of a secluded villa? It was a trap, pure and simple. I heard you're quite strong. How strong? Chen Bufan, having overheard the man boasting about his strength, was curious. Could he be a mutant? The bald man looked up at Chen Bufan, who was leaning on the sofa armrest, a cigarette in hand, and replied quietly, I can lift about 400 gene. Have you always been this strong, or only since the apocalypse? Not always. I was scratched by a zombie and ran a high fever. I thought I was going to die, but I woke up not only alive, but also much stronger. The only downside was that all my hair fell out. Oh, are there others like you in this base? Chen Bufan was intrigued. Someone who survived a zombie scratch. The bald man thought carefully. I've heard of 2 others, but I'm not sure if they're the same because they didn't lose their hair. Tell me more. Yes, sir. This base was established not long ago. The leader is a soldier named Li Tianhai. He's a burly man with a stern look and an aura that commands respect. Everyone here follows his orders, and he controls all the guns and helicopters. Recently, this base has been distributing flyers all over the nearby cities. So many people have been coming. There are legends about Li Tianhai. Some say he's a freak with superhuman strength capable of lifting 1,000 gene. Besides Li Tianhai, there's also a woman in the base. She's not particularly pretty, but she has an incredibly hot body, especially her long, powerful legs. She can run like the wind, leaving everyone in the dust. A spoiled rich kid tried to harass her, and she kicked him so hard in the groin that his testicles were crushed. When his parents came to retaliate, she kicked them all to death, sending them flying 10 meters away. Then she just left the base. After that day, someone said she went to Fengtian City. Li Tianhai sent people to look for her, but not to capture her. He just wanted to know where she was, hoping to recruit her. Fengtian is overrun with mutant zombies, and they need people with special abilities. Chen Bufan hadn't expected his casual curiosity to uncover 2 such remarkable individuals. But it wasn't entirely surprising. The world was full of people who some were bound to mutate after encountering the virus. Still, such people were rare. If there were tens of thousands in this base, and only 2 had shown such abilities, it spoke volumes. Chen Bufan stood up and walked over to the bald man. Do you know this woman's name? The bald man kept his head down. No one knows her real name. We just know her surname is Du. People in the base gave her a nickname, Du Rinyang, because she kicks men's balls, turning them into eunuchs. Without balls, their gender suddenly changes. Chen Bufan was speechless. Thank you for sneaking into my house so late at night to tell me all this, and for throwing in a little rap. With a wave of his hand, the bodies on the floor vanished without a trace. The bald man stared wide-eyed at this bizarre scene, his expression shifting rapidly. Having witnessed such a monumental secret, was he not doomed to die? He'll fight you to the death. Kneeling on the ground, the bald man's eyes suddenly bulged, a vicious grimace twisting his face. He reached out with his thick, powerful hands, gripping Chen Bufan's legs tightly, then mustered all his strength to rise and embrace him as a hostage. However, his legs had barely lifted halfway when Chen Bufan's left hand, extended with deliberate calm, pressed down mercilessly on his broad forehead. This hand pressed down like a mountain, effortlessly forcing the bald man back to the ground. With a resounding crash, the bald man's knees slammed heavily into the floor, gouging out 2 deep pits. Despite the bald man's desperate struggle, he could not rise to his feet. Terror and fear filled his heart, and his voice trembled as he cried out, You're a mutant too. Big brother. Big brother. No need for this. We just wanted to steal some food. You've already killed so many. Don't add more bloodshed. No. Chen Bufan's left hand remained steady on his head, tilting it back to force his face upward. Gazing at his terrified expression, Chen Bufan pulled out a pistol with his right hand, holding it sideways, and pressing it precisely against the bald man's temple. Bang! With the crack of a gunshot, the bullet pierced through the bald man's skull, ending his life. Chen Bufan calmly holstered his pistol, pulled a wet wipe from his system inventory, and meticulously cleaned the fingers that had pressed against the bald man's head, as if they had been sullied by some odious filth. You tried to kill me, and then lied to me. After wiping, he casually tossed the wet wipe onto the bald man's corpse before stowing the body back into his system inventory. Thus, his system inventory gained several dozen more materials that could serve as bait, perhaps saving his life on future battlefields. Chen Bufan slowly settled back onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black night outside the window, as if the boundless depths were drawing his thoughts. He retrieved a platter of smoked and braised appetizers, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, and arranged several bottles of chilled beer neatly on the small table beside him. These delicacies included braised pig trotters, crispy peanuts, fresh vegetables, with dipping sauce, perfectly smoked pig ears, tender pig head meat, and uniquely flavored pig tongue. Each item exuded a rich fragrance, tempting at first sight, the perfect accompaniment to beer. Chen Bufan casually grabbed a bottle, taking a hearty gulp, then seized a braised and smoked pig trotter to devour with gusto. The trotter had first been marinated and cooked in a meticulously prepared sauce, then smoked to achieve a deep savory flavor. Though not abundant in meat, it was rich in tendons and collagen, offering a satisfying chew. He then popped a few peanuts into his mouth and took a cucumber, dipping it in sauce to relish the flavors. Before he knew it, his throat felt parched, so he downed an entire bottle of beer, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. So satisfying. Just then a few soldiers finished tidying the room, and Chen Bufan was nearly done with his meal. He set out several more platters of smoked and braised meats, a few roast chickens, and 2 cases of beer on the table for the soldiers to enjoy. Then he headed to the bedroom to get some rest. Thank you, Commander. The elite soldiers cheerfully removed their helmets and began savoring the feast. Be careful not to drink too much and pass out, Chen Bufan reminded them. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. The next day he had planned to clear out zombies for points, but a torrential downpour changed his plans. Chen Bufan happily decided to take a day off. The gloomy cool weather was pleasant to behold, and he loved rainy days. Glancing at the system panel, he clicked to check in. After the upgrade, the interface had changed, appearing more futuristic. Congratulations. You have received a motorhome upgrade card. They have things like this now. He had been checking in for days, receiving only weapons and food. Was there now something this fantastical? But I'm not near the motorhome. System, the only motorhome you have is the one I gave you. This card can only upgrade that one. Just use it. Thanks, System. Chen Bufan found the card in his inventory and clicked to use it. Elsewhere, Li Wenyin and Ning and Zhao Xuewei sat inside the motorhome dressed in seductive silk nightgowns. They were playing poker in the living area. All 3 had fair-skinned, curvaceous figures and stunning beauty. Who would have thought such 3 beauties were all with one man? Oh, I'm not playing anymore. I'm so dumb. Wu, you 2 are bullying me. How can you call yourselves big sisters? Zhao Zuwei's face was covered in paper strips, her entire visage resembling a curtained doorway. She pouted her tender, alluring lips, whining in protest. Across from her, Li Wenyin smiled warmly, only 2 strips adorning her lovely face. Who told you to try teaming up with a Ning against me? And Ning might be good at teaching you to shoot, but at this game, she's no match for me. Ha. Li Wenyin and Zhao Xuewei turned to look at a Ning who wore a cool expression tinged with embarrassment, her sensual lips pressed tightly together. Her face was layered with even more strips than Zhao Zuwei's. Sister and Ning is even dumber than me. Zhao Xuewei doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. I'm done. This is boring. And Ning ripped off the strips, leaned back, and closed her eyes. Li Wenyin gathered the cards and gazed out at the heavy rain. Bufan loved rainy days the most. With his lazy nature, he was probably sitting by a window watching the downpour right now, wasn't he? Zhao Xuewei, annoyed by the loud rain, grabbed a novel and retreated to the bedroom, lying on the bed to read. Her 2 fair, delicate feet swung idly in the air, utterly at ease. One might think the 3 beauties were on a leisurely road trip. Li Wenyin stared blankly at the rain outside, her thoughts consumed by her man. Her mind had drifted far away, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Suddenly Zhao Zuwei's scream rang out from the bedroom. Oh my god, there's a ghost. The abrupt cry jolted Li Wenyin back to reality. She looked in astonishment toward the sound, only to see Zhao Xuewei darting out of the bedroom barefoot. Zhao Zuwei's face was a mask of fear and shock. She grabbed Li Wenyin's hand, tightly shouting, "Big sister, come quick. Something mysterious is happening," as she dragged Li Wenyin toward the bedroom. Li Wenyin gave her a firm slap on the buttocks. What's gotten into you? You scared me. Zhao Xuewei, ignoring the sting, insisted. It's true. I'm not lying, big sister. Li Wenyin was at a loss by Zhao Zuwei's actions, but seeing her so terrified, she followed her into the bedroom. As soon as she entered, she saw a Ning who also looked equally surprised. What exactly happened? Li Wenyin quickly asked, and Ning nodded toward the wardrobe in the RV bedroom. Following her gaze, Li Wenying's rosy lips gradually parted as astonishment spread across her face. She saw that a large wardrobe in the RV bedroom was emitting a blue light so dazzling that she had to squint. After a few minutes, the blue light slowly faded, revealing mysterious patterns on the wardrobe door. These patterns were exceptionally unique, depicting birds, fish, insects, ancient wooden houses, mountains, rivers, seas, beaches, lakes, forests, and grasslands. The designs were exquisite, noble, and enigmatic, as if they held countless secrets. Li Wenyin glanced at Ning, and Zhao Xuewei gently pulled open the wardrobe door, but found nothing changed inside. Their clothes still hung there. She took the clothes out, handed them to Zhao Xuewei, and tossed them onto the bed. Once the wardrobe was empty, they discovered that the back panel had transformed into something resembling an elevator door. It was a double door with a facial recognition system on one side, emitting a faint glow. This sudden change startled the 3 women, and they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to handle the situation. Zhao Xuewei lowered her voice and cautiously said to Li Wenyin, "Big sister, what on earth is going on? Can we really go in?" Li Wenyin glanced at Ning, pondering silently. She felt that these miraculous changes were mostly related to Chen Bufan. Since meeting Chen Bufan, he had harbored countless secrets, like being able to store things in a mysterious place even she didn't know about, in Ning's sudden appearance, and the 10 Special Forces soldiers who emerged out of nowhere upon their return. Now an extra door had appeared inside the RV, but she figured it shouldn't be dangerous. So she calmly said to Zhao Xuewei, "It's fine, let's give it a try." With that, Li Weining gently lifted her exquisite face and leaned it toward the facial recognition frame. In an instant after the facial recognition was complete, the display prompted a fingerprint identification box. Without hesitation, she placed her finger on it, and the facial recognition screen clearly showed the words, "Identification successful." Then the door slowly slid open on both sides. Staring at the open door, the three women exchanged suspicious looks. Just as Li Weining was about to step in, and Ning had already entered first. Watching Ning's retreating figure, Li Weining felt a surge of emotion. This comrade in arms, who had shared life and death experiences with her, had begun to protect her in Chen Bufan's absence. With a smile, she glanced at Zhao Xuewei and said softly, "Let's go." Then she followed. As the two approached, they saw Ning looking around. Li Weining and Zhao Xuewei also opened their tempting little mouths wide enough to fit a whole king oyster mushroom, stunned by the sight before them. It was utterly astonishing. They could hardly believe that the door that had suddenly appeared in the RV seemed to lead them into an entirely different world. Before their eyes unfolded a breathtaking realm. A complete natural environment ensemble. This world brimmed with vitality and energy, like a vibrant painting unfurling before them. As they entered, the view opened up, revealing a magnificent manor. The manor was surrounded by a hedge fence over a meter high, which looked fragile, yet felt like a sturdy barrier. Beneath the hedge, colorful flowers bloomed in a dazzling array, forming a sea of vibrant hues. Plump little bees busily flitted among the blossoms, greedily gathering nectar. The entire manor covered a vast area roughly the size of a football field. At its center stood a 3-story wooden structure resembling a palace in its splendor, but not imposing. More like a secluded paradise cottage, just on a larger scale. To the left of the cottage was a fertile vegetable patch brimming with all kinds of lush greens. To the right lay a beautiful garden, with 100 flowers in bloom and fragrant scents wafting through the air. Behind the house was an area like an imperial garden, with rockeries standing tall, and a babbling brook winding through, evoking a sense of tranquility. Within it were many pavilions and terraces, all naturally connected, creating a scene like a fairyland. Beyond the manor's hedge fence, about 100 meters away, stretched an endless range of mountains covered with dense trees and countless birds soaring above. 200 meters from the main gate lay a stretch of white sand beach. Looking out, the boundless sea unfolded before them, with crystal-clear waters near the shore, where small fish could be seen swimming back and forth. In some puddles on the sand, stranded crabs and large fish struggled. To the left of the manor was an endless grassland with tender green grass swaying gently in the breeze, occasionally bringing a fresh grassy scent. 300 meters to the right lay a massive lake, with a towering waterfall at its far end cascading down like a silver ribbon in a magnificent spectacle. In this entire space, elements that shouldn't coexist, forest, grassland, sea, beach, lake, harmonized together as if meticulously arranged. Moreover, each area had its own distinct climate, utterly miraculous. And Ning adapted quickly, and Li Weining remained relatively composed, though deeply shaken inside. But Zhao Xuewei was completely bewildered. Was this still the world she knew? How could such an incredible thing happen? Zhao Xuewei walked over to Li Weining and was about to pinch her to see if it was a dream, but Li Weining nimbly dodged. Then Li Weining gave her bottom a sharp twist, and Zhao Xuewei immediately cried out in pain. "Ouch. My butt." Li Weining wore a smug grin and teased. "Now you know, right? You're not dreaming." Zhao Xuewei, caught in her little trick, could only let out an awkward chuckle. Zhao Xuewei tightly hugged Li Weining's arm, shaking it excitedly. "Big sister, you did the right thing just now. I can't believe this is real. The air here is so fresh and clean. Big sister, what on earth is going on? How could there be a door inside the RV? And after entering there's such a magical world?" Zhao Xuewei asked with a curious expression. Li Wenyin's face suddenly turned solemn. She looked at Zhao Xuewei seriously and said, "This must have something to do with Bufan. He has many secrets, some even I don't know, and I want to ask. Xuewei, you must remember you cannot tell anyone about this, not even your close friends. This is a secret between us and Bufan. Bufan is our man, and we are a family. If you reveal it, the consequences are something you wouldn't want to know." Zhao Xuewei looked at her eldest sister, who had never been so serious before. She raised 3 fair fingers above her head and said earnestly, "Big sister, rest assured, I will never speak of it. If I do, may I? MMPH. Before she could finish, her mouth was covered. Li Wenying said, "All right, I suppose you're not that foolish." Zhao Xuewei suddenly blushed and said, "Bufan is so amazing. When he returns, I must give him a proper scolding, make sure he can't." MMPH. Before she could finish, Li Wenying covered her mouth again. Li Wenying's face flushed as she said, "You little wench, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out." Zhao Xuewei, with a mischievous grin, leaned close to Li Wenying's ear and whispered, Big sister, you should dress more seductively. Bufan really likes it. MMPH. Seeing Li Wenyan's murderous glare, Zhao Shuawei mimed zipping her lips, indicating she wouldn't dare speak out of turn again. Come on, let's go inside and have a look, and Ning said after the two had finished their squabble, and she strode toward the house. The three women spent the entire morning exploring this otherworldly space. From the outside, the building appeared ancient, but inside it was fully equipped with modern amenities, water, electricity, and gas, all available. In this RV world, it was truly a paradise free from monsters, filled only with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Ultimately, the three women couldn't resist the allure of the white sandy beach. Without swimsuits, they ran off to swim in the sea. In fact, the RV not only contained a pocket dimension, but its defensive capabilities had also been upgraded to a new level. Now even a brute force zombie couldn't break through its defenses. Additionally, the RV was equipped with a weapon system including Gatling guns at the front and sides, a retractable 20mm cannon on the roof, and a small anti-air missile launcher. While Chen Bufan's three women were joyfully swimming in the sea, the top donor, who had provided them with this bonus, was still sitting there watching the rain. On the computer beside him, one of his favorite movies was playing, an action film. The next day, the weather cleared up and the air after the rain was exceptionally fresh, carrying a hint of soil. Chen Bufan led a group of people slowly walking through the post-rain base. After learning that the base was still in its early stages, he lost interest. His current destination was outside the base, entering the city to hunt down the zombie horde. In a tent some distance away, two men were intently watching the departing figures of Chen Bufan and his group through a gap in the tent's curtain. One of the men spoke. Looks like that bald guy failed last night. We haven't seen any of his men today either. They must have been taken out by those tough guys. The other man chimed in. Yeah, with so many people, not a single one escaped. Good thing that bald fool paved the way for us. He rushed into action without scoping things out first. Serves him right. But such a fat prize, we can't let it slip away easily. We need to think of another way. As they spoke, their eyes followed Chen Bufan's retreating figure. Just then, Chen Bufan suddenly turned around and flashed a smile in their direction. Holy shit. Take cover. The two men were terrified, scrambling backward and rolling deep into the tent. One of them cursed in a panicked voice. Damn, his senses are too sharp. That bastard actually spotted us. The other man, still shaken, said, maybe we should just give up. We were only looking at his back, and he still sensed us. It's too dangerous. Despite their fear, the two ultimately couldn't bring themselves to give up. They dared not face the zombies, and could only set their sights on other humans. After leaving the base, Chen Bufan led the soldiers straight toward Fengtian City. He wasn't surprised that someone had set their sights on them. After all, mediocrity invites no envy. Could they dress like beggars? Would they allow it? Would the readers approve? A protagonist begging. Thus he only needed to remain cautious. On the outskirts of Fengtian City, the number of zombies was relatively sparse. As Chen Bufan passed through, he could see many survivors from the base scavenging for supplies in the various shops scattered across the suburbs. The zombies in the city's periphery seemed to have been drawn to the central urban area, leaving the outskirts relatively safe with few zombies. The reason was simple: the closer to the center, the higher the population density. And the more people, the stronger the alluring scent of human flesh. Since zombies have poor eyesight, they rely on instincts like smell and hearing to find food. Thus they gather in densely populated areas, hoping to discover and devour any remaining survivors. If one day all the survivors in the city were to meet their demise, the zombies would spread outward like a drop of ink in clear water. By then, finding a safe haven would be nearly impossible. Today, Chen Bufan set out with a clear goal to locate the zombie clusters in the city and slay them to earn points. Before leaving the base, he had obtained a crucial clue from Tang Dalong. As the population density increased upon entering Fengtian City, there was a university's southern campus. Under normal circumstances, this area would be teeming with people, which meant a massive number of zombies. Chen Bufan and his team sped along in their vehicles, arriving hastily at the university's southern gate. The roads here were wide, though littered with abandoned cars. However, this didn't hinder Chen Bufan, as he stored any obstructing vehicles in his pack. This way, if surrounded by a zombie horde, he could release the cars to form a barricade. Upon entering the campus, a small park lay to the left. As far as the eye could see, the streets were packed with zombies. They moved in unison, heading in the same direction, for to the north of the park stood 5 dormitory buildings and 2 cafeteria buildings. Chen Bufan held a telescope, observing the dense horde of zombies swarming below the building. He clicked his tongue, a thought suddenly rising in his mind. Perhaps they didn't need to take such reckless risks. Should we go farther away? After a moment's consideration, he dismissed the idea. Since they had already come this far, there was no reason to retreat. After all, they wielded firearms rather than engaging in close-quarters combat. It was merely a game of kiting. Chen Bufan and his companions parked the vehicles steadily in the middle of the road beside the park, none of them stepping out. The 5 Special Forces soldiers wielded systematically modified HK-416D rifles equipped with holographic sight suppressors, infrared scopes, flashlights, and grips, identical to standard real-world configurations. However, the most distinctive feature lay in the suppressors and ammunition, which had undergone systematic upgrades producing a sound akin to movie scenes. A soft pew-pew-pew. This modification minimized the gunfire to an extreme, without compromising bullet power, allowing them to eliminate zombies, while keeping their position concealed from enemies. They wore simple cargo pants paired with windbreakers, yet their gear was complete night vision goggles, helmets, tactical belts. Everything one could need. With Chen Bufan by their side, they never worried about ammunition shortages. Now purchasing 30 rounds automatically included a magazine, eliminating the need to manually load bullets, greatly facilitating high-intensity combat demands. At that moment, the 5 Special Forces soldiers moved in perfect sync, extending their rifle barrels out of the car windows, aiming at the surging zombie horde in the park, and pulling the triggers without hesitation. Their marksmanship was nothing short of exquisite. Nearly every bullet struck its target with deadly precision, one shot, one kill. Accompanied by the pew-pew-pew of gunfire, the points before Chen Bufan's eyes accumulated, relentlessly piling up, without end. The sound of the guns, as mesmerizing as in a SEAL team movie, stirred Chen Bufan's blood, igniting a fervor within him. He pulled out a camo-painted, fully equipped HK-416D rifle and unleashed a frenzy of point shots at the zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh emanating from their bodies. After emptying one magazine, still unsatisfied, he continued reloading and firing until he had vented all his passion. Afterward, he holstered his weapon, lounged back into the passenger seat, and lit a cigarette to savor the moment. His purpose in recruiting these teammates was simple: to allow himself some ease lest he exhaust himself to the bone. After all, a book wisely said, if you can't lead a team, you'll have to toil alone until you drop. This was clearly not Chen Bufan's wish, so he sought reliable allies. At this very moment, Chen Bufan reclined comfortably in his seat, watching the points soar like a rocket, his heart brimming with delight. Having someone work for him for free. This sensation was truly indescribable. He continuously purchased magazines from the system, distributing them to the 5 soldiers. When their weapons grew hot from use, Chen Bufan retrieved them into his inventory, using points to maintain and clean them, then returned them to the soldiers to continue firing. Due to their overwhelming firepower and pinpoint accuracy, it wasn't long before they had successfully earned over 300 points. This was mainly because the zombies in the park were too scattered. If they had been clustered together, he could have gained even more points. Chen Bufan's slacker had arrived, and someone else was diligently earning points for him. When the points reached 500, Chen Bufan opened the lottery interface. He had long been eager to see what the upgraded system's lottery would be like. The interface displayed a magnificent wheel with 8 prizes, and the quality had indeed been greatly enhanced. A company of clone soldiers, a platoon of clone soldiers, a squad of clone special forces, an armored vehicle, a bottle of physique enhancement potion, an RV upgrade card, 5,000 caddies of beef, and 10,000 caddies of pork. Chen Bufan gazed at the prizes on the wheel, utterly captivated. Was the system about to take off after the upgrade? So many soldiers, and even the most basic food items were measured in thousands of caddies. However, Chen Bufan had already tasted the sweetness of having many people. What he wanted now were soldiers, more loyal soldiers. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and clicked to draw the lottery. Congratulations on winning a platoon of clone soldiers. Oh yeah. Chen Bufan opened his eyes after a minute, and seeing the soldiers, he couldn't help but cheer. Even his gloomy mood over the past few days lightened a little. If he could have more and more soldiers in the future, he could survive better, and even live more comfortably. Seeing the surroundings empty with nothing but zombies and an increasing number of zombie corpses on the ground, and no one else present, he mused to himself, let's arrange them in this ratio. He set the soldiers' genders to 10 females and 20 males. Their appearances were randomly generated by the system, but all were exceptionally handsome men and beautiful women, each with a charm score above 70. This group of soldiers might not be as fierce and skilled in combat as the previous special forces, but they had all received orthodox military training. Each was a crack shot and highly proficient in martial arts. Deploying them around with guns in hand would maximize the killing of zombies and earning of points. Once the zombies near the park were completely eliminated, they would move on to the dormitory area to continue earning points. It was important to note that there were still many survivors in those dormitories, otherwise how could so many zombies have been drawn here in droves? At that moment, inside the 4th student dormitory building located to the right front of Chen Bufan and his group, a thrilling life-and-death struggle was unfolding. A group of college students was using bunk beds, desks, and chairs from the dorm rooms to desperately block the staircase entrance. Dozens of students, drenched in sweat and with terror etched on their faces, were stubbornly resisting the grotesque, rotting zombies under the command and guidance of a tall classmate. The dormitory building they were in was quite massive, shaped like a square, with only one main entrance. The corridor and stairs in front of the entrance were 8 meters wide, capable of accommodating many zombies at once. If not for the zombies' poor mobility, the survivors in this building wouldn't have lasted past tomorrow. Gao Chong, there are too many zombies. Any ideas? We won't be able to hold them off much longer. A bespectacled man with acne on his face covered in sweat asked while pushing hard against the bunk bed, turning his head to look at Gao Chang, who was holding a baseball bat behind him. Hold the line. I have no other way right now. Those who are too weak to fight, just speak up and let the others go up. Gao Chang stood at the stairway gazing down at the dense and horrifying mass of zombies, a wave of despair surging within him. These zombies, weakened from prolonged starvation, had brittle bones and atrophied muscles. Although they were relatively easy to kill, their overwhelming numbers instilled a sense of helplessness in everyone. Gao Chang, robust and strong, fought against the zombies with extraordinary ferocity. Since the apocalypse began, his righteous and bold nature coupled with his formidable strength earned him the admiration and following of many survivor students. They had successfully cleared the zombies from the dormitory building and established a temporary shelter there. The dormitory had previously hosted many small shops, and with the snacks and instant noodles stored in the various rooms, they managed to survive under harsh conditions. However, just in the past 2 days, the situation suddenly changed. They were horrified to discover that the zombies outside seemed to have begun a targeted assault on human settlements. Their sense of smell appeared to have become exceptionally acute, allowing them to easily detect where people were hiding. Even using perfume to mask their scent proved ineffective. The only way to avoid attacks was to scatter as much as possible. Once a crowd gathered, it would attract the zombies. Gao Chang speculated that perhaps the scent of their flesh was too strong. At this moment, the only glass door of the dormitory was shattered and countless zombies surged into the building like a tidal wave. He wondered how long their makeshift barricade of tables and chairs could hold. While helping to move a heavy bunk bed, Gao Chang's gaze remained fixed on the approaching tide of corpses, his heart racing as he contemplated a strategy. Just then he caught sight of a zombie at the rear of the tide, wearing a mask, standing alone and not advancing with the others. When Gao Chang looked at it, the zombie surprisingly waved its hand at him. Gao Chang stared in astonishment at the figure in the midst of the zombie horde, who was signaling to him, pondering, could it actually be a person? He cautiously waved back in response. To his surprise, the figure waved back again and began to make a series of strange gestures. He saw this mysterious person swiftly tearing a large chunk of rotting flesh from a nearby zombie with gloved hands and cradling it tightly. Then, lifting his gaze to Gao Chang, he unhesitatingly smeared the repulsive rotten meat onto his own body and face. What was even more astonishing was that the zombie from which he had taken the meat merely turned its head to look, and then continued moving forward as if nothing had happened. A flash of inspiration crossed Gao Chang's mind. Yes, the foul stench emanating from the zombies could surely mask the scent of human flesh. Moreover, zombies typically do not attack their own kind easily. Thinking of this, Gao Chang felt an overwhelming excitement. He clasped his hands in gratitude toward the kind person in the zombie tide, then turned to his companions and shouted, "Quick! Stop moving the tables. We need a few people to drag the zombie corpses we've thrown away back here, especially those with more rotten flesh." The people around him looked bewildered at his words. In a fit of urgency, Gao Chang shouted, "If you don't want to die, get moving now." This angry shout was like a wake-up call, snapping everyone back to their senses. They began to move the corpses from the distant rooms which they had previously discarded because they were unsightly. The zombies being moved back emitted a stench that was overpowering and nauseating, causing some people to gag as they carried the disgusting bodies. Among them was a bespectacled young man named Wang Jie, who called out to Gao Chang in confusion, "What do we need these corpses for?" Gao Chang quickly ran back to his dormitory, and when he reappeared, he was wearing a pair of leather gloves and had a mask over his face. He shouted to those not holding up the tables, "Those who aren't holding the tables, quickly put on gloves and masks, wrap your bodies as tightly as possible, and then come out to smear the flesh and blood of the zombie corpses on yourselves. This smell can mask our human scent, and if we do this, we can survive safely." "Great idea, Gao Chang. It's all thanks to you," Wang Jie exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, he had seen similar scenes in movies, and it was just like this. Gao Chang, hearing Wang Jie's praise, had no time to explain the truth. He was busy pulling a zombie's intestines to use as a scarf around his neck. It was disgusting, but he had no choice if he wanted to survive. Thus the group of people hurriedly fled back to their respective dormitories. Some found waterproof clothing to wear, while those without such gear opted to layer on thicker clothing. In any case, everyone tried their best to avoid letting their bodies touch the putrid blood and flesh, lest they inadvertently infect themselves. A group of individuals frantically smeared the blood and flesh of the zombie corpses on their bodies and faces, vomiting as they did so, making the hallway even more pungent. Gao Chang watched his busy classmates, saying, "Be careful while applying it. Don't let the rotten blood splash into your eyes or mouth, and watch out for any wounds on your bodies. Don't get yourself infected. Once you're done, come over and take turns holding the table." Gao Chang pressed firmly against the makeshift barricade of tables, glancing outside to see that the person who had warned them was no longer in sight. Had it not been for that mysterious individual, they would have all been dead by now. He felt grateful and resolved that if he ever encountered that person again, he would repay their life-saving grace. "Ugh, so smelly. This is unbearable. Wang Jie, do you want to smear some on your glasses?" "Go to hell. Be careful when you're applying that stuff, and talking don't get it in your mouth. I wonder if this actually works. As dozens of people gradually smeared themselves with the rotten flesh of zombies, Gao Chang and the others noticed that the force pushing against the tables was gradually diminishing. Gao Chang, drenched in sweat, leaned against the table, pushing with all his might, and found it becoming easier. He glanced back and saw that the zombies were no longer pressing forward. The ones closest to them began to pace back and forth, many of them tilting their heads and twitching their nostrils as if discerning the air's scent. Eventually, they all turned around and headed toward other dormitory buildings. Gao Chang and the others stared wide-eyed as the zombies slowly descended the stairs and then walked out of the dormitory building. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, then like deflated balloons they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their mouths stretched wide in smiles. But at that moment their faces were smeared with the zombies' blood and flesh, revealing only a row of yellow teeth that hadn't been brushed in a long time. We won. Shut up. Don't lure the zombies back. One person who still had some strength tried to jump up and cheer, but Wang Jie swiftly grabbed him, signaling him to keep quiet. After surviving this life-and-death ordeal, the group grinned at Gao Chang. Wang Jie said to him, "Gao Chang, you're amazing. To think of such a tactic. We've seen similar movies before, but we were so scared we couldn't recall this trick." The fair chubby man beside Wang Jie chimed in. "Yeah, when Gao Chang said we should find a zombie corpse, I thought he'd lost his mind. Smearing ourselves with blood and flesh might as well become zombies ourselves, ha. Thank goodness for Gao Chang, or we'd be done for today." Gao Chang, feeling a bit embarrassed by the intense gazes, scratched his head and said, "All right, stop praising me. This idea wasn't mine." Wang Jie asked in confusion, "Not you? Then who was it?" He looked around at the people sitting on the ground, and others also glanced left and right, wondering who had saved them. Gao Chang said, "There was a mysterious person outside just now." "A mysterious person?" Gao Chang said gratefully. "Yes, someone was standing among the zombie horde. When I lifted the table, I happened to look up and saw him. He waved at me, then grabbed some zombie blood and flesh and smeared it on himself, showing me what to do." Everyone exchanged glances, astonished that someone dared to blend into the zombie tide and even demonstrate for them. Who was this mysterious person? They were a lifesaver. Wang Jie said curiously, "I can't believe there's someone like that. To risk such danger to warn others from within the horde. Truly a bodhisattva." The white chubby man asked, "Where is that mysterious person? We need to know who he is and thank him." Gao Chang replied helplessly, "He left after showing me. I couldn't even see his face." "Forget it, we should leave too. It's not safe here anymore, and there's hardly any food." Wang Jie looked at the resting classmates, some sitting, some lying down. "Let's go. There's no food here either." The group stood up. Many were still dry heaving from the stench. "Zhou Haoran, get up. Let's go." Zhou Haoran fell asleep. Wu Xingyuan, wake up. Gao Chang, they're not waking up. Gao Chang stood up, his gaze solemn, and poked the two lying figures with a baseball bat. Wu Xingyuan, Zhou Haoran, he said heavily, "Everyone back off. Stay away from them. They might be infected." Huh. The two began making zombie-like sounds, their bodies twisting and struggling to get up. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't said to smear zombie flesh on ourselves, they wouldn't have been infected. You killed them." A male student who was close to Zhou Haoran shouted angrily at Gao Chang. Before Gao Chang could respond, Wang Jie angrily rushed over and kicked him in the stomach. "Are you out of your mind? If Gao Chang hadn't warned us, we'd all be dead by now, and you're blaming him. You ingrate. Why did you kick me?" "It's the truth." The man, still defiant, stood up to fight Wang Jie. "Truth, my ass. Truth." The chubby man walked over and bumped him with his hip, sending him stumbling back. "They were careless. Who's to blame? Why didn't you turn into a zombie? Why didn't we? Without Gao Chang, you'd be dead. Life and death are fated. Fortune and misfortune are in heaven's hands. You ungrateful bastard." Wang Jie spat on him. Gao Chang sighed as he looked at the two who had transformed, then smashed their heads with the baseball bat. Using the bat, he lifted the collars and hems of their clothes, revealing small wounds that had been contaminated by the rotting flesh and blood. Gao Chang stopped Wang Jie and the chubby man, who were still trying to hit the male student. "Enough, don't waste your energy on him. Zhou Haoran and Wu Xingyuan had wounds they didn't notice and got infected. Let's go. If we don't leave now and the zombies come back, we won't have a chance." "Don't follow us, you blind ingrate." Wang Jie glared hatefully at the fallen male student. He despised ungrateful people, those who couldn't appreciate kindness and foolishly blamed others. Gao Chang smeared more rotting flesh on himself, and the others followed suit. A few even hung blood sausages around their necks like scarves, doing whatever it took to survive. The beaten male student silently stood up, his eyes hollow. Trembling, he grabbed the rotting flesh from the ground and smeared it without hesitation onto his tattered clothes. After doing so, he trudged heavily to follow Gao Chang and the others. Wang Jie noticed and sneered. "Zhang Yu, you just said Gao Chang wanted to kill everyone, and now you want to follow us. Don't end up being killed by us instead." Zhang Yu kept his head low as if unwilling to show his expression, tightly gripping an intestine in his hand. He parted his lips and murmured softly, "I'm sorry. When Zhou Haoran suddenly turned into a zombie, I was too agitated. He was my best friend. His voice grew choked toward the end. Wang Jie frowned and retorted. Even so, you shouldn't have yelled at Gao Chong. He only wanted everyone. Zhang Yu looked up at Gao Chong, his face full of guilt. I understand. I'm truly sorry. Wang Jie was about to continue, but Gao Chong reached out and stopped him, comforting the group. All right, now that it's cleared up, there's no need to dwell on it. Let's pack up and leave. We'll check the cafeteria later for other survivors or food supplies. Humph. Wang Jie glanced at Zhang Yu with a displeased look and gave a soft snort. Zhang Ye's hand gripping the intestine trembled slightly, then he wrapped it around his waist. No one particularly noticed that the blood sausage he held was Zhou Haoran's. By then Chen Bufan had already eliminated all the zombies in the campus park. After deducting the points spent on ammunition and the 500 points for the lottery, he still had 1263 points left. Watching the soldiers standing guard by the vehicles, a surge of enthusiasm welled up within him. Silence reigned like the quiet of a Cambridge night. Not bad at all. Fresh grassland beef and naturally grown vegetables free of pesticides. A barbecue in the evening with crisp greens, and no one else in this apocalypse lived as well as he did. After all, fresh vegetables were now a rare sight. As for the soldiers he desired, he would eventually draw them. For now, with 35 men by his side, he had enough to farm points. Rolling down the car window, he saw An Chung, the Special Forces captain, and an Xin, the platoon leader, standing guard by the vehicle. Order: attack the dormitory building ahead. Primary objective: eliminate the zombies. Yes, Commander. Watching the soldiers gear up and advance toward the dormitory, Chen Bufan couldn't help tapping his fingers on his thigh. No wonder everyone craved power. With subordinates to handle matters, any task could be accomplished with a single word. This feeling was truly addictive. His soldiers were all armed with fully equipped HK-416DS, ideal for urban combat. He carried one himself for no other reason than his fondness for its sleek design. After a brief rest, boredom crept in. Watching the soldiers fire their weapons made his fingers itch. He got out of the car, picked up his rifle, chambered a round, and followed the other soldiers toward the dormitory ahead. At that moment, the soldiers had formed a line, advancing while firing at the zombies. The zombies in the rear were shot in the head, collapsing in rows and turning into Chen Bufan's points. Noticing his departure from the vehicle, Special Forces captain An Chung immediately dispatched 2 operatives to protect him. Chen Bufan steadied his HK-416D, peering through the 6x scope at the grotesque, hideous zombies in his sights. He calmly pulled the trigger, each shot landing with precision. The ever-increasing points brought him unparalleled exhilaration. This feeling filled him with immense joy. Men truly were drawn to firearms, and beautiful women, for these 2 pursuits shared a common thrill, the excitement of the act of shooting. Chen Bufan grew more excited with each shot, his points climbing steadily. He fired relentlessly, savoring the process. But then he noticed the zombies below the dormitory had stopped their frantic charge. Instead, they turned their heads, sniffing the air, and began moving toward him and his men. No way. Have all the survivors in the dormitory fallen? Chen Bufan stared at the horde in confusion. An Chung, noticing the shift, shouted, "Protect the commander." At his command, the other 4 members of the Special Forces team immediately closed in around Chen Bufan, intensifying their fire. Meanwhile, the other soldiers halted their advance and fired from their positions. The air was filled with the sharp crack of gunfire and the clatter of spent casings hitting the ground. The scene was tense and gripping. Anyone else might have been terrified by the advancing horde, but Chen Bufan grew more exhilarated. He reloaded, fired, reloaded, and fired again, feeling the rush of playing a video game. Only this was more real, more thrilling, and the points were genuine. Under the shade of a large tree behind the zombie horde, a mysterious figure stood quietly. This was the same person who had recently provided crucial intelligence to Gao Chong and his group. Short in stature, dressed in loose clothing, and covered from head to toe with the nauseating remains of zombie flesh, he seemed oblivious to the stench. Calmly, he watched the soldiers firing ahead. A flicker of barely concealed excitement crossed his eyes. Had a rescue team finally arrived? But then doubts crept in. Though these people appeared Asian, their weapons unmistakably looked foreign. After a moment's thought, he picked up his bag of food and turned toward the female dormitory. He had no intention of interacting with these people, at least not yet. By now, over 4,000 zombies in the area had been slain. How did he know? Chen Bufan's points had surged this high. Chen Bufan and his 36 soldiers had each emptied a magazine of 30 rounds totaling 1080 bullets. With their exceptional marksmanship, each volley eliminated over 1,000 zombies. The ground was littered with their corpses. They advanced and retreated, firing as they went. Chen Bufan stopped shooting altogether, carrying a cardboard box full of magazines and handling the logistics as they fell back. Still, more than half the horde remained. If not for the fear that the roar of a rocket launcher would draw every zombie nearby, he would have blown them to pieces by now. But the rocket launcher didn't seem efficient enough. Meanwhile, Gao Chong and his group cautiously emerged from the building, their eyes fixed on the horde moving toward the park road. Looking good. They're heading for the south gate. Yeah, we can head toward the cafeteria now. The zombies can't see us anyway. Careful, don't get too confident. They waited a while longer until they were sure the monsters were no longer after them, then breathed a collective sigh of relief. Originally, they had planned to go to the cafeteria. Since the only path was blocked by the zombie horde, they had no choice but to follow the shambling mass slowly. The sheer number of zombies ahead was overwhelming, at least several thousand. To make matters worse, the gunfire from Chen Bufan's group was inaudible from a distance, so Gao Chang and his team had no idea what was happening. Otherwise, they would have rushed to seek help. Wang Jie, staying close to Gao Chang, asked anxiously, "Gao Chang, with so many zombies, should we still insist on going to the cafeteria? Or would it be better to simply leave the school through the south gate?" Gao Chang pondered for a moment before replying, "Look, the horde is clearly moving toward the south gate. If we take that route, aren't we walking right into a trap? As things stand, heading toward the cafeteria is the safest option." Wang Jie fell silent, and the group slowly made their way to the cafeteria. After exiting the dormitory of Gao Chang's group, a road stretching hundreds of meters due north led directly to the second cafeteria. Upon reaching the cafeteria, continuing north for several dozen meters would bring them to the first cafeteria and 3 dormitory buildings. When they arrived at the cafeteria entrance, they found no zombie horde, but the 3 dormitory buildings not far ahead were packed with a dense crowd of zombies. Trembling with fear, they pushed against the glass door of the cafeteria. The plump, pale man broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and said nervously, "The door is locked. There must be people inside. What do we do?" Wang Jie responded, "Let's knock first and see how it goes. If that doesn't work, we'll have to leave quickly." As he spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on the zombie swarm beneath the first dormitory. By now, some of the zombies had begun to turn their heads, as if sensing something amiss. This group of several dozen people had walked hundreds of meters, and the scorching heat had gradually dried the rotting zombie flesh they carried, making it harder to mask the scent of human flesh. Gao Chang stepped forward and gently knocked on the cafeteria door. Suddenly, several heads poked out from the corner of the staircase leading to the second floor. They pressed against the wall, half their bodies exposed as they peered out. Seeing the grimy, foul-smelling group at the door, they mistook them for zombies and quickly withdrew. Seeing zombies already approaching, Wang Jie urged Gao Chang anxiously, "Hurry up. Zombies are coming this way." Gao Chang, burning with urgency, knocked harder on the door. The timid heads cautiously emerged again. Gao Chang shouted hastily, "We're not zombies. Please open the door. Zombies are heading this way." The people inside exchanged glances. One bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man was about to step forward and open the door when a male student behind him suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. "Song Yu, you can't open the door? Look at them, they're covered in zombie blood and flesh. Who knows if they've been infected? Besides, with so many of them, our food won't be enough for everyone. We'll all starve." A young man named Li Tian scolded accusingly. Song Yu pried Li Tian's hand away, his expression solemn. "Li Tian, I let you in the same way back then." He turned to open the door again, but Li Tian still held him back stubbornly. A disheveled-haired girl named Zhang Tingting interjected, "Song Yu, what if those outside are bad people? What if they harm us?" Another round-faced, cute girl named Wang Dan gazed into Song Ye's eyes and said softly, "If we don't let them in, they might die. But if we do, we might die." Li Tian released Song Ye's arm and said, "Wang Dan is right. Letting them in could put us in danger. Why not inform Teacher Feng upstairs? Let him decide." They all knew what kind of person Teacher Feng was. If notified, that door would never open, unless someone offered him a bribe, which he would surely accept. Song Yu pursed his lips, looking at the desperate people knocking outside. But isn't this the apocalypse? Shouldn't humanity unite? If no one saves anyone, well, all die eventually. It's just a matter of time. Zhang Tingting rolled her eyes. How could he be so saintly at a time like this? Frustrated, she said, "Unite. Song Yu, can we really save this world? They're numerous and powerful. If they come in, the cafeteria won't be ours anymore." While they argued, Gao Chang and his group grew more desperate as the zombies drew nearer. If the door didn't open or they didn't leave soon, they'd have to fight the zombies heat in. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jie, his face red with rage, pounded on the door. "Open up. The zombies are coming. If you don't open, I'll smash this door down and we'll all die together. I mean it." In the crowd, Zhang Yu lowered his head, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth, mocking either Wang Jie's cowardice or his methods. Gao Chang grabbed Wang Jie's hand and glanced at the people inside. There were now over 20, not just 4. A thin man with glasses was scolding the scholarly young man. Gao Chang looked at the zombie horde. "Let's go. It's not their fault for not opening the door. People get scared." Wang Jie slapped the door twice in frustration and snorted. The dozens of them cast resentful glances at those inside who refused to help, but they didn't do anything rash. Just as they were about to turn back, a wave of about 100 zombies suddenly emerged from the eastern corner of the cafeteria, blocking their escape route. "It's over. We're surrounded. We're doomed." Many collapsed to the ground, abandoning all hope. Exhausted from their time in the dormitory without rest, they now faced encirclement and despair. Gao Chang raised his baseball bat and shouted, "Get up! Don't give up! There are only 100 or so over here. Let's fight our way out. Hurry!" Wang Jie gritted his teeth. "Damn it! Better to die early and be reborn somewhere good. Let's go." The group rallied their spirits and prepared to break out. Get in here quick. From behind came the sound of a door opening like a ray of dawn piercing the darkness, bringing hope to Gao Chang and his people. They scrambled to squeeze through the entrance. The door's open. Get in. They opened it. Come back. Take it easy. Don't break the door. Hurry up in front. The zombies are coming. Brothers in the back, fight with all you've got. The terrifying zombies surged like a tide, ruthlessly charging at the panicked crowd. As the apocalypse descended, many had nowhere to flee, trapped between a rock and a hard place, helplessly watching as zombies pounced, tore, and devoured them. This bloody, brutal scene was hair-raising, but it also managed to distract some zombies, buying precious reaction time for the others. Wang Jie had originally planned to fight alongside Gao Chang at the front, so he was at the back when they retreated into the cafeteria. As he stepped up 2 stairs to enter, he suddenly felt a powerful force from behind. Someone grabbed his clothes and yanked him backward. Caught off guard, Wang Jie lost his balance, fell, and tumbled down the stairs. Unfortunately, 2 hungry zombies were waiting there. They lunged at the fallen Wang Jie. One opened its gaping maw and bit into his face, tearing off half his skin. The other sank its teeth into his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, a horrifying scene of carnage. Wang Jie, his face contorted with agony and resentment, mustered his last ounce of strength and despairingly reached a hand toward the cafeteria entrance, as if voicing the injustice in his heart. He was just a step away from safety. Who had brought this upon him? Wang Jie. Witnessing his friend trapped in peril, Gao Chang erupted in fury, shouting hoarsely as he struggled to break free and rush to the rescue. However, the chubby, pale-skinned boy Lu Haitao, tears streaming down his face, tightly held him back, sobbing. It's too late, Wang Jie's been bitten on the neck. Whoa. A group of people swiftly shut and locked the cafeteria door, piling up various objects against it. They'll definitely deduct your credits. Songyu, you'll get us all killed with this behavior. How dare you disobey the teacher? Don't you want your diploma anymore? Teacher Feng kept nagging incessantly. Gao Chang, Lu Haitao, and the others who had escaped from the dormitory stood at the doorway, watching Wang Jie and several classmates being devoured, listening to the old man's endless barking behind them, their fury surging uncontrollably. These people didn't have to die. They didn't. Gao Chang could no longer contain the rage in his heart. He picked up a baseball bat and strode over to Teacher Feng, followed by the equally furious students. Zhang Tingting and Wang Dan, frightened, stepped back a few paces, only relaxing when they realized Gao Chang and his group weren't targeting them. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Don't you understand respect for teachers? I'm a teacher at this school. Are you trying to hit a teacher? Huh. Teacher Feng, his left hand on his hip, used 3 fingers of his right hand to constantly smooth his thinning hair, shouting arrogantly. Yes. Gao Chang swung the baseball bat at Teacher Feng's leg. A crisp crack of bone echoed and Teacher Feng collapsed to the ground, shrieking in pain as he clutched his leg. His screams were so loud that they drew more forceful banging from the zombies at the door. My leg. You're too reckless. How dare you hit a teacher? They'll deduct your credits. I won't give you your diploma. They'll have you expelled. Gao Chang glared at the still bellowing, balding man. Bang! 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 The sound of a bat tenderizing meat echoed through the cafeteria. If you'd opened the door sooner, they wouldn't have died. Bang! A person like you deserves to be called a teacher. Bang! Respect for teachers. You pig, you're not worthy. Bang! The balding Feng was beaten to a pulp, his nose bruised, face swollen, and various parts of his body bloated, even one of his legs fractured. A hand reached out and tightly gripped Gao Chang's arm. Gao Chang looked up, his eyes meeting Song Yes. He knew in his heart that Songyu had opened the door, and he was the one who had initially insisted on letting them in. This man was truly their lifesaver. Songyu gently pushed up his glasses and said calmly, "Stop hitting him. If you keep this up, someone will die." Gao Chang gazed at him, his eyes brimming with gratitude, and replied sincerely, "Thank you. Thanks to you opening the door in time, you saved us." Songyu pursed his lips slightly and answered softly, "Actually, I still opened it too late. If I had been a bit earlier, so many innocent lives wouldn't have been lost." His voice trailed off, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Lu Haitao interjected, "This isn't your fault, it's the tragedy of human nature." With that, he cast his gaze toward the balding man writhing in agony on the ground, and toward Wang Dan, Zhang Tingting, and Li Tian hiding behind the crowd. If not for these people's delays, perhaps more could have survived. He could say nothing, for everyone had the right to yearn for survival. If it were him, he might not have opened the door either. Not everyone could reach Song Yes level. Glancing at Gao Chang, whose hands trembled, a flicker of grief passed through his eyes. Wang Jie was their best friend. To watch him being devoured before their very eyes. If only they had known, they would never have come out. But just moments ago they had clearly seen Wang Jie ascend the stairs. Why did he suddenly fall backward? Lu Haitao's gaze swept across their group, each face etched with unspeakable sorrow. When his eyes landed on Zhang Yu, who remained silent with his head bowed, his gaze paused. Zhang Yu seemed to sense Lu Haitao's stare, lifting his head to meet it briefly before lowering it again. Lu Haitao frowned, staring at Zhang Yu for a long while, then turned to console Gao Chang. At that moment Song Yu, who had been covertly observing them, happened to catch Zhang Yu subtly raise his head, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his lips. That flicker of a smile sent a jolt through Song Ye's heart. But he swiftly turned away, pretending to have seen nothing, and spoke to Gao Chang, "Go upstairs and rest. If we all stay here, we'll only attract more zombies." Thus dozens of students surged up to the third floor. Those who had been sitting in the cafeteria deliberately kept their distance from Gao Chang and his group, for they were utterly repulsive. Not only filthy and disheveled, but even draped with entrails. Song Yu was immensely curious and couldn't help asking, "How did you end up like this? And why are you wearing intestines?" Lu Haitao replied, "It masks our scent, making it harder for zombies to detect and attack us." Song Yu pressed further, "And just now," Gao Chang said in a low voice, "we came from the 4th dormitory building. After walking several hundred meters, the rotting flesh on us dried out a bit, so the smell isn't as strong." Song Yu nodded in understanding. "Still, I'm sorry." Lu Haitao shook his head. "We truly don't blame you. In fact, we should thank you. Otherwise we'd all be dead. Have you been here all along?" Unwilling to dwell on the topic of death, Lu Haitao deliberately changed the subject. Song Yu said, "Yes, I've been here. Half of those sitting over there were let in by me, including the teacher you beat up." Glancing at those who sat far away, their faces twisted with disgust, he turned away. Gao Chang said, "You're a good man." Song Yu shook his head. "I just think humanity should unite, otherwise we'll be devoured sooner or later." Everyone fell silent. Song Ye's words held truth, but not everyone thought that way. Some in this environment unleashed their long-suppressed nature, doing whatever they pleased since there was no one to restrain them. The room fell quiet, broken only by the sound of shifting bodies. The zombies outside stopped pounding on the door after a while. The cafeteria was sealed, trapping the odor inside. 30 minutes later, the survivors resting on the 2nd floor were immersed in a rare tranquility when suddenly a thumping sound came from downstairs, as if something heavy had fallen. This abrupt noise shattered the peaceful atmosphere, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Some of the bolder among them, unable to contain their curiosity, cautiously approached the window and peered through the cracks. What they saw left them utterly stunned. A horde of zombies had gathered near the eastern side, and the heads of those originally hideous creatures were exploding one after another. Each blast sent a spray of crimson blood, and then their lifeless bodies collapsed limply, devoid of any vitality. Witnessing this grotesque and bloody scene, people's eyes widened, their faces etched with disbelief. They exchanged glances, seeing the same incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. "Is that a gun?" a male student asked, dumbfounded, looking at the person next to him. It must be," another male student replied uncertainly. "Gao Chang, someone outside is killing zombies with guns. Firearms." "What?" The boy spoke loudly enough for the entire cafeteria to hear. Excited, the crowd rushed to the windows to look outside. Outside, zombies staggered eastward, their claws outstretched, faces twisted, and low growls occasionally escaping their throats. After just a few steps, their heads were blown off, and they collapsed, twitching for a moment before lying still. Hearing the commotion, a group hurriedly looked eastward. There, a team of over 30 people stood steadily. Each held a gun, and with every shot a zombie fell. The once ferocious creatures had their heads burst open like watermelons, splattering black blood and white brain matter everywhere. The sight was magnificent, leaving everyone present in awe. "Great, the military has finally come to rescue us. Whoa, we're saved. We've finally been waiting for this. Why did they take so long? Whoa, wave your hands, let them save us." Lu Haitao's eyes widened as he looked at Gao Chang in confusion. "Is this a military rescue operation? Why can't I hear them shouting anything about rescue?" Gao Chang craned his neck, focusing intently on the soldiers outside, who were effortlessly killing zombies, and replied, "There are no survivors behind them. Maybe their purpose here is simply to eliminate these damn zombies. But even so, it counts as a rescue." At that moment, Song Yu also watched the soldiers below, who had already annihilated all the zombies surrounding the cafeteria. They didn't stop, but continued advancing forward. He turned and walked downstairs. Before him, a tide of people had already rushed down, for everyone had been hiding here waiting for rescue, and they wouldn't let this chance slip away. Downstairs, Chen Bufan held his gun, following behind his soldiers. From Southgate Park to here, his points had already reached nearly 7-0, even though they had rested for a few minutes, and their guns had grown hot. As he passed this cafeteria, he had already known there were many survivors inside. It didn't surprise him that such a large cafeteria had supplies to last a month. However, he had no intention of going in to play the savior. Since he had cleared out the zombies outside, they could just run out themselves. Didn't they have legs? Chen Bufan's group did not pause for a moment, striding straight past the cafeteria and heading toward the dormitory building ahead. At that moment, he had only one clear goal in mind: to enhance his foundational strength by continuously accumulating points. Apart from that, nothing else could capture his attention unless something unexpected occurred. Just then, a faint cry came from behind. Chen Bufan instinctively turned his head and saw a man with a belly as swollen as a pregnant woman leading a group as he limped toward them. The fat man's face was bruised and purplish, clearly bearing the marks of a severe beating. He was panting heavily, one hand on his waist as he struggled to reach Chen Bufan and the others. His eyes darted nervously among the soldiers before finally settling on Chen Bufan as the leader. With a fawning smile he stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Sir Officer. I am Feng Rinquan, the Deputy Director of Eastern University. May I ask when you will take us to the safe zone?" Though the people behind him remained silent, their eyes burned with fervent hope as they fixed their gazes on Chen Bufan. Facing the obese Deputy Director Feng and the eager stares of the students behind him, Chen Bufan's eyes remained calm. He replied indifferently, "We will not return to the safe zone." Upon hearing this, Feng Renquan's face turned ashen and his emotions grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising sharply. "Not return to the safe zone? How can you not return? What are we supposed to do if you don't? As soldiers you must protect the people. Now the people need you. How can you refuse to serve? Your task right now is to quickly escort me and these students to the safe zone, ensuring our safety. Instead of wasting time fighting these disgusting monsters." The director is right. You could at least send a few people to take us away. Exactly, soldier brother, please take us away. It's too dangerous here. Do you have any food? We haven't had a proper meal in ages. The students behind him also showed signs of anxiety. Finally encountering armed soldiers, why wouldn't they protect them? Wasn't that the whole point? Chen Bufan found it amusing to see the fat man's furious glare and the students' entitled expressions. After all this time in the apocalypse, were they still so naive? Take a good look at who we really are. Chen Bufan stared expressionlessly at Director Feng and said calmly, "We are neither military personnel from the base nor obligated to rescue you. If you want to survive, you'll have to rely on yourselves. However, I can tell you this, the zombies at the south gate have all been cleared by us. You can escape from there." Today had been quite fruitful for Chen Bufan. By continuously killing zombies, he had amassed a large number of points, putting him in an exceptionally good mood. So he spared a few extra words for these people, but that was all. Then with a casual wave of his hand, he signaled the group to move on and headed toward the dormitory building. After all, there were still arduous tasks awaiting him today. Only by earning more points could he grow stronger and accumulate even more. "Stop!" Director Feng suddenly let out a thunderous roar, startling everyone around him. His face contorted with rage, Feng rushed toward Chen Bufan, pointing a finger straight at him. "How dare you soldiers treat us like this? We're supposed to be taken to the safe zone. Who will take responsibility for our safety now? Believe me, I'll report you to your superiors. Arrange for someone to escort us immediately, or the consequences will be dire." In response to Feng's aggressive accusations, Chen Bufan swiftly reached out, grabbed the finger pointing at him, and bent it upward. A crisp crack echoed as Director Feng's finger was snapped cleanly. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, the sound of the break lingering in the air. They stared in horror at what had just happened, never expecting Chen Bufan to act so decisively. For merely pointing at him, he had broken the man's finger. Song Yu frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the scene unfolding before him. This was far from what he had hoped for. He had expected these armed men to be saviors who could rescue more lives, but the reality was bitterly disappointing. They showed no mercy, casually breaking a man's finger, even if his tone had been somewhat disrespectful. Lu Haitao stood behind Gao Chong and whispered in his ear, "Gao Chong, I don't think this group is here for rescue. They seem more like a private militia. Should we leave?" Gao Chong looked around, his eyes falling on the zombie remains scattered everywhere. Especially near the south gate, corpses were piled up like mountains, emitting a nauseating stench. After surveying the area, Gao Chong's gaze settled on the students, and he said softly, "All right, we'll head out from the south gate. If anyone else wants to come along, follow us." Chen Bufan watched quietly as some of the students split off and headed toward the south gate. He made no attempt to stop them, as he had never intended to interfere with their choices. "Don't follow us anymore. Find your own way out." With that final ultimatum, Chen Bufan turned and walked away. However, Feng Rinquan was unwilling to let things end there. Accustomed to his pre-apocalypse lifestyle of arrogance and tyranny, he had often used his connections and the principal's leniency to threaten beautiful female students with their diplomas, forcing them to submit to him. Even after the apocalypse, he had not suffered much, leaving his mindset unchanged. Enraged, Feng Rinquan shouted at Chen Bufan's retreating back, "Just you wait. I have connections. One day you'll lose your position. You dared to break my finger. I will never let you off." Suddenly a Bayou sound rang out as Encheng turned back and fired without hesitation, shooting Feng Renquan's head clean off. Blood splattered everywhere, plunging the scene into dead silence. After a moment, "You actually killed someone. This is against the law." Chen Bufan paid no further attention to these fragile flowers. Chen Bufan paid no heed to their murmurs, dismissing them as ignorant fools. Even after so long in the apocalypse, they had yet to adapt to its changes, still failing to understand that survival meant taking up arms and fighting the zombies themselves. A month had passed, and they were still waiting for rescue, looking at him as if he were their savior. When they reached a spot just 80 meters from the first dormitory building, the number of zombies here far surpassed what they had seen at the university's south gate. They crowded together in dense masses, completely encircling 3 entire dormitory buildings. These repulsive zombies fixed their gaze on the dormitory interiors, their hands raised high, as if beckoning to those trapped inside. Their twisted, grotesque faces revealed an indescribable craving, and from their mouths came unceasing roars and howls, deafening and blood-curdling. Those gaping blood-red maws seemed to be prematurely celebrating the feast soon to come. After resting for a few minutes, they noticed that the nearest horde of zombies had already caught their scent, with some turning and shambling toward them. Let's begin. Chen Bufan was the first to raise his gun, firing a series of precise shots at the zombies. Their heads burst into sprays of black blood, and they crumpled to the ground. The zombies were now evolving in two directions. On one hand, those that had consumed plenty of flesh became faster and stronger, evolved zombies, though these were rare. On the other hand were the ordinary zombies that had failed to feed. Deprived of energy, they grew emaciated and sluggish, with only their hands and jaws retaining significant strength. Their bones became brittle, and as long as one avoided being surrounded and dared to strike, they posed little threat. By the time dusk fell, Chen Bufan and his team had cleared the zombies near the dormitories. Their guns, maintained with points from the system's inventory to withstand the prolonged battle, would have otherwise overheated and failed. Still, the results were impressive. Points 16320. Their equipment was top-notch, and the guns were nearly silent. Aside from the scent of human flesh drawing zombies' attention, there was little risk of attracting a massive horde. Their marksmanship was excellent, and their coordination seamless, leaving no real danger. Yet Chen Bufan was puzzled. In such a massive zombie tide, he hadn't seen a single evolved zombie. Logically, there should have been at least one, but they seemed to have vanished. That night, they gathered in the cafeteria hall, locking the doors. With so many people, the dorm rooms were too cramped, and splitting up would be inconvenient. And Sheng sent people to search the entire cafeteria thoroughly, finding no danger. The cafeteria was empty. The survivors had taken some food with them, leaving little behind, mostly rice and flour. The rice was infested with weevils, and the flour with tiny white grubs. After some thought, he decided not to take them. This was a cafeteria, and others would likely come looking for supplies later. He didn't need these few bags anyway. Chen Bufan pulled a hefty 50-gene slab of beef from his system inventory. Several female soldiers quickly stepped forward to help slice the meat into thin pieces, skillfully marinating them with various seasonings he provided. Another group of female soldiers busied themselves washing the fresh lettuce, cucumbers, and other vegetables he produced, arranging them neatly on the side to serve as the perfect palate cleanser for the meat. Not only that, but Chen Bufan also brought out several cases of ice-cold beer and drinks. After a day of grinding for points, he wanted everyone to enjoy a lavish feast. In the center of the cafeteria, a gas stove was set up, surrounded by a contingent of soldiers on high alert. Some sat, some stood, but all remained in silent vigil around Chen Bufan, forming an invisible barrier to ensure his safety at all times. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of seared beef began to permeate the entire cafeteria, making everyone's mouths water. The scent of cumin in particular was the perfect companion for barbecue. "Boss, you eat first." Within moments, Chung brought Chen Bufan a large platter piled high with meat and assorted greens. The freshly grilled beef exuded an irresistible fragrance, its surface glistening with oily sheen as if beckoning to all. It was generously coated in thick cumin and fiery chili powder, releasing waves of rich, intense aroma. On a nearby plate, they had carefully poured out spicy and flavorful dipping sauce, smooth and fragrant sesame oil, and fine creamy sesame paste, offering a variety of tastes. Chen Bufan picked up a tender, juicy piece of beef, rolling it in the sauce until every fiber was fully soaked. Then he placed this sauce-laden morsel into a crisp emerald green lettuce leaf, gently rolling it up like a delicate little package. Finally, he took a big bite, sending the package into his mouth. Instantly, an indescribably wonderful sensation flooded over him. The fresh fragrance of the greens blended perfectly with the exquisite sauce, complemented by the steaming beef and the robust flavor of cumin. This combination of meat and vegetables not only avoided any greasiness, but also offered a refreshing, crisp sensation. Chen Bufan reveled in this exquisite taste, closing his eyes to savor every nuance. After slowly swallowing the food, he followed it with a large gulp of ice-cold beer. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, bringing an exhilarating sensation that left him utterly refreshed in the sweltering heat. He let out a long breath, thinking to himself, "Ah, this is bliss." At that moment, he felt as if he were in paradise. In the apocalypse, countless people would trade their most precious possessions for just one such meal. At that moment, the mysterious figure who had revealed the zombie's secret to Gao Chong that morning stood not far from the cafeteria. The faint aroma of grilled meat teased his taste buds, and he could barely resist the urge to eat. But this was the apocalypse, and all he could do was savor the scent from afar. He hadn't expected this group to be so capable. Chen Bufan had eaten 5 plates of meat, about 5 jin, but he wasn't full, just satisfying a craving. Since his strength had increased, he needed a lot of food. His appetite was enormous. These 5 jin were merely a snack. Though he no longer felt hungry and had enough energy, a proper meal would require much more meat. After finishing his meal, Chen Bufan went to the door and spotted the silhouette of the mysterious figure. To him, the figure appeared petite. When the mysterious person saw Chen Bufan emerge, they were visibly startled, their form trembling slightly, as if they hadn't expected anyone to come out and look directly at them. They turned and quickly walked toward the female dormitory, their long legs moving swiftly, disappearing from sight in moments. Watching her retreating back, he suddenly felt the world was small. He hadn't expected to encounter a notable figure from the base so soon after entering the city. Yet her surname was quite intriguing. Chen Bufan stared intently at the mysterious figure receding into the distance, pondering silently. Tonight, I must wash up properly, and then draw some prizes. If I could get a few soldiers, that would be even better. With more hands, I can earn more points. As his strength grew, he could venture into broader territories to seek resources. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp gust of wind swept toward his face. Chen Bufan snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with sharp light, as he swiftly retreated 2 steps. Simultaneously, he swung his right hand, drawing a long blade from his system inventory, and held it horizontally before him to block the sudden strike. A crisp clang rang out as a sharp claw viciously scraped against the blade. Sparks flew in an instant, the metallic clash deafening. Chen Bufan's arm trembled slightly, deflecting the force of the claw, then pushed forward, shoving the assailant away. He fixed his gaze ahead and saw a swift, agile zombie standing not far off. The zombie's face was hideous, with a cyan complexion, revealing sharp fangs, skin withered like bark, and a missing chunk of flesh at the corner of its mouth. Its open jaws exposed interlocking teeth, even the molars visible, as if ready to tear into prey. Now the zombie crouched, staring fixedly at him with a hint of wariness in its eyes. Clearly its failed strike had made it cautious of this opponent. Perhaps it never expected anyone to react so swiftly to its rapid assault. Faced with this, the zombie hesitated to attack, seemingly weighing its options and seeking the perfect moment. The air thickened with tension as it lurked silently like a predatory beast biding its time. But Chen Bufan would not give it that chance. With a flicker of movement, he dashed forward like lightning, so fast that even a speed-type zombie couldn't react. In the blink of an eye, he was before the creature, his embroidered spring knife gleaming with cold light, slashing fiercely at its neck with overwhelming force. The strike was like a thunderbolt, unstoppable. By the time the zombie sensed danger and tried to retreat, it was too late. Chen Bufan's blade had already embedded deep into its neck, severing more than half of it. Mortally wounded, the zombie staggered back a few steps, letting out a piercing howl, before collapsing to the ground dead. For a newly evolved zombie with weak strength, it was no match for Chen Bufan's robust physique. He landed steadily, crouched down, gripped the knife handle, and pried out the evolution core from the zombie's heart. Placing it carefully in his system inventory, he secured it. At that moment, soldiers who had been dining in the cafeteria heard the commotion outside. They swiftly grabbed their rifles and rushed out, forming a solid defensive line around Chen Bufan. And Cheng nervously looked around and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Chen Bufan shook his head, gently indicating he was unharmed. He stood calmly, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers with a glint of approval. Their quick response showcased excellent combat skills and teamwork. If only I could draw more prizes tonight, that would be best. Chen Bufan was about to lead everyone back to the cafeteria for a rest, thinking, lucky day? After a busy day, an evolution core delivered itself. My luck in the draw should be good too. But before reaching the cafeteria door, he sensed something amiss. The glass door previously still began to tremble slightly. A strength-type creature. Alert! And Cheng shouted warily, quickly ordering all soldiers to heighten their vigilance. In an instant, Chen Bufan was surrounded while other soldiers scanned the surroundings. As the pounding grew closer, he turned left, his eyes locking onto the street outside the dormitory building. Simultaneously, many soldiers noticed the anomaly. Leaving 2 to guard the rear, the rest raised their rifles, aiming scopes at the suspicious area. Soon a figure emerged into view. It stood 3 meters and 40 centimeters tall, its muscles bulging, each step producing a heavy thud. Surprisingly, this strength-type creature was quite handsome, with a flawless, unblemished body. Compared to the one Chen Bufan had encountered in the county hospital, this was far more imposing. Facing such a behemoth, and Cheng's expression grew grim. After all, they didn't possess the boss' robust constitution. As the giant stepped into firing range, over 30 rifles opened fire simultaneously, a dense hail of bullets raining down on the handsome strength zombie. Yet it casually raised an arm to shield its eyes, the bullets embedding into its skin without causing any real harm. And Cheng turned, his face tense, and asked, "Boss, it's not breaking through. Try this." Chen Bufan handed an RPG to Cheng, who inspected it and aimed at the strength zombie. "Hey, it's leaving," Cheng said in surprise. "If it knows to avoid danger. Keep it in your sights, it'll test it." Chen Bufan drew his embroidered spring knife, upgraded by the system. He pursued the powerful zombie with light, agile steps, outpacing it in speed. With the long blade gleaming, he slashed fiercely. Well, precisely at its knee. The strike carried his formidable force, and the blade sank deep into the zombie's kneecap, cutting halfway through. But as he tried to withdraw the blade, the massive creature spun around unexpectedly, swinging a huge fist at him. Despite Chen Bufan's quick reflexes and all his effort to pull the knife free, he couldn't fully evade the sudden blow. The fist slammed into him with immense force as if trying to tear him apart. Chen Bufan was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing several meters away before landing awkwardly on the ground. After landing, Chen Bufan felt his internal energy churning, a terrible sensation. This strength-type zombie was far tougher than he had imagined. That punch had shown him its terrifying power. Boss! And Cheng and the others, upon seeing Chen Bufan sent flying several meters, rushed over in terror to support him. They raised their guns and fired at the vital points of the strength zombie, such as its eyes and joints. Yet the physical defense of this strength zombie was utterly astonishing. Bullets were either easily deflected or merely lodged into its thick, hard muscles without penetrating any deeper. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine, not injured, just knocked back by its force. Chen Bufan struggled to his feet, took a few deep breaths to calm the surging qi and blood within him, and fixed his gaze on the approaching strength zombie. After a brief adjustment, he gripped his embroidered spring saber and charged forward once more. In truth, when he was struck, Chen Bufan had not anticipated that this strength zombie possessed not only extraordinary speed and reflexes, but was even more swift and agile than the one he had encountered before. It was due to his momentary carelessness that he got hit, but it was nothing serious. In terms of speed, Chen Bufan far surpassed this behemoth before him. In terms of strength, he was not far behind, and moreover the blade in his hand was more than capable of breaching its sturdy defenses. Unlike those zombies with severe shortcomings that leaned towards a single aspect of development, Chen Bufan's body was enhanced in all aspects. At this moment, Chen Bufan was fully focused, his form agile as he circled around the strength zombie, continuously slashing his blade at its knee joints. With the first strike, he had already cut halfway through a few more cuts, and it would be a cripple. A crippled zombie he feared even less. Thus, every time the strength zombie, enraged by the attacks, turned and lunged or swung its fist, he would nimbly dodge to another position, relentlessly hacking at its mangled leg. After being attacked, the strength zombie could never hit him, and it roared in fury, its enormous bellow echoing in all directions. With another fierce chop from Chen Bufan, the leg was finally severed completely. Bang! With the leg severed, the strength zombie lost a crucial support point, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. At this moment, it was utterly at Chen Bufan's mercy, like fish on a chopping board, completely under his control. Chen Bufan leaped lightly onto its back. Whenever the strength zombie tried to push itself up with its hands, he would stomp down hard, pressing it to the ground, infuriating the zombie so much that it pounded the earth in rage. After toying with the strength zombie a few times, he aimed his blade at the back of its head and thrust it in with all his might. However, when the blade had sunken halfway, it encountered some resistance. Sensing the approach of death, the strength zombie began to struggle desperately, but with one leg missing and unable to stand, it was beyond saving. Chen Bufan took a deep breath, gripped the hilt firmly, and yanked the blade out from the wound in the zombie's head. Then he plunged the blade viciously into the same spot. This time the previous resistance vanished without a trace. As the blade smoothly sank deep into the strength zombie's skull, Chen Bufan gripped the hilt and began to twist with force. Each rotation used great strength, as if trying to utterly shred this detestable monster. The blade churned within the cranial cavity, mixing flesh, brain matter, and bone into a nauseating pulp. The strength zombie's once taut body stiffened, then with a loud bang, it crashed heavily to the ground, never to move again. Points 100. Chen Bufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This thing had too much power. As for the points, it wasn't worth it. It was less convenient than taking down ordinary zombies. He slowly withdrew his blade and lightly jumped down. At that moment, An Chung and An Xian hurried over, looking at Chen Bufan with concern, then down at the massive fallen zombie. They said in unison, "Boss, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Chen Bufan shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. Pointing at the corpse on the ground, he ordered, "Flip it over, cut open the chest, and take out the heart." The two of them worked together to turn the giant over. Taking out their daggers, they crouched down and began to dig. The giant's chest muscles were the toughest. It was quite difficult. Leaving the two to dig out the heart, Chen Bufan went back inside, ate a few more plates of meat, and drank a few cans of beer. The exertion earlier hadn't been too great. Opening the system interface, his points had reached 16500. While he was fighting the giant, the other soldiers had also killed a few wandering zombies, conveniently making it a round number. He could draw 33 times. He rubbed his hands together, placed them over his chest, and prayed with closed eyes. Then he opened his phone calendar to check the day's fortune. Auspicious opening market, trading, signing contracts, hanging plaques, consecration, dismantling, moving, and seeking wealth. Inauspicious marriage, visiting the sick, traveling. Edge. Auspicious for seeking wealth. Not bad, not bad. Time for the big prize. The big prize. May all the gods and Buddhas bless me. My life's comfort hinges on this one. He tapped the screen. After a dazzling starry effect. Various fruits, 20000 gene. Again, fruits aren't bad either. He took out an apple, took a bite. The taste of childhood, sweet and crisp, very delicious. While chewing, he tapped the draw button again. Effect. Various vegetables, 2000 gene. Alright, vegetables are fine too. Again. Effect. Grassland mutton, 1000 gene. Alright, lamb skewers are also delicious. Effect. Beef, 1000 gene. That hat's fine too. But I'd really like some weapons equipment or people. Effect. Various sanitary pads, 1000 packs. Damn. How many women would it take to use all these? Chen Bufan felt the apple in his mouth wasn't so tasty anymore. Effect. Various condoms, 2000 boxes. Damn. Fine. I don't believe I can't draw something good. Effect. AA-12 shotgun 10 units. Oh, AA-12. Good heavens, so this is the gun. If a group of people were to mow down zombies with these, wouldn't they beat them black and blue? Chen Bufan took out one, turning it over in his hands. A 20-round buckshot drum magazine. Good stuff. Scenes were already forming in his mind. Chen Bufan sat there and drew 20 times in a row. All sorts of vegetables, meats, even various luncheon meats, can fruit, sanitary pads, toilet paper, and even 1000 roast ducks. He had drawn hundreds of thousands of gene of various food supplies. He would never run out of good food from now on. I've drawn so many things. Although food is hard to come by in the apocalypse, I'm not lacking right now. This calendar is inaccurate too. I'm not getting what I want.